Long nights shroud the world, and the dawn arrives hesitantly. Evil descends upon the earth, causing untold suffering. He wanders through the long night, meandering upon the edge of a blade, oscillating between the heavens and the abyss, igniting the flame of the starry soul. Since the night is interminable, I shall become the sovereign of darkness. When the azure waves rise, prologue a glimpse of the setting, a thought of the vast ocean, and in an instant, life and death unfold. An eternity in a fleeting moment, a snapshot of the everlasting. The cosmos is boundless, teeming with countless lives striving for existence. The mortality of humans, the withering and flourishing of trees, the vicissitudes of mountains and seas, the birth and demise of planets, and the transformations of the universe. There exists no basis for comparison, nor any concept of mutual understanding. In the expansive, starlit sky, myriad powerful beings likewise vie for the power of existence, pursuing the path to immortality. Countless stars form a galaxy, and within the void of this galaxy, a fairy draped in ethereal garments lingers, an ancient presence, elegant and elusive. As the fairy grows in strength, the cosmic dust that clings to her increases, gradually coalescing into clusters that, under her formidable influence, slowly metamorphose into stars, joining the galaxy, revolving around her, shimmering with brilliance. On these new stars formed from cosmic dust, life gradually emerges as time flows, perpetuating and inheriting through generations. Yet the celestial maiden continues to wander through the cosmos, constantly engaging with other formidable entities, whether in conflict, retreat, confrontation, or alliance. Unbeknownst to her, the myriad lives inhabiting the countless planets that revolve around her exist in blissful ignorance. They strive for survival, for propagation, for dominance, and for legacy. Little do they realize that if the day should come when the celestial maiden falls, this entire star system would gradually dissolve into dust. Their ignorance fosters a simplicity in their existence, yet a complexity in their melancholy. They remain oblivious to the fact that the span of their countless generations is but a mere breath in the life of the celestial maiden. Surrounding the maiden, both near and far, are entities akin to her. To the west lies a colossal wolf, to the east, a fearsome scorpion, and to the south, a gigantic bear. Beyond them are countless bizarre and powerful beings. Each entity is encircled by a vibrant, life-infused star system. They engage in battles, form alliances, confront one another, pursue relentlessly, and depend upon each other within this vast universe. They enact the survival laws that govern each. EIR kind, IT, is a relentless cycle of the strong preying upon the weak. In the more distant reaches of the cosmos, a plethora of stars coalesce into a vast ocean. At the edge of this stellar sea, the light of a particular star system has grown exceedingly dim, for the existence upon which this star system relied has already perished. In the void, a colossal and fearsome beast stands tall, motionless. This creature was once an entity of unparalleled power. With a head resembling that of a lion, a tail akin to that of a scorpion, a neck reminiscent of a dragon, limbs as robust as a bear, and wings one radiant and the other shadowy spanning the heavens. This is a formidable flying bear. Its eyes remain fiercely fixed on the emptiness, its hands poised as if to strike. Its body still radiates the searing energy that once supported an entire galaxy. However, its vigorous vitality has vanished, it is deceased. Yet, the galaxy that thrived in its formidable presence persists. The beings within this galaxy are utterly oblivious to the demise of their once mighty protector. The planets beneath their feet will soon crumble into cosmic dust, having lost their divine essence. They continue to fervently pursue their own endeavors, engaging in warfare, pursuing knowledge, scheming against one another, and indulging in deception. Not far from this solemn scene, a gigantic centipede stretches endlessly across the starry expanse, surrounded by a brilliant and resplendent galaxy. It emanates an eerie blue light, which steadily encroaches upon the flying bear's domain. It is evident that this centipede is the adversary that has slain the flying bear, and its divine radiance is now engaged in a final act of plunder. The flying bear stands in quietude, awaiting its dissolution, anticipating the moment it will be entirely consumed by the centipede, or awaiting replacement by a new deity, or transcending it. In the flying bear galaxy, upon one of its resource-rich planets, Earth, two factions have been engaged in conflict for over 10,000 years. One faction believes that benevolence is fundamental. Every being harbors a sense of goodwill. If guided appropriately, harmony will surely prevail, and the world will become increasingly beautiful. The other faction contends that malevolence is eternal. Beings are innately wicked, existing in a ruthless hierarchy where the strong prey upon the weak. Even flora develop their canopies and root systems to encroach upon the survival space of other plants. What can be said of sentient beings? The human realm is essentially a grand arena. Who among them is truly noble? Even the lowly ant clings to life, and beings are in constant competition, engaged in relentless slaughter. In this existence, who among them has not taken countless lives? What sanctity can one claim? Thus emerged two major camps. Each holds their positions and beliefs with unwavering conviction. Good and evil cannot coexist. Yet, the aspect of goodness proves advantageous for governance and the maintenance of social order. Consequently, the benevolent side gradually forged a dominion over the continent. However, the malevolent aspect has never truly vanished. It remains a formidable force, infiltrating every sector across the entire land. One faction is deemed orthodox, while the other is viewed as adversarial, thus becoming natural enemies. One side perceives the other as a dire threat, while the latter regards the former as a matter of life and death. Over countless ages, these two factions have stood in stark opposition, engaged in a struggle to the death. Yet, it is unclear when the malevolent side altered its beliefs. They began to revere the celestial centipede god. The balance of battle began to gradually tilt from that very moment. An ancient, dilapidated temple stood before them. Within it resided a statue of an indefinable deity, resembling some monstrous creature. Its head bore semblance to a lion, its tail to a scorpion, its neck to a dragon, its limbs to a bear, and it possessed a pair of wings. According to the tales passed down by the elders, this was the ancient deity known as the flying bear. No one could ascertain the purpose of the flying bear. Among countless deities chronicled in legends, none spoke of the responsibilities of the flying bear. Thus, the worship of the flying bear dwindled to an abysmal state. Now, the deity's wings lay broken, its tail severed on multiple occasions, leaving only a protrusion behind. One of its forelimbs had been lost, and its ears were absent. One of its eyes had been gouged out. A torrential downpour enveloped the surroundings. 7 individuals sought refuge within the crumbling temple, escaping the relentless rain. The temple, long neglected, offered little sanctuary while the storm raged outside. A steady rain fell within, yet they managed to find a small dry spot to huddle in. They used their garments to shield themselves, just enough to survive. The rain cascading from their bodies mingled with the ground, stained a vivid crimson. All 7 bore grievous wounds. It was no wonder they huddled in this modest shrine in such downpours, and with such injuries. Traveling through the storm would surely lead to their demise shortly. The atmosphere was thick with tension. This mission has left me with a heavy heart. I long to eradicate every last one of those scoundrels from the only I am righteous sect. A solitary sigh pierced the silence. 17,000 souls. In 2 small towns, not a single one, be they warriors or common folk, survived. Upon witnessing the carnage strewn across the ground, I was utterly shattered. The others remained silent, yet an oppressive atmosphere quietly spread among them. After a lengthy pause, someone spoke in a hushed tone. Our righteous sect has committed numerous heinous acts, yet the 4 instances of massacre we have personally witnessed have left an indelible mark. Then there are those blood-stained tragedies we've merely heard of. Our sect has existed for millennia, yet we have failed to eradicate such atrocities. It is said that our undercover agent was discovered, prompting a slaughter of villages and towns as an act of vengeance. Alas, what does the exposure of an undercover agent have to do with innocent lives? These wretches of our sect are devoid of humanity. Indeed, when have they ever spared our undercover agents without resorting to the massacre of peaceful villages and civilians? Cite a few others. Regrettably, we cannot locate their headquarters otherwise, sigh. A collective breath of despair filled the air as their spirits waned. The headquarters of the righteous sect remained an enigma, untouched by any hand. The Guardians had sacrificed countless skilled individuals and invested years of effort, yet to no avail. As the power of the righteous sect grew ever more formidable, the hope of uncovering their stronghold diminished further. Silence enveloped the group, the atmosphere as heavy as clouds pregnant with impending rain. A few more sighs escaped their lips. The weight of despondency lingered. After a prolonged silence, seemingly intended to shatter the oppressive atmosphere, one individual clutched his chest and declared, "I wish to take a leave." The leader scoffed derisively, "Old four, do not harbor excessive fantasies about life. Perhaps your prospective partner is as corpulent as a pig, as foolish as a donkey, as short as a barrel, and as unattractive as you." The other 5 members convulsed momentarily, caught in a laugh that tugged at their wounds, causing them pain. "Your tongue, boss, truly lives up to your moniker." The drunken swordsman, Old Four, on the verge of collapse, contorted his features in anguish and lamented, "I merely desire a vacation. Must you curse me with such venom?" The leader reclined against the figure's groin, his head resting beneath it, while his upper chest bore a ghastly penetrating wound. "Old Four, you must awaken to reality. Life encompasses more than merely an unattractive blind date in the distant future, but also the grimness of the present." Old Four responded with a tone of despondency. "Do not dwell too negatively. It may indeed be a woman." The leader closed his eyes and offered a blessing. Yet, upon hearing this, Old Four found himself bereft of words. "I am a man if I seek a wife. Why would I be looking for a woman? What do you mean by it may indeed be a woman?" This statement felt utterly heinous. The others instantly donned expressions of amused delight. "Do you require our assistance in naming her?" "Thank you, but no." Old Seven replied with a polite but firm refusal. He was clearly aware that this group was incapable of producing anything virtuous. "Indeed," Old Seven nodded slowly. "And let us not forget our own. It should not pose much of a problem. Our contributions are sufficient, having exceeded 100. The second brother carefully calculated and remarked, "We could become gold medal guardians now. However, that is for the entire team. Personally, only the eldest has earned a gold medal. The rest of us can only attain silver. Each of us still needs to complete 300 to 400 merit tasks to qualify, but we are not far off. Just being a gold medalist is quite satisfying. Many at the esteemed level are merely gold medalists as well. We are at the sovereign level. Should we not be content?" The group expressed unanimous satisfaction. "Does this mean the eldest can henceforth be referred to as the gold medal drunken sword?" The fifth brother exclaimed with sudden inspiration. The others burst into laughter. "Indeed, officially recognized the gold medal drunken sword. Feng Ji." Feng Ji rolled his eyes and shifted uncomfortably, saying, "Ah, this statue of the flying bear is quite uncomfortable beneath me. Has the deity been sculpted in such a manner? I can hardly move. Who will assist me?" "Eldest, this is quite a predicament. It is challenging to soften." The fourth brother remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He stood up, intending to help Feng Ji shift a bit. At that moment, a sudden rush of wind resonated from above. Then, with a thunderous roar, it seemed as though 2 formidable beings clashed in midair, causing the very earth to tremble. All 7 individuals felt their seats jolt from the ground and then return with a thud. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and fear. Puff! Feng Ji's posterior landed squarely on the protrusion beneath the statue, and in that instant, he felt as though he were in the throes of agony, mouth agape, eyes bulging with fury. Yet unable to utter a sound, and a pallid face glistened with beads of sweat, each resembling a yellowed soybean. "What on earth is this?" He reached out to touch it, only to find it felt like a shard of metal. With all his might, he extracted it from beneath him, ready to exhale in relief. Yet in that instant he heard a swift sound. A figure descended from the heavens. A gun, illuminated by the flashes of lightning, glowed with a ghastly white hue, as though forged from bone. The 7 individuals were simultaneously struck with terror, their hearts plummeting into a frozen abyss. Such a weapon existed nowhere else in the world. The Cloud Weapon Codex, the bone-shattering dream gun. How could such a formidable entity be pursuing us? Was this not akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? As the shadow fell before the temple, the torrential rain seemed to halt in an instant. Within 100 paces of his descent, not a single drop of rain fell. Yet in the distance, the downpour continued, its strands weaving into a curtain. The figure was tall and slender, yet amidst the deluge, he appeared to uphold the entirety of the rain-soaked sky. Behind him, the space morphed into an abyss of darkness. As he alone blocked out all light, with the bone gun in hand, he lifted his gaze, instantly discerning the expressions of the seven. In that fleeting moment, he identified them as foes rather than friends. The gun's tip flicked up, and in an instant it lunged forth. A single shot claimed 7 lives. 7 streaks of light shot forth like meteors. The 7, already gravely injured, were utterly incapable of evasion. Furthermore, the visitor's realm far surpasses that of the crowd. Although it was merely a casual strike, even during their peak, the multitude would have been unable to withstand it. The disparity is immense. A sigh escaped, tinged with a sense of resignation. The shattered form of the leader, aware of his grievous wound, suddenly soared from the statue. This instinctive reaction was immediate. He spread his arms wide, charging into the hail of bullets like a moth drawn to a flame. In his grasp, he clutched a shard of iron, stained with his own blood, an object he had just pried from the statue. This was the only weapon he could hastily retrieve, relying solely on instinct. With a faint sound, almost imperceptible, blood erupted in a crimson spray. "Boss!" 6 voices cried out in unison, their anguish palpable. In an instant, Feng Ji's body shattered into bloodied fragments amidst the gunfire, leaving no time for a final word. Yet, he had managed to intercept all the assaults. At the very moment he threw himself into danger, a blade of light descended from the heavens. Its brilliance outshone even the flash of lightning. It intercepted the adversary's gun, striking precisely at the location of Feng Ji's heart. The clash between the blade and the gun's muzzle occurred at Feng Ji's chest. Yet this was, after all, the bone-shattering dream gun. Even this blade could only halt the subsequent onslaught, failing to save Feng Ji. The gleaming blade evoked a peculiar sensation within the hearts of those who witnessed it, as if this single strike severed all worldly ties. From henceforth, the heart feels an emptiness. As blades and firearms clash, an unprecedented burst of radiant energy erupts, casting a hue upon all who behold it, their brows and eyes shimmering in a verdant glow. Moreover, this brilliance lingers undiminished. It becomes apparent that the entirety of one's being has fragmented into crimson shards, as if adorning the luminescence with a vivid scarlet ring. Such a glow is not merely born from the collision of weapons. Both the wielder of the sword and the bearer of the gun reveal expressions of astonishment. The life of the leader could only withstand the onslaught of the adversary for less than a second. Yet, this fleeting moment proves to be sufficiently impactful. A slender figure, garbed in a robe as white as snow, descends unblemished amidst the torrential downpour, landing within the dilapidated temple. The silhouette conveys an air of desolation. Clutching a long blade, its gleam reminiscent of snowflakes. In the celestial armory, the blade of emotions slices through the realms of dreams. Another legend emerges. The 2 adversaries stand opposed, one enveloped in darkness, the other amidst a world that remains steadfast, akin to the coexistence of light and shadow, distinctly defined, sharing the same fate. This sensation evokes an extraordinary unease within the heart. However, the 6 individuals find themselves bereft of the capacity for shock. Their hearts, already filled with sorrow, witness only the fragmented form of their leader, torn asunder amidst the adversary's gunfire. "O leader!" The 6 feel as though their souls are shattering into pieces. They lift their eyes, their gaze reddened, fixed upon the gunman. They are determined to engrave this visage deeply within their hearts. In the space where blades and arrows intersected, a radiant orb of light persisted, and in that fleeting moment, it suddenly blazed with an unparalleled brilliance. Both wielders of the weapons displayed expressions of astonishment, instinctively retreating simultaneously. Then, that radiant orb surged skyward, piercing through the rain and the void, vanishing in an instant. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the vast expanse, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap that reverberated through the mountains and rivers. An anomaly? A soul-snatching? The dream-shattering spear and the emotion-severing blade were momentarily shaken, then simultaneously executed the same action. Their consciousnesses swept the area, yet they failed to detect any remnants of shattered soul energy. It seemed that no lives had been lost in this place. Only at the tip of the dream-shattering spear was there a faint trace, rapidly dissipating at that very moment. Both extended their hands, fingers pointing toward the spear's tip. Any sensation they perceived vanished almost instantly. The emotion-severing blade furrowed his brow. Did you sever his true self? The soul-shattering spear frowned. Not enough to be his true self. Their expressions changed in unison. Who is this person? Nearly simultaneously, they directed their inquiries towards the 6 individuals. Without hesitation, the emotion-severing blade pivoted and unleashed thousands of strikes towards the dream-shattering spear like a tempest. The blade's radiance coalesced into an overwhelming curtain of light. Flee! Meanwhile, he executed a swift spin, summoning a whirlwind that enveloped the 6 bodies, who were then transformed into a streak of rapid light, vanishing into the horizon. A resounding sound echoed. Investigate. He surely has not perished. For a long time thereafter, both sides across the continent commenced a myriad of clandestine searches. A phenomenon of the soul. To this side, Feng Ji was regarded as the chosen one. The beacon of hope for the future. To the other, he was viewed as a thorn in the flesh, a formidable adversary looming ahead. Years of searching yielded no results. Yet, there were always those who persevered. It was not until a century had passed that they finally relented, at least publicly. They ceased to make formal inquiries each year. Whether clandestine investigations continued remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Feng Ji's 6 brothers never forgot. They tirelessly sought him in the shadows. They persisted without faltering, year after year, searching in their own unique ways. They held steadfast to the belief that their elder brother still lived. Time flowed like a river. A century, 2 centuries, 5 centuries passed. Ultimately, they found nothing. Chapter 1. Feng Che died on a summer morning. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, cascading through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the bedside. The minute dust danced in the light, swirling and rising, transforming into tangible arrows that descended from the heavens, striking Feng Chi's face. Gradually, he felt the heat upon his skin and awoke languidly. He opened his eyes, only to close them again in an instant. His eyelids still sensed the light's embrace. Releasing a contented sigh, he acknowledged the truth of his existence. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the realms of this life and the next. Closing one's eyes signifies the moment of death, a soul plunging into the abyss of darkness, opening them. Heralds rebirth, a profound sensation of touching the boundless world. Basking under the sun's warm embrace evokes the essence of being alive. Rising, dressing, cleansing, washing one's face. Laying out paper, grinding ink, moistening the brush, and sweeping the calligraphy with grace. Silence is golden. With a series of resounding thuds, a plaque was affixed to the wall opposite the desk. Feng Che stepped back a few paces, raised his gaze, and nodded slightly. Behind the chair at the desk, another plaque read, "Cautious speech and conduct." On the table stood a wooden frame, within which were inscribed 4 characters, "Cherish words as gold." In the living room, "Too much speech invites loss." Feng Che nodded earnestly. From this moment forth, I shall constantly remember to be a person of few words, exercising caution in speech and conduct. Then, silence enveloped him. He soon furrowed his brow. Why should I think this way? Who was I in my previous life? Feng Che tapped his forehead. It had been 3 days since he had been reborn into this body. In these 3 days, he had unraveled his memories, merged his soul, yet the most perplexing aspect remained. He knew he was a reincarnator, aware of occupying this body, cognizant of numerous experiences, and understood that he was 6 centuries ahead of his own era. Every single experience from his past life was vividly clear. However, the one thing he had forgotten was his own identity. Feng Che found this utterly bewildering. Yet, he harbored no resistance to the notion of having become another person. He accepted it almost instantaneously. What more could one desire than to relive life anew? Narrowing his eyes against the blinding sunlight, a hint of bewilderment appeared on his face as he sighed softly. I wonder how they and those few girls are faring. This body is named Feng Che. Personal details are as follows. Feng Che, neither overweight nor underweight, quite handsome and robust. Standing a height of 178 centimeters and weighing 156 pounds, he possesses an upright stature. His eyebrows are slightly thick, with the ends subtly arched. His lips are somewhat full, and his eyes are slightly sunken, featuring a barely discernible double eyelid that only becomes apparent when he smiles. Ah, the subtle double eyelid. His gaze is piercingly sharp. Upon observing this visage, Feng Che cannot help but reflect upon the character of his predecessor. This individual must have been extreme, prone to radical tendencies. Fortunately, I am not. Nevertheless, this cold and rebellious demeanor aligns well with my own persona of being taciturn and solitary in this life. Dressed in white, Feng Che furrows his brow, finding it rather unappealing. It must be changed. 17 years old, 9th grade, martial apprentice. In good health, with above-average aptitude. A distant relative of the Feng clan, bearing his mother's surname. He was raised within the Feng family, a point that leaves Feng Che somewhat perplexed. He met his demise while attempting to break through from martial apprentice to martial warrior. Achieving the rank of martial warrior permits participation in the martial academy assessments. This is also known as the first Dragon Gate test in a martial artist journey. It is widely recognized that the most effective method for a martial apprentice to break through is to engage in continuous combat with someone of higher cultivation, honing their ilm through relentless battles, which typically facilitates a successful breakthrough. Emboldened by a surge of determination, the endeavor to solidify one's realm continued steadfastly until the conclusion of the battle, thereby culminating the process of breakthrough. That this can be regarded as a rather elementary piece of knowledge. Throughout this journey, the risk of fatality was virtually non-existent. It is indeed the most prudent course of action, given that my esteemed cousin, Feng Qingyun, had ascended to a high level of martial mastery. He possessed an intimate familiarity with the realms of martial apprentices and warrior. That he was capable of guiding Feng Che into the warrior realm with utmost assurance. However, an unforeseen calamity ensued. The former incarnation met its demise as a consequence. When my cousin, brimming with enthusiasm, delivered a powerful strike to his dantian, aiming to invigorate his energy with his own formidable cultivation, my cousin fell silent, and with a resounding thud, he lay lifeless upon the ground. In that moment, my cousin was rendered utterly speechless. Have I truly slain my own kin? This situation was simply beyond comprehension. While my cousin appeared to be alive, my elder relative was now subjected to a brutal reprimand. It was said that the scene was exceedingly savage. Feng Che, with the scant spiritual energy at his disposal, meticulously examined his meridians and ultimately discerned an anomaly indeed resided within his dantian. Although his current spiritual power was insufficient to detect the specifics, based on his experience, he surmised that the cause must be the five spirits goo of the righteous sect. The five spirits goo is reputedly a type of insect that targets the five elemental energies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth pertaining to human cultivation. It is a venomous creature designed to harm, yet it also embodies a certain arcane technique, for if the spirit is not devoured, it confers a unique qualification and can facilitate cultivation. In simpler terms, survival equates to empowerment. This too is a form of selection, albeit one that exacts a toll of life and death. This is a common tactic employed by a certain sect. The five spirit worms, once they infiltrate the body, no cultivation can dissolve them. Where did these five spirit worms originate? Feng Che searches through memories. It seems it was that individual. He recalls that prior to his breakthrough, a so-called good friend had gifted the original self a vial of premium blood essence pills, and the original self had consumed them all in pursuit of advancement. Beyond that, there were no other abnormalities. It's almost certain that this is the source. Truly a good friend. Thousands of miles away, a figure clad in white is hastening towards this location. 305 spirit worms, and they all perished? Only one remains. This one, thriving robustly. Which one could this be? This direction. Baibo City? A casual arrangement unexpectedly yields delightful results. He chuckles in surprise, unable to resist quickening his pace. It appears that not only can he fulfill the task assigned within the sect, but he may also acquire a disciple of legacy. Feng Che has sorted through a plethora of questions. Undoubtedly, there are intricate schemes and entangled interests of which the original self was utterly oblivious the countless threads woven together, difficult to untangle. This situation is far too convoluted for you to grasp, my brother. Feng Che sighs softly. He gazes at the four characters he has just inscribed, cautious and discreet. He murmurs, "Allow me to take charge. How much can 17-year-old youth truly comprehend? Yet now I have arrived. I am Feng Che," he pondered, contemplating the formidable powers of those malevolent entities. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded the blinding sunlight streaming through the window, his countenance serene. This omnipresent and all-pervasive light resembled the weapon that had descended from the heavens in his past life. When confronted, it was inexorable, with no avenue for evasion. The residence of Bibo City lies in the eastern part of the continent, 5,000 miles southward, where the vast and boundless Unyielding mountain range unfolds. It was here that I pursued the Thousand Poisons Demon King, vanquishing him at Baizhang Peak, approximately 1,000 miles outside Bibo City. Rumor has it that this was the location of his lair, yet I was unable to enter before I struck him down with my blade. At that time, I had little regard for such trifling treasures of lesser cultivators and departed without a second thought. However, such treasures are now of utmost necessity. According to my recollections, this region should belong to the Daong dynasty, yet now it appears to be the Dazhao dynasty. It seems that the Daong dynasty has perished, replaced by Dazhao. This occurrence transpired without my consent. A knock resonated at the door. "Brother Feng, I trust you are feeling much better?" As the voice echoed, a young man entered, his face adorned with a smile, yet his gaze bore a hint of concealed scrutiny. He was reasonably handsome, though there was an underlying coldness in his features. To Feng Che, he emanated an indescribable malice. "Indeed, thanks to you," Feng Che replied, his eyes flickering momentarily, maintaining an impassive demeanor. This was the very individual, named Su Yu, the second son of the Su family in Bibo City. It was he who had bestowed upon me that blood essence pill laced with the 5 spirit goo insects. This is the true culprit behind the demise of the previous incarnation, the so-called best friend, best brother. Initially, Feng Che harbored doubts, but upon witnessing the countenance and gaze of this individual, his memories swiftly affirmed his suspicions. "I must say, your cousin is rather ruthless. He truly does not regard you as family," Feng Che remarked. Suyue casually entered and seated himself opposite Feng Che, pondering inwardly the leniency the Feng family extended towards their grandson, even managing to suppress the 5 poise. "Once Kirsch," he appeared relaxed, indicating that his relationship with the previous incarnation had reached a certain level of intimacy. Feng Che, with a cold demeanor, let out a scoff and darkly stated, "Indeed, he is quite bold." Suyue responded, "However, this was somewhat anticipated after all. He is merely a grandson, an outsider, not of direct lineage, and well, it's only natural for him to treat you poorly. We had already foreseen this, had we not?" Feng Che, maintaining a solemn expression, fixed his gaze on Suyu's face, and, in a calm tone, slowly articulated, "I truly did not expect that a bastard would seek to end my life." Yet within his mind, he contemplated the most effective way to eliminate this wretched scoundrel before him. The enmity of life and death must be resolved swiftly, decisively, and with utmost ferocity, such is the essence of existence. "Rest assured, I shall assist you in exacting this vengeance," Suyue declared with enthusiasm. Feng Che displayed a sincere smile and replied, "Brother Suyue, your immense kindness shall not be forgotten by me. I shall forever hold it in my heart and will undoubtedly repay it in due time." Suyue laughed heartily. Between brothers, there is no need for such formalities. A faint sense of disquiet lingered in his heart, as if the words did not quite resonate. Suyue glanced around, ensuring no one was in earshot, and lowered his voice. "Feng Che, do you recall the DG Gongfa I mentioned that perfectly suits your constitution?" "Yeah," Feng Che replied, wide-eyed. "What significance does a DG Gongfa hold? Why the air of mystery?" "Well, I have been reborn. It's of no consequence now." "Yes, I have gathered information for you," Suyue said in a hushed tone. "I have procured a Ascent token for you, as long as you fulfill one condition: uncover the whereabouts of the Feng family's treasure map, or even possess a fragment of inside information. The DG Gongfa will be within your grasp. Furthermore, it will grant you entry into the divine sect, setting you on the path of being a seedling for cultivation. He spoke fervently, "Brother, this is your lifelong opportunity. If you become a seedling, all the resources of the sect will be at your disposal. It's a path to ascendancy. At that point, what is the Feng family? They would be at your mercy. Besides, considering how the Feng family has treated you." Feng frowned, "Treasure up." Indeed, the legendary treasure map of the Jin Dao martial commander, which the Feng family has long concealed. Su Yu exclaimed eagerly, "Have you forgotten?" Discontent flickered in his eyes. "Legendary? Concealed?" Feng Qi's mind raced, and with a sinister smile, he remarked, "What Jin Dao martial commander? You have all been deceived, da-da?" Su Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Feng Che approached with an air of mystery, lowering his voice conspiratorially as he spoke with an effortless fluency that required no mental exertion. "During my recent grave injury, I overheard, my grandfather discussing matters, and it became clear that the treasure does not belong to the renowned swordmaster, or Jin Dao, but rather to another individual." "Another individual?" Su Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Feng Che maintained his composure, recalling the Thousand Poisons Demon King he had vanquished in his past life. A sudden understanding dawned upon him. Given the formidable prowess of the Thousand Poisons Demon King, he was virtually invincible within the vicinity of Bibo City and for miles. And that a mere release of poison could lay waste to an expanse of land. It was no wonder the demon chose to establish his lair here, where he faced no threats. But now, he chuckled inwardly. This was precisely the opportunity to repay the favor owed to Su Gongzi. Thousand Poisons, how delightful! Across from him, Su Yu perked up, realizing he had been deceived. It was not the swordmaster Jin Dao after all. The Feng family truly was a repository of wisdom, capable of misleading others so artfully. No wonder no one had uncovered concrete information over the years. Isn't the location said to be at Duandao Gorge, 3,000 miles away? How could it possibly be? Su Yu's confusion masked his intent to probe further. "Absolutely not. You have all been misled. It is not Duandao Gorge," Feng Che asserted firmly. A tumult of emotions surged within Su Yu. Was this also a fabrication? "I did not fully grasp the details, but I vaguely heard it pertains to a location within 1,000 miles. Suddenly, Su Yu was elated. A legacy. This was far more precious than mere treasure, and moreover, it belonged to the Lord of the Supreme Sword. This is of a significantly higher caliber than the Golden Blade Master level. Moreover, merely based on Feng Qi's words, it has essentially divulged all pertinent information. The absolute sword sovereign, the legacy, within 1,000 miles, an abundance of toxins, perilous to the extreme, and the master-level venomous python. For seasoned veterans of the martial world, this practically delineates the location. Are you speaking the truth? Su Yu inquired with palpable excitement. "I'm not certain. I merely overheard my grandfather during my unconsciousness. I cannot guarantee its authenticity. Furthermore, the moment I regained consciousness, my grandfather ceased to speak." Feng Che replied ambiguously, raising his hands in apology. "It requires meticulous verification and gradual investigation." He mused inwardly, having articulated so clearly, "If you still cannot locate it, how utterly inept you must be." The more Su Yu contemplated, the more convinced he became that this matter was indeed credible. His excitement grew as he turned to Feng Che, feeling a surge of pride. This foolish child likely remains oblivious to the magnitude of the secret he has just revealed, does he not? Ha! This journey has been worthwhile. As he contemplated this, he intended to leave. However, how could Feng Che allow him to depart so easily? The five-spirit goo combined with the heart card, what this signifies is not lost on an old hand like him. Feng Che, either intentionally or unintentionally, remarked, "Ah, has the heart card truly been found? Why deceive you about this?" Su Yu produced an iron card from his pocket. Feng Che naturally extended his hand to receive it. "Su Yu, why has it just been taken?" Upon examining the iron card in his hand, Feng Che was instantly enlightened. Indeed, it is the insidious and chaotic force of the heretical sect, the one true doctrine manifesting itself in its most rudimentary form. How ironic that in this reincarnation, I find myself confronted by an old adversary. Is the one true doctrine attempting to recruit this individual? Or perhaps there lies a more sinister plot. In my previous life, My comrades and I battled against the one true doctrine for an eternity, and I am acutely aware of its formidable strength. The most challenging aspect of this organization is that, as long as they remain concealed, none can discern their true identity. They may present themselves as warriors, esteemed scholars, alchemists, or even ordinary folk. Their disciples are scattered across the realm like stars in the sky. Once they are unleashed, it results in calamity. The annals of the continent's history are, in essence, a chronicle of warfare against the one true doctrine. This faction possesses unwavering faith, a congregation of masters, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with and utterly impossible to eradicate. Even Xue Fushao, one of the three great guardians, has lamented that unless the one true doctrine experiences internal strife, the hope of completely uprooting it is nearly non-existent. Not only is the prospect of eradication bleak, but their power continues to swell. Over the years, the one true doctrine has grown increasingly formidable, evolving from a mere shadow in the east to a force that can now stand toe-to-toe with the Guardians, perhaps even surpassing them subtly. Should the day arrive when they emerge from the shadows into the light, it could precipitate a calamity of unprecedented scale in an instant. The Guardians have dispatched countless undercover agents and elite operatives, yet no tangible results have been observed. Furthermore, should their identities be revealed, it would incite devastating retribution from the one true doctrine. Their strength is overwhelming. Even the most adept infiltrators are unable to penetrate the upper echelons of their hierarchy. The Ascent sect is one of the subordinate sects of the true path. Feng Qi's mind raced with thoughts. Internal collapse? Internal strife? Suddenly, realization struck him. The Ascent token? The 5 spirit goo? He discreetly tucked the token into his bosom and said, "Thank you, Brother Su. Such a significant achievement could not be overlooked by Su Yu. It is better that I keep this token myself, otherwise I might miss out on it. Moreover, my eagerness is already overwhelming. Then I shall take my leave for now, Brother Feng. Do take care. I shall return in a few days." "All right. Excellent. I shall await your return." Su Yu laughed heartily, yet in his heart he felt contempt. "You still wish to pursue this? In no more than 3 to 5 days, it will belong to my family. You fool! The Feng family has treated you so well, yet you turn against your own maternal family at the mere suggestion of my words. No wonder you are so easily manipulated. Safe travels, Brother Su. There's no need to see me off. The information you provided today has proven quite useful." "Not at all. This is but a small token of gratitude for the care you have shown me over the years," Feng Che replied with a semblance of smile. Su Yu chuckled heartily and turned to leave. Feng Che wore a smile as he watched Su Yu exit, his gaze enigmatic, lips slowly curling into a grin. Chapter 2. Blades and Spears. No sooner had Su Yu departed than another visitor arrived. "Cousin, how are you faring?" A refined voice echoed from beyond the doorway, tinged with both trepidation and remorse. "Enter," responded Feng Che. A young man clad in white then entered, his countenance adorned with noble features, his eyes clear and upright. Tall and statuesque, he bore a gentle smile, tinged with apprehension and diffidence. He would have been strikingly handsome, were it not for the welts marring his face, the swelling at his lips, and the dark circles beneath his eyes. Even his exposed wrists bore the marks of the lash. It was Feng Qingyun, the elder cousin who had felled his kin with a single blow. He appeared to have suffered greatly. Upon beholding the culprit responsible for the demise of his predecessor, Feng Che immediately formed an opinion. This man was, in essence, an honest soul. Even if he were to stray towards malice, he could never fully embrace it. His was the face of unwavering loyalty, exuding a profound sense of sincerity. He was the antithesis of the departed Su Yu. Feng Che concluded that such a man, as the heir to the family, would be adept at preserving what was, but lacked the vision for expansion. It was no wonder he had fallen into the trap so easily, oblivious to the machinations around him. The elder cousin wrung his hands with a guileless air, inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" Feng Che rolled his eyes, retorting, "Thanks to you, I'm not yet deceased." The words had escaped him unbidden, not deliberately emulating the former occupant's demeanor. It occurred to him that he should strive to mimic the previous Feng Che's disagreeable temperament, lest too sudden a shift arouse undue suspicion. However, after uttering those words, a sudden realization dawned upon him that such a cutting remark would be even more characteristic of his predecessor. He was momentarily stunned. Upon hearing those 3 words, Feng Qingyun felt even more abashed. After a long silence, he said in a low voice, Feng Che, we are family. I didn't mean to. His voice was sincere, soft, yet heavy. Cousin, we are bound by blood, our fates intertwined, sharing both glory and disgrace, fortune and misfortune. Cousin, I hope you can forgive my inadvertent mistake this time. Feng Che remained indifferent, his face devoid of emotion. Indeed, that's why you seized the opportunity to beat me to the brink of death. Family, after all, is thicker than water, isn't it? I understand perfectly. Blood must be drawn out, then dissolved in water, a flawless process. Communication had become impossible. Feng Qingyun's face contorted. Why was it so difficult to reason with this fellow? Feng Qingyun said softly, we would never harm you. His elder cousin was desperately trying to prove his innocence. Feng Che remained silent. Of course, he knew that his cousin wasn't responsible, but the original owner of the body seemed to be in a rebellious phase. Defiant towards the entire world and utterly dismissive of this elder cousin, who was said to be ranked near the bottom of his class in the martial arts academy. In the original owner's mind, there was extreme disdain, a mediocre student, no less. It was said that among the 500 students of the same level in the martial arts academy, his elder cousin's overall combat ranking was 476, and it was said that he was struggling to maintain even that position. A prodigy, the family's most gifted? This had always been the original owner's true sentiment. Therefore, Feng Che, now occupying the body, could not afford to feign pleasantries. So he said, Feng Qingyun gazed at his face with a flicker of hope, yearning to hear a rational word from him. Yet, none came. Feng Che's countenance remained austere, devoid of expression. As he coolly uttered, let go. Feng Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, exhaling a feeble sigh. Regardless of your thoughts or intentions, whatever you wish to pursue, you must wait until you have matured, established a family, and then act. Is that agreeable? By then, I shall lend you my utmost support. He sought to pacify the young lad, who was still naive and unaware. He believed that once the boy found a partner and embraced familial responsibilities, he would naturally comprehend the complexities of life. This sentiment encapsulates the universal hope of societies, both ancient and modern, regarding wayward children, that they will eventually grow up and understand. For the Feng family, there was a steadfast belief that this child would one day experience a profound awakening. It was merely a phase of rebellion. What child does not go through such a tumult? When he matures and gains wisdom, it would not be too late. Feng Che understood this implicitly. Thus, he remarked, indeed, I am certain that when the time comes, you will undoubtedly unleash your full force upon me. The elder cousin fell into a pensive silence. Had it been his own younger siblings who dared to speak thus, Feng Qingyun was convinced he would have swiftly administered a lesson in authority, ensuring they appreciated the weight of brotherly responsibility during their formative years. However, with this sensitive and reclusive cousin, he could not adopt such an approach. He was the sole child of their aunt. Have you finished speaking? Feng Che began ushering him away. Elder cousin, I shall educate you further in due course. Feng Che, Feng Qingyun called out weakly. With a soft sigh, Feng Qingyun placed down a box and said, inside, the white vial contains blood chi pills suitable for martial apprentices, while the black vial holds those for martial warriors. They can assist you in your cultivation. Remember, you must stabilize your training for 7 days after breaking through to the martial warrior level before. I know. Feng Che interrupted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Such small favors, tsk. These pills aren't poisonous, are they? Feng Qingyun took a deep breath, clenching his fist that had almost struck his cousin's face. No, I must endure. For a moment, his face turned an ominous shade. Unable to restrain himself, he flicked his sleeve and turned to the door. Ultimately unable to hold back, he solemnly declared, Cousin, you must strive and be sensible. Big cousin. This marked the first time in recent years that Feng Che had addressed him as such, and Feng Qingyun gazed at him with anticipation. Big cousin. If the rankings in the martial academy were reversed, your position would still be quite respectable. Feng Qingyun's expression darkened, his fists tightening. The sound of grinding teeth echoed in the silence. However, upon recalling his father's whip, he loosened his grip. He shot a resentful glance at Feng Che. Deciding he would wait until his cousin matured before delivering a proper thrashing, he strode away. Meanwhile, Feng Che took a seat, pondering whether there were any flaws in his previous responses. He soon found himself engulfed in a deep sense of self-doubt. What is wrong with my tongue? He lifted his gaze to the newly hung plaque on the wall, reading words are precious. His lips involuntarily twitched in irritation. It seems I have finally understood the obsession from my past life. However, this time I must maintain my former persona. Such behavior must not occur again. What has happened to Aker? Judging by appearances, his recovery is progressing admirably, Feng Zhengheng remarked to his son. His vituperations against me possess remarkable vigor. Feng Zhengheng's countenance betrayed a sense of speechlessness. Is he still the same? It seems his tongue has become even more venomous. Indeed, Feng Qingyun replied, visibly exasperated. Father, if my younger brother dared to speak and behave with such impropriety, I would have long since. You would have long since what? Feng Zhengheng interjected. Yes. Father, you are right. Furthermore, we must consider your aunt's reputation. Even if not for Feng Che's sake, we must consider your aunt's feelings. Yes, father, I understand. Feng Qingyun conceded. Feng Zhengheng, his countenance refined and scholarly, revealed a hint of gravity as he patted his son's shoulder. Qingyun, he is your cousin. The child was raised in our household from a young age. Surely, our Feng family is capable of properly guiding a child? Moreover, for the sake of your aunt, what harm is there in enduring a little? Feng Qingyun offered a smile. Father, I understand. Therefore, before my departure, I left him 2 vials of qi and blood pills, a reward bestowed upon me by the Martial Academy. At this revelation, Feng Zhengheng winced slightly. Those are genuine Martial Academy qi and blood pills. You toiled for so long to accumulate such a meager amount, and you relinquished 2 vials in one fell swoop. While qi and blood pills are available in the market, the most authentic ones are undoubtedly those from the Martial Academy and various sections. Although the sex pills possess greater efficacy, they are specifically tailored to their respective cultivation techniques. Consuming a sex qi and blood pill while practicing a different sex cultivation method yields only mediocre results. Only the Martial Academy's pills are suitable for all martial artists, representing the epitome of authenticity, minimal side effects, and the fewest impurities. Moreover, it is exclusively utilized within the Martial Academy as a form of recompense, never extended to external sources, which underscores its rarity. With a genial smile, Feng Qingyun remarked, You mentioned he is my cousin. Even if it merely brings my aunt a moment of joy, these 2 vials of elixirs are well worth it. Feng Zhengheng smiled contentedly and rose to pat his son on the shoulder. He was about to speak when he noticed his son's broad shoulders and back, and his towering height, which surpassed his own. Raising his hand felt somewhat strenuous. You've grown taller than I am. How have you been faring at the Martial Academy recently? A look of chagrin crossed Feng Qingyun's face as he replied, I am ashamed to admit that in this year's competition, I remain among the bottom ranks. I've only advanced 2 places since the last time. Out of 7,500 individuals, I am ranked 7,476th. Feng Zhengheng said with a faint smile, Before today, I might have reproached you, but the words you spoke today have greatly pleased me. Set your mind at ease and cultivate with equanimity. Attain whatever rank you are destined for, and do not be burdened by pressure. Your eloquence today demonstrates your temperament. Your ability to articulate such words proves you are more than capable of leading our Feng family. Martial prowess is secondary. He smiled. I am very pleased. Go now. As his son was about to leave, Feng Zhengheng called out to him again. Benevolence is a virtue, but it should be reserved for our own. As for enemies, Feng Qingyun interjected, they should be eradicated without mercy. Precisely. The father and son exchanged smiles. Speaking of enemies, I still do not comprehend the events of that year. Ahem. He abruptly cut off the topic. Yes, the Feng family is on the brink of demotion, and everyone is striving desperately, hoping that you will hold firm. Watching his son depart, Feng Yuanhang slumped despondently into a chair, his face ashen, as though he had lost all vitality. The events of yesteryear. Though lacking concrete evidence, it is abundantly clear who orchestrated the schemes from the shadows. Yet, without proof, the adversary has ascended to great heights, wielding formidable power. To expose the truth would spell disaster. A deep sigh escaped Feng Zhengheng. The entire lineage, over 5 centuries of heritage, more than 400 lives. How can one afford to act impulsively? Feng Che, undistracted, commenced his cultivation. Initially, it seemed as though he had been slain, his life extinguished. Then, a flash of white light enveloped him, and his shattered soul was drawn into this new form. Now, this white light resides within his mind, transformed into a medallion that spins ceaselessly. Within the medallion lies a heritage jade pendant, beyond which nothing is discernible. As for the origins of this artifact, Feng Che has no inclination to investigate. Fate is fate. He believes that understanding will come in due time. After a full 3 days, he finally assimilated the teachings contained within the jade pendant, feeling as though he had struck a considerable fortune. A martial art manual and 4 weapon treatises: sword, spear, saber, and halberd. The selection of these 4 weapon types is indeed exquisite. Feng Che marveled sincerely, for they rank among the top 4 in the continent's weapon compendium, having echoed through the ages for 5 millennia. Before Feng Che embarked upon his martial journey in his past life, these 4 weapons had already left their mark upon the world: the blade of emotion, the dream-shattering spear, the snow-condensing sword, and the madman's halberd. Feng Che could not help but be captivated. Indeed, it was a veritable saga, a legend soaring amidst the clouds. The Celestial Armory's premier weapon, the blade of severed sentiments. Within dreams, mortal affairs; beyond dreams, the blade, severing affections and intentions, yet finding no ease. In the wind, tears of untold suffering atop the clouds. A heartless soul caressed by snow, playing the blade of severed sentiments, accompanied by Xue Fu Shao. This was the individual whom Feng Che revered most in his past life, an object of his deepest admiration and respect. The foremost expert among the guardians. Celestial Armory, the shattered dream lance of white bone. Ranked second. This was the person Feng Che loathed most in his past life, and the one he dreaded encountering above all others. For to meet this person was to face certain death, dreams of the mortal world shattered in an instant. Life's impermanence laid bare, and it was this very lance that had claimed his life in his previous existence. But in this life, he vowed, I shall master every weapon, blade, lance, sword, and halberd. Chapter 3. The peak of 100 miasmas lost in thought. Feng Che commenced his cultivation. Limitless Sutra. Such was the name of the mystical art he had obtained. He opened to the first page. The practice of cultivation is but a beginning. The path to strength knows no end. I guide you through the entrance, but how far you journey? The starry skies are vast, and I am here. Upon the title page, such a line was inscribed. Feng Che furrowed his brow. After a long moment, his face broke into a smile, and he murmured softly, I may yet surpass you. He turned the page. When skill reaches its zenith, and technique its profound depths, within the mortal heavens, one may take and demand at will countless galaxies, yet one still finds them wanting. If the heart is limitless, so too shall be the path. This is the essence of limitless. What followed were the incantations of the art. After perusing the initial chapter, Feng Che realized that this technique surpassed his previous life's cultivation method by a factor of thousands. As for his past life's art, the less said, the better. Without further ado, he began. Feng Che swiftly assumed a meditative posture, commencing the first level of cultivation of the Limitless Sutra. The spiritual energy within his body was instantly activated, meticulously following the pathways of the boundless scripture. In a fleeting moment, he felt a sudden surge of heat throughout his entire being, as countless yang-attributed spiritual particles flooded into his body. He felt as if his head was emitting smoke, and the speed at which he was absorbing spiritual energy filled Feng Che with astonishment. It was exceedingly rapid. After the first cycle, he felt a jolt through his body. Feng Che opened his eyes in stunned surprise. Had he truly broken through the initial barrier from martial apprentice to martial warrior so easily, despite his rebirth and wealth of cultivation experience? And the fact that the transition from martial apprentice to martial warrior was a rudimentary stage, the ease of the breakthrough still took him aback. Was the boundless scripture truly so miraculous? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Now that he had broken through, he picked up the qi and blood pills given by his cousin and swallowed an entire bottle in one gulp, then began circulating his energy. Once again, a surge of fervent energy gathered in the small courtyard. After a long while, he exhaled. Martial warrior, second grade. Feng Che stabilized his realm and opened his eyes. His cousin was indeed an honest man. Most surprising of all, once the boundless scripture was activated, the 5 spirit goo in his dantian was immediately restricted. Feng Che had the distinct feeling that he could slowly refine the 5 spirit goo at any moment, should he so desire. A portion of the spiritual energy in his dantian had already transformed into boundless true spirit, causing the 5 spirit goo to cower in the dantian, trembling in fear. It clearly sensed that this spiritual energy could refine it. This was a treasure he had planted within the enemy camp, and it couldn't afford to die. But wasn't the 5 spirit goo supposed to be impossible to refine? The infinite sutra I possess can be effortlessly refined. Meanwhile, Within the Su family, there were two topics of discussion. Is this news true or false? If it is indeed true, who shall go? After deliberation, a consensus was swiftly reached. It is undoubtedly true. For the absolute sword sovereign was a formidable figure who once truly existed. The young man, unaware of the unfolding events, remained in a state of unconsciousness while overhearing this remark. I surmised that it must have been that old rascal Feng Lingtianxia and his son Feng Zhenghang conversing, with no one around to overhear, allowing them to speak freely. Little did they expect that this fellow would awaken just at that moment. An elderly member of the Su family, his beard flecked with gray, exuded wisdom through his eyes, embodying a confidence that suggested he had seen through all deceptions. Even for someone of my age, it would be challenging to anticipate such a twist of fate. Indeed, another elder interjected, and moreover, in recent years, Yue has formed a deep bond with Feng Che. That young man is utterly devoted to her and would never speak falsely. Certainly, indeed, that Navi fool is remarkably simple-minded. Thus, the matter concerning the absolute sword sovereign should indeed hold true. Who could have anticipated that the old man from the Feng family would be so cunning, spinning a falsehood that has bewildered everyone for so many years? This can be seen as the heaven's intricate web, which, although vast, leaves no room for escape. I fear that this old fox could never have imagined that the information would emerge in such a manner. Amidst the laughter, the family head, Su Yunhe, decisively proclaimed, "Since this has been established, we must act immediately. Time is of the essence. Now, who shall volunteer for this task?" The venerable elder, his brow furrowed in concern, gravely intoned, "Bear in mind that the Feng family has endeavored to locate it on numerous occasions, yet to no avail. I surmise that either the location eludes them, or their capabilities fall short. Is it not said that the area teems with myriad venomous creatures, including vipers of grandmaster stature?" He continued, "The Feng family, lacking sufficient strength and hesitant to openly seek assistance, for such matters, as you are aware, preclude soliciting aid from others. Should reinforcements be of inferior cultivation, they would prove futile. Conversely, those of superior prowess would pose an unacceptable risk, akin to digging one's own grave. Who could resist the allure of such a treasure or inheritance? Therefore, the expedition must be of considerable size and possess substantial strength. For the sake of prudence, it was deemed best that all should participate. The others concurred in unison, indeed. Without delay, let us gather our forces." Agreed. That very night, the Su family's entire elite, cloaked in disguise, departed the city in separate groups, converging in the open fields beyond the walls. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, they surged into the darkness. On the same night, Feng Che, having made his preparations and concealed a mask within his garments, also emerged from his courtyard. He harbored concerns about the potential success of the Su family. "Young master, where do you venture?" he was asked as he exited the Feng family's gates. Feng Che retorted, rolling his eyes, "To seek female companionship, of course. What else does one do when venturing out at night?" The gatekeeper, with a heart full of melancholy, silently yielded passage, lamenting, "You are indeed formidable. You go out in search of women while I remain here to guard the gate." Sauntering forth from the portal, Feng Che directed his steps towards the southern quarter, redolent with the fragrance of cosmetics, until his form was swallowed by the distance. A mere half-hour elapsed before pandemonium erupted within the estate of a wealthy magnate beyond the city walls. The clamor of hooves echoed like a torrential downpour, rapidly receding into the distance. A corpulent figure sprawled upon the earth, clamoring, "Thief." He absconded with the very steed I was astride. A martial arts instructor, serving as a guard, hastened to the scene, inquiring, "Master, has the third concubine been abducted?" Meanwhile, Feng Che, hunched upon the steed's back, resembled a spectral wraith cloaked in darkness. His torso inclined forward, he adjusted his posture with each undulation of the horse, his posterior barely grazing the saddle before rebounding, ensuring his weight did not burden the animal, but instead propelled it forward. His consummate horsemanship rendered him virtually symbiotic with the steed as they hurtled through the night. The thunderous cadence of hooves akin to an arrow cleaving the air, their trajectory aimed towards the distant Baizhang Peak. Amidst this frenzied gallop, Feng Che reached within his garments, unfurling a mask, which he meticulously secured upon his visage. The nocturnal zephyr howled, pressing the mask taut against his face, revealing only a pair of eyes that gleamed with an inner luminescence, reflecting the starlight and nocturnal hues. After an arduous 4-hour sprint, the heavens began to lighten. They had traversed 700 li from Azurewave City. The steed was visibly fatigued. Feng Che dismounted near a pool of water, leading the animal to drink and recuperate. After a gentle pat on its neck, Feng Che vaulted away as the horse emitted a prolonged neigh. He then commandeered another steed with practiced ease and resumed his frenzied pace. 300 li later, they had penetrated the vast mountain range, where the terrain became treacherous. This locale bordered the periphery of the myriad spirits forest. Once more, he released the steed to roam freely near a mountain stream at the foot of the range, before vanishing into the dense thicket. As a chameleon traversing the forest, he vanished in an instant. A sense of incompleteness lingered within Feng Che, unable to witness the demise of the Su family firsthand. Though the Su family had departed long before him, they were compelled to meticulously verify their bearings at every turn. Conversely, despite his delayed start, Feng Che managed to enter 100 Peak 2 hours ahead of them. Ascertaining his position from a nearby mountain peak, he descended with alacrity, navigating the dense, impassable thickets with remarkable grace, evading every thorn and spike. He even availed himself of the opportunity to gather herbs along the way, unearthing each specimen with care. Finally, he pulverized all the herbs with his blade on a stone, creating a pungent medicinal paste. Smearing a small portion of this concoction on his person, he unhesitatingly circumvented to the rear of the mountain with the remainder. As he proceeded, the aroma scattered countless venomous insects in his path. He smoothly advanced to a pool concealed behind the mountain, shrouded by dense shrubbery. Gently parting the vegetation that veiled the pool, he revealed its deep turquoise surface. With a soft splash, he cast the bulk of the medicinal paste into the water. The pool reacted as if quicklime had been introduced, bubbling and frothing until the entire body of water became turbid. The offensive odor erupted underwater, swiftly permeating the depths. While the surface remained placid, the underwater realm transformed into a toxic wasteland. After several minutes elapsed, countless venomous water snakes and other bizarre aquatic toxins surfaced, scrambling onto the shore in a frantic bid for escape. The stench was utterly repugnant. A quarter of an hour later, the pond churned violently, and a rotund, triangular-headed alligator emerged, emitting guttural sounds as it sought to flee. It seemed to curse the foul odor, even retching twice. Feng Che remained motionless. Half an hour passed, and no more venomous creatures crawled out. Feng Che observed as the water in the pond gradually became clear. The color of the mud at the bottom slowly transitioned to a pale gray. He still did not move. Another 15 minutes elapsed, and the bottom of the pond began to roil, revealing a white, walnut-thick dragon emerging from the water. Its form was somewhat ethereal. This was a spiritual dragon, but it was nearing the state of corporeality. A golden horn atop the dragon's head shimmered with tangible golden light. A smile graced Feng Che's face as he revealed his presence, channeling his newly acquired warrior prowess to unleash his soul pressure. "Greetings," Feng Che said with a beaming smile. In a previous life, he had slain the 1,000-poison demon king and its battle pet, the golden horn dragon, right by this very pond. However, he had not completely annihilated the soul of the golden horn dragon, which had fled into this pond. He discovered that this place was, unexpectedly, a rare Nine land, the optimal sanctuary for nurturing souls both above and below. It was a well-known fact that soul entities were difficult to sustain. Thus, finding such a locale was a stroke of fortune, prompting him to spare the golden horn dragon's spirit as a contingency for himself. Little did he expect that while he did not witness the formation of its corporeal body in his past life, he would encounter it in this life. Now, it could be considered a reunion with an old acquaintance. The true trump card of Feng Che's arrival lay in his soul pressure. 3 words rendered the spirit of the golden-horned flood dragon motionless in midair. Feeling the familiar, terrifying pressure of a soul, the golden-horned flood dragon turned in disbelief and despair, only to behold Feng Che's warm smile. It wept, realizing it was not merely a nightmare. Had the golden-horned flood dragon been in its complete form, Feng Che would never have dared to approach. However, now reduced to a spirit, the flood dragon posed no threat. Although its power remained formidable, Feng Che was confident in his ability to subdue it. Indeed, with just the pressure of his soul, he effortlessly commanded the small creature's obedience. "Do not fear. I have come seeking your assistance," Feng Che communicated through waves of spiritual energy. After a moment, the golden-horned flood dragon finally calmed, though traces of fear lingered. It was now manageable. Moments later, Feng Che leaped into the pool, and the golden-horned flood dragon transformed into a pure white form, guiding him ahead. They successfully entered the heart of the mountain, traversing into the cave. Meanwhile, on the other side, the members of the Su family arrived, weary from their journey. Initially, 124 had set out, but now only 96 remained. 28 had perished in the depths of the jungle. Su Yunhe, the head of the Su family, wore a grave expression. I did not anticipate the jungle to be so perilous. Indeed, there are many toxins. Yet, having finally located the treasure site, it seemed worthwhile. Elder Su Changjing remarked, in such a treasure trove, I would expect no less danger. As the conversation flowed, a sudden, chilling scream erupted from the crowd ahead, who were struggling to clear the weeds obscuring the entrance. 20 or 30 individuals writhed upon the ground, where a layer of golden ants emerged. Each ant, the size of a soybean, possessed an exoskeleton as tough as bronze and iron. A mere step would not suffice to crush them. Many had swiftly ascended onto the bodies of the people, disregarding their protective barriers, and bit deeply into flesh. A cacophony of buzzing filled the air as a swarm of golden ants unfurled their minuscule wings and descended. On the ground, clusters of golden-headed centipedes began to materialize. The rustling intensified. A multitude of venomous snakes revealed themselves. Swish, swish, swish. From the towering trees surrounding them, countless poisonous serpents shot forth like arrows. An unending array of toxic insects filled the sky, obscuring it entirely. Quick, quick, the detox powder, Su Yunhe shouted in a panic. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the Su family's antidote was spread across the ground, resulting in a thick layer of the fallen bodies of poisonous creatures. Once this wave of peril finally subsided, the Su family had suffered a loss of 66 members. From the original 124, only 30 remained, and they had merely just located the entrance, which was still sealed. Behind the heavy stone door, the golden-horned flood dragon exerted its efforts to emit soul vibrations, urging the external poisonous creatures to attack. Why are there so many venomous entities? Su Yunhe exclaimed, a mix of fury and astonishment. Is this what the absolute sword sovereign is? Such a sinister arrangement can hardly be deemed sovereign. Yet, we have ultimately found it. Su Changjing, with a fervent expression, proclaimed, opening this door signifies the dawn of hope for the resurgence of our Su family. Even against a 7th-tier lineage, hope still exists. For this, no sacrifice is too great. Prepare to break through. Su Yu, concealed amongst several martial artist guards, appeared ashen, his eyes filled with an abject terror. Before him lay a multitude of stark white bones, his own kin. As the pampered second son of the family, he had never witnessed such an abundance of death. Just moments ago, those who had laughed and conversed with him now lay rigidly beside him, mere corpses. Inexplicably, at this dreadful moment, he recalled a parting remark from Feng Che. This is a small token of gratitude for the care you've shown me over the years. The faintly smiling expression lingered in his mind. Chapter 4. Where in life do we not meet again? The Su family was diligently attempting to breach the door, the resounding strikes of a massive hammer echoing incessantly. On the other side, over 90 Su family corpses lay in a heap, some already gnawed to reveal their white bones. Finally, with the combined efforts of several formidable masters, the thick stone wall of the entrance shattered with a thunderous crash. Indeed, this was the place. Su Yunhe rejoiced. 28 or 9 individuals gathered at the cave's mouth, filled with excitement as they peered inside. In that moment, they completely forgot the sorrow of their recently departed loved ones. The legacy of a monarch. For a small family in the remote Baibo city, such a figure was like a deity from the heavens. Each monarch was a legend of the martial world, a dream for the youth. This was the hope for their family's ascendance. Just as they were engulfed in joy and reverie, a sudden, murky mist billowed forth from the shattered entrance, swirling rapidly with the dust, swiftly enveloping the entire opening. Enshrouded forthwith, Su Yunhe and Su Changjing were the first to be engulfed by the ashen mist. Subsequently, the vapor surged forth, enveloping all 28 individuals at the entrance within its spectral embrace. The insidious mist permeated every crevice. Heart-rending cries reverberated tumultuously. None were spared. The exposed epidermis of each began to decompose. In particular, their eyes suffered grievously. Immediately, the 28 writhed upon the ground in a frenzy, their lamentations piercing the air. Including the patriarch, all the elders, the venerated retainers, and all the scions who had thus far survived. The venomous fog acted with great alacrity. The agonizing struggle was brief. The multitude lay prostrate, utterly inert, and decomposition had already commenced. Among them was Su Fei, the eldest brother of Su Yu and the primary heir of the Su lineage. Overcome with anxiety that his sibling might exploit this opportunity to ascend in status and supplant him, this eldest son of the Su family had tearfully insisted on joining the treasure expedition, eager to contribute to the family's cause. Alas, he now lay putrescent, a silent mass of mire. Only two souls remained animate: Su Yu, who had been tasked with guarding the cadavers, and a cousin, Su Yun, even younger than himself. At present, the two brothers stood petrified, their visages a tableau of bewilderment and dread. Their gazes were vacant as they beheld the bodies strewn haphazardly across the cavern entrance. Those corpses were decaying. They were their kin, fathers, mothers, grandfathers, uncles, elder brothers. Due to the confidential nature and the magnitude of the stakes, this expedition had been composed exclusively of direct descendants of the Su lineage. Even the in-laws remained blissfully unaware. This event had virtually annihilated the Su family. Crucially, the cause remained shrouded in mystery. How could this happen? The two were utterly stunned, their minds blank, gazing at the 28 lifeless bodies before them. They felt as though the entire universe had erupted within their minds. They could not comprehend how this came to be. Just moments ago, there had been over 100 people. How could they have vanished so suddenly? The mountain winds howled, stirring the treetops, their sound akin to the wails of spirits. In this desolate and remote place, an eerie chill permeated the air. Caw, caw, caw. A few chilling and sinister cries heightened the sense of terror. These were unknown, ghastly birds, drawn by the scent of blood and death. Su Yu and Su Yun shivered, regaining their senses. Their legs felt weak as they crawled forward, crying out in despair. What has happened to you all? What is going on? Father, what has befallen you? Speak to me. They wept uncontrollably, their faces streaked with tears. Amidst the howling winds, a voice suddenly emerged. Hello there. Feng Che stood before them, a warm smile gracing his face, his hands clasped behind him, adorned in a long black robe with dark golden patterns. As he walked leisurely out of the cave, the intricate designs shimmered subtly in the light. With his first step, he crushed the head of Su Yu's father, Su Yunha, and with the second, he stepped upon Su Changjing's head. Creak, creak. Each step echoed with the sound of skulls cracking beneath him, flesh falling away with every stride. Yet Feng Che remained unfazed, exuding gentleness, tranquility, and warmth. Approaching Su Yu, he met the young man's bewildered gaze with a friendly expression, saying, Brother Su, what a coincidence, we meet again. Truly, where in life do we not encounter one another? Su Yu seemed to grasp something, yet could not fully comprehend it. His eyes blazed like fire as he fixed his gaze upon Feng Che's face, gritting his teeth and uttering, Feng Che, how are you here? Feng Che replied with a cheerful smile, because you are here. My dearest friend, my closest brother. After all these years of your kindness, it is only natural for me to repay you. Repay me? In Su Yu's bewildered mind, clarity suddenly struck. He recalled Feng Che's words, a small token of gratitude from a younger brother to an elder for years of care. At last, he awakened to the truth. You wretched. Feng Che merely smiled faintly, his long knife glinting as blood erupted forth. The head rolled away, a spectacle of horror. Su Yun was merely a martial apprentice, his cultivation inferior to the pre-breakthrough Feng Che. This excursion was merely to broaden his horizons. And coupled with the shock of such a monumental life event, his spirit was unsettled, rendering him an easy target for Feng Che's lethal strike. Wiping the blade on the dazed Su Yu's clothing, Feng Che casually pressed the knife's tip against Su Yu's right knee, speaking softly. It is rather uncomfortable to share heartfelt words with a third-party eavesdropping, wouldn't you agree? His voice was gentle. Yet, Su Yu's body recoiled involuntarily. His vacant gaze shifted to the lifeless body of his brother, blood gushing from the neck, spreading across the rocks, trickling over the edges. Drip, drip. His eyes locked onto his brother's, which remained wide open in confusion even in death. Su Yu trembled violently, overwhelmed by despair. Turning to gaze at Feng Che, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. Demon! He screamed. He attempted to draw his sword, but as he reached out, his hand encountered something viscous. It was the blood of his brother. Suddenly, everything before him felt surreal. A demon? Feng Che smiled. Am I more malevolent than your Su family? In a fit of rage, Su Yu charged forward, drawing his sword, only to be met with Feng Che's unyielding blade piercing his knee, the gleaming tip emerging bloodied from his leg. The blade had been poised there all along. In his fury, Su Yu lunged, inadvertently impaling himself upon the sharp edge. A piercing scream escaped his lips just as a stone struck his mouth. With a resounding crack, shattered fragments of stone and teeth cascaded to the ground. Su Yu fell backward, his head tilted skyward, a foot firmly planted upon his chest, pressing down on his throat. The toe of the boot pressed against his windpipe. Slightly bending forward. "Do not scream. Let us have a proper conversation, brother. And while we are at it, perhaps you could help me clarify my thoughts." Feng Che stated earnestly. "Brother Su, I need you." Su Yu was utterly shattered. Listening to Feng Che's gentle yet serious tone, his entire being trembled uncontrollably. He never imagined that this subordinate, who had obeyed him for so many years, could transform into such a fearsome specter. A chilling indifference radiated from him, as if human life held no value. In that moment, he had forgotten his hatred, leaving only terror in its wake. Trembling, he stammered, "What? What should I say? Speak of your Su family's identity, your purpose, how you began to influence me since I was 12. What do you truly desire?" Feng Che struck Su Yu's face with the blade, producing a sharp sound that echoed. "Speak of what I wish to hear. Do you understand, brother Su?" Su Yu trembled increasingly, his body quaking with fear. Feng Che sighed. "In truth, I harbor a certain disdain for your kind. To exploit an innocent child, to manipulate his innate rebellious spirit, to take advantage of a child's sensitivity, who feels like a guest in his own home due to his maternal relatives. Doesn't that strike you as rather despicable?" Su Yu's lips quivered as he endured excruciating pain, rendering his thoughts nearly void. Feng Che remained unhurried, methodically organizing the spoils of his recent endeavors. Indeed, the rewards reaped from the Su family proved bountiful. He held no reservations regarding Su Yu. Even though Su Yu's cultivation surpassed his own by several levels, Feng Che felt no fear. Moreover, this individual was coddled and lacked fortitude. With his mind shattered by a series of blows and a leg rendered useless by Feng Che, any notion of retaliation was utterly beyond his grasp. More crucially, upon taking Su Yun's life and injuring Su Yu, Feng Che distinctly sensed the stirrings of the five spirits gu within him, accompanied by a sudden surge of bloodthirsty malice. This malevolence only served to amplify his murderous intent. A chill ran through Feng Che as he began to comprehend the implications. Thus, he employed the infinite true scripture to thoroughly suppress the five spirits gu, resulting in a newfound clarity of mind. Silently, he mused, "So it is truly so?" Moments later, under Feng Che's relentless interrogation, the crumbling Su Yu finally began to divulge what little he knew. Though his knowledge was scant, it was sufficient for Feng Che's current needs. In simple terms, both the Su family and the Feng family belonged to the prestigious 9th-tier martial arts clans. However, the Feng family suffered significant losses 2 decades ago due to an unfortunate incident, causing their influence to wane considerably over the years, teetering on the brink of decline. In contrast, the Su family, having clandestinely allied themselves with the righteous sect known as Uizhengjio many years prior, has enjoyed a stable existence with the sect's covert support. This early ambition has led them to contemplate the annexation of the Feng family's power, potentially elevating them to an 8th-tier clan status. The hierarchy of clans is categorized into 12 tiers, with the 12th tier being the weakest, representing newly established families. The 11th tier signifies a period of expansion, while the 10th tier serves as a reinforcement of the 11th. The 9th tier denotes a period of stability, where a clan can be considered substantial, typically boasting a lineage of several hundred members and possessing formidable martial masters. 2 decades ago, during a mission, Feng Xueming, the second martial master of the Feng family, met an untimely demise. At the same time, Feng Qianni, the family's prodigious talent, mysteriously vanished during an outing with her close friend, causing a considerable uproar. Without delving further into idle gossip, the Su family simultaneously launched various offensives against the Feng family, undermining them in business, martial endeavors, and even obstructing their guardianship over the main hall. As Feng Qianni's martial prowess steadily ascended over the years, establishing her as a pivotal force, the Su family began to manipulate the then-teenaged Feng Che, employing both overt and covert tactics to instill a sense of living under the eaves of others within his rebellious heart. Once this sentiment took root, it inevitably fostered feelings of dissatisfaction and animosity towards his maternal family. Leveraging this to sway Feng Qianni, though the child is unruly, he is, after all, their own flesh and blood. When mischievousness at the maternal grandfather's home earns a scolding, a sense of unease is inevitable. Thus, these past years, under the ceaseless antics of an impetuous child, the Feng household has been far from harmonious. On one side looms the crisis of a declining aristocratic family, and on the other, the pressure of their duties. Moreover, there is the constant need to placate an insensible child quick to find fault. Those in the know understand. After several years thus spent, an opportunity presented itself to the Feng family, a stroke of serendipity that yielded a fragmented treasure map. Consequently, Suyu resumed his relentless influence over Feng Che, and this was to be the final gambit. A master from the subordinate one-heart sect of the Soul Righteous sect happened to pass through Azure Wave City, seeking the 5 elemental seeds for the sect. The Su family, with calculated audacity, thrust Feng Che forward. Success would mean Feng Che's utter subjugation, becoming but a hound of the one-heart sect. After he completes a few tasks, they would promptly denounce him, thereby implicating the Feng family and causing their downfall, all while reaping the rewards of guarding the main hall. Failure, however, would result in Feng Che's immediate demise, inevitably driving Feng Qianyi to madness. How could she not react to her son's death occurring in her paternal home? Thus, it was a scheme advantageous to the Su family regardless of the outcome. At the very least, it would sow discord within the Feng family, severely depleting their vitality. With a weakened state, the Feng family would fail to meet the familial ranking assessment of guarding the main hall, naturally plummeting to the 10th tier. The Feng family's 9th tier resources would then be divided among the Su family and several others. With the clandestine support of the One-Heart sect, the Su family was certain to secure the lion's share. The Su family executed the entire plan with meticulous detail. Yet, no one in the Su family could have foreseen. This seemingly flawless plan has unexpectedly encountered a snag. Feng Che, a puppet of fate, has suddenly unveiled the inheritance of a supreme sword master, which presents a fatal temptation for the Su family. Consequently, the elite members of the Su clan, in a state of bewilderment, have collectively met their demise in the desolate wilderness. Moreover, none are aware of this calamity. All those privy to the truth have gathered. The Su family could not bear to leave any informed individual at home, for the emissary of the One Mind sect is soon to arrive. The situation unfolds with such convoluted unpredictability. Who could have anticipated that a vehicle, racing along the highway with unwavering stability and no errors from its occupants, would suddenly veer into a chasm? And this chasm, astonishingly, leads straight to the precipice of hell. Chapter 5. Lifelong brothers. After hearing all of this, Feng Che finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. He felt somewhat at a loss for words. The matter, while seemingly intricate, boiled down to 2 families embroiled in scheming and intrigue. Yet, to dismiss it as uncomplicated would be misleading, for it is riddled with twists and turns. Your arrangements, Su family, are truly vibrant and multifaceted. You advance with prudence and retreat with foresight. I commend you. Feng Che remarked. Had you not encountered me, you might have succeeded. Alas, what a pity. He then inquired about the matter that piqued his interest. What is the name of that emissary from the One Mind sect? The one wielding the 5-spirit gu? What does he look like? What is his cultivation level? Oh, Sun Yuan? Above the Grandmaster rank? Clad in white? Slender? With a pointed face? A mole on his upper lip? With a dismissive click of his tongue, Feng Che remarked on the remarkable disguise of this individual, who brazenly traversed the mainland. He was acutely aware that as a subordinate entity of the One-Heart sect, their undertakings were undoubtedly shrouded in secrecy. The presence of Sun Yuan in the mainland, unhindered and in plain sight, indicated that Sun Yuan was likely a meticulously crafted false identity, perhaps even possessing a commendable public facade. This revelation made the situation all the more intriguing. Ah, Brother Su, Feng Che sighed, a note of regret in his tone. It seems we must bid farewell. Please, do not kill me. I beg you. Suyu pleaded, tears streaming down his face as he desperately implored. Fear not for your family's legacy, dear brother. As your closest ally, I shall ensure it is well taken care of, Feng Che stated, plunging a dagger into Suyu's chest, directly into his heart. With a twist of his wrist, he stirred the blade, imparting a solemn lesson. A true man must learn to let go. Life is destined for death. What difference does it make whether one departs early or late? You must come to terms with this. Suyu's eyes bulged with rage as he gazed fiercely at Feng Che, blood foaming from his lips as he struggled to utter, I would rather become a ghost than. His words fell silent as he drew his last breath. Become a ghost? Feng Che sighed once more. Why do you envision such a romantic notion? What chance do you truly have of becoming one? A milky white specter spiraled through the air. It was the spirit of the golden-horned serpent, diligently consuming the soul energy particles of the Su family, finishing with a satisfied belch. The soul power, on the brink of vanishing, is unattainable for humankind. However, for the peculiar entity known as the golden-horned serpent, it serves as a bountiful elixir. Is everything clean? Feng Che inquired. We must ensure that 124 lives have been extinguished. This is of utmost importance. The golden-horned serpent nodded obsequiously, its body quivering slightly. Before it stood a formidable demon king, capable of snuffing out its life even at the pinnacle of its strength. Witnessing him today, he remained as terrifying as ever. The silent demise of over 100 individuals was truly daunting. Please check once more, especially the soul of Su Yu. It must be entirely obliterated. For he is destined to be my lifelong brother, Feng Che commanded. He then began to gather the spoils. Gold and silver notes were set aside. While the cores of the beastly entities were stored separately, weapons were to be buried. Such items were deemed inauspicious. All items that could verify identity were collectively buried. He then attended to the corpses. It was truly exhausting. Feng Che placed the final shovel of earth, stamping it down with his foot. He even leaped a few times atop the grave. I must say, you all are quite arrogant, allowing me the honor of personally interring you. One cannot help but commend this treatment. How fortunate. If the day ever comes when I meet my end, do not expect you to bury me. I doubt even a floral wreath would be forthcoming. Reflecting on this is quite disheartening. Besides, your family is whole and intact, which is, in itself, a form of happiness. Now, let us see what treasures the 1,000 Poison Demon King has left behind. With the assistance of the traitor Jin Jiao Jiao, Feng Che thoroughly examined the treasure cavern of the 1,000 Poison Demon Lord. The trove was indeed impressive. There were numerous spirit crystals for cultivation, an array of secret manuals, and various heavenly materials and extraordinary metals. Regrettably, aside from the most rudimentary spirit crystals, few treasures were suitable for his current level of cultivation. Feng Che smiled ruefully. Even the most basic spirit crystals felt somewhat beyond his reach at this moment. Nevertheless, there were delightful surprises in store. Within the cavern of the 1,000 Poison Demon Lord, Feng Che discovered a spirit spring. Although not particularly rare, the spring was sufficient for his current needs. The most astonishing revelation was the presence of a heavenly vein vermilion fruit within the spring. The fruit had ripened, exhibiting a deep purplish-red hue, and appeared to be slightly overripe, adorned with intricate patterns. It had matured for no less than a millennium. This was truly a valuable find, perfect for refining one's essence and enhancing one's aptitude. The heavenly vein vermilion fruit was precisely the substance required to lay a solid foundation for improving one's talents. It seemed to have been prepared by the 1,000 Poison Demon Lord for his descendants or disciples. Reflecting on his previous encounter, Feng Che mused that eliminating the 1,000 Poison Demon was indeed a wise decision. Otherwise, such a treasure would never have come into his possession. With a sigh of appreciation, he plucked 3 fruits from the tree. One fruit could enhance one's aptitude, but only with the aid of a powerful practitioner during the process. Lacking such assistance, Feng Che opted to consume the maximum permissible amount, 3 fruits. Beyond that, further consumption would be futile. There were still 6 fruits remaining on the tree. Activating the Infinite True Sutra, he ingested 1 fruit. Feeling an intense itch as impurities began to purge from his body. After consuming the second fruit, the expulsion of impurities intensified, resembling a viscous substance. Having ingested 3, he meticulously shaped the substance into a cylindrical form, impressively thick as a finger and extending 7 inches. The peculiar scent abruptly transformed into an authentic aroma. Ugh! Feng Che sat in meditation, assimilating the medicinal potency. After 15 minutes, Feng Che cleansed himself in the pool outside the cavern. The golden-horned dragon's soul form gazed with complexity at the array of cylindrical, ebony shapes scattered across the pool's floor. Feng Che concluded his work, unexpectedly discovering that his cultivation had advanced a grade, ascending to Martial Warrior Grade 3. This celestial vein vermilion fruit was clearly not intended to augment cultivation. Feng Che sighed, lamenting his low cultivation level, where even minor benefits led to breakthroughs. He was simply too weak. However, upon examining his aptitude, he was somewhat astonished. The immeasurable true scripture, in conjunction with the celestial vein vermilion fruit, had amplified the fruit's medicinal effects several-fold. At least, he could find no fault in it. But with such exceptional aptitude, he should certainly captivate that envoy Sun Yuan. Shouldn't he? Indeed, exceptional aptitude, and having endured the trial of the five-spirit Gu, a survivor of calamity. To the One-Heart sect, he was practically a heaven-sent, dream-come-true seed candidate. Feng Che began camouflaging the cavern, as it had been ravaged by the Su family. With so many spoils of war, he was unable to transport them all. If only he possessed a spatial ring. Alas, in this life, such a thing was not his to have. Feng Che felt a pang of melancholy, nor did he possess such a thing in his previous life. Seeing Feng Che preparing to depart, the golden horned dragon felt a sense of reluctance. Though Feng Che was the nemesis who had slain him, he was, since becoming a spirit form, the first human with whom he could communicate. The solitude and loneliness had been too long endured. Regrettably, your accompaniment would prove imprudent at this juncture, Feng Che consoled. Within the city's confines, the guardians would swiftly apprehend you, for spectral entities are deemed heretical. Tarry here, instead, and diligently cultivate your essence, safeguarding our abode. Avail yourself of the spring's energies to accelerate your training. Once your cultivation bears fruit, and your spirit achieves perfect concealment, I shall endeavor to furnish you with a weapon to which you may attach yourself. Subsequently, you shall accompany me. Your spirit is now coalescing. Strive to attain formlessness with utmost haste, Feng Che exhorted. Spiritual cultivation entails a transition from the ethereal to the corporeal, enabling manifestation, followed by a return to the intangible. Only through repeated cycles of manifestation and dissolution can one be considered initiated. A manifested spirit is exceedingly vulnerable to detection and dispersal. Only by reverting to formlessness can a semblance of security be ensured. The golden horned exuberantly cavorted. Rejoice! I have acquired yet another master, one even more puissant than the last. I shall breed a fresh cohort of venomous insects to guard our abode. Let us amass a multitude, lest our sanctuary be usurped. The golden horn nodded with alacrity. Feng Che, burdened by a deer carcass, descended the mountain. The deer's entrails had been meticulously removed, and its cavity filled with the spoils of their endeavor. 6 celestial vein vermilion fruits, a satchel brimming with thumbnail-sized inferior spirit crystals, a pouch of low-grade demonic beast spirit cores, and an assortment of gold and silver notes. Beyond these, there was naught else. The cave harbored superior and intermediate spirit crystals, but he refrained from claiming them, both due to their abundance and the limitations of his meridians, which could not yet withstand the innate spiritual energy contained within higher-grade crystals. The same rationale applied to the demonic beast spirit cores. Let them remain here, for I shall retrieve them at my leisure. He proceeded down the mountain, as expected. The steed had indeed vanished without a trace. Farewell, gallant horse, Feng Che mused. I trust you haven't become someone's repast. With heartfelt sincerity, he then identified a suitable replacement and, shall we say, liberated another horse. To Feng Che's way of thinking, as long as the ultimate objective was virtuous, minor imperfections in the process were of no consequence. Nevertheless, he left behind a promissory note for 100 taels of silver, along with a brief message, borrowed for a purpose. Feng Che rode through the city gates in a flamboyant manner, the deer slung across the horse's back. Young Master Feng returns from the hunt? Inquired a corpulent city gate officer, whose spherical physique was readily apparent. From which mountain does this deer hail? It's remarkably plump. The officer, evidently acquainted with the scion of the Feng family, greeted him with a smile. Plump, you say? Feng Che cast a contemplative glance at the officer's own rotund belly. The city gate officer paused, then decided to remain silent. With a darkened countenance, he curtly ordered, "Passage granted." As Feng Che rode off, the officer spat on the ground in vexation. That fellow is truly loathsome. The onlookers murmured, "Why did you mention the word plump? You brought the embarrassment upon yourself. The young master has bagged a deer? It seems we shall have a delectable repast this evening." A Feng family guard, his face beaming, approached. "We haven't seen you in days. Where have you been?" Before he could finish, Feng Che turned to him, his gaze fixed. "I hunted the deer. Did I say you were entitled to partake? Did I offer it to you?" The guard had spoken of we, whereas Feng Che referred to the individual you. This was because, whenever this guard was present, Su Yu could invariably infiltrate the premises unnoticed. The previous Feng Che had been grateful for this individual and had deliberately indulged him. However, the current Feng Che harbored a desire to run him through with a blade. The guard initially intended to inquire about his activities over the past few days, expressing the family's concern, and incidentally, report back to both sides. However, This single sentence caused his face to flush crimson, rendering him speechless as he stammered, "Teach this." Feng Che scoffed, "All you ever think about is freeloading. How old are you? Have you no sense of shame?" Dragging the deer, he strode away, entering the courtyard. Bang! The door slammed shut. The guard stood outside, gasping for breath, feeling his stomach about to explode with anger. Yet, Feng Che was rather pleased. Well, people with bad tempers have this one advantage. When they don't want to talk about something, they can simply throw a tantrum. Entering the courtyard, Feng Che swiftly transferred everything to his room. He placed the silver and gold notes directly under his pillow, casually tossed the spirit crystals onto the shoe cabinet, and concealed the vermilion fruits. Contained in 6 small jade boxes, beneath a pile of apples and pears in the fruit bowl on the table, the demon beast spirit core was placed in the cupboard. This could be used for the aristocratic family task at the town garrison hall, to be retrieved when the opportunity arose. In any case, don't ask. If you do, I'll just throw a fit. Then, he changed his clothes and began to process the deer meat, hanging it up in the courtyard and slicing off strips to make barbecue. As he worked, he sighed. To have to do everything myself is truly a sin. As a maternal relative of the Feng family, and the child of the eldest daughter, Feng Che would naturally have attendance. However, both maids were loyal to his mother, who was away on a mission. The original Feng Che couldn't stand the maid's cautious, ingratiating, yet probing lectures. Therefore, Feng Che had to work alone. Just then, suddenly, a voice laced with amusement inquired, "Would you fancy an old fellow lending you a hand?" Feng Che turned to behold a slender figure clad in white robes, with a sharp face and a mole adorning his upper lip, a man in his 40s or 50s. Could this be the very emissary from the One Heart sect, as described by Su Yu? Then, dismay washed over him as he discovered the Su residence deserted. Every person of consequence was absent. Where had they gone? Unknown. Had they left any word? None. Who remained at the house? Only the mistresses. Unknown. Sun Yuan was rendered speechless. What madness had befallen the Su family? Utterly absurd. He had spent the journey berating Su's ancestors for 8 generations. Helpless, he had been forced to seek out Feng Che himself. Upon arriving at the Feng residence, he found Feng Che preparing venison. A boning knife danced in Feng Che's hand, a blur of motion. After observing a mere dozen strokes, he could no longer remain hidden. The cuts were imbued with effortless inspiration. Though merely butchering meat, each movement, the draw, the return, the play of the blade, the tremble of the edge, the guiding tip, the oblique slice, possessed an innate harmony. A fervent excitement ignited within Sun Yuan's heart. I have discovered a prodigy. Such was the sensation. Upon closer inspection of the youth's movements and gaze, his satisfaction deepened. Observing the state of his muscles, flesh, and sinews, a crystalline quality was faintly visible. This was no ordinary grade B aptitude. It resembled the potential of a grade A talent. At this realization, Sun Yuan's heart burned with anticipation. Martial aptitude is categorized into 4 tiers: alpha, beta, gamma, and delta, each further subdivided into superior, intermediate, and inferior grades. An individual with a delta inferior grade is essentially relegated to a life of mediocrity in martial practice, possessing only marginally enhanced strength. With diligent effort, a delta superior grade might attain a comfortable and prosperous existence. However, the beta grade signifies a genius in the eyes of the common populace, with the beta superior grade serving as the fundamental criterion for major sects in their search for disciples. Alpha grade aptitude denotes an extraordinary prodigy, with the alpha superior grade being a rarity. Transcending the alpha grade are the legendary constitutions, such as the saber bone, sword spirit physique, innate spiritual body, ethereal body, and certain unique female cultivation aptitudes. Sun Yuan had initially presumed that Feng Che possessed only beta grade aptitude, leading him to casually release a 5-spirit goo and depart, scarcely giving the matter a second thought. However, he was mistaken. The Su family has misled me. Sun Yuan muttered inwardly, his ire rising. Yet, recalling the competitive and adversarial relationship between the Su and Feng families, he found some understanding. They flattered me, while simultaneously ruining a genius from the Feng family. The Su family's scheme was cunning indeed. No wonder the boy's aptitude differed from the Su family's account. It must be so. Sun Yuan scoffed. Unable to suppress his vexation, I almost overlooked such a rare talent. Further sensing the 5-spirit goo's vibrant activity within the boy's body and receiving remarkably clear feedback, he was further convinced that the boy's aptitude was allowing the goo to thrive. This indicated an exceptional innate gift, and overwhelmed by impatience, he revealed himself. You're offering assistance? Feng Che inquired, casting a dismissive glance at Sun Yuan. Who are you, anyway? Although he had resolved to approach the situation from this angle, he couldn't capitulate too readily. As the adage goes, the more elusive something is, the more it is cherished. I, Sun Yuan, known in the martial world as the sky-soaring saber sovereign, possess a considerable degree of self-regard. The sky-soaring saber sovereign, a sovereign-grade expert, is my overt identity, sufficient to reign supreme in a backwater burg like Azure Wave City. The mere utterance of my name is enough to inspire trepidation. Never heard of you, quipped Feng Che, rolling his eyes. Besides, I'm not partial to blades. Furthermore, I don't recognize you. This is my domicile. How did you gain entry? Guards. Guards. Hold on. Hold on. Sun Yuan initially appeared discomfited, but swiftly reconsidered. Very well, it wouldn't hurt to have your family bear witness. Witness to what? I intend to take you as my disciple, but I'm disinclined to acquire a master, and you're merely a sovereign grade. These words were spoken from the depths of Feng Che's heart. Merely a sovereign grade. Feng Che found him somewhat underwhelming. It would require someone of greater stature. Your status within the sole righteous sect can't be that lofty, can it? Sun Yuan was taken aback. A sovereign grade expert. A saber sovereign no less. Encountering such resistance in his attempt to recruit a disciple from a minor clan? Your clan likely boasts a grandmaster at best, and a lesser one at that. There are still 4 major ranks separating you from my sovereign grade status. Grandmaster, Martial General, Martial Commander, and Martial Marquis, which is equivalent to 36 minor grades. What makes you believe that my martial sovereign status is weak? Merely? You dare look down upon me? It's not as if I'm compelled to accept you. Sun Yuan scoffed, and with a flick of his wrist, produced a white jade pagoda. The very dragonfish pagoda used in the cultivation world to assess aptitude. I'll be damned. If this lad possesses merely a grade D, low-class aptitude, he should be recommended to the order to fulfill tasks, allowing others to recruit him. I shall devise a means to recruit those of grade C or above. For now, let us proceed with the assessment and avoid wasting sentiment. Hand him over. What are you doing? Sun Yuan grunted, seizing his hand roughly and pressing it onto the fish dragon pagoda. Subsequently, he placed a hand on Feng Che's back, channeling spiritual energy into him. Instantly, the bottom 6 levels of the fish dragon pagoda illuminated directly, transcending the ranks of F, E, and D. So swift. Sun Yuan gasped inwardly. Has he only just begun to circulate his spiritual energy? Thereupon, the 7th level ignited, signifying grade C, low class, followed by the resplendent illumination of the 8th level. Immediately thereafter, the 9th level blazed forth, radiating golden splendor. Grade C, high class. So expeditious. Sun Yuan swallowed hard. Next would be the paramount 10th level, the stuff of legends. Unimpeded, the 10th level illuminated directly, unleashing a dazzling golden radiance. Subsequently, the light pierced through the pagoda's apex, the golden beam erupting outward. Poof! The fish dragon pagoda was instantly extinguished, its brilliance extinguished. Ruined. Sun Yuan stood dumbfounded. A legendary level, nay, surpassing it. The divine light of aptitude testing shatters the fish dragon pagoda. Never in his life had he conceived that such a phenomenon could exist in this world. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Disregarding the fish dragon pagoda's destruction, he seized Feng Che's hand, refusing to relinquish it under any circumstances. You must accept me as your master. This is an aptitude that transcends the legendary. Sun Yuan was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by emotion. I, with my grade D, low-class aptitude, and having suffered injuries in recent years, had resigned myself to a life devoid of hope. Yet now, such a gem of talent has been presented before me. To pardon him would be an egregious affront to divine justice. I have resolved that he shall be my successor. Feng Che, too, was somewhat taken aback. He had been engaging in the assessment with a degree of reluctance, yet he harbored a desire to ascertain the true extent of his current aptitude. The fish dragon pagoda was, of course, well known to him, having captivated the entire cultivation community since its creation. He was aware that his predecessor had possessed, at best, a high-grade second-class aptitude. However, 3 celestial vein vermilion fruits, coupled with the marrow cleansing of the boundless scripture, had propelled him to a legendary quality. This surpassed even his own top-tier first-class aptitude from his previous life by several degrees. Yet, the celestial vein vermilion fruits alone could not account for such power. Could it be the synergistic effect of the boundless scripture in conjunction with the celestial vein vermilion fruits? Subsequently, Sun Yuan commenced a series of demonstrations to entice him into apprenticeship, forging steel with his bare hands, transmuting breath into steel, shattering a hammer with his head, and conjuring a rain of stars with his blade. He then made various promises. As long as you accept me as your master, I shall not constrain you. In the future, you may seek other mentors, and your actions shall remain uncoerced, merely a few sect missions. Furthermore, our sect's resources shall be preferentially allocated to you. My entire life's accumulation shall be yours, and I can even secure more preferential policies for you. He proffered a plethora of benefits and enticements. Sun Yuan was acutely aware that he could never retain such a prodigy. Once his cultivation improved and he completed a few missions, he would inevitably attract the attention of more powerful figures seeking disciples. Given his own limited strength, he would be powerless to resist. Any hint of unwillingness would result in his obliteration. In such a scenario, others would simply proceed with the apprenticeship as they saw fit. Therefore, he resolved not to monopolize the prodigy. Sun Yuan's request was straightforward. He merely desired the title of master, for which he was willing to offer anything. Once Feng Che matured, his family would naturally receive the greatest protection. With such talent, Feng Che was almost certain to ascend to the upper echelons of the solipsistic Orthodox Church. At that time, the title of high-ranking master would be sufficient for him and his descendants to enjoy for generations to come. Eventually, Feng Che acquiesced, albeit with a reluctant air. Very well. Please accept your disciple. Hold. Sun Yuan interjected. This matter must be witnessed by your elders, and the initiation ceremony must be grand and solemn. Feng Che immediately demurred. Why should my family witness my apprenticeship? It is not they who are becoming disciples. He understood that family involvement would implicate the Feng family should Sun Yuan's identity be revealed in the future. If it were merely his personal decision, he would have room to maneuver, at most implicating only himself. This was precisely what the Guardian's Codex stipulated. Using youthful rebellion as a pretext for refusal was perfectly apparent. Their dispute persisted until Sun Yuan relented, acknowledging that genius should enjoy certain privileges. It is sufficient for me to make a note within the church. Sun Yuan had his own plans. What followed was universal jubilation. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple, Feng Che. Feng Che was indifferent to the gesture. For him, the immediate goal was to infiltrate, and he would navigate the future as it unfolded. It is Feng Che who acknowledges you as master. What does it have to do with me? Though my origins remain shrouded in mystery, from this juncture forward, Feng Che is cognizant that he has embarked upon an exceedingly arduous path, that of a solitary undercover operative, devoid of any hierarchical connections. A lone warrior, bereft of comprehension. Perhaps, in the days to come, he shall meet an untimely demise at the hands of his own comrades. Yet, Feng Che harbors no regrets concerning this decision. In his previous existence, he ascended from the ranks of an ordinary martial artist, enduring trials to enlist in the garrison guard. Upon attaining a certain level of cultivation, he departed from the garrison guard, accumulating task points and progressively ascending to the status of a guardian. Subsequently, he advanced from an iron guardian to a silver guardian. During his final endeavor, poised to ascend to the rank of gold guardian, he perished. Throughout this odyssey, countless comrades, compatriots, and brethren met their tragic ends at the hands of the soul-righteous sect. Mentors, wives, senior and junior fellow disciples, and even female disciples, all of his kin, alongside the myriad of brothers and comrades who fought alongside him, succumbed to the soul-righteous sect. Furthermore, he witnessed firsthand the peril the soul-righteous sect posed to the entire realm. Villages upon villages of corpses, mountains upon mountains of bleached bones, cities and towns engulfed in the smoke of war. He recalled his entry into that desolate town, eerily silent as a sepulchre. The carrion birds, taking flight and descending, their piercing cries grating on the nerves. Countless corpses, the old, the young, the able-bodied, none spared, their faces etched with bewilderment. They could not fathom why, having lived lives of peaceful seclusion, they had met such a fate. Feng Che harbored a profound loathing and detestation for the soul-righteous sect, an abhorrence that gnawed at his very core. And now, the soul-righteous sect was growing ever stronger, with the guardians seemingly on the verge of succumbing to their dominance. Now that an opportunity to infiltrate the Soul Orthodox Church has presented itself, Feng Che is absolutely resolute in his decision, even if it means facing utter destruction. He possesses memories of his past life, recalling all the liaison codes, though these may have been altered over time. He is also privy to a multitude of secrets. However, He is acutely aware that within the ranks of the Guardians, even among the higher echelons, there are likely to be undercover agents of the sole Orthodox Church. An individual like himself, without any known connections or superiors, is the quintessential candidate for an undercover operative, as if he had simply descended from the heavens. This is because, no matter how meticulously the sole Orthodox Church investigates, they will find no record of him in their files. The immediate task at hand is to overcome this hurdle presented by the sole Orthodox Church. Sun Yuan was beaming with delight. He had acquired a disciple of unparalleled genius. He could already envision his own ascendance within the sect. He had a strong premonition that his disciple was destined to forge a path of glory and would undoubtedly rise to the upper echelons of the sect. At the very least, attaining a high-ranking position within the One Heart Divine Church was virtually assured. Becoming a sect leader or deputy sect leader was not beyond the realm of possibility. At the very least, wielding authority over a hall, with considerable power in his grasp, was a foreseeable and attainable future. And at that juncture, Sun Yuan, he nearly erupted in laughter as he contemplated the possibilities. A celestial-grade aptitude, beyond legendary. Who wouldn't envy him? He challenged anyone to rival his fortune. Without delay, he began to produce items. Chapter 7. A monumental task, my dear disciple, he chuckled. Take these. Here are 10 superior spirit crystals, which I have treasured for many years. You may not need them now, but you can keep them in your room and absorb the overflowing spiritual energy during cultivation. Early exposure to innate spiritual energy will benefit your cultivation. Sun Yuan was ecstatic. He was completely certain that he had become a hero of the sect. Such talent, not being taken away by the Guardians to become a major future enemy, was itself a great achievement. Future success was practically guaranteed. He, the talent scout, was simply, he almost laughed out loud, feeling no remorse for his lifelong savings that he was now giving away. He's my disciple, my successor, what's there to begrudge? Feng Che accepted everything without hesitation, feeling no psychological pressure whatsoever, even feeling that it wasn't enough. Next, Sun Yuan began to assess his new disciple, and the more he assessed, the happier he became. Bone structure, natural endowments, coordination of meridians, and responsiveness were all top-notch. Martial warrior 4th grade? Sun Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Why haven't you entered a martial academy yet at martial warrior 4th grade? Logically speaking, martial warrior status is sufficient to enter a martial academy as a freshman. Although it may not be enough to enter a top martial academy, an ordinary martial academy would be quite good. Once you enter a martial academy, how could someone of this caliber remain without a master until now? I just broke through to martial warrior less than 5 days ago. Less than 5 days? Sun Yuan's eyes widened. Yes. After rigorous questioning and investigation, Sun Yuan confirmed the matter. Disciple, are you telling the truth? This is simply astonishing. Sun Yuan felt as though he had struck the jackpot. It must be an extraordinary talent that had remained dormant until he broke through to the warrior level. With his meridians and foundations suddenly invigorated by the stimulation of true essence. Trembling with excitement, Sun Yuan asked, Chair, what is your lifelong dream? Since he was to be admitted into the sect, it was essential to assess his character. Feng Che paused momentarily and replied, as a man in this world, one should soar above the masses, gazing down upon the myriad of sentient beings, wielding power over the realm, reveling in the embrace of beauty, to roam freely, unrestrained, to savor both vengeance and benevolence, traversing the world, to have all heroes bow before me, to claim dominion over this vast universe, granting or withholding as I please. Wonderful! Sun Yuan exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration. Such ambition and spirit, with just a little guidance, he would undoubtedly become one of our kind. He had initially hoped that the lad would not be the type to preach righteousness and the welfare of the world, but to his surprise, the boy had delivered a significant revelation. Feng Che's expression remained impassive. He knew that you fellows favored such sentiments. Indeed. Next, Sun Yuan eagerly anticipated imparting his teachings. Show me the martial techniques you have practiced, including your routines with fists, feet, blades, and swords. Feng Che began to demonstrate traditional foundational techniques, standard combat skills, and basic swordplay. It was evident that he had only scratched the surface. Sun Yuan displayed an expression of knowing expectation. In such a small family, this was the extent of disciple training. Now, it was time for the master to bestow upon you the true essence of martial arts, unlocking the gateway to genuine strength. Sun Yuan stroked his beard with a smile. Master, I wish to practice the art of agility first, Feng Che declared. Agility? Sun Yuan inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Agility allows one to deftly evade enemy attacks and, in moments of crisis, to unleash a speed several times, if not tenfold, greater than usual, enabling one to escape the battlefield and ensure safety, Feng Che explained. What he was currently engaged in was perilously treacherous. One misstep could result in being slain by one's own comrades. Thus, the mastery of agility was of utmost importance and truly reflected his innermost intentions. Among the various techniques for extreme escape, none surpassed the blood ignition technique of our righteous sect. This technique is remarkably extraordinary, allowing one to instantaneously achieve 10 times the normal speed, with the mere cost of a single drop of blood. Furthermore, it leaves one weak only temporarily, without causing any harm to one's foundation. Nor does it incur any lasting repercussions. It can be regarded as the supreme skill for evading death in this world, a closely guarded secret of our righteous sect. The higher echelons of our sect have relied on the blood ignition technique countless times to escape from the hands of upright practitioners, even eluding those who are of a significantly higher realm. For Feng Che at this moment, it was the most essential of all skills, without exception. The only question that lingered was whether Sun Yuan possessed the knowledge or capability of this technique. Sun Yuan indeed displayed a pained expression. According to your description, there exists a particular technique that is especially suitable, namely the blood ignition technique of our divine sect. However, this technique requires one to attain mastery above the level of Grandmaster, and one must have made significant contributions to the sect to be considered for its teaching and bestowal. Feng Che rolled his eyes and said, Master, could you simply tell me if you know it or not? Sun Yuan's facial muscles contorted. This is something I truly cannot do. Feng Che's disappointment was palpable, clearly etched upon his countenance. I am merely a 17-year-old youth, and it is entirely natural for emotions to be visibly expressed, is it not? Thus, alongside his disappointment, a hint of disdain also manifested on his face. You cannot even manage this, yet you still. The young man's displeasure was evident as he forcibly swallowed the words that lingered on his lips. Sun Yuan's face flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I have just taken on a prodigious apprentice, only to be looked down upon by him. However, he reassured Feng Che. Do not fret. I shall report your situation and advocate for exceptional instruction. Furthermore, even if not permitted, rest assured that as long as you achieve some merit in the future, I guarantee you will inherit the blood ignition technique. Sun Yuan gritted his teeth. I see. Then everything relies on my master. Feng Che feigned understanding, resolutely determining that he must master the blood ignition technique. Subsequently, Sun Yuan devised a rigorous curriculum for Feng Che. Training encompassed martial arts, footwork, honing physical abilities, strengthening willpower, and refining limb coordination, laying a solid foundation. Feng Che exhibited an unwavering determination that filled Sun Yuan with immense gratification, as well as an impressive capacity for comprehension. He could draw analogies effortlessly, often presenting his own insights, which, despite his youthful naivety, bore striking resemblance to profound wisdom. This brought immeasurable joy to Sun Yuan's heart. What extraordinary fortune have I amassed in my lifetime to be blessed with such a remarkable disciple? Thus, during the day, Feng Che diligently followed his master, Sun Yuan. In his training, while at night he immersed himself in the cultivation of the Wuliangxinjing, making astonishing progress in his martial prowess. According to Sun Yuan, the expression a day's journey of 1,000 miles could scarcely encapsulate his rapid advancement. His innate talent was truly extraordinary. Remarkably, after just 3 days, he had already attained the rank of a 5th-tier warrior, with a full 20 days remaining until the entrance examination for the martial academy. Every day, Sun Yuan employed his true essence to assist his disciple with blood circulation and therapeutic massage. He was resolute in his determination to ensure that his pupil would seize the prestigious title of the academy's top newcomer. He envisioned having the guardians provide martial resources to cultivate disciples for their sect, Ascent. Sun Yuan had reported this endeavor, and the higher-ups of Ascent were equally impressed, recognizing the merit in his proposal. The prospect was exhilarating, and they expressed their support, instructing Sun Yuan to ensure that their associates within the academy would cooperate fully to solidify this plan. Sun Yuan was elated, and naturally, Feng Che was even more thrilled. Having invested so much in the battle between good and evil, he believed it was only fitting to reap some benefits from the resources available to him. Moreover, utilizing the considerable assets of Ascent would yield a dual advantage. With his disciple secured and having orchestrated such a significant move, undermining the Guardians and nurturing new talent for Ascent Xinjiao to vex the Guardians, Sun Yuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Feng Che observed keenly, suspecting the underlying motives, and thus brought up the previous topic. Master, you mentioned that the blood ignition technique requires contributions and merits. What precisely constitutes a contribution, and how can one achieve merit? Sun Yuan felt a sense of ease and, without a second thought, elaborated. The tasks assigned by the Academy must be accomplished to earn merit, and one must adhere to the merit system. Feng Che's eyes lit up immediately. If I were to enter the Martial Academy and become the top student, would that not be an enormous undertaking? Sun Yuan widened his eyes in confusion. Is this not your responsibility? How did it transform into a monumental task? Feng Che, with a serious demeanor, responded, Master, consider this. Our Divine Heart sect and the Guardian Martial Academy are. As your disciple, I would effectively be infiltrating the enemy's ranks, which entails significant risk. Sun Yuan stroked his beard, his expression contemplative, yet inwardly he acknowledged, there is indeed merit in this reasoning. Is this not the cultivation of an undercover agent? Moreover, starting from childhood, a completely unobtrusive undercover agent. The risks are indeed considerable. Feng Che seized the opportunity. Master, given the perilous nature of this endeavor, coupled with the formidable challenge of competing against all the talents of the Southeast for the top position, is this not a task worthy of substantial contribution points? It seems unreasonable not to grant ample rewards for such efforts. Sun Yuan could not help but nod in agreement. Although he was well aware of the young man's true intentions, to accumulate contribution points in order to exchange for the blood ignition technique, there was a certain validity to his argument. Furthermore, this was his only disciple. If not for him, whom should he benefit? I shall report this matter. Thank you, Master. Feng Che quickly interjected. Once I acquire the blood ignition technique, would that not enhance my chances of survival? Under your guidance, Master, I could secure a position of some stature and honorably support you. Sun Yuan felt a profound sense of comfort. Were it an adult making such a statement, he would surely suspect ulterior motives. However, this was a mere 17-year-old child, a recent disciple of his, coupled with the promising prospects that had long occupied his mind. Sun Yuan's heart was instantly at ease. He pondered, I shall immediately endeavor to secure this matter. Feng Che discreetly displayed a look of fervor, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, Master, this time I must make my presence known. Make your presence known? Sun Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then a knowing smile crept across his face. Indeed, I have not made an appearance in years. This time, within the sect, I shall ensure that I am the center of attention. Without delay, Sun Yuan commenced his preparations. On the surface, Bibo City appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, tumultuous undercurrents began to stir. The cause was none other than the troubling news regarding the Su family, one of the 5 major 9th-tier families of Bibo City. Chapter 8. How awkward it is the situation concerning the Su family was handled with extreme secrecy. Those in the know had either perished or vanished without a trace. Yet, the family remained blissfully unaware, with only a distant elder possessing vague knowledge of a quest for some treasure, lacking a clear understanding of the circumstances. Normally, matters such as these would not linger for so long. As a 9th-tier family, they were not a true martial arts clan. How could it take 6 days to resolve a simple task? Thus, the Su family, in a state of panic, began to discreetly seek information. However, such secrets are difficult to keep, and the Su family's evident distress did not go unnoticed by those with ulterior motives. With many eyes and ears around, the leakage of information was all but inevitable. Thus, the rumor gradually morphed into the sensational claim that the entire Su family has perished. Strangely enough, those who spread the rumors indeed struck a nerve. Now, aside from the Su family, the other families, the Feng, El, Zhang, and Wei, are all restless and poised for action. They first went to guard the main hall, completed their family tasks, and earned contribution points, subsequently selling some of their external gains, returning home with the fruits of their labor. Just as they entered their abode, the elder brother called them over. What is it? Feng Qianyi had been away from home for half a month and was particularly yearning for her son. Come here first. Feng Jingheng furtively pulled his sister into the study. Xiaoqie has shown some changes these past few days. Feng Jingheng spoke mysteriously. What changes? Feng Qianyi inquired. In the confines of his study, Feng Jingheng lowered his voice, his gaze shifty as if he were a thief. Little sister, I believe the child has matured. He has awakened to some understanding, at least. He no longer harbors such animosity towards the family. Although he still appears resentful, I can sense a significant transformation. In recent days, Feng Lingtianxia had seized the opportunity to visit twice, and although Feng Che maintained his usual demeanor, indifferent and aloof, as the head of the family, Feng Lingtianxia, seasoned in the ways of the world, could not fail to perceive the subtle shifts. He had felt a sense of relief for several days. Really? Feng Qianyi was somewhat taken aback by the revelation. Feng Qianyi's heart brimmed with joy, unable to suppress a smile. Elder brother, you speak of good tidings. Yet your manner resembles that of a thief. Where is your dignity as the head of the family? Isn't it all because of your son? Feng Lingtianxia remarked. Aceh has taken on a master, yet he shrouds this revelation in mystery. His master, however, is no ordinary practitioner. How extraordinary! Feng Qianyi inquired with curiosity. More formidable than us, indeed, more so than our entire family, Feng Lingtianxia replied with gravity. Feng Qianyi was taken aback. Could it be a master at the general level? Perhaps even beyond that, Feng Lingtianxia mused. I suspect he has reached the king level. The king level. Feng Qianyi grasped the gravity of the situation and understood why her elder brother was so secretive. There can't be many king-level masters who have not been subjected to supervision from either side, right? Which side does he belong to? How would I know? Feng Lingtianxia furrowed his brow. That is precisely why I brought you here to deliberate. This child is far too reckless. How could he take on a master without consulting us? Feng Qianyi noted, sensing the complexities of the situation. The crux of the matter was that he had already committed to this master. Regardless of whether the family acknowledged it or not, the die had been cast. If this master were aligned with the guardians, it would be manageable. However, if not, what would happen should complications arise in the future? Should this be reported? Feng Lingtianxia frowned. How should we even report it? I fear that if we do, we might hurt the child's feelings. This was his true concern. Currently, Feng Che was progressing in a positive direction. Yet, if the Feng family were to report his apprenticeship, it would be classified as a personal matter. Severing ties with the family. What if the child became overly sensitive as a result? If he were my own son, the resolution would be simple. Will the stick and resolve everything. However, this is my nephew. Therefore, it is imperative to discuss it with my sister. Feng Qianyi huffed softly, stating that it must be reported, and moreover, he is not oblivious to these matters. The reason for deliberately concealing it is likely to compel us to report it. Otherwise, why hide it? Feng Qianyi pondered this and promptly headed toward the courtyard. She grasped her son, who was practicing sword techniques. Xiao Che, I heard you have taken on a master. Where is your master? Feng Che was taken aback. Turning to his mother, he beheld her slender figure, fair complexion, and tall stature. She was undeniably a striking beauty. However, her eyebrows were thick, resembling sword-like arches, and her eyes sparkled with vivacity. As the saying goes, those with thick brows and large eyes are indeed captivating. She exuded a vibrant vitality, and to describe her as graceful and spirited seems insufficient. One must also add equal to men in prowess. It appeared that she was somewhat neglectful in demeanor. It must be said that Feng Che held great admiration for such traits in women. Moreover, being his mother, an immediate sense of affection welled up within him. The way he called out mother felt remarkably natural, as if the profound attachment to his birth mother still influenced him. He felt no sense of repulsion. Rather, the remnants of this body's instincts unconsciously guided him through this transformation. He harbored no resistance. Living again was a stroke of luck, and to inhabit another's body. Should he not fulfill his filial duties? Furthermore, he could not even comprehend his own identity. He was entirely Feng Che now. Therefore, this before him was indeed his mother. Feng Qianyi gently twisted her son's ear, playfully admonishing, "Where is your master? You seem quite audacious now, daring to take on a master by yourself. How do we address this situation?" Despite her fierce expression, her grip was not firm at all. What else could be done? It is entirely reasonable for me to take on a master, isn't it? My master possesses exceptional martial prowess, being a king-level expert. It is only fitting that I seek his guidance in the martial arts, don't you think? A king-level expert? Feng Qianyi paused for a moment and remarked. But the family needs to report to the Guardian Hall. What if he is a nefarious character? Do you comprehend your master's background? Feng Che replied with curiosity. Why should I concern myself with my master's background? I merely learn martial arts from him. Whether he is a good person cannot elevate me to greatness. And if he is a villain, it bears no relevance to us. Even if it did, it has no bearing on the family. He continued. The family should report as necessary. Otherwise, How could I secretly take on a master? It is merely to acquire some skills without implicating the family. Feng Lingtianxia widened her enchanting eyes and could not help but give her son a playful smack on the back of his head, laughing as she scolded, "You little rascal. How clever you are." Turning around, both mother and son stood awkwardly still. Behind them stood Sun Yuan, who had just recently ascended to the status of master. Gazing at Feng Lingtianxia with a peculiar expression, Feng Lingtianxia immediately recognized who he was, and an instant of embarrassment washed over her as she was at a loss for how to proceed. They had just been discussing how to distance themselves in the event that he was a villain, and here he was, standing right behind them, eavesdropping. As for Feng Lingtianxia's embarrassment, it was merely an act. "Master, have you been listening all along?" Feng Lingtianxia inquired with an awkward expression. "If I hadn't been listening, I wouldn't have realized how astute my good disciple is," Sun Yuan replied with a wry tone. Feng Lingtianxia chuckled. "This is merely standard procedure, master. Even if you were not here, I would still speak this way. You did not take on disciples for the sake of my family, did you?" While he spoke thus, Sun Yuan sensed an underlying unease. "If the master disagrees, you may expel me from your tutelage. I shall not hold it against you," Feng Lingtianxia declared. "Not at all. Not at all." Sun Yuan shook his head vehemently. "How could a small family compare to a peerless genius like yourself?" He continued, "What you are doing is indeed correct. Your considerations are quite thorough. Thank you, master, for your understanding and compassion." Feng Lingtianxia responded gratefully. "No need for such formalities. I am your master, not a stranger." Sun Yuan reassured him. "Indeed, master is the best." Feng Lingtianxia was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly how it operates? She sensed an intangible change in her son. Though apart from appearing somewhat more handsome, she could discern nothing else. "He is indeed my child," she mused before turning to Sun Yuan to pay her respects and apologize. "Elder, my child is still naive. Please forgive him." Sun Yuan rolled his eyes and remarked, "The child is quite well behaved. Where is the naivety?" Feng Lingtianxia swallowed hard, secretly delighted, and asked, "May I inquire your esteemed name, elder?" Sun Yuan replied, "Since I have accepted Chair as my disciple, and you are his mother, it would not be fitting for you to address me as elder any longer. I am Sun Yuan, known in the martial world as the Flying Blade King. From now on, you may address me as Brother Sunday. It is indeed true that I am a master of the highest caliber, a king of blades." Feng Lingtianxia is not Feng Lingtianxia. A master of such distinction is a significant figure, especially for a family of the 9th rank. In this mortal realm, who can claim the title of king? Such an accolade is not easily attained. One must possess both profound cultivation and formidable combat prowess, reaching the pinnacle in a specific domain to be worthy of the title. Feng Lingtianxia secretly rejoiced and graciously responded, "Greetings, Brother Sunday." She contemplated the origins of this brother son, having vaguely heard of him as a wandering practitioner, navigating the delicate balance between righteousness and villainy. A portion of her anxiety dissipated as she thought, "Che has encountered a renowned master. As his mother, I find solace in that. However, my child is rather dull-witted, so I shall rely on you, brother son, for guidance." Dull-witted? Sun Yuan felt a pang of frustration, nearly rolling his eyes in disbelief. "What led you to believe your son is lacking in intellect?" "In just 3 days, he comprehensively absorbed the knowledge I imparted. I was compelled to seek excuses to evade the pressure, undertaking the task of ensuring his admission to the martial academy as the top student to earn merit. And yet, you dare to label him as dull-witted?" Reflecting on this matter, Sun Yuan let out a deep sigh. "In the past, whenever I witnessed certain seasoned individuals lamenting with phrases such as 'my disciple is too talented,' being a master has lost its significance, I could hardly contain my disdain. If I were not at a disadvantage, I would have surely confronted those pretentious souls. Can they be any more shameless? Merely fortunate enough to have acquired a prodigious disciple, and they have lost all sense of direction? Daily, they parade their arrogance, and yet they dare to sigh in discontent. Why not simply depart from this world? However, I now genuinely comprehend the sentiments of those individuals. 4. Feng Lingtianxia's brilliance surpasses that of the so-called genius disciples boasted about by those old-timers. My lifetime of knowledge, swordsmanship, martial arts, footwork, once demonstrated, Feng Lingtianxia can instantly replicate it. After merely 3 repetitions, even by the standards of this old master who has practiced for decades, I find not a single flaw. In fact, I vaguely sense that my disciple's understanding is even more refined than my own. To whom can I voice my grievances? The more intricate combinations of mental techniques and martial forms require only a handful of practices to master. Remarkably, Without my intervention, after completing a round, Feng Che would pause to reflect for a moment, and in the subsequent attempt, he would rectify the minor mistakes from the previous performance. I feel as though my role as a master is rendered entirely superfluous, devoid of any utility. While others can reprimand their disciples and point out their shortcomings, I am unable to discern any faults, and I even entertain thoughts of perhaps learning alongside my disciple. Where then lies the dignity of the master-disciple relationship? After merely 4 days of apprenticeship, on the very first afternoon, I taught the mental technique, and by evening, Feng Che had already cultivated the primordial spirit energy based on that teaching. Moreover, a vortex of energy was formed in the lower dantian. By evening, the master taught the techniques of the blade, practicing each of the renowned 4 forms in succession. Before the stroke of midnight, Feng Che had already wielded his sword with deftness, executing every set of techniques with absolute precision in both footwork and body movement. His earlier proclamation, claiming, "I have gained fame in the martial world through this sword technique, earning the title of Blade King, and now I impart it to you. Do not take it lightly," had become a complete farce. By the third day, Sun Yuan's lifetime of skills had been thoroughly unmasked by Feng Che. Except for the aspect of strength, which still needed refinement, his proficiency and correctness were impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Yet, strength and combat experience were not merely a matter of proficiency. They demanded years of diligent practice and perseverance. This was the essence of teaching the most profound secrets. All the elders involved were those who concealed their true identities from the outside world. Among them, Sun Yuan was a third-level offering. Upon entering, he sought out several senior offerings to apologize. "I was mistaken before and misunderstood several seniors. I have come today to express my apologies." The others were puzzled. Has this fellow taken leave of his senses? Why the sudden apology? Did we offend him? What was misunderstood? Previously, he had been unaware of the situation, but now he realized that true geniuses indeed exist in this world. Sun Yuan remarked, "When I previously heard several seniors speak of their disciples being exceptionally talented, it was truly disconcerting. Being unaware of the truth, I harbored some grievances in my heart. However, recently, after taking on a disciple myself, I have come to understand that your words at that time were indeed heartfelt. Alas, it is truly arduous. The knowledge I have amassed over my lifetime was rendered void in merely 3 days. Mastering the techniques of cultivation took but a single day, and the martial arts moves could be executed with greater precision than my own in just an hour." Sun Yuan sighed despondently, reflecting on his lack of fulfillment as a mentor, and at times even felt the need to learn from his disciple. It was then that I comprehended the profound melancholy that weighed upon the esteemed predecessors before me. Shaking his head repeatedly, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, his visage clouded with sorrow and a sense of desolation. The 3 first-tier elders exchanged glances, feeling a sudden surge of indignation. So this young man had come here to flaunt his abilities. Our own gifted disciples required 5 or 6 days to achieve mere adequacy in their techniques, and it took them a fortnight to grasp the basics of cultivation, which they considered an unprecedented feat. Yet now, here was someone claiming to master it in an hour. Instantly, the 3 old men wore forced smiles, their expressions betraying their disbelief. "Is that so? If you find it so unfulfilling and burdensome, why not allow us to be your disciples?" Sun Yuan was momentarily taken aback, responding with a feeble chuckle, "That would be too much trouble for you esteemed elders." "Not at all. We would gladly endure the hardship for you." No, that's not necessary." "Then let us teach him a lesson." Sun Yuan fled in haste. The old men exhibited a complete lack of restraint, and given Sun Yuan's relatively weaker prowess, he sustained injuries that left his eyes bruised and a few lumps on his head. The most severe injury was to his mouth, which became swollen and distorted. This was a lesson for him. In the future, he must remember that this is a mouth, and one ought not to boast. Boasting leads to punishment, which resulted in him being the center of attention when he went to the task hall to apply for a mission. Has the nemesis come to seek vengeance? I suppose it was due to the incident of stealing his wife, caught in the act. Sun Yuan entered the inner hall with a furrowed brow to find the leader. "Master, regarding that task." "The task poses no issue," the leader replied, his expression somewhat peculiar. "The contribution points are also without concern. However, your display of arrogance is rather excessive, don't you think?" Sun Yuan stammered, Besides, has your disciple truly undergone the baptism of our doctrine?" Blushing, Sun Yuan continued, "This is a different time and place, and after all, it is indeed a task, isn't it? Who claims I am not providing you with tasks? Yet, The opinions of the esteemed elders are quite significant. The leader squinted and suddenly inquired, a complete sword technique, truly comprehended in merely an hour? Unable to restrain his pride, Sun Yuan replied, to be candid, master. It was half an hour. The leader pondered, his gaze flickering. That is somewhat regrettable. Sun Yuan, realizing the implication, lamented, master. You cannot seize my affection so ruthlessly. After a brief tug of war, the task was successfully approved, yielding 100 contribution points. Yet, conditions followed. It must be secured first. The reward points would be dispensed post-baptism. The three elders had pressing matters to attend to in the southeast, coinciding with unresolved issues of our sect in that region. The leader expressed his intent to investigate. Your pressing matters and unresolved issues pertain to my disciple, do they not? Sun Yuan responded eagerly, all the while cursing inwardly. Yet, there was no recourse. Just as my disciple was making bold claims to distance himself from me, I found the sensation to be quite intricate. That evening, Feng Lingtianxia personally took to the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous feast for the two of them to enjoy. They celebrated her son's enlightenment in martial arts and the fortunate encounter with a renowned master. Although Feng Lingtianxia sensed a subtle change in her son, her carefree nature prevented her from perceiving anything amiss. It was only natural for her son to develop his own thoughts and undergo some transformation as he matured. And she accepted this without hesitation. In his previous life, Feng Lingtianxia had been an orphan, and now, devoid of the memories from that existence, he found great satisfaction in the warmth of his current family. He relished the maternal affection bestowed upon him by Feng Lingtianxia, an experience that brought him indescribable pleasure. Moreover, influenced by remnants of his former self, Feng Lingtianxia fully embraced the identity of Feng Lingtianxia's son. Their meal was filled with joy and laughter. As they progressed to dessert, Feng Lingtianxia casually transformed 3 celestial fruit into a pulp for Feng Lingtianxia to consume. This is a fruit given by my master. It is said to be beneficial for cultivation, he explained nonchalantly, steering the conversation away from the matter. Feng Lingtianxia understood well that the fruit possessed remarkable effects on enhancing one's potential. However, to fully harness its extraordinary capabilities, it needed to be paired with his boundless scripture, a combination that could elevate one's abilities to unimaginable heights. Not to mention, with Feng Lingtianxia already being a martial sovereign, it would be utterly unrealistic for Feng Lingtianxia's limited true essence to influence her practice. It could only be absorbed by her. Feng Lingtianxia, with her straightforward and open demeanor, accepted the fruit without a second thought, trusting that it had been sent by her son's master. By the way, I also had a drink. Son, now that you have made a breakthrough and are about to participate in the Martial Arts Academy's preparatory examination, what are your thoughts on Master Lu at our doorstep? Feng Lingtianxia inquired, either intentionally or unintentionally. Master Lu is the individual who has been acting as an informant for Su Yu, effectively serving as an insider for the Feng family. It is well known among the Feng family that Su Yu's proximity to Feng Lingtianxia is influencing him. However, a deeper concern lies in the fact that Feng Lingtianxia and Su Yu became acquainted during their school days, a sphere where the Feng family's influence does not extend. After all, parents have little control over the friendships their children form in school, rendering them powerless to intervene. Retaining Master Lu serves to keep the family informed. Now, noticing that Feng Lingtianxia seems to grasp the situation, Feng Lingtianxia naturally wishes to probe further. This Master Lu is quite a decent person, but alas. Feng Lingtianxia sighed, lamenting, I don't know how I offended my master that day, but he ended up injuring my lumbar spine. I shall be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of my life. What a misfortune. He shook his head in regret. Feng Lingtianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. What? What do you mean? This incident was indeed instigated by Feng Lingtianxia, yet even Sun Yuan remains utterly bewildered by it. Not to mention Feng Lingtianxia, who is hearing of this matter for the first time. Do not worry, mother, my uncle is aware of this situation. I intended to give Master Lu some money, but he declined. Master Lu is a resilient individual. He will survive and thrive. Feng Lingtianxia slightly raised his head, somewhat surprised, and remarked, Mother, why are you in a daze? Let's eat. Feng Lingtianxia coughed lightly, feeling a slight dryness in her throat. How much did you give? 1 tael. Cough. Feng Lingtianxia nodded. That's quite a lot. Indeed, it was substantial, but regrettably, he had declined. What resolve? Indeed. Upon reaching this point, I calculated that your recommendations for today are sufficiently in place. Quickly grant me some. Chapter 10. Reasonable and Just Collection Recommendation Monthly Ticket. As for Su Yu of the Su family, Feng Lingtianxia once again broached the matter. Feng Che immediately displayed a resolute attitude reminiscent of his previous self, slightly impatient as he said, "Mother, you needn't concern yourself with this. Suyu is my good brother. My dear elder brother. Do you not permit me to have a few good friends?" Good friends? This Suyu clearly harbors ulterior motives. I refuse to listen. Feng Che retorted, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Feng Qianyi sighed deeply, feeling that her son remained the same foolish boy who could not grasp reason. She would have to keep a close watch on him in the future. Truly distressing. The following morning, Feng Che was practicing diligently. Feng Jinghang had personally gone to the Guardian Hall to submit this month's contributions from the Feng family, as well as to report his nephew's unauthorized apprenticeship. Meanwhile, Feng Qianyi was awakened by her own unpleasant odor. Upon opening her eyes that morning, she discovered that her room had transformed into a veritable lavatory. She found herself enshrouded in a layer of foul, putrid muck. Oh my goodness! Hastily summoned the maid to assist with a wash, and upon emerging in fresh attire, I was startled by the retching sounds coming from behind the room. A flush of embarrassment swept over me. Before I could fully recover from the awkwardness, I sensed a remarkable transformation within my being. I felt lighter, my mind sharper, and my sensitivity to the ethereal energies of nature had remarkably multiplied. Most notably, upon gazing into the mirror, I discovered that my complexion had improved significantly. My skin, now radiant with a rosy glow, appeared more delicate and taut than even in my youth at 17 or 18. Oh dear, in that instant, I felt a surge of vitality. Upon seeing Feng Che, I couldn't help but twirl around, lifting my skirt. "Chair, do you notice any changes in me today?" Feng Che blinked, momentarily bewildered, but after a brief contemplation, he began to lavish praise. "Mother, you've truly rejuvenated overnight." Haraha. Feng Qianyi was immensely pleased. Her spirits lifted, and she laughed heartily. After a while, she suddenly inquired, "Rejuvenated? Was I really that old before?" Feng Che replied earnestly, "Mother, absolutely not. It's merely the icing on the cake. You grow younger with each passing day." Feng Qianyi nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a small mirror from her bosom to admire herself. Delighting in his words, "How astute. What is there to worry about? The concern of finding a daughter-in-law weighs on my mind. With a mother as beautiful as I cannot allow my son to settle for anyone less than presentable, lest it tarnish our family's reputation. However, finding someone who meets even half of your standards, dear mother, poses quite the challenge." Goose, goose, goose. Feng Qianyi emitted a peculiar laugh. With a face brimming with joy and relaxation, she remarked, "You have been so foolish over the years, unable to articulate a single word, not at all resembling your father. I have been puzzled for quite some time as to how you could be born without taking after him." She sighed contentedly and continued, "Today, I am finally at ease. Your ability to fabricate nonsense to charm the ladies possesses a certain semblance of your father's flair." Feng Che responded, "Just how unworthy is my father?" With enthusiasm, Feng Qianyi dashed out. The family was engrossed in discussions, but she chose not to participate. That was inconsequential. What mattered most now was to gather with a few close friends. The heads of the Su family had all vanished. This news was finally confirmed. After waiting a few days, the Feng family commenced their plans. With their long-standing rivals in decline, how could they not seize a share of the spoils? Everyone expressed their opinions with palpable excitement. Even the Feng, El, Zhang, and Wei families were visiting one another, secretly forming alliances. In the small courtyard, Sun Yuan was contemplating his departure. He could hardly critique the shortcomings of his disciples' practice. With an entire repertoire of skills, including disguise, deception, gambling, and even the art of the clavicle tree, he found himself utterly drained. He had never encountered a disciple quite like this, nor had he experienced being a master in such a manner. Sun Yuan felt a profound sense of melancholy. "Disciple, focus on your training and prepare for the grand competition to enter the martial academy. Now that something has transpired with the Su family, I must go and investigate." "What? Something has happened to my brother Su?" Feng Che immediately grew anxious. "What has happened to my elder brother?" Sun Yuan was acutely aware of Su Yu's manipulation of Feng Che, even recognizing that the 5 spirits gu had been given to Feng Che by Su Yu. He was fully cognizant of Su Yu's true nature. Observing Feng Che's unwavering affection, he could not help but roll his eyes inwardly. Previously, Sun Yuan had aligned himself with the Su family, as they were a prominent lineage within the sect, representing his own faction. However, he had since shifted his allegiance to his own disciple. This was his chosen heir, while the Su family. What were they? Chair, you must be discerning in your choice of friends. Su Yu is no benevolent person and harbors no goodwill towards you, he cautioned. But master, Feng Che replied earnestly, Brother Su cares deeply for me and always considers my well-being. He is not a bad person. He is my dear elder brother. Dear brother. Sun Yuan fell silent, feeling that while his disciple possessed many commendable qualities, he was overly naive and lacked the necessary resilience of the martial world. Sun Yuan sighed inwardly. Master, what has happened with the Su family? Feng Che inquired anxiously. We must offer our assistance. How can we help when everyone is dead? Sun Yuan retorted, rolling his eyes. Dead? Are there corpses? Feng Che was struck as if by lightning, his heart filled with despair. If there are no corpses, then my brother Su must be alive. He is such a good person. He would not perish. Feng Che declared resolutely. Master, we cannot stand idly by. Then what do you propose we do? Feng Che, with an air of unwavering righteousness, declared, as a brother of Su De Go, it is my solemn duty to safeguard his family legacy and watch over our heritage. We are brothers, and I must do something for Su De Go. Master, I implore you to assist me. Sun Yuan blinked, turning to look at his disciple, sensing an underlying discord. Yet, what he beheld was a fervent spirit, a countenance brimming with urgency and justice. Feng Che, embodying loyalty and righteous indignation, appeared ready to take up arms for his brother, to preserve the family legacy. How do you intend to proceed? My elder brother, Su Yu, has proclaimed himself the sole heir of the Su family, and thus the entire Su estate rightfully belongs to him. What more is there to discuss? Feng Che replied. Sun Yuan stroked his beard, unable to suppress a grin. The sole heir? The entire Su family belongs to your brother? You wish to assist him in preserving the family legacy? Sun Yuan scratched his head, feeling a twinge of confusion. Surely, my disciple is still young and cannot mean what I am thinking. Perhaps he genuinely desires to help his brother maintain their estate, preserve their wealth? You are still young. How can you possibly manage the vast affairs of the Su family? Sun Yuan furrowed his brow. Feng Che presented a request that was indeed feasible. That is a valid point. Sun Yuan pondered for a moment, realizing that this matter aligned with the interests of the Ascent sect. Thus, he declared, I shall take action. Master, you must act swiftly. Do not let those treacherous souls take advantage. Indeed. But what about the people of the Su family? Sun Yuan inquired. Master, Feng Che, filled with sorrow, recounted. Brother Su Yu once mentioned that due to his status as the heir of the family, he faced immense jealousy from others, resulting in poor relationships. In fact, many even wished him dead. His mother was persecuted to death, and he has no other siblings. He sighed. Master, Brother Su Yu is truly pitiable. In this world, I am his only remaining kin. Sun Yuan nodded thoughtfully. I comprehend your intent. You wish to claim everything. What you propose seems somewhat reasonable. Indeed, Master, while I may not have the authority to act, I believe Brother Su would not oppose your wishes. Furthermore, as a member of the Feng family, it is only fitting to consider our family's interests when liquidating assets. Feng Che continued, there exists a bond of mutual benefit among brothers. Sun Yuan, his mind clouded with confusion, exited the Feng family's courtyard. Even after walking a considerable distance, he found himself glancing back, his eyes filled with uncertainty. What? What is going on? Why can't I grasp this? What does this young man truly mean? He pondered the reality that the Su family was essentially a subordinate entity within the sect, thus their wealth could be regarded as the sect's own, and it was only proper for his disciple to inherit it. In fact, if the sect aimed to seize it, it would be more challenging than it would be for Feng Che. Moreover, it was undoubtedly preferable for the disciple to possess it rather than allowing outsiders to divide it. This matter, while reasonable, would not be easily accomplished. Further strategies would be necessary. With that resolve, Sun Yuan promptly set about his tasks. Even if Feng Che were indeed foolish enough to assist Su Yu in preserving his wealth, he would undoubtedly berate his disciple for being utterly naive. Chapter 11. Chun Rohai. This matter the senior members of Ascent sect gathered, all exchanging incredulous glances, feeling that the situation was exceedingly bizarre. The Guardian Hall has already set its sights on the Su family. If we, Ascent sect, desire to devour the Su family's assets, it will inevitably lead to trouble. Thus, they are beyond our grasp. Much of the wealth would either be usurped, divided, or fall into the hands of other members of the Su family, who would then vanish with the assets without a trace. The strategy employed by Sun Gongfeng's disciple Kof is indeed feasible. After all, If it were to fall into Feng Che's hands, it would essentially be in the possession of Ascent's sect. Feng Che could use this wealth for various endeavors or self-improvement, bringing hidden benefits to our sect as well. So shall it be? Very well. From that evening onward, the city of Bibo was abuzz with tales of the profound friendship between Feng Che of the Feng family and Su Yu of the Su family. An instant connection, sworn brotherhood, deep camaraderie, mutual support, bound by the loyalty of life and death, as radiant as the sun and moon. Stories abounded of how Su Yu forged a bond with Feng Che, and the lengths Feng Che went to for Su Yu, such as when Su Yu fell ill. Feng Che tirelessly sought out medicinal herbs, found them, and delivered them, only to turn away immediately, boldly proclaiming, "Your recovery is worth more than anything. My efforts are but a small price to pay." Su Yu found himself in dire financial straits, and without hesitation, Feng Che selflessly offered his assistance, even at the cost of incurring debt. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, "What is mere wealth compared to the bond of brotherhood between us?" When Su Yu was beset by adversaries, Feng Che resolutely drew his sword and charged into the fray, confronting foes far beyond his own prowess, declaring, "Who dares to bully my brother?" Consequently, he was grievously injured, his legs broken, yet he smiled through the pain, exclaiming, "I, Feng Che, cannot stand to see my brother wronged. If it be death, what is there to fear? Where righteousness lies, life and death are intertwined. Not even mountains of blades or seas of flames can instill fear in me." As Su Yu embarked on a significant endeavor, he solemnly entrusted Feng Che with his family's affairs, saying, "Brother, my fate is uncertain on this journey, and my return is unpredictable. I entrust everything to you." He even penned a written agreement to serve as a testament. Feng Che vowed earnestly, "As your brother, there is no need for such formalities. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure the preservation of the Su family's fortune." When Su Yu went missing, Feng Che was devastated by the news and fell gravely ill, coughing up blood in his anguish as he cried out to the heavens, "O sky, return my brother to me." Countless voices rose in praise, heralding Feng Che as a paragon of brotherly affection and a model of friendship. Many lamented, "To have a friend like Feng Che in this lifetime is a true blessing." One poet, deeply moved, composed a verse to immortalize this profound bond. "Who says there are no brothers in this world? A vow unbroken through life and death. You may depart with peace of mind. Here, righteousness prevails." The youth of the Feng family is rich in loyalty, their bond etched in the heart. For you, I shall safeguard the Green Mountains, awaiting your return for our reunion. The rumors surrounding Bibo City have stirred considerable commotion. However, the Su family vehemently refutes them. "Feng Che and our Su, you do not share such a close bond. What is Feng Che to command the assets of our Su family? Absolutely not." When such statements circulated, a righteous individual, incensed by the audacity, confronted the Su family, questioning, "Is it just to belittle the relationship between Feng Che and Su Yu in such a manner?" Rather than acquiescing, the Su family rallied their forces and assaulted this noble man, even seeking his demise. Yet, to their astonishment, this valiant figure turned out to be a formidable master. Enraged, he raised his voice to the heavens, declaring, "How dare you defile friendship and insult brotherhood? I, Wang Laosan, cannot stand idly by. Today, I shall act as Heaven's enforcer." With that, he drew his sword and swiftly dispatched the Su family members who encircled him. He then stormed into the Su family estate, ruthlessly exterminating every last one of them, from the elders to the young, and driving out all servants, maids, and attendants alike. Afterward, he leapt into the air, letting out a resounding cry, "When I witness injustice, I draw my sword to assist. I am Wang Laosan of Pingyu. This man cannot abide the petty and the vile." Today, in a fit of passion, he struck with exhilarating resolve. With a hearty laugh, he sprang forth and vanished from Bibo City. By the time the guardians and masters arrived, Wang Laosan had already disappeared without a trace. The entire affair, from the onset of violence to the complete annihilation of the Su family, transpired in less than a quarter of an hour, showcasing extraordinary swiftness. Thus, the Su family met their fate. Now, apart from the missing members of the Su family, only Feng Che, who shares a profound bond with Su Yu, remains. At this juncture, everyone is utterly bewildered. Naturally, the guardians of the Great Hall have placed the Feng family under scrutiny, leading to an investigation. The findings reveal that Feng Che and Su Yu genuinely share an emotional connection. Su Yu frequently visits the Feng residence, where the two engage in spirited conversation. Moreover, the Feng family harbors suspicions that Su Yu may have ulterior motives, yet Feng Che has never wavered in his belief, steadfastly regarding Su Yu as his dear older brother. For this conviction, he has even quarreled with his grandfather, fallen out with his uncle, and defied his mother countless times. In summary, Feng Che is resolute in his allegiance to Su Yu. This is his truest friend. There are many witnesses in Bibo City who can attest to this. They uniformly proclaim that Feng Che is merely a fool manipulated by Su Yu. Numerous speculations abound, each more confusing than the last. The deeper the investigation delves, the more perplexing it becomes. Meanwhile, Feng Che appears blissfully naive, embodying the fervor of youth, unwavering in his belief. Su Yu is indeed my beloved older brother. I care not for wealth, but what belongs to my brother must remain untouched. Alas, all the Su family's assets and enterprises are now in a state of paralysis. Not a single victim remains. As for the infamous king of Pingu, who allegedly slaughtered the entire Su family, he has vanished like a bubble dissolving into the sea. Utterly gone. Although the Feng family has taken no action, the local forces have rallied to facilitate Feng Che's claim to the Su family's inheritance. Driven by the bonds of friendship and loyalty, leave a thought for the missing members of the Su family. The Su family has merely vanished. They are not deceased. Even if you are enforcers of the law, can you truly seize the Su family's assets without due cause? This represents the labor of generations. The brotherhood that safeguards their legacy is a testament to noble character. Why, then, must you, the enforcers, stand in opposition? In the Hall of Guardians, a clandestine meeting was convened specifically for this matter. The hall master, Chun Rohai, sat languidly in the prominent position, his visage reflecting exhaustion and helplessness. He himself was perplexed as to why he had been abruptly withdrawn from the front line, only to be relegated to this desolate place as the hall master of the 1494th Guardian Hall. Behold this wretched title, the city of Baibo. Observe the unfortunate sequence. 1494. Is death imminent? Is something monumental about to transpire here? It was merely a matter concerning the Su family. Yet it had already consumed an hour of discussion, with each individual voicing their opinions, creating an atmosphere of fervor in the hall. Each person harbored their own thoughts. Is this trivial matter truly worthy of such discourse? Chun Rahai did not conceal his disdain, rolling his eyes towards the ceiling. One leg unconsciously lifted to rest upon the armrest of his chair, only to have his boot fall with a loud thud, unleashing a foul stench that permeated the air. The assembly of individuals present quickly covered their noses. Your Excellency. Their voices muffled by their hands. Is this really such a significant issue? Have you deliberated for so long? With an expression of indifference, Chun Rahai retorted, isn't it apparent? Is there truly a need for debate? The crowd expressed their discontent, urging the Lord to clarify. Clarify? Have they all lost their minds? Chun Rahai scoffed, defiantly raising his feet to the sky. Yet, his words were resolute. Having only arrived 3 days prior, he admitted his ignorance of the broader situation, but offered conclusions based solely on his limited knowledge. Firstly, regarding the Su family, you have long suspected that they have covertly allied themselves with the Ascent sect, indicating that the Su family is an extension of the sect, positioning them as our adversaries. Secondly, although the Su family has been eradicated, they still bear the title of a ninth-grade family, necessitating a reorganization of their influence and businesses to sustain the populace. Thirdly, the remaining 4 families, Feng, El, Zhang, and Wei, have divided the remnants of the Su family's power, yet they remain insufficient to ascend beyond the 9th grade. This point is not open to debate. Fourthly, the presence of the Ascent sect persists in Bibisheng, and in considerable numbers. Fifthly, the sudden commotion stirred by Feng Che clearly indicates that there is orchestrated effort behind the scenes, with individuals striving to seize the financial resources of the Su family. As power cannot be appropriated, only wealth can be transferred. Sixthly, the Feng family has duly submitted their records, and Feng Che has taken a master, distancing himself from the Feng family. According to your investigations, the matter does not implicate the Feng family. Seventhly, it becomes evident that Feng Che has someone backing him. Those individuals, unable to acquire the resources themselves, aim to use Feng Che as their proxy. Why, then, would they allow Feng Che to take the lead? It is apparent that Feng Che is likely one of their own, whether already or soon to be. Eighth, since Feng Che is the only one with issues while the Feng family remains unblemished, It raises a question regarding his master, who appears to be the most suspect. From this point forward, we must devote our utmost efforts to monitoring him. Ninth, the individual responsible for the massacre of the Su family is evidently associated with the Ascent sect, indicating that this sect may have deployed at least 3 king-level experts in the current generation of Bibo City. Why 3? Assuming Feng Che's master accounts for 1, and the assailant represents another, it stands to reason that there must be 1 or 2 additional experts providing covert support, as is customary for the Ascent sect. Thus, a minimum of 3 cannot be underestimated in terms of their prowess. 10th, given that Feng Che is under suspicion, he should be closely observed. However, this insignificant character holds little value. Capturing or eliminating him now would be a waste. Instead, it would be wiser to bide our time and aim for something greater. Therefore, granting him the wealth of the Su family, what difference does it make? After all, he is already within our sights. Can he truly escape? 11th, this young rascal, Feng Che, undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives, or perhaps the Ascent sect does. It is said that he is a martial arts prodigy, yet has not yet entered the Guardian Martial Academy, making his admission this year inevitable. The substantial benefits the Ascent sect is bestowing upon him clearly indicate their desire for Feng Che to secure a top position, thereby entering the Guardian Martial Academy under the guise of a genius. Should that come to pass, even if his identity is suspect, the rewards he is due would still be granted in the absence of concrete evidence, which would undoubtedly provoke the disdain of his peers within the academy. Thus, we have been entrusted with a mission. Under no circumstances must we allow Feng Che to secure the top position in the martial arts examination. The reason I have come here is due to intelligence suggesting that the Ascent sect is poised to execute significant plans, and the recent affairs concerning the Su family may not be mere coincidence. We must remain vigilant in all respects and be prepared to adapt at any moment. Chen Ruhai, though appearing languid, speaks with words that cut as sharply as swords, demonstrating a remarkably meticulous mind. He methodically unravels this matter, revealing its intricacies in full. Therefore, there is no need for any disorganized discussions. We must proceed with 4 imperative tasks. If we successfully execute these 4 tasks, we shall ensure our success. The second task involves filtering our assets and presenting them to Feng Che. This aligns with the Ascent sect schemes, allowing us to discern their intentions and potentially glean clues from Feng Che himself. The third task mandates that we assign covert missions to exceptional individuals across various regions, fully committing to obstructing Feng Che's progress, ensuring he does not attain the first position, lest our comrades at the Martial Academy face undue hardship. The fourth task is to rigorously investigate the whereabouts of the members of the Ascent sect. Aside from Feng Che's master, any other individuals we locate shall face no mercy. Immediately, someone inquired, why does Feng Che's master choose to exclude him? Fool. The duo is so timid that the mere action of one terrifies the other. How can they possibly fish? Their presence is already overt. Is there a need for stealth? Chen Ruhai chastised. Instantly, everyone grasped the situation, unable to suppress their admiration for such clear and startling reasoning. Across the room, the middle-aged man presiding over the meeting bore a countenance of despair, as though he were eternally indebted to someone. He waved his hand and, with a voice heavy with resignation, declared, "The Lord has already commanded this. Let us proceed accordingly. Everyone may disperse." Upon hearing this, Chen Ruhai promptly removed his foot, donned his boots with a grimace, and rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Fan Tiantiao, must you speak in such a morbid tone?" "It's a habit, though I wish it weren't," sighed Fan Tiantiao, his furrowed brow deepening. As they exchanged words, the others swiftly exited, for the atmosphere created by these two was akin to being caught between 2 disparate worlds, a dissonance that drove one to madness. Ironically, one was the Lord and the other the Deputy Lord, both summoned from different locales, resulting in this incongruous partnership. Their mutual disdain was palpable. "If you do not depart, do you have something to say?" Chen Ruhai rolled his eyes. "That Feng Che requires companionship. I shall petition the Dark Hall to assign someone to infiltrate." Fan Tiantiao articulated deliberately, listening to that sorrowful, shattered voice and gazing upon a face marked by wrinkles that seemed never to have relaxed since birth. Chen Ruhai felt an inexplicable discomfort. He waved his hand dismissively, turning his face aside, and said, "Then arrange it yourself." "I can arrange it," Fan Tiantiao hissed. "But should any discoveries arise, he will be executed immediately, and all your fishing plans will be in vain. If it ends, then so be it. you decide. Chun Ruhai replied, and with a swift motion, he departed. Behind him, Fan Tiantiao's voice, cold and hoarse as if his throat were entirely ruined, echoed, next time we meet. You shall remove your shoes. I will speak with you throughout the night. Bang! Chun Ruhai vanished. Upon returning to his study, he promptly drafted a report. I accept my reassignment here, but I request the immediate removal of Fan Tiantiao. Fan Tiantiao, frowning deeply, pondered for a while before slowly making his way out. Subsequently, a message was dispatched to the Dark Hall, indicating a manageable task that could be assigned to those key Prot.gs for practice purposes. Feng Che received confirmation regarding the custody of the main hall and silently nodded in agreement. Such a significant commotion and bizarre developments would surely alert the guardians of the hall to his connection with the One Heart sect, prompting them to bolster their vigilance and take precautionary measures, unless they were utterly dim-witted. A conspicuous line linked him to their operations. Feng Che mused to himself, pondering that if they were astute enough to place someone in close proximity to him, that would be even more splendid, given his current capabilities. He knew he could not afford any reckless actions. So feeble, utterly lacking in the strength to conceal one's intentions. Once discovered, it will undoubtedly lead to one's demise. Ever since he chose this path, Feng Che has ceased to regard life and death with any seriousness. Yet to perish at this juncture would be a lamentable fate. Meanwhile, Sun Yuan has begun to feel a sense of foreboding. Che-er, this matter poses a risk of attracting calamity. It is evident that the guardians of the Great Hall, having consented so readily, have set their sights upon you. This is rather imprudent. Feng Che resolutely replied. What if I am being targeted? Brotherhood must not be disregarded. I am determined to safeguard Brother Su Yu's assets, no matter the cost. I cannot discern whether you are truly foolish or merely pretending, Sun Yuan sighed wearily. However, following this incident, you must prepare yourself for a baptism of doctrine. Feng Che nodded, fully aware that this development was anticipated, since he had emerged from obscurity, whether it be the devoted followers of the One Mind sect or the defenders of the Great Hall. Any individual possessing a modicum of intelligence would surely engage in profound speculation. He could surmise their thoughts with relative accuracy. Therefore, he possessed unwavering confidence that events would unfold according to his envisioned trajectory. The most significant drawback was that, in the eyes of certain individuals, his identity had become, in essence, partially exposed. Yet even this slight revelation was something Feng Che had desired. The assets of the Su family would remain impervious to the One Mind sect's grasp. Thus, by stepping forth, they would inevitably devise a strategy, one that would undoubtedly culminate in the annihilation of the entire Su lineage. The Su family, having allied with the One Mind sect, would be branded as traitors to the continent. Such a family was never destined for mercy in Feng Che's eyes. I have designed your demise, plotting the downfall of your entire family, seizing your wealth, and using your name for my own gain. I intend to obliterate your lineage and ensure that the forces you have allied with will bring ruin upon your household. Su Yu, do you harbor any regrets for having manipulated and framed an innocent child? In that moment, do you find clarity within your heart? Feng Che pondered silently as a faint, imperceptible obsession quietly dissipated. After a thorough examination by the guardians of the main hall, the Su family's assets were put on the market. Feng Jingheng personally took charge, acquiring at a premium a street that originally belonged to the Su family, strategically adjacent to Feng family territory. He also secured 2 tea houses, 2 grain shops, a pawn shop, a gambling den, and a brothel. Despite the bidding process, your nephew assured me that the funds could be refunded. Feng Jingheng recalled a phrase his sister, Feng Qianni, had imparted to him before his arrival, filling him with confidence. With that assurance, he felt emboldened to outbid any competitors for deals he had long coveted, regardless of their offers. Feng Jingheng, does your family possess such vast wealth? Wei Junping, the head of the Wei family, exclaimed in a fit of fury, rising to berate them publicly. Ultimately, the Feng family emerged victorious. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Feng Jingheng remarked coolly, "We have already settled our payments. Why would we owe anything later?" The other family heads departed in disdain, their sleeves swishing as they left. It was indeed the price the Feng family had recently paid. Feng Jingheng's expression turned solemn as he regarded the box before him, revealing little joy. He spoke softly, "Sister, you must keep a watchful eye. The child cannot stray onto the wrong path." Feng Qianni sighed in response, "I am aware of this matter." Feng Jingheng patted the box and spoke, "There is a matter I must inform you of. From today onward, in our Feng family of Bibo City, Feng Che shall inherit a share of the family fortune. His treatment will be equivalent to that of a legitimate son. Feng Qianyi was taken aback, exclaiming, "Elder brother, Che is an outsider. Would this not incite discord within the Feng family? We must not let the child feel disheartened." Feng Zhenghang replied, "Though Che is an outsider, I, as the family head, have made this decision. It is indisputable. I have already inscribed this into the family rules, and there is no need for further discussion." Feng Qianyi hesitated, ultimately letting out a sigh. She understood her brother's temperament. Once he had made a decision, it was immutable. Feng Zhenghang smiled warmly. "In this matter, your elder brother holds the authority. Moreover, with these resources, we shall have ample opportunity for development in the coming years, more than enough to compensate." "Thank you, elder brother," she replied. Feng Zhenghang's eyes sparkled with delight. "I find great solace in this decision regarding Che. He is a good child. Yet he finds himself in a precarious situation and must not stray from the right path." At that moment, Feng Che was following Sun Yuan. Having been rendered unconscious and brought to a clandestine location, unaware of where he was, he awakened in a strange underground chamber. The atmosphere was ominous, evoking an unsettling sense of the underworld. On either side stood 8 oddly shaped stone sculptures, each unmistakably resembling malevolent beings. At the center, on a sinister altar, lay a grotesque centipede, possessing a human head and the body of a centipede, covered in terrifying and bizarre antennae. In the eyes of the centipede deity, an eerie green light seemed to flicker. The area enveloped by this verdant glow was precisely where Feng Che stood, a luminous sphere extending 3 feet around him. Beneath the divine altar, 4 individuals stood rigidly. One was positioned in the center, flanked by 1 on each side, totaling 2 on either side. Sun Yuan stepped forward to stand beside one of them, thereby forming a configuration of 1 person at the center with 2 on each side. "Chair, this is your baptism into the doctrine. After today, you shall truly be one of the followers of the One Mind sect." Sun Yuan spoke softly. A shiver ran through Feng Che's heart. Was this indeed the initiation ritual of the One True Sect? A ceremony that purportedly no traitor, regardless of their cunning, could circumvent? Chapter 13. The Baptism of Initiation. Feng Che looked up. The 5 individuals above him bore no masks, for it was unnecessary. The One Mind sect was a subsidiary of the One True Sect, and those who passed this trial would be regarded as members of the One True Sect. Those who failed would not survive to tell the tale. At such a critical juncture, there was no need for subterfuge. One among them, standing at 8 feet tall, exuded an air of authority simply by his presence. The other 3 were elderly men with hair and beards as white as snow. One was slightly plump, another as thin as a monkey, while the third was short and stout, resembling a prosperous merchant. There is no need for introductions at this moment. We shall defer that until after the doctrine is completed, the central figure stated. Indeed, the other 4 replied in unison. This young man is indeed fortunate. Since the establishment of our unified sect, it appears that he is the sole recipient of the doctrinal baptism conducted by the 5 of us. The man in the center chuckled heartily, exuding an unexpectedly amiable aura, entirely unlike the infamous dark overlord of legend. The others joined in laughter, and Sun Yuan remarked, "This is indeed the young man's blessing." Then, the man in the center retrieved a plate of verdant incense from his robe and extended his finger. Sun Yuan offered, "Allow me." Without hesitation, the man produced a knife. With a swift stroke, blood flowed from the tip of his finger, dripping onto the incense. The other 4, their faces alight with fervor, followed suit, slicing their fingers and allowing their blood to mingle with the incense. They then channeled their energies, igniting the incense with the flames of true spirit. A wisp of green smoke entwined with a red thread, ascending gracefully, and slowly inhaled into the nostrils of the centipede deity upon the altar, without a trace of escape. As the incense burned down to a third, the centipede deity's eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance. A sphere of green light enveloped Feng Che entirely. A chill ran through him as he realized that the trial had commenced. Whether he could navigate through this ordeal rested solely on the divine power of the centipede deity. It was a life and death crisis, an enigma that countless souls in his past life had failed to decipher and overcome, a test of our righteous sect. He quietly focused on the infinite true scripture's heart method, relinquishing control over the 5 spirits goo within him. By relentlessly tormenting and subsequently rejuvenating himself through the infinite true scripture, it was akin to administering a stick followed by a sweet date, a continuous cycle all for this day. In reverence to the celestial centipede spirit, The disciples offer their supplications, invoking the divine guidance to embrace the righteous path. The fragrant incense serves as a testament, while the blood acts as a beacon. With sincere devotion, they yearn for enlightenment. Harboring divergent intentions, they become enmeshed in blood feuds. The earnest disciples are destined to be the backbone of this faith. Only through our unwavering principles shall we command the realms, sovereign over the universe. We gaze down upon the mountains and rivers. In the midst of this sacred ritual, an individual holds a stick of incense, reciting incantations with deliberate cadence. Suddenly, the incense burns with fervor. The eyes of the centipede spirit begin to gleam with increasing intensity. At last, the incense is consumed entirely. The figure turns to Feng Che and commands, "Kneel. Raise your head." Feng Che, maintaining his composure, slowly kneels and lifts his gaze. The verdant light emanating from the centipede spirit instantaneously penetrates Feng Che's eyes. The green luminescence swiftly takes control of his being, rousing the 5 spirits worms within his dantian. A green point materializes upon Feng Che, gradually shifting and quickening in pace. The emerald glow envelopes him, suggesting a communion with the 5 spirits worms. Throughout this ordeal, Feng Che remains fully conscious, yet utterly devoid of control over his corporeal form. He distinctly perceives the 5 spirits worms engaging in fervent communication, their emotions swirling with intensity, fear, excitement, and trepidation. It is as if they lament the torment inflicted upon them, delivering a relentless discourse of grievances. A profound sentiment resonates. "You must advocate for me." This Feng Che embodies the most terrifying of demons. Sun Yuan and the other 4 gaze intently, unable to suppress their astonishment. The 5 spirits worms exhibit an unprecedented vitality, far more spirited than those observed in previous initiates undergoing doctrinal baptism. Furthermore, this particular rite of passage endures longer than any before. In the past, the process was typically completed in a brief span. The divine essence of the celestial insect god would promptly dissipate. However, this time, an unprecedented duration of 15 minutes had elapsed, and it was still ongoing. A look of anxiety crept across Sun Yuan's face, yet he refrained from uttering a word. At long last, after a quarter of an hour, a flash of green light illuminated the scene, conveying a distinct message to the assembly. Imbued with a serene and almost appreciative sentiment, the 5 individuals were elated. Appreciation. It is noteworthy that the manifestation of emotion from the celestial insect god is a rare occurrence within the esteemed sect of the only true teachings. Thus, the unmistakable sense of appreciation this time was indeed a remarkable rarity. The rite of passage had been successfully completed. A peculiar light radiated from the eyes of the individual in the center, casting a glance upon Feng Che as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Sun Yuan erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Master, my disciple is truly commendable, isn't he?" It was then that Feng Che realized that the individual before him was none other than the leader of the One Heart sect, the notorious demon known as Blood Spirit Butcher from the Hall of Divine Seal, which had wreaked havoc across the land. Who, then, were the 3 individuals flanking him? The leader of the One Heart sect, the Hall of Divine Seal, smiled and introduced, "This esteemed personage is the Grand Offering, the heart-slaying sword, Mu Lin Yuan." Feng Che immediately offered a respectful bow to the slightly plump elder with white hair. "This is the second offering, the poisonous heart divine monkey, Ho Feng," announced the leader, gesturing towards the frail, monkey-like elder. "And this is the third offering, the 8-route god of wealth, Qian Sanjiang," he continued, indicating the stout, rotund elder. Feng Che paid his respects to each in turn, his mind awash with curiosity. The One Heart sect was indeed a perplexing entity. To think that for a mere novice like him to undergo a rite of passage warranted the personal attention of both the leader and the 3 esteemed offerings was an immense honor. He could not help but glance towards Sun Yuan. In the Temple of the Seal, a faint smile graced the lips of the speaker. "Your master is also revered within our sect." However, out of consideration for appearances, he refrained from stating, "These 3 are first-tier offerings, while your master is a third-tier offering." Sun Yuan, fully aware of the unspoken truth, felt a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks, quickly adopting a demeanor of solemnity and composure. How profound and inscrutable, he thought. It was evident that his master possessed remarkable prowess. Feng Che seized the moment to express his astonishment, eliciting a smile from Sun Yuan. The Temple of the Seal chuckled softly before turning to Feng Che. "You, my boy, have struck gold this time. The Su family's wealth is considerable, is it not? I have not touched it. The chest should contain jewels and several million in gold notes. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Che responded, naturally, it should be utilized. I shall place an IOU inside, and in the future, I shall find an opportunity to recompense it. He was resolute in his decision to include the IOU. The five exchanged knowing glances, a silent acknowledgement of resolve, yet they were not rigid in their beliefs. Quite commendable, remarked Mu Linyuan with a smile. While Qian Sanjiang added with a grin, though the Su family, why did they mysteriously vanish? The Temple of the Seal pondered this, somewhat perplexed. The Su family's actions appeared hasty and shrouded in secrecy. Quickly shifting his thoughts, the Temple of the Seal regarded Feng Che with keen interest. I have heard from your master that you possess exceptional talent. It seems your master dotes on his disciple excessively. There is no need for modesty. The gaze of the divine palace flickered as it recalled the admiration of the celestial insect deity, stirring a subtle yet profound emotion within. Very well, it announced. Since I have become a witness to your baptism of doctrine today, I shall bestow upon you an additional boon. Let us see how much you can acquire. Sun Yuan, standing nearby, restrained his excitement and inquired, is that what the master means? The divine palace continued. Initially, our purpose for visiting was of a different nature, yet we fortuitously found ourselves witnessing this young man's baptism. Thus, it is both his serendipity and ours. Since this is fate, we must not disregard the goodwill of the celestial insect deity. The divine palace declared, each of us four shall impart a unique skill to you. You will have but 1 hour. Within this time, whatever you can retain will be yours to claim. With a smile, it added, I have heard that your aptitude for martial arts allows you to memorize techniques with a mere glance, mastering a discipline in only half a day. Today serves as a test for you. What say you? Upon hearing this, the three esteemed patrons smiled in unison, for they believed Sun Yuan was likely indulging in exaggeration. What kind of genius could possess such capabilities? A photographic memory? They understood that martial arts were intricate. Swordsmanship was not solely about the blade, but also required an understanding of sword intent, internal principles, and precise movements, all harmonized into a cohesive whole. To claim one could memorize it in a glance was sheer bravado. Sun Yuan, overjoyed, exclaimed, I must express my gratitude to the master and the three esteemed patrons. Do not be hasty in your thanks. It is possible he may retain nothing at all, remarked the venomous-hearted Monkey King, Ho Fengyin, ominously. At that moment, Feng Che promptly knelt, exclaiming, Thank you, master. Thank you, esteemed patrons. Such a precious gift, Feng Che shall never forget, regardless of whether he can truly learn from it. He is willing to treat you with the respect of a disciple henceforth. These words were spoken with utmost sincerity. Instantly, the divine seal palace and the three venerable attendants felt a surge of comfort in their hearts. To treat him with the respect of a master. Yes, that is precisely the phrase desired. It is a recognition bestowed by the celestial Wugong, an honor not encountered for tens of thousands of years. For Feng Che, notions of face and reputation are utterly insignificant. Having taken this step, he is determined to ascend within the one-heart sect at any cost. The higher his position, the more he can accomplish. Thus, this rare opportunity to meet the individuals from the Divine Seal Palace must be seized, viewing it as a heavenly ladder. This is an immense advantage, incomparable to that of Sun Yuan. As for treating them with the respect of a master, that is indeed sincere. In the future, I shall ensure your peaceful end. The voice of the Divine Seal Palace softened somewhat as he remarked, You, being so clever, I initially intended to casually impart some skills to you. However, I shall instead teach you the Blood Spirit 7 swords. Thank you, master. Sun Yuan exclaimed with overwhelming joy, while Mu Linyuan and the other two exchanged astonished glances. Although the Blood Spirit 7 swords do not represent the pinnacle of the Divine Seal Palace's hidden techniques, they are the swordsmanship upon which the master built his reputation. The title Blood Spirit Butcher originated from the Blood Spirit 7 swords. Its might is tremendous and exceedingly lethal. Pay attention. The Divine Seal Palace drew his sword from its sheath, his body floating 3 feet forward, the long sword poised at his chest. The Blood Spirit 7 swords, supplemented by special sword techniques, possess their own unique circulation of energy, along with specific movements and steps. Lacking even one element, reaching the pinnacle is impossible. You have but one chance. Let us see how much you can comprehend. Chapter 14. Transmission of skills. Listen closely and observe carefully. He intoned. The blood spirit sword technique relies on the mind as its foundation, guided by intent. Before the sword is drawn, the spirit has already arrived. The sword technique, when grasped in illusion, reveals weaknesses, and when firmly held, the sword is unleashed. Wherever the sword tip points, the spirit has already shifted. When the enemy's blood splatters, I shall have returned, and there shall be no opportunity for counterattack. As he recited the technique, he manifested the energy of his body, weaving the paths of power as his movements synchronized with the swordplay. With his left hand, he formed intricate sword seals, continuously altering his gestures. The 7 blood spirits' sword. Each move, each posture, was executed with deliberate grace. The pace of the imprinting palace was notably sluggish, even more so than Sun Yuan's usual teachings. However, despite the moniker of 7 swords, the complexity of the footwork, the transformations of the sword techniques, the flow of energy, and the synergy of essence, spirit, and intent rendered it a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of variation. The 4 observers, Mu Linyuan and his companions, watched intently, but by the second technique, they felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. They ceased their efforts, sighing inwardly. Such vast complexity, how could one possibly grasp it in a single viewing? This young man, it seemed, was destined for a fruitless endeavor. While wielding the sword, the practitioner of the imprinting palace felt a tinge of helplessness. Today's whimsical decision to demonstrate was indeed a fanciful folly. It had taken him 3 full months of dedicated practice to merely scratch the surface of understanding. To grant this young man but a fleeting glimpse was a recipe for futility. No amount of effort would allow him to retain it. In pursuit of the admiration of the celestial Wugong, he had acted rather rashly. As the radiant light of the long sword dimmed, the air was filled with a palpable disillusionment. There was no response. Turning his head, he beheld Feng Che standing motionless, a grave expression etched upon his face. His gaze fixed ahead yet profoundly vacant, as if ensnared in the most profound contemplation of memories. A quarter of an hour passed before Feng Che blinked, regaining clarity, and spoke. I humbly request guidance from the master. With that, he leaped forth, drawing his sword from its sheath. Ah! The guardians of the Yinshun Palace gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment, unable to contain their surprise. For Feng Che's initial stance, the manner of his leap, and the ethereal quality he exuded were strikingly reminiscent of the previous display by the Yinshun Palace. Were it not for the differences in attire and visage, one might have mistaken him for the very embodiment of the palace itself. This lad. Intriguing indeed. The guardians of the Yinshun Palace felt a surge of anticipation, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Feng Che took his position, his sword thrust forth with a flourish. A glint of cold light flashing as he transitioned from a neutral stance to a forward lunge. His heels slightly elevated, the arch of his foot suspended. He poised his toes delicately upon the ground, utilizing only the big toe and the second toe for balance, his foot in a half-rotated position. With his left hand forming a sword gesture, it appeared as though he had grasped the vulnerabilities of an unseen adversary. A surge of spiritual energy rose from his dantian, coursing into his right arm, marking the commencement of the first stance of the blood spirit 7 swords. The cold light flickered as he thrust the sword forward, his body leaning slightly, mirroring the previous posture of the Yinshun Palace with remarkable precision. Even the composed grace that accompanied his movements bore a striking resemblance. Softly reciting, the blood spirit sword technique, relying on the mind and spirit, guided by divine intent. Before the sword is drawn, the spirit has already arrived. The sword technique, when grasped, reveals its flaws. When firmly held, the sword is unleashed. As the sword tip moves, the spirit has already shifted. When the enemy's blood splatters, I shall have returned, free from the threat of backlash. Remarkably, he recounted every word spoken by the divine seal palace, each syllable articulated with precision. His movements mirrored precisely. His steps synchronized impeccably, the sword techniques identical, the incantations recited without a single deviation. With the execution of the first move, he seamlessly transitioned into the second, third, and fourth. Beside him, the eyes of those from the divine seal palace widened in astonishment. To one side, Mu Linyuan, Ho Feng, and Qian Sanjiang stood agape, their mouths open as if they could swallow goose eggs whole. Sun Yuan was no better. His expression was one of sheer bewilderment. It dawned on him that during his instruction, this young man had scarcely applied himself to master the blood spirit 7 swords with but a single glance. What did that make of his own teachings? Did they even require an hour of effort? The Divine Seal Palace was so astounded it rendered them incapable of thought. With his keen perception, he recognized at once that Feng Che had never encountered the Blood Spirit Seven Swords, nor had he ever studied them. For the awkwardness in his movements was unmistakable, a hallmark of a novice. He possessed only the forms, devoid of any essence or lethal power. He merely imitated without comprehension. Thus, the fleeting doubt of whether this young man had learned previously vanished as quickly as it arose. Such a phenomenon was unique in the world, unless one had taught him and forgotten the knowledge themselves. Yet, this was astonishingly swift. To remember it all after a single viewing? At that moment, the master devoted to teaching felt his heart racing with fervor. A genius indeed. By the seventh technique, the final stroke of the Blood Spirit Seven Swords, the pace finally slowed, and several movements were executed imperfectly. Nevertheless, it was ultimately recorded in its entirety. Once the series of sword techniques was completed, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Feng Che sheathed his sword and remained motionless, reflecting on the errors and omissions of his performance. He then murmured, at the fifth sword. The turning motion was flawed, the footwork was incorrect, and the posture slightly misaligned, causing the sword technique to falter by half a beat. By the seventh sword, it had devolved into utter chaos, with as many as 6, 8, or 9. Yes, 9 mistakes. Moreover, within the incantation, there lies a phrase: the sword pierces the enemy's blood, transforming the ethereal into a lethal presence. I cannot ascertain its correctness. Is it her? From the perspective of the artistic conception, it should refer to the right. Thus, it pertains to the cultivation of momentum. The master of the Divine Spirit Palace inhaled deeply, her fair face slightly flushed. She spoke with pointed clarity. When executing the fifth sword, your body should pivot in accordance with your footwork. Although your left hand is forming the incantation, it must not merely target the enemy indicated by the sword tip, but rather be prepared to counter any potential adversaries. Your misunderstanding arose from treating this as a singular opponent, which led to the misalignment of your posture. This is not entirely your fault. As for the mistake in the seventh sword, that is indeed a genuine error, and it lies in. She proceeded to elaborate in detail, her tone grave, conveying a sense of earnest mentorship. Feng Che then practiced the technique once more, a sudden enlightenment washing over him. Ah, so that is how it is. Thank you, master. The master of the Divine Spirit Palace smiled and nodded, then cast a glance at Sun Yuan, her expression complex, and sighed softly. A genius. Truly a prodigy in martial arts. Over there, Feng Che continued to practice for the third time, and everyone was astonished to discover that this young lad had memorized everything. Although he still appeared somewhat immature, it was merely a process of accumulating proficiency from that point onward. For such a prodigy, proficiency. What could be the issue? Mu Linyuan, Ho Fong, and Qian Sanjiang were left utterly bewildered. How could there exist such a genius in this world? In comparison to Feng Che before them, all the so-called geniuses they had encountered in their lives seemed utterly inconsequential, fit only for the refuse bin. There was simply no basis for comparison. The three turned to look at Sun Yuan, their eyes brimming with unabashed jealousy, accompanied by a malicious intent that seemed to urge them to unleash their pent-up frustrations. Sun Yuan's face beamed with an exuberant smile, but upon sensing their gaze, he quickly reined in his expression, revealing a touch of ingratiation. The plea for mercy was unmistakably written across his face. Please do not strike me. My disciple is present. Let us maintain some dignity. Now it was your turn. I shall take a moment to rest and ponder some matters. Yin Xingu let out a sigh, retreating a few steps to sit in a chair, lost in thought. For Yin Xingu, this visit was purely coincidental. The baptism of a mere disciple into the sect hardly warranted the involvement of Sun Yuan. It was purely happenstance that he found himself here, coupled with a faint curiosity stemming from Sun Yuan's claims of a remarkable genius, prompting him to take a glance. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering a disciple who could elicit a sense of gratification from the heavenly insect deity. It was precisely this fleeting feeling of contentment from the deity that sparked a different notion within Yin Xingu, leading him to spontaneously decide to impart the Blood Spirit Seven Swords to Feng Che. Moreover, his original intention was that if Feng Che could master even a single technique, it would already suffice to deem him a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. However, he never anticipated encountering a genuine genius capable of shaking the very foundations of history. At this moment, his heart was beset by a tumult of thoughts. Yet, amidst the chaos, he found himself unable to attain tranquility. Feng Che felt a surge of joy. The Blood Spirit Seven Swords possessed immense lethality and bizarre techniques, far surpassing the swordplay of his past life. It could truly be considered a formidable weapon. Alas, it was the signature style of the imprint Divine Palace, and thus, he must not expose it carelessly. Meanwhile, Mu Linyuan stepped forward with a warm and amiable smile, exuding a sense of impatience. "It's my turn now." Sun Yuan cleared his throat and remarked, "Disciple, learn diligently. The Grand Offering possesses unparalleled skills." Mu Linyuan interjected with a snort, "No need to remind me. I do not intend to compete with you." "The Grand Offering speaks too highly," Sun Yuan replied, a sheepish smile gracing his face. "Humph." Mu Linyuan, for reasons unbeknownst to him, found Sun Yuan particularly irksome at that moment, and malevolent thoughts began to fester within him. The mere sight of that face stirred an uncontrollable urge to inflict harm, a wave of impulse that he could hardly suppress. After taking a deep breath, he finally managed to calm himself. Turning his gaze back to Feng Che, his expression softened into one of warmth and kindness. "Feng Che, since your talents are so exceptional, I shall not hoard my wisdom. As practitioners of the martial arts, we navigate a life fraught with peril, where one must hone their skills, master agility, cultivate mental discipline, and above all, seek inner peace. Throughout my life, I have acquired vast knowledge. Other matters can be addressed later. For now, I shall impart to you a unique meditation technique that enables one to maintain a serene mind even in moments of crisis. This method, known as the Ice Clear Spirit Platform, is a treasured secret of mine. As I speak, I begin to convey this wisdom to Feng Che. Unlike the generous teachings of the Ancient Palace, which are accessible to all, my Ice Clear Spirit Platform is such that if someone hears it just once, they may indeed remember it, which would be a grave loss for me. Meanwhile, Ho Feng, Qian Sanjiang, and Sun Yuan ponder the implications of the old man's earlier words. Throughout my life, I have acquired knowledge. Other matters can be addressed later. Sun Yuan, in particular, feels a heightened sense of unease, perceiving that Mu Linyuan harbors intentions towards his disciple. The audacity of this old rogue. It is utterly disgraceful. The way he glanced at me a moment ago surely bore ill will. Just days prior, he was mocking me for my boasts, and now he dares to act so brazenly, seeking something more? In the following chapter, titled Codename, Night Demon, Feng Che diligently memorizes the teachings. It must be said that Mu Linyuan's Ice Clear Spirit Platform is a veritable treasure for Feng Che. After hearing it just once, he realizes that, although this technique may not serve other purposes, it is unparalleled for cultivating tranquility, maintaining composure, and enabling thoughtful reflection in any environment. It surpasses the Ice Heart technique he practiced in his previous life. Given this, he cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. Subsequently, Ho Feng imparts the Divine Monkey Heart Extraction 13 forms. Qian Sanjiang imparted a remarkable technique known as illusory bone transformation in the treacherous world of the Jianghu, where danger lurks at every corner. Mastering this profound skill allows one to alter their physical form and visage at will, even disguising their bone age. This technique comprises 7 tiers, and I have only attained the second. Devote yourself to its cultivation, for this is the true means of survival within the Jianghu. While he did not articulate this, Feng Che understood it implicitly. Therefore, he regarded this skill with utmost seriousness and resolved that, should an opportunity arise, he must strive to elevate illusory bone transformation to its 7th tier. This is indeed a genuine life-preserving art. Observing Qian Sanjiang, Feng Che suddenly realized that the appearance before him may not be Qian Sanjiang's true visage. Surely, he must have evaded countless pursuers through this technique. A mere fish that slipped through the net. At last, 2 full hours elapsed. The 6 individuals emerged from the secret chamber, finding themselves in a remote village. The guardians were fast approaching, creating an overwhelming sense of urgency. He drew his sword from its sheath and, with a sudden flourish, unleashed a formidable wave of sword energy. With a resounding boom, the blade sliced through the village like lightning. The quaint hamlet, home to numerous families, was reduced to mere dust beneath this single strike. The sword energy rampaged, leaving no one, men, women, or children, unscathed. An overpowering scent of blood permeated the air. With a thunderous crash, the underground chamber of purification collapsed, and the essence of the celestial insect deity dissipated completely. In the meantime, the guardian of the Divine Seal Palace touched the spatial ring upon his finger, within which lay the statue of the celestial insect deity. It should be safe now. Mu Lin Yuan, Sun Yuan, and others bore expressions of relaxation. Having long grown accustomed to the brutal slaughters that claimed hundreds of lives without a second thought, to them, it was nothing remarkable. Feng Che's face remained inscrutable, his right hand quietly clenching into a fist. Over 100 lives, innocent and unconflicted, extinguished in an instant. There was no justification for such tragic demise, simply because the Divine Palace sought to erase its presence. Yet, it was possible to eliminate the traces without resorting to such bloodshed. Why must it be this way? He could see amidst the ruins a young woman, blood streaming from her orifices, cradling a 1- or 2-year-old infant in her arms, both of whom had already succumbed to the void. Dead. The child's face was pale, its innocent eyes still wide open, unable to comprehend why, having just entered this world and not yet learned to speak, it had already encountered death. Those once clear eyes had transformed into the lifeless stare of a fish. The Divine Palace turned to Feng Che, observing his emotionless visage, and spoke softly. Feng Che, what are your thoughts? Feng Che inhaled deeply and replied, they need not be killed for the traces to be erased. He still bore the countenance of a vigorous youth, filled with righteous indignation, which was entirely warranted. Thus he spoke his mind without concern for the Divine Palace's opinion. This candid expression of his anger resonated with his current persona. The Divine Palace retorted coldly, in all matters, there are uncertainties. This course of action serves to deter the guardians. In the future, do not pursue further, otherwise, more lives will be lost. We do not concern ourselves with the number of deaths, but the guardians do. Foolish justice. The pedantic guardian. For we, as a unified front, are confronted by formidable adversaries from across the realm. Any moment of negligence could lead to our demise, leaving none of the 6 of us unscathed. Although we encountered no one upon our entry, it is entirely possible that someone peered through the cracks of the door, catching a glimpse of our appearance. This very visage could, on some fateful day of our inattention, draw the attention of the guardian, resulting in an inexplicable death. I shall not overlook any potential exposure, no matter how slight. The divine guardian smiled, yet his gaze was frigid as he addressed Feng Che. I ask you, whose life holds the utmost significance in this world? Whose life is paramount? Feng Che fell silent. The divine guardian barked, lift your head and meet my gaze. Feng Che obliged, encountering a pair of merciless eyes, akin to those of a carrion vulture. The divine guardian declared, in this world, my life is the most important. Do you understand? Feng Che nodded yes. My life is the most important in this world. Without my life, I possess nothing. A teachable spirit. The divine guardian turned to leave, saying, you must always remember this. Sun Yuan, accompanied by Feng Che and several others, moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the summit of a small hill. At that moment, a thunderous cry of anguish resonated from the direction of a distant village. The guardians have arrived. The divine guardian scoffed, alas, they are too late. He turned to Feng Che and said, I hear you seek the blood ignition technique? Indeed. In the Hall of the Seal. The master spoke while walking with hands clasped behind his back. Should you achieve the distinction of first place in the southeastern route and gain entry into the Guardian Martial Institute, I shall personally grant you 500 contribution points, along with additional exemptions, enabling you to learn the blood ignition technique. Sun Yuan interjected from the side. You should express your gratitude to the master. Thank you for your grace, master. Indeed, now that you have joined our ranks and become one of us, it is imperative that you adopt a code name when undertaking missions. You cannot simply present yourself by your true name, the master continued. What code name do you wish to have? Feng Che lowered his head, suppressing the surging anger within him. Utilizing the ice clarity spirit technique he had just learned, he quelled the murderous intent in his heart, striving to maintain a tranquil mind. I haven't given it much thought, he replied. The master replied nonchalantly, since you have not contemplated this matter, your code name from now on shall be Night Demon. As these 2 words were uttered, the expressions of Sun Yuan, Mu Lin Yuan, and the others turned peculiar. Night Demon? Feng Che murmured to himself. Yes, Night Demon, the master affirmed. I hope you understand that being a demon is far more liberating than being a mere human. You must deeply ponder the significance of the word demon. Once you truly grasp its essence, you will be worthy of this title. With a swift turn of his body, he was already several dozen feet away, his indifferent voice echoing. Only after you secure first place and acquire the blood ignition technique shall you be entitled to use the name Night Demon. Until then, you are unworthy of it. Should you fail to attain first place, This name shall remain beyond your reach." With that, the master's voice faded, and he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Mu Linyuan, Ho Feng, Jian Sanjiang, and the others had also inexplicably followed suit and disappeared. On the mountaintop, only Sun Yuan and his disciple Feng Che remained. Sun Yuan finally exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Chair, this time you have truly struck gold. Not only have you successfully undergone the baptism of the faith, but you have also acquired 3 techniques. More importantly, you have garnered the recognition of the sect leader and the 3 esteemed elders, which will undoubtedly benefit your future endeavors." Feng Che released a heavy sigh and replied, "Master, do you not have anything to say about those who indiscriminately slay the innocent?" Sun Yuan paused for a moment, then replied calmly, "I understand your thoughts. In my youth, I shared the same sentiments as you. However, at this juncture, I find nothing amiss. The world of martial arts is fraught with life and death. One must see through it. As long as you do not wish to lie there among the corpses, you will eventually acclimatize." He patted Feng Che on the shoulder, adding, "This is entirely normal, quite commonplace, all too frequent." Feng Che nodded, bowing his head. Within, his heart roared, "I shall never become accustomed to this. You are nothing but a band of devils. Executioners. Demons. No wonder your power is vast, yet you skulk in the shadows. You cannot bear to face the world. You are unworthy of living beneath the sun. One day, I shall make you all pay the price. One day, I will uproot you entirely, ensuring that the people of this world need never fear losing their lives for no reason. You wish for me to grow accustomed to this, but after witnessing such horrors, my resolve has only strengthened to eradicate you completely." From the mountaintop, he gazed longingly towards the distant village. Silence enveloped the air. "I shall avenge you. Indeed, I shall." Feng Che fell into a contemplative silence, ultimately posing a question. "Master, what is the level of cultivation of the sect leader and the grand elder?" Sun Yuan smiled wryly and responded, "You may inquire of me, but under no circumstances should you ask anyone else. It is a taboo. Even I can only tell you that they are far superior to me." Feng Che nodded in understanding. "Your performance today was commendable." Sun Yuan, sensing Feng Che's melancholic mood, reassured him, "The sect leader is quite pleased with you. Otherwise, he would not have taken the time to mentor you. Nor would he have bestowed upon you the name of the night demon." "Oh, is this your first encounter with murder?" Sun Yuan chuckled as he remarked. "Witnessing such slaughter without a flicker of emotion is already quite impressive, especially considering you are merely 17 and have yet to experience the brutalities of the martial world. This disposition is already sufficiently ruthless. Many others, undergoing their first baptism of doctrine like you, have succumbed to nausea, fainting, or been left in a state of shock. There were even those who, in a fit of rage, drew their swords to fight against us. Heh. Thus, your performance has garnered the sect leader's approval." Sun Yuan appeared genuinely pleased. Feng Che inquired, "How were those who drew their swords handled?" "They were not dealt with. For soon enough, they will come to understand the same truths as the sect leader and the others." Sun Yuan hinted. They swiftly grasped the profound truth that the life of one's own self outweighs the collective lives of all others. Feng Che was suddenly overcome with a wave of nausea. Profound truth? Sufficiently venomous and composed. She is indeed an exemplary disciple of our one-heart sect. Sun Yuan chuckled heartily. Feng Che also smiled faintly, as if his spirits had been entirely restored. Yet, internally, he felt a profound absurdity. The tumultuous storms of blood and carnage I endured in my past life far surpassed what you have experienced. What of remaining calm? How has it been misconstrued as cruelty? Such an interpretation is, indeed, rather advantageous for my long-standing concealment. The two walked along the main road leading to the Feng residence. Sun Yuan was already contemplating how to fabricate an excuse to depart, for there was little left to teach, and he had acquired ample techniques for his disciples to practice. No, it should not be termed progress, but rather advancement. Meanwhile, Feng Che was seething with anger, wishing to avoid the members of the One-Heart sect at all costs. It would be best if they departed swiftly, lest they linger before him. The mere sight incited a desire to eliminate them, yet he found himself lacking the capability. How distressing! It would be better to simply leave, just as the master and disciple harbored their own ulterior motives. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, followed by a piercing scream. From the nearby brothel, a diminutive figure plummeted from the air, crashing heavily before Feng Che. With a gasp, she expelled a mouthful of blood. It was a young girl, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, having fallen from the upper floor, landing not far from Feng Che, and without uttering a sound, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 16. Young Master Feng's bullying. The sudden turn of events left Feng Che and Sun Yuan momentarily stunned. They gazed intently at the girl before them, who appeared tattered and emaciated, a clear reflection of long-term malnutrition. Her hair was dry and yellowed, resembling withered weeds. She was petite and pitifully fragile. Exposed arms and ankles bore distinct, purplish welts, a testament to the lashings endured. The face, marred by filth and wounds, still retained a semblance of beauty, albeit obscured. In this moment, her eyes were tightly shut, lost to unconsciousness, with blood seeping from her orifices, presenting a truly harrowing sight. Beneath her frail form lay a large pool of dark crimson blood, slowly spreading outward, indicative of internal injuries. Anyone with a modicum of understanding would recognize that if swift aid were not rendered, this young girl would not survive beyond a couple of hours. Blood splattered, with several droplets landing upon Feng Che's shoes, prompting a visible reaction of shock upon his face as he regarded the stains. "Do not concern yourself with such trifles," Sun Yuan stated indifferently. "A mere life, in my eyes, holds little significance. Simply consider it as if a rat had met its demise before us." "Master, please wait," Feng Che replied, his youthful face etched with guilt as he spoke softly. "Having just witnessed so many perish, I find this little girl quite pitiable." Sun Yuan turned, furrowing his brow at him. Yet, recalling that this was Feng Che's first encounter with the brutality of the human condition, he couldn't help but sigh, conceding. "Do as you wish." Feng Che lowered his gaze to the unconscious girl, his expression filled with compassion. He placed a pill into her mouth, murmuring, "So unfortunate." He then lifted his eyes to the menacing figures above in the brothel. Upon witnessing his act of mercy, several individuals leaped down from the building. Instantly, Feng Che grasped the gravity of the situation. The guards were indeed fixated on him. This girl before him was likely a spy sent to infiltrate his proximity. He had been harboring doubts, for the circumstances seemed rather coincidental. Just as he happened to arrive at this spot, the young girl fell tragically before him. However, the injuries were undeniably severe. Feng Che sighed inwardly, yet he felt a sudden sense of relief. Since there were individuals of such cunning intellect among the local guardians, perhaps his future endeavors would be less burdensome. A robust man, his face contorted with rage, bellowed in fury. Instantly, 2 burly figures lunged at him like wolves. Feng Che lifted his foot, and with 2 resounding thuds, the assailants tumbled to the ground like overturned gourds. "Sir, this is a matter concerning my Jinyu Tower." The muscular man frowned, glaring at Feng Che with malice. "Who are you to meddle in my family's affairs?" Among the onlookers, someone shouted. "Is this not the valiant Feng Che, renowned for his unwavering loyalty and willingness to fight for his friends?" Those who were unaware sought clarification, prompting an explanation from the crowd. It was revealed that Master Feng shared a deep bond with Master Su, having sworn brotherhood and a pact of life and death. With Master Su missing and his family beset by calamity, how could one not admire Feng Che's noble spirit, his unwavering loyalty, his gallant heart? In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and the would-be assailants hesitated, daunted by the newfound respect that Feng Che inspired. Feng Che spoke softly. "I merely find this girl pitiable and harbor no intention of troubling you. Since this matter has come to my attention, and I am in need of a maid, I can have your manager brought forth. Name your price, and I shall acquire her." Before long, the steward and the matron of the brothel appeared, treating Feng Che with utmost respect. After all, the illustrious Master Feng had gained considerable renown in Baibo City. Though whispers and judgments circulated behind his back, few dared to express such sentiments in his presence. Regardless of the rumors, Feng Che's accomplishments hinted at an unsettling depth. Who would dare provoke such ominous fortune? With kindness, Feng Che inquired, "What is the name of this young lady? How old is she? I wish to purchase her. Please present me with her contract of servitude." The girl, named Arya, had no given name. She had collapsed at the entrance a few days prior and was taken in by him. Now 16, it was initially hoped that she would cough, yet it appeared that she bore no gratitude for their act of salvation. Feng Che frowned lightly and remarked, "Arya? Such an unpleasant name. Henceforth, she shall be called Yi Ming." "Yes, indeed. Master Feng has a splendid taste in names. This girl is truly fortunate to have encountered you. Enough of this banter. What is the price? Bring forth the contract." "Well, it would be 1,000. The matron, gazing at Feng Che's gentle visage, yet feeling an inexplicable chill from his cold eyes, found it hard to utter the sum. Perhaps 300. Feng Che nodded. 1 tael of silver? Very well. He took out a couple of silver ingots and handed them over, saying, bring forth the contract of servitude. The madam, feeling wronged, could only think to weep. When did I ever mention a couple? Feng Che maintained an indifferent expression, his heart devoid of any turmoil. This young girl must surely have been dispatched by the guardian. Yet, those affiliated with the brothel were not under the guardian's command. Such a blunder would never be permitted. Feng Che harbored no fondness for those who coerced the innocent into this sordid trade. At this moment, he seized the opportunity to exert his authority. With a resounding slap, he struck the madam across the face, causing blood and teeth to scatter, her visage stained with crimson. You, a mere madam of a brothel, dare to mock me? Feng Che raised his hand once more. The madam, desperate, cried out, I would never. It was my fault. It truly is 1 ingot. I shall fetch the contract at once, quickly. Bring forth the contract. With a swift motion, Feng Che delivered another blow to her other cheek, and 6 more teeth fell to the ground, exclaiming, Indeed, you were mocking me. The madam's face swelled grotesquely, blood streaming from her orifices, her hair disheveled. The scene was a gruesome tableau of bloodshed and horror. Yet, the others in the brothel could only observe, paralyzed by fear. Just days prior, countless lives had perished under the Su family's wrath. Who dared to intervene? The brothel's steward, brandishing the contract, rushed in a frenzy. Young Master Feng, young Master Feng. The contract has arrived. With a furious slap, Feng Che sent the steward tumbling to the ground. You wretched creature, speak clearly. Whose contract is this? Is it mine? And no, it belongs to the young girl. The teeth flew out. I told you, this is a nightmarish dream. A nightmare. Are you truly so foolish? Yes, yes. The contract of sale for the night dream girl. Bam. Blood erupted forth. This is what happens when you fail to engage your intellect. The contract of sale was seized, torn into shreds without a second glance, a couple of silver coins tossed aside, accompanied by a few resounding slaps to the face of the madam and the steward. Can't you summon a carriage for me? Can't you see that the night dream girl is still unconscious? Do you have eyes merely for urination? Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. The steward hurriedly scrambled to his feet and dashed away. The madam wished to flee as well. However, she could not keep pace with the steward and was left trembling on the ground, utterly defeated. Before long, the carriage arrived. Just prior to boarding, Feng Che stepped on the madam's body, cursing vehemently. Heartless courtesan, how dare you sell a half-dead girl for such an exorbitant price? Damn swine. With a kick, he sent the madam flying 3 paces away. You've sullied my clothing. What ill fortune. Mocking me, how disgraceful. At last, young Master Feng drove away in the carriage. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, watching this noble and valiant young Master Feng depart, their faces clouded with existential doubt. While they found a certain satisfaction in witnessing the beating of the brothel madam, they couldn't shake the feeling that this young Master Feng was, perhaps, not quite as he was rumored to be. 1 or 2 silver coins, and yet he found it excessive? Merely the cost of the carriage rented from the brothel would undoubtedly exceed that sum. In Sun Yuan's eyes, Feng Che's method of handling the situation epitomized the very style we teach. If you desire something, seize it. What else is there? It is only fitting to dominate the weak, to act with such audacity. One should remain indifferent to the feelings of others, solely focused on one's own thoughts. Today, you have performed exceptionally well, Chair, praised Sun Yuan. Alas, master, you still do not understand me. I merely vent my frustrations. Feng Che replied humbly. The reason is inconsequential. What truly matters is the action. Sun Yuan chuckled heartily. This brings great joy to an old man like me. That is what a disciple ought to do. Feng Che remarked. It is rather inconvenient that I have no one to assist me. Moreover, this girl is quite pleasing to the eye. Upon observing her earlier, I deemed her a beauty in the making. Once she regains her health, elevating her to the status of a concubine would not be a poor choice. After all, it is said that a touch of beauty enhances one's surroundings. Feng Che smiled. Sun Yuan chuckled mischievously. Who would have thought my disciple would suddenly gain insight? Ha ha. How delightful. Indeed, what gentleman is devoid of desires? This, well, quite good. Such a disposition distinctly sets him apart from the guardians. Inside the carriage, the unconscious maiden trembled slightly, her eyelashes fluttering delicately. This demon, how can I ensure my own safety? Chapter 17, Night Dream. My disciple is exceptionally gifted. What he lacks is accumulation. It is essential to seek out rare treasures. The sect leaders are rather stingy, failing to leave even a few elixirs for my disciple. Yet, unable to set my mind at ease, I took some pills myself, personally administering them to Yimeng, and activated the medicinal properties through blood circulation. I instructed Dong Mei to summon a physician. With my own hands, I took a pristine white towel to wipe Yimeng's face. Unable to suppress a chuckle, I mused to myself, my son possesses an admirable eye for beauty. This young lady is indeed a stunning beauty. Casting a discreet glance around to ensure no one was watching, I murmured to myself, I shall examine her injuries to ascertain their severity. Thus, I conducted a thorough inspection from head to toe, her head, face, neck, shoulders, chest, abdomen, hips, and thighs. A grin spread across my face as I noted, quite commendable. Her bosom is ample, her posterior pleasingly rounded, and she remains untouched. Indeed, a discerning eye I possess. Suddenly, I cleared my throat and solemnly remarked, this child is quite severely injured. At that moment, a figure appeared at the doorway. Xiao Shui, bearing a bowl of medicine. Miss, the medicine is ready. Oh. I coughed lightly. Please serve with care. Yes. With that, I turned to leave. Neither of us noticed that the young lady on the bed, Yimeng, was slightly flushed, her delicate ears already glowing red. It was only in the evening that Yimeng finally stirred from her slumber. After a night of rest, she had regained some vitality and managed to express her gratitude. On the third day, she began to regain her strength, and her recovery accelerated. Feng Che had been diligently practicing his martial arts. He had an abundance of techniques to master, leaving him with little to no leisure time each day. He practiced the myriad forms of the Wuliang, including swords, spears, and halberds. As for the skills from his past life, he selectively honed a few, discarding the rest. The reasons were twofold. First, the low starting point of his previous existence rendered many of those techniques unworthy of consideration. Second, the opportunities and martial arts he acquired later in that life were overly representative and potent. If he were to be seen by his old rivals and brothers from back in the day, it would inevitably stir some thoughts. Thus, he exercises utmost caution, striving to refrain from unnecessary actions. Should the day come when you regard me as merely a target for the heartless executioners, I would harbor no grievances. While this is his internal resolve, when faced with reality, he would indeed act accordingly. However, Feng Che is determined to prevent such dire circumstances from arising. Consequently, his dedication to cultivation is such that anyone who witnesses it would be left utterly astonished. This endeavor transcends mere practice. It is akin to forging oneself as one would a raw piece of iron. Particularly with the Wuliang techniques of blades and spears, Feng Che approaches them with meticulous care, absorbing every nuance with fervent intensity. These four schools of martial arts encompass an astonishing breadth of techniques, all fundamental yet remarkably diverse. For instance, within the category of sword, the single act of drawing a sword is subdivided into numerous forms: the standard draw, the left waist draw, the right waist draw, the handheld draw, the unsheathing draw, the flying unsheathed draw, the left slung sword draw, and the right. Feng Che cannot help but gasp in astonishment at the comprehensiveness. As for the thrusting, slicing, lifting, and cleaving techniques of the sword, each one surpasses the drawing technique by countless variations. The same applies to knives, spears, and halberds. There are no fixed moves, only an array of styles. Yet, Feng Che understands that this is the hallmark of true mastery. Once he has mastered these techniques, any swordplay becomes second nature, requiring no conscious thought of specific moves, for he has internalized the methods of attack applicable in any situation. Regarding the understanding of these four types of weaponry, the records herein are indeed of the utmost excellence. While the fundamentals are well ingrained, the only aspect lacking is proficiency. However, upon mastering this knowledge, the various techniques of Sun Yuan that I am currently studying, including the renowned Flying Heaven Blade technique, come to fruition effortlessly for Feng Che. Even the blood spirit 7 forms of the Yinshin Palace can be grasped through analogy. The cultivation process is not burdensome. Consequently, I focus on the ice-clear spiritual platform and the illusory bone transformation. Thus, I rise at dawn to practice the foundational forms of swords and spears for 2 hours, supplemented by a breakfast of spiritual beast meat and medicinal cuisine. Following this, I devote another 2 hours to the Flying Heaven Blade technique and the blood spirit 7 forms. After lunch, I engage in the same 2 practices for 2 more hours. In the evening, I concentrate on the illusory bone transformation and the ice-clear spiritual platform for another 2 hours, followed by a late-night snack. Finally, I retire to sleep while reciting the infinite true canon, all the while incorporating various elixirs and accessible cultivation resources. After 7 days, Feng Che has elevated his cultivation to the 6th layer of a warrior. In a fortnight, he has progressed 2 tiers. Although modest, such advancement is astonishing. Yet, Feng Che remains far from satisfied. Instead, he feels an overwhelming sense of impending crisis. Lacking any assurance of achieving the title of first of the Southeast Path, he is acutely aware that in prominent families, talent is abundant. These prodigies have had experts facilitating the unblocking of their meridians with true essence since birth, and their techniques are of unparalleled quality. Additionally, their cultivation aids are far superior to what he currently possesses. What one can truly rely upon, the means to overtake in a bend, are indeed the boundless teachings of the Infinite Sutra and the mastery of weaponry. Furthermore, there is my own unparalleled talent, a rarity of the ages. The concept of diligence stands as my most vital talisman for triumph. Thus, I remain steadfast, not daring to relax in the least. On this particular day, while Feng Che was engrossed in his training, he sensed an unseen gaze upon him. Turning his head, he beheld a delicate figure at the threshold of the chamber, gingerly supporting herself against the doorframe, advancing with tentative steps. She exuded an ineffable fragility, an aura of poignant vulnerability. Upon meeting Feng Che's gaze, she flinched like a startled fawn. Truly, she possessed a remarkable allure, an innate charm of innocent simplicity. As Feng Che observed her, he couldn't help but muse inwardly. It must be said that Yi Meng was strikingly distinctive, undeniably beautiful. Her figure was commendable, albeit somewhat frail. Yet, what set her apart the most were her eyes. These eyes, larger in proportion than those of most women, were round and exceedingly endearing. This peculiarity rendered her seemingly youthful appearance. Despite being around 18 or 19 years of age, when she opened her eyes, an immediate sense of innocent charm enveloped the observer. Feng Che remained silent, his gaze piercing. The young woman shivered slightly, becoming aware of her new master's aloof demeanor. Summoning her courage, she spoke with a pallid face. Yi Meng is deeply grateful to you, my lord, for saving my life. Feng Che nodded, lowering the spear in his hand, and replied coolly, you are now aware of your new name, Yi Meng? Yes, she responded, her voice faint. Her large, fluttering eyes appeared both dazed and pitiful. I have acquired you. Henceforth, you belong to me. Do you understand? The servant comprehends. From this moment on, adhere to your duties, be diligent in your actions, refrain from what is inappropriate, and dismiss any unworthy thoughts. Do you grasp this? The servant understands. Clean yourself thoroughly and recover swiftly. I am in need of someone to attend to me. Very well. Feng Che produced 2 celestial vein vermilion fruits. These are for you to consume. Eat them promptly, and from now on, your loyalty must remain unwavering. Watching as Yi Meng devoured the fruits, Feng Che turned away, focusing intently on his cultivation. In his heart, he was convinced that this Yi Meng was an insider sent by the Guardian, lying in wait beside him to gather intelligence and report on his movements. Yet, in Feng Che's mind, she was one of his own. Although they were all perceived as disciples of a demon, heirs of a sinister cult, and terrorists, they were undeniably comrades of a shared ambition. Thus, Feng Che was not hesitant to offer her some advantages. Even if, hypothetically, this girl were not affiliated with the Guardian, she would still be under Feng Che's wing, and nurturing a capable assistant was indeed beneficial for him. Therefore, regardless of her allegiance, as long as she was not aligned with the One Heart sect, the benefits she received were assured. There were 9 celestial vein vermilion fruits in total. Feng Che consumed 3, Feng Qinyi took 3, Yi Meng had 2, and he planned to reserve 1 for Feng Qingyun, his cousin. That honest fellow, Feng Qingyun. The Feng family had been exceptionally kind to both him and his mother, treating them as true kin, a sentiment that Feng Che could genuinely feel. Hence, he was also willing to extend some advantages to his elder cousin. Originally, 3 precious fruits were reserved for Feng Qingyun. However, it is unfortunate that he has not appeared for quite some time, and now, with the unexpected emergence of Yi Meng, the 3 have diminished to 1. Nonetheless, 1 is certainly better than none, Feng Che reassured himself. Fortunately, the Tianmaiju Gua is a rare treasure of nature, and having been personally harvested, its skin is tightly bound, allowing for an extended preservation period. Otherwise, it would have all been given to Yi Meng. Upon consuming the Tianmai Zhugua, Yi Meng, despite her ignorance of its nature, could feel a remarkable transformation. Since ingesting the fruit, the injuries meticulously inflicted upon her internal organs began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. In mere moments, she was completely restored. Moreover, her body underwent subtle changes. Her innate qualities were evolving, and impurities were being expelled continuously. The lingering injuries from years of cultivation and combat vanished without a trace. She felt as though she had undergone a complete metamorphosis, and she could not help but be astounded. Such a rare treasure. Her true depth and cultivation were not merely reflected in the delicate demeanor of a seemingly frail girl. In reality, she stood at the pinnacle of a martial arts innate grandmaster, possibly even surpassing Feng Lingtianxia in prowess. Just one step away from entering the ranks of martial generals. In Bibo City, she would undoubtedly be considered a formidable expert. Due to her innate constitution and the nature of her cultivation method, she excelled in concealment, particularly in the art of hiding her true strength. Her cultivation method could be deemed unparalleled in the world. Even royal-level powerhouses would find it impossible to discern her true capabilities without her revealing them. Little did she anticipate that, upon accepting this mission in Bibo City, she would be nearly exposed by two mere fruits. The impurities secreted from my body had begun to emit a faint odor. Hastily, I shed my garments, filled a basin with warm water, and commenced my bath. With each passing moment, my heart trembled with astonishment. If I were not mistaken, this must be either the legendary Tianmai Zhugua, the fabled Feisai Tanghua, or perhaps the celestial Ling Zhugua. How could Feng Che possibly part with such a rare treasure? It seemed utterly illogical. Moreover, I was on the verge of a breakthrough. What should I do? In that instant, my mind was a tumultuous whirlpool of anxiety. After completing my wash, I hesitated to step outside, for my inner energies surged so fiercely that even the slightest release could potentially shatter barriers and lead to my ascension. Just then, I heard Feng Che's impatient voice from the doorway. "Why are you still not done? Hurry up. I will finish shortly," I stammered, my voice quaking not from intent, but from sheer nervousness. What should I do? I risked exposure. Chapter 18. Is this all? Yet how could Feng Che allow me to be exposed? Even if such a thing were to happen, he would ensure I was shielded. As I stood there, flustered and uncertain, I heard Feng Che's voice once more, growing impatient. "Once you're done, quickly tidy up the yard and the study. My mother and I are heading to the family estate. You must handle this yourself. Don't expect assistance, as Qiu Xue and Dongmei are both out attending to matters. Be swift." Feng Che huffed, addressing his mother. "Mother, we shall depart." "Very well. Chair, Night Dream has only just begun to recover. Do not be overly harsh." Her voice faded gradually into the distance. In an instant, my heart settled. They had left, truly a fortuitous opportunity. I must seize the moment to break through. Hasten to consume a convergence pill, a mere token to obscure the essence of one's breakthrough. Though its efficacy is limited, it is better than nothing. It seems that after a long afternoon and half the night, I have neglected to dine. The familial arrangements of the Feng clan have been finalized, and having acquired a portion of the Su family's influence and commercial territory, the clan's development now possesses a robust foundation. Feng Jinghang has convened a meeting to strategize the next steps for the family. First and foremost, the allocation of martial power must be elevated. Currently, the most accomplished within the family has only reached the Grand Master level, which is insufficient. With our present capabilities, aspirations to ascend to the 8th rank are utterly hopeless. And even within the 9th rank, there remains a tangible risk of regression. After all, aside from safeguarding the populace, tending to the livelihood of the people, and facilitating societal order, the paramount duty of a noble clan is to fulfill the responsibilities of guarding the main hall, to deliver contributions commensurate with a 9th rank family, and to secure the necessary contribution points while meeting the required standards. It is crucial to note that the authorities at all levels, along with merchants across the realm, maintain that as long as goods circulate, the livelihoods of the people will be ensured. The absence of noble families is inconsequential. The contributions that noble families must render include, firstly, the capture of various fugitives and those who endanger the populace and society. Secondly, the submission of beast cores to eliminate threats from the wilderness. And thirdly, the eradication of heretical cults and their practitioners. Only through these three endeavors can contribution points be earned, and each of these requires formidable martial prowess. Thus, the cultivation of martial strength must be regarded as the utmost priority. The entire high-ranking echelon of the clan bears solemn expressions, each heart weighed down by the reality that last year, the ninth-rank family secured merely 200 contribution points. The family has achieved a total of 215 points, barely securing their position. Half of the year has already elapsed, and they have only accumulated 98 points. The completion of the annual task seems a distant dream. At this moment, the two grandmasters of martial arts, Feng Lingtianxia, sighed. Just then, Feng Qianyi weakly raised her hand. What is it? I estimate that this month, I will be able to break through to the innate grandmaster level. Feng Qianyi replied. Her talents have improved significantly, and her rate of absorbing spiritual energy has increased several-fold compared to before. Although she vaguely suspected that the fruit her son had given her might be the reason, she chose not to voice it, nor did she inquire further. Such matters are far too sensitive. Once exposed, the covetousness and desires of those within the family would become unmanageable, for such treasures are exceedingly rare. You are about to break through? Feng Lingtianxia exclaimed with great joy, and the others in the room were equally astonished, their faces alight with elation. This is indeed momentous news. Having another grandmaster would significantly enhance their chances of fulfilling the task of guarding the Great Hall. Yes, I believe I will break through before next month. I've already begun to feel it in these past few days. Feng Qianyi smiled. That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. Feng Lingtianxia rejoiced. Feng Che, seated behind his mother, spoke calmly. As for the crystal cores of the demon beasts, I still have some left, remnants of the Su Yu family's fortune, numbering in the hundreds. Although their quality varies, they are sufficient to meet the task requirements. The family may utilize them. I only ask for the payment in return. However, I hope to place the task quota under my mother's name. That would be even better. Placing it under your mother's name poses no issue. After all, it is our family name under which the tasks are accomplished. Feng Lingtianxia was particularly elated. He entrusted the task crystals to the guardian of the Great Hall, who accepted them in exchange for contribution points, acquiring each crystal at 70% of the market price. Such a lucrative arrangement. The Feng family received the tasks and contribution points, while Feng Che deposited the earnings into the Su family's assets, fulfilling each party's needs. After all, the Su family no longer needed to undertake tasks. Consequently, with 200 to 300 crystals, we could amass nearly 40 contribution points, thus easing our annual task burden significantly. The assembly was filled with smiles and laughter. However, we must remain vigilant. The more contribution points, the better. Feng Lingtianxia solemnly cautioned. The crowd responded in unison, though their expressions bore a hint of relaxation. Indeed, completing tasks ahead of schedule differs greatly from racing against deadlines, carrying with it varied emotions and risks. Should we find ourselves unable to complete our tasks in the final month, the entire family would have to exert themselves, and casualties would be inevitable. The meeting stretched on for quite some time, with Feng Che accompanying throughout. Feng Qianyi found it peculiar. Her son, who had never participated before, seemed remarkably patient this time, remaining until the meeting's conclusion. What is wrong with you? Is your mind all right? Feng Qianyi queried, concerned as she touched her son's forehead, finding it cool. Feng Che, exasperated, gently removed his mother's hand. It had been nearly a month since his rebirth, and since that fateful night he encountered his mother, Feng Qianyi. He had been enveloped by an unusual sensation. There is an undeniable sensation of camaraderie when conversing or collaborating with Feng Qianyi, reminiscent of the robust companionship shared with comrades of my youth, an exhilarating and straightforward connection, brimming with sincerity and innocence. There is no trace of the typical delicacy associated with a conventional young lady. Instead, she embodies a carefree and unpretentious spirit, making our interactions exceedingly pleasant. I often ponder how fortunate I am to have found such an extraordinary partner, as if my ancestors were smiling down from their graves. Feng Che feels a pang of envy. In the presence of Feng Qianyi, the dynamic rarely evokes the maternal care typically expected from a mother towards her son. Rather, it is Feng Che who finds himself nurturing and supporting her, akin to an elder brother tending to a younger sister or a father caring for his daughter. This peculiarity is striking. Noticing Feng Che's silence, Feng Qianyi continued her chatter as they walked. You brought that girl from the night dream into our home. Mother saw her, and she seems quite impressive, attractive, with ample curves, capable of bearing children. Are you considering taking her as a concubine? Feng Che's lips twitched in response. A wave of frustration washed over him. As if it needed stating, he already knew. Feng Qianyi huffed and remarked, for instance, your mother, was deceived by your father. By the time I became a celestial master, I was already with child, and yet, sigh, in those days, I was a prodigy in my own right. Her voice carried the weight of nostalgia, tinged with the reflections of someone who has traversed similar paths. Feng Che rolled his eyes. Mother, could you refrain from imparting wisdom laced with that subtle satisfaction? Those in the know can sense your lament, while those unaware might mistake it for boasting. As if you are encouraging me to find a wife sooner rather than later. Is that so? Feng Qianyi quickly adjusted her demeanor. Feng Che sighed, weary, and shifted the topic. Mother, may I inquire why I bear the surname Feng? What is your father's surname? Feng Qianyi turned her head in surprise to look at him. Why would you think that? Feng Che, both amused and exasperated, replied, shouldn't children inherit their father's surname? Indeed, Feng Qianyi continued, is there a problem? Feng Che was momentarily taken aback, stammering, could it be? Could it be? Feng Qianyi said matter-of-factly, your father's surname is Feng. Didn't I tell you? Feng Che was suddenly thrown into confusion, a lump forming in his throat, feeling quite distressed. Feng Qianyi furrowed her brow, pondering. Did I not inform you? It appears I truly forgot to mention it. Haraha. As she spoke, she began to chuckle at her own oversight, finding humor in the significant blunder she had made. Feng Che gazed skyward in speechless disbelief, his expression darkening. After a long pause, he finally said, Mother, thank you. It truly is no easy feat to have raised me. Indeed, it was quite the endeavor. Feng Qianyi began to reflect on the challenges of motherhood. Feng Che, meanwhile, remained fixated on the ceiling, thinking to himself, what I meant to convey seems completely lost on you. But what about my father? Where is he now? There was a note of pride in Feng Qianyi's voice. Perhaps, when speaking to the original self, such a statement would have been met with disdain. Yet now, Feng Che genuinely believed it. That evening, after dinner, as bedtime approached, Yimeng entered to fulfill her duties as a maid. Feng Che comfortably settled onto the bed as Yimeng began to wash his feet. He seemed unfazed by Yimeng's return, as she diligently and submissively attended to him. Aside from the sound of water, there was an enveloping silence. At last, Feng Che broke the stillness. He understood that certain matters must be approached with initiative. For those dispatched as undercover agents, like Yimeng, would never pose questions themselves. They would merely observe in silence. I have grown accustomed to it. Thank you, my lord. Yimeng replied obediently, her voice delicate and imbued with a palpable unease, reminiscent of a frail woman who has just been rescued into an unfamiliar environment. Devoid of safety and belonging. Feng Che nodded, indifferent to her pretense. On the contrary, he desired her disguise to be even more convincing, ideally so subtle that she herself remained unaware of it. Do you know why I offered you those 2 celestial fruits? Feng Che inquired. Celestial fruits? Yimeng feigned ignorance with a perfectly timed expression of bewilderment. Those are the Tianmai-Zhu fruits, which greatly enhance one's innate qualities, Feng Che elucidated, laying everything bare. He knew Yimeng would never echo his sentiments. She could only clarify everything herself. Ah, so it is such celestial fruit. I am unworthy. Yimeng stammered, collapsing to her knees and bowing repeatedly. A fleeting look of approval crossed Feng Che's eyes. This girl was indeed skilled in her craft, truly worthy of her role as an undercover agent. My initial decision to save you was merely impulsive, Feng Che asserted, uttering words he himself found hard to believe. Yet, after rescuing you, I realized that it would be a waste to merely have you serve as a maid. Yimeng fell into silence. As a concubine, I have yet to attain the realm of a congenital master. Thus, I cannot be seduced by you, lest it jeopardize my future, Feng Che proclaimed. Yimeng lowered her head, unable to suppress a discreet eye roll. After much contemplation, it seems you are of little use, Feng Che asserted with conviction. Yimeng replied, I. Feng Che continued, consequently, I shall provide you with some benefits, enabling you to cultivate martial skills. Perhaps, in the future, it may prove advantageous. Feng Che declared with certainty, therefore, starting tomorrow, you shall practice alongside me. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I shall not hesitate to cast you aside. Do you understand? The servant comprehends, she responded. Good, strive diligently. I have no need for a useless individual. Feng Che finished drying his feet and reclined on the bed. Why do you linger? Do you wish to share my bed? Let me assure you, do not harbor such fanciful thoughts. Yimeng clenched her fists in indignation, turning on her heel and exiting. I take my leave. Dreaming is permissible, Feng Che added. The sound of her footsteps grew heavier. Feng Che had already settled into slumber, and the bedroom was enveloped in silence. Outside, Yiming tossed and turned, unable to find repose. She felt an unsettling sense of ease regarding this mission, as everything unfolded in accordance with her most ideal expectations. The preparations made prior to her arrival had been fraught with difficulty and peril. Yet now, it seemed, perhaps not so daunting. Every contingency had been accounted for. Even his insistence on her sharing his bed, which had been meticulously arranged through illusions or substitutes. But now, was it truly this simple? That night, Yiming submitted her first undercover report beside Feng Che, as was customary at midnight. Chapter 19, Intelligence, Revised. As an undercover agent secretly nurtured by the Guardians, Yiming was acutely aware of her purpose. Orphaned at a tender age, her parents perished on the battlefield while combating the cult of singular justice when she was merely 2 years old. By the age of 2.5, she had begun her training in the Dark Sanctuary. Alongside her, 400 similarly aged children participated in this clandestine training program. In due course, some transitioned into assassins, others into killers, while a few were eliminated entirely, either reassigned to internal duties or conscripted into the Guardian Corps or various functional departments. Ultimately, only 15 remained. The brutal elimination process could scarcely be described as mere selection. It was a ruthless culling. Among these 15, a mix of boys and girls. 3 had already perished during missions. Yiming stood as the foremost among them, distinguished by her exceptional aptitude, mastery of skills, and unparalleled stealth. Her exceptional qualifications warranted intensive training and various forms of instruction. Naturally, her striking beauty also contributed to her prominence. With her oversized eyes and a hint of cherubic chubbiness, she exuded an air of innocent charm. Despite her astute intellect, she outwardly projected an impression of naivete and cuteness, leading others to perceive her as a simple-minded girl. Yet, her innate allure was undeniable. With her eyes slightly drooping, she resembled a bewitching enchantress. When she opened her eyes, she transformed into an adorably innocent little girl. Everyone who encounters him feels an irresistible urge to pinch his cheeks. Such a remarkable individual, endowed with exceptional martial arts talent, is not one to be easily relinquished. However, this time, the higher-ups deemed it worthwhile to give it a try. When Feng Lingtianxia submitted his report, he discovered that the subject was merely a novice in the sect, possessing rather low capabilities, thus presenting a high level of safety. Consequently, they assigned a relatively safe task to Feng Che, intending to provide him with some preliminary training. After all, Feng Che's potential was somewhat limited due to his low rank, being merely a warrior at the tender age of 17. Any gains from this endeavor would be welcome, and if there were none, they could simply retract their nets later. It was akin to casting a line without expectation, allowing Yiming to hone his skills. Yet, Yiming found himself somewhat bewildered, as the mission unfolded with unexpected ease. Feng Che seemed to have created the most lenient environment for him to operate as an undercover agent, and his justifications were utterly impeccable. The sensation he experienced was one of undeniable truth. Indeed, it should be this way. Thus, while Yiming remained awake, he felt as though he were lost in a dream, drifting in a haze. He had successfully infiltrated Feng Che's circle. Feng Che, possessing the cultivation level of a 5th-grade warrior with outstanding aptitude, exhibited a remarkable training speed. At this rate, he was certain to secure a position within the top 10 in the upcoming entrance competition at the Martial Arts Academy in a month. With a chance of breaking into the top 3, Feng Che aspired to nurture his skills, hoping to lend support in the future. He succinctly penned a few lines in code and dispatched them. Subsequently, Feng Che commenced his training regimen, demonstrating diligence not only in his own practice but also in urging Yiming to join him, imposing even stricter demands. This intensity reached an almost obsessive level. Any deviation from the standard would invite harsh reprimands, insults laced with venomous words such as worthless, showcasing the utter inability to cultivate even a semblance of quality, and lamenting the waste of resources. Night Dream, though seething with silent indignation, dared not reveal her true capabilities. She endured the humiliation while relentlessly practicing, her head swelling with each scolding. She couldn't even wield a sword. What are you gazing at during your training? It had been 3 days, yet the techniques remained elusive, useless. She couldn't stand, walk, or even run properly. What on earth are you doing? Do you think serving as a maid entails merely pouring tea and water? Every time Feng Che took a break, Night Dream's nightmares would commence. His words, sharp as a serpent's fangs, unleashed a torrent of cruel taunts. Cold and malicious, he would sneer, with your aptitude, should you fail to progress, your only value will be in bearing children. With a flat chest, no curves, and a body as bony as a skeleton, you'd be more of a nuisance as a concubine. If you remain this foolish, I shall sell you to a brothel. A fiery rage blazed within Night Dream, and on numerous occasions, she nearly succumbed to the urge to strike him down with a single blow. His words were unbearably toxic. Her heart felt ready to explode with frustration, yet instinctively, she followed Feng Che's commands. By the end of the day, her body ached, her waist sore, legs heavy, and her mind swirling, primarily from the insults. Only after attending to Feng Che's slumber did Night Dream begin to contemplate the day's progress. Images of various movements flashed through her mind, eventually focusing on the action of drawing her sword. A flicker of surprise washed over her. To his astonishment, he discovered that drawing the sword in such a manner was far more liberating than his previous movements. Moreover, the act of unsheathing the blade inherently possessed lethal potential. With sufficient mastery, the sword's aura could directly harm an opponent. Yet, his habitual motions failed to achieve such prowess, although it was merely a single technique. If he were to unleash his true strength in drawing the sword, his combat effectiveness would nearly double due to its element of surprise, and the lethality would increase even further. How could this be possible? Unbeknownst to him, Yimeng found himself in a state of perplexity. He resolved to observe further the next day. Was this the ultimate truth? Or perhaps a revelation overlooked by predecessors? Had his earlier practice been misaligned? While Yimeng pondered, Feng Che lay in bed, secretly amused. Was the truth finally revealed? Humph, a frail girl, unaccustomed to martial training, barely recovered from a serious injury, wielding a sword weighing over 4 pounds, managed to practice for an entire afternoon without so much as a bruise on her arm. She was fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, she might have already been subjected to rigorous interrogation. Morning arrived. Watching Yimeng fetch water, Feng Che scoffed and remarked, "What's wrong? Is your arm sore? I knew you were a waste. Practicing the sword for an afternoon has left you like this? How utterly pathetic." Yimeng was drenched in cold sweat, suddenly realizing the extent of her blunder. She hurriedly replied, "It's my first time practicing the sword. I found it quite novel and lost track of my body's limits. I need to incorporate the mental techniques. I'll practice the one I taught you today." Feng Che snorted, "That is my master's unique technique." "Your master?" "Indeed," Feng Che declared with an air of pride. "My master is known as the King of the Flying Daggers. You may not comprehend it now, but in the future, you will understand what the title King truly signifies. The King of the Flying Daggers." Night Dream felt a jolt within her heart, as countless pieces of information surged forth in her mind. The King of the Flying Daggers, Sun Yuan, a figure both righteous and wicked, a wandering cultivator of the martial world. Could it be? "You are truly impressive," Night Dream praised. "Of course," Feng Che replied, lifting his chin with arrogance. "I am a genius, and I have befriended many influential figures." "What do you know?" Night Dream exclaimed with excitement. "Influential figures? I have yet to encounter any of great stature. In my eyes, you are the most significant of all." Feng Che, basking in his pride, retorted, "How many truly extraordinary individuals do you think you are aware of? But then again, you have only just begun your journey into the martial arts. Those exalted beings, like the members of the Ancient Palace whom I recently encountered, you will come to know in due time." "The Ancient Palace?" Night Dream suppressed her astonishment, shaking her head in confusion. "I do not understand." Feng Che waved his hand dismissively. "Speaking to you about this is akin to playing music to a cow. Enough. You may take your leave now. Hurry and find some time and space to send a message. The Ancient Palace did not come here for my initiation, for I am not of such importance. Their presence here certainly signifies a significant matter. Relay the information at once." The following day was consumed solely by rigorous training. Feng Qianyi observed her son immersed in his practice with fervor and joined him, offering praise as they trained together. "Cheo, I must admit, the techniques your master has taught you are indeed effective." Feng Qianyi, too, recognized the benefits in this endeavor. However, Feng Che remained indifferent to her acknowledgement. These are all allies, and the stronger, the better. Except for the unquantified sutra, which cannot be imparted, everything else is permissible. In recent days, Feng Che has made a small advance in the unquantified sutra, stepping into the first layer. Meanwhile, Bing Che Ling Tai and Huanggu Yixing have both completely grasped their respective skills. The Blood Spirit 7 swords and the Divine Ape Heart-Picking 13 techniques have reached a level of proficiency. Of course, the foremost priority is the inheritance of Sun Yuan's teachings, encompassing various sword techniques, body movements, and mental disciplines, all mastered with remarkable finesse. The techniques of blades, spears, swords, and halberds are being meticulously contemplated, one by one. On the other hand, arrangements have already commenced for the Guardian. Concerning the intelligence from Night Dream, only 2 individuals within the entire hall are qualified to review it, Chen Ruhai and Feng Lingtianxia. These 2, who harbor mutual disdain for one another, must convene daily to discuss matters. The Flying Blade King, Sun Yuan, is now under surveillance. Feng Lingtianxia, with a furrowed brow, reflects deeply. However, the focal point of this intelligence lies in this particular phrase. Feng Che mentioned today the One-Mind sect's leader in the Divine Seal Palace, stating, for example, the individuals I encountered today from the Divine Seal Palace. This is of utmost importance. It is likely that this girl is unaware of the significant information she has inadvertently conveyed. Chen Ruhai immediately summoned all his mental faculties, pondering. It is the Divine Seal Palace, and moreover, the individuals associated with it. The term individuals warrants careful consideration. Furthermore, how did Feng Che come to encounter the Divine Seal Palace? Chen Ruhai remarked. Feng Che is merely a foreign relative of a 9th-tier minor clan, and at his level, he lacks the qualification to even know the name of the Divine Seal Palace. The fact that he has encountered them now surely indicates a reason behind it. Indeed, but what could that reason be? The most plausible scenario is that the Temple of the Seal has arrived, and he has encountered it, which implies that the Temple of the Seal is indeed in Bibo City. What right does he have to meet the Temple of the Seal? The most likely explanation is his initiation into the sect. Apart from such an event, there is no other possibility for him to meet the Temple of the Seal. Therefore, it is certain that Feng Che has been initiated into the sect. The Temple of the Seal is the leader of a cult, and the main headquarters of the sect is certainly not in this region. Would they really travel all this way just to perform an initiation for someone as insignificant as Feng Che? That would be a gross exaggeration. Indeed, this indicates that the Temple of the Seal must have other significant reasons for being here. Feng Lingtianxia's expression grew increasingly troubled. When the Temple of the Seal takes direct action, it is always for a substantial matter. In this vicinity of 2,000 miles, what could possibly warrant the Temple of the Seal's personal visit? The 2 exchanged thoughts, and their understanding became clearer by the moment. If it were to attack the Guardian Hall, the Temple of the Seal would likely not dare to do so. Thus, Chen Ruhai's gaze suddenly sharpened. The Iron Blood Fortress. By heavens, immediate reports must be made. Chapter 20. Serendipitous Encounter. Feng Lingtianxia pondered deeply. On Feng Che's side, there must be renewed vigilance. Regardless of the fortuitous circumstances, the fact that his initiation was attended by the Temple of the Seal is remarkable. There must be exceptional qualities about him. Otherwise, the Temple of the Seal would not be so unoccupied. Indeed, if we were in your place, we might be intrigued to witness a genius's examination. But would we care to attend an ordinary martial arts student's assessment? Certainly not. Isn't that settled then? Moreover, this news clearly indicates that Feng Che has joined the One Heart sect and has undergone the baptism, Chen Ruhai asserted. Wasn't that mentioned earlier? Fan Tian organized the intelligence. Finally feeling a sense of relief, his sorrowful expression directed at Chen Ruhai, he said with a hint of sympathy, Old Chen, although I find you quite disagreeable, I must still offer you a word of caution. What? If you have the time, perhaps you should seek out Dream Divine Doctor for a checkup on your mind. Truly, get lost. Days later, at midnight, the Iron Blood Fortress, situated over 1,000 miles from Bibo City, fell under siege by the One Heart sect. The Iron Blood Fortress is a stronghold of the Guardian Alliance, traditionally positioned to safeguard peace alongside the Guardian Hall. This time, the One Heart sect, having meticulously planned their assault, launched a formidable attack, deploying 5 royal-level experts and several king-level masters, evidently aiming to eradicate the Iron Blood Fortress with overwhelming force. The Divine Seal Palace personally commanded the operation, secretly mobilizing numerous One Heart sect experts from the vicinity. This action had been in the works for over 6 months and was finally set into motion. However, right from the outset of the attack, something felt amiss. At the stroke of midnight, with a wave of his hand, the Divine Seal Palace initiated the assault. Experts surged from all directions into the Iron Blood Fortress. With a thunderous crash, The fortress gates were sent soaring into the sky, and a substantial portion of the walls crumbled instantaneously. The ferocious experts of the One Heart sect, their faces obscured, rushed in with a battle cry that echoed through the night. Kill. Leave no one alive. The brutal battle ignited in an instant, blood almost instantly saturating the ground. A long howl echoed as countless figures surged forth from the Iron Blood Fortress to engage in battle. Instantly, the air was filled with the sounds of howls, bells, shouts, carnage, and anguished cries, creating a cacophony. Initially, the Iron Blood Fortress was thrown into disarray, suffering considerable losses. However, as reinforcements surged from within, the tide of battle became fiercely contested. Then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The clash had not lasted but a breath's time when, suddenly, a multitude of shadowy figures emerged from the night, with numerous masters guarding the Great Hall arriving from all directions, unhesitatingly joining the fray. Their formation was remarkably grand, executing a swift counterattack. From a strategic standpoint, the One Heart sect, having prepared for 6 months, found themselves at a disadvantage. The Iron Blood Fortress immediately launched a counteroffensive, coordinating internal and external forces to engage wholeheartedly in combat, surrounding the One Heart sect's forces almost entirely. They nearly enveloped them completely. Desperate, the Shadow God Palace and the 3 major patrons intervened personally, fending off the masters of the defenders and leading their subordinates in a desperate breakout. After a fierce battle, they managed to escape, albeit at the cost of 4 king-level masters, over a dozen general-level experts, and more than 50 innate grandmasters, who perished in this encounter. The sect suffered a grievous blow to its vitality. Remarkably, the One Heart sect, which had initially aimed to concentrate its elite forces for a surprise attack, found themselves instead attempting a retreat. An occurrence that should never have transpired unfolded in such an extraordinary manner. All present shared a singular thought: an insider traitor. In the aftermath, the Shadow God Palace erupted in fury. Investigate. Thoroughly investigate. Someone must have leaked information. Otherwise, how could the defenders have arrived so promptly? Yet, despite exhaustive inquiries, there were no leads to follow. At that moment, news arrived from an undercover agent stationed at the Guardian Hall. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence. A legendary, superclass beast known as the Blazing Red Fox had been pursued and had fled to this vicinity. The Southeastern Guardian Hall's master had summoned several formidable experts, including several hall masters, to hunt down the beast. On that particular day, the Blazing Red Fox fortuitously arrived near the Iron Blood Fortress. Consequently, the hall master, accompanied by all the experts, stealthily approached with the intent of capturing the creature. However, at that very moment, the One Heart sect launched an attack. With no choice but to abandon the pursuit of the Blazing Red Fox, the hall master rushed to the aid of the Iron Blood Fortress, only to encounter the One Heart sect's operation head-on. This incident, it is said, was met with great astonishment within the ranks of the Guardians. They had unexpectedly struck at the very heart of the matter, achieving a resounding success in thwarting the One Heart sect's plans, which were personally orchestrated by their leader from the Divine Seal Palace. It was nothing short of a delightful surprise, a monumental victory not seen in many years. Now, the Guardian Hall was reveling in celebration. Although the Blazing Red Fox had escaped, the disruption of this scheme and the elimination of numerous One Heart sect elites was an unforeseen triumph. This was far more significant than merely capturing the Blazing Red Fox. It was truly worthy of celebration. Upon receiving this news, the Divine Seal Palace was engulfed in fury, leaving its members speechless, their chests tight with unexpressed rage. The upper echelons of the One Heart sect were left in dismay, each feeling as though they had a bitter lump lodged in their throats, unable to release or swallow it. How could such a calamity be dismissed as mere coincidence? This was an egregious loss that had nearly crippled them. Mu Linyuan, with his unique identity, attended the meeting with his face obscured, yet one hand clutched the gaping wound on his head, his gaze dark and filled with fury. During his escape, he had suffered a blow from a certain lord, resulting in a gaping hole in his skull. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Divine Seal Palace, he might have succumbed to eternal slumber. After so many years, he had never faced such a grievous loss, and his wrath was boundless. The Iron Blood Fortress had evidently been well prepared. All their elite fighters had congregated from the outset, ensuring not a single one slipped through their grasp. It was, indeed, a fortuitous coincidence. This operation was aimed precisely at extinguishing the lineage of that old fool on the eve of his son's joyous occasion. allowing for a complete capture in one fell swoop to achieve their intended outcome. Is it truly this coincidental? Mu Linyuan was left speechless. The crowd resembled deflated balloons, their expressions tangled with despair. The atmosphere in the Divine Seal Palace was heavy with gloom as they lamented, "Our sect has lost face this time." The Night Demon sect, the Three Saints sect, the Radiant sect, and the Celestial sect have all sent us their condolences. As for the other sects, their messages have yet to arrive. But it is only a matter of time. Condolences. The crowd was enveloped in a dark cloud of anger and frustration. Was this truly a gesture of sympathy? It was nothing short of mockery, an unabashed display of schadenfreude. The letter from the Night Demon sect proclaimed, "Congratulations to the sect master of the Divine Seal for your long-planned, resounding victory. We raise a cup in your honor." The sect master of the Divine Seal Palace slammed his hand on the table, voice stern. "I cannot afford to lose face." Not only could the sect master not afford such humiliation, but every devoted member of the sect felt the weight of this disgrace as well. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as everyone felt on the brink of explosion. The indignation was palpable. Ho Fong's thigh was wrapped in a white cloth stained with blood, and he was panting in anger. The mask he wore billowed ominously. In Shingu's eyes flickered as he commanded, "Everyone else, withdraw." Only Mu Linyuan and the three offerings remained. Once the space was cleared, In Shingu coldly remarked, "If my memory serves me right, it seems that the Night Demon and the Three Saints mentioned that they possessed a prodigy, intending to infiltrate the guarding martial academy? Is this true?" Mu Linyuan's eyes brightened at this revelation. In Shingu's gaze turned icy. "Why should we allow them to mock us after our loss? Who among us is superior? Moreover, at this critical juncture, if their prodigy secures the championship, they will gain a significant advantage over us. We must promptly investigate and ascertain the name of their prodigious talent." "What does the leader imply?" Qian Sanjiang inquired. "They have a prodigy. Does that mean we lack one?" In Shingu erupted in fury. "Once we uncover their name, we shall issue orders to the Night Demon to intercept them. Under no circumstances must we allow them to claim the championship." He declared vehemently, "Inform the Night Demon that upon completing this task, I shall bestow an additional 200 contribution points upon him." Mu Linyuan paused momentarily, recalling that the Night Demon was the alias of the genius Feng Che, who had yet to be activated. A shiver ran through his face as he realized that the leader had directly conferred the title of Night Demon upon Feng Che. The enmity between the leader and the Night Demon sect was evidently profound. Coughing slightly, he noted that if the Night Demon accomplished this task, his contribution points would already total 700. With 700 contribution points, according to the regulations within the sect, he is already qualified to lead as captain. "Why not appoint him as such?" Qian Sanjiang remarked. "When it comes to geniuses, we must treat them with exceptional measures. Who knows what achievements the Night Demon might attain in a few decades? Perhaps we will bask in his glory." And so it was decided. "Quick, let us investigate." "All right, provide the Night Demon with some cultivation resources, the rare treasures that can enhance his skills, and inform him that this mission is a matter of life and death. Success is the only option. Failure is not permitted." Meanwhile, Feng Che was immersed in his cultivation, completely unaware that after selling the Yinshin Palace, a wave of fortuitous events was approaching him. He was currently in seclusion, dedicating himself entirely to his practice. On this day, Feng Qianyi went to the Feng family to discuss the residence with Feng Zhengheng. As Feng Che continued his training, Feng Qianyi felt that her modest courtyard was becoming a bit cramped. She wished to merge it with the 3 adjacent courtyards. However, those courtyards were already occupied, prompting Feng Qianyi to deliberate on how to provide her son with a more comfortable environment for his cultivation. Night Dream was in a state of melancholy. Being an undercover agent by Feng Che's side had been remarkably smooth, with an abundance of information acquired effortlessly. Yet, in recent days, a mix of advantages and disadvantages had surfaced, the benefit being the ease of gathering intel, while the drawback was that Feng Che hardly ever ventured outside. "You need to go out. If you leave, I can follow you and gain more information. Why do you remain indoors?" That afternoon, after a 6-day absence, Sun Yuan, weary from travel, stepped through the gates of Feng Che's residence. Sun Daowang brought news of a new mission. Chapter 21. A new task. Sun Yuan entered his home with an air of undeniable pride and exuberance. While the entire Shinin sect was enveloped in a somber atmosphere, his spirits soared to extraordinary heights. He had not participated in the recent battle. Instead, He had dedicated his efforts to procuring rare herbs to solidify his disciples' foundations, enhance their cultivation, augment their comprehension, refine their innate qualities, and strengthen their physical forms. He bore a significant responsibility. The sect leader had astonishingly prepared a portion of each essential treasure for his disciples, surpassing even his own expectations in both variety and quality. The only stipulation was singular. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. With these treasures in hand, it would be impossible for his disciples not to soar to new heights. Upon entering, he noticed Feng Che and Yi Ming practicing diligently. He stood by, observing for a moment, and was taken aback, murmuring to himself, "This girl possesses remarkable talent." Unable to resist, he felt compelled to assess her abilities. As a master of the royal level, he knew that a mere touch would unveil any secrets Yi Ming harbored. Yi Ming felt a surge of anxiety and involuntarily blinked her large eyes. Sun Yuan paused, perplexed by her seemingly dazed expression. Feng Che, having finished his practice, approached with a smile, brimming with youthful exuberance, and exclaimed, "Master, guess what level of cultivation I have achieved now?" With that single question, Sun Yuan's attention was entirely diverted. Now, Sun Yuan feels that the most significant matter of his life is his disciple. The progress of his disciple's cultivation is of utmost importance to him. Nothing else garners his concern. Upon hearing this, his eyes brightened, and he inquired, "What has transpired?" Feng Che, brimming with youthful pride and a hint of mystery, spoke with a sense of closeness to his master, eager to receive praise. "Master, when you departed last time, I was at the 5th rank of warrior, correct?" Sun Yuan's heart swelled with joy, fully aware that his disciple had made considerable advancements. He readily replied, "Indeed, 5th rank, just recently broken through. I witnessed it myself. Have you now reached the 6th rank?" Feng Che let out a hearty laugh. "I just broke through last night and would like to request Master to verify if I have attained the 7th rank." The mention of the 7th rank left Sun Yuan astounded. If breaking through to the 6th rank was a delightful surprise, then achieving the 7th rank was nothing short of a shock. Could it be possible to advance 2 ranks in merely 6 days? Did he think his master was so naive as to believe such a feat? Such a possibility seemed implausible. Thus, he pulled Feng Che into a room to investigate further. 7th rank. That seems unlikely. Let me see. After a thorough examination, Sun Yuan's eyes bulged in disbelief. Truly, the 7th rank? His hands trembled as he asked, "What have you consumed over these past 5 days?" "Nothing in particular," replied Feng Che, with an innocent expression. "It's just that during my daily training, I consistently felt the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth automatically penetrating my body. I could even hear the sound of it rushing in, and it seems to increase day by day." He contemplated and remarked, "To speak solely of the 6 days since my master's departure, while practicing, I have perceived that the influx of spiritual energy into my body has doubled, and even slightly more, compared to the period before my master left." This assertion was credible to Sun Yuan, as one can distinctly sense the rate of absorbing the celestial spiritual energy once they have embarked on the path of cultivation. It is not solely the prodigies who possess this awareness. Even ordinary practitioners can feel it. However, the sensitivity of the gifted is merely heightened in resonance with the ethereal energies of the universe. Yet, to experience such a dramatic enhancement within mere days is rather astonishing, to say the least. Are there any other sensations? Indeed, Feng Che was poised to seize this opportunity to showcase his prodigious talent, hoping to gain the esteemed attention of Ascent sect and thereby acquire resources for cultivation. The notion of feigning modesty was utterly unsuitable for him. He thus articulated, "Since my breakthrough to the warrior level, the initial changes were subtle, but upon advancing to the 2nd tier, I distinctly felt that my absorption rate of spiritual energy had increased by 50% compared to the 1st tier. After transcending to the 3rd tier, it rose again by another 50%. This pattern continued through the 4th and 5th tiers, right up to the present, with each level yielding a 50% increase. Therefore, at this juncture, my progress in cultivation has been remarkably rapid, and I am at a loss to comprehend the circumstances. I am inclined to consult my master to ascertain whether anything is amiss or if there is a problem at hand." I too hesitated to share my concerns with others. However, after inquiring with a few individuals, it became apparent that none experienced such circumstances, although there may be minimal improvements following a breakthrough. Such a significant leap is purportedly only achievable through a major rank advancement. Feng Che felt a twinge of anxiety. "Master, do you think there is something amiss with my body?" Is there something amiss with your body? Sun Yuan's expression fluctuated, momentarily rendering him speechless. Of course, there is something wrong with your body, and it is an enormous, colossal issue. Your innate constitution is exceptionally remarkable. It is wise that you have kept this to yourself. From now on, other than your master, no one should be informed. Sun Yuan stated solemnly, if I am not mistaken, you possess the supreme celestial ladder constitution. He sighed involuntarily, initially believing that his disciple's physique was already unparalleled in history, but he never anticipated the convergence of two extraordinary constitutions. With each breakthrough, the rate of absorbing spiritual energy doubles compared to before. This constitution is indeed the legendary supreme celestial ladder. With each step, a new tier. Presently, your cultivation is still shallow, which is why you are at a mere half-step within the first tier. Once you break through to the innate stage, your prowess will be even more astonishing. At that point, with every small rank advancement, your rate of absorbing spiritual energy will genuinely increase by a factor of 2. Moreover, a breakthrough at the major rank will yield exponential enhancements, doubling, tripling. However, Sun Yuan remained unaware of this, as such a constitution is merely a legend. He had never encountered it firsthand. In fact, he had not even seen a genius with a constitution weaker than Feng Che's previous one. Before meeting Feng Che, those were merely legendary tales to him. This constitution is akin to that of a favored child of destiny. As long as one does not meet an untimely end, their future is bound to place them among the ranks of the most formidable. This matter must be reported to the master. The level of importance placed on Che within the sect must be elevated. Sun Yuan firmly resolved. My disciple's future holds great potential to be a significant figure within the sect, perhaps even one of its titans. This merits utmost attention. The unparalleled Ascent is at hand. Sun Yuan's heart raced tenfold with excitement, his mind swirling in a haze of confusion. For a moment, he even forgot the purpose of his visit. After a prolonged pause, he recollected. Che, I almost neglected to mention, I have brought you remarkable gifts that will significantly enhance your cultivation. Moreover, there are new tasks awaiting you. Please, Master, proceed. Let us first discuss the task. This particular mission is one of utmost gravity, a life or death undertaking that must be completed at all costs. Sun Yuan stated. The Master has specially allocated 200 contribution points for you, along with these cultivation materials. Understood. There are 3 individuals who will be your adversaries in the upcoming competition at the Martial Academy. You must thwart them by any means necessary. Who are these 3? One is named Ding Jiran, the heir of the Ding family, a prestigious 8th-tier lineage from Luofeng City. Another is Hua Churen, the scion of the Hua family, also an 8th-tier lineage from Fubo City. And the last is Shimin Shuri, the heir of the Shimin family, a 9th-tier lineage from Shangyun City. Sun Yuan continued. These 3 are extraordinary talents. It is said that Ding Jiran and Hua Churen have already attained the rank of 1st-grade martial master, while Shimin Shuri, though currently only at the 8th-grade martial warrior level, possesses an elusive mastery of hidden weaponry and has raised a formidable auxiliary beast since childhood, the Crimson Blood Serpent. Moreover, they are elusive as shadows. Thus, this time, your task is undeniably significant. Feng Che furrowed his brow, meticulously noting down the details. Luofeng City, the Ding family, Ding Jiran. Fubo City, the Hua family, Hua Churen. Shangyun City, the Shimin family, Shimin Shiri. Martial master of the 1st rank, warrior of the 8th rank, concealed weapon techniques. And the Crimson Blood Serpent. After reciting it, he inquired, are there any noteworthy aspects regarding Ding Jiran and Hua Churen? Sun Yuan stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. The reason I refrained from mentioning it was to await your inquiry. You have indeed come to ask, which brings me great relief. This exemplifies the art of anticipating the enemy. One must thoroughly investigate any adversary. Indeed, Master. Sun Yuan retrieved 3 sheets of paper from his bosom. Here are the profiles of Hua Churen, Ding Jiran, and Shimin Shiri. Feng Che scrutinized them earnestly, his gaze intensely focused. He softly remarked, almost as if unconsciously, Master, these 3 individuals are undoubtedly the prodigious talents of the Guardians, are they not? Not at all. To Feng Che's astonishment, these 3 were, in fact, not from the Guardians. This left him somewhat perplexed, as he pondered. Our people? Neither. Feng Che scratched his head. They are agents of the night demon, light, and the celestial deity, infiltrating the ranks of the Guardians as pawns. Oh, there seems to be a deeper intrigue at play. Sun Yuan lowered his voice. a hint of malicious glee playing on his lips. You are aware of the last visit from the leader and the 3 offerings, correct? Indeed. The previous endeavor was indeed undertaken, yet regrettably, it culminated in failure, resulting in a significant depletion of our personnel. The leader was exceedingly incensed, and at this juncture, the affiliated sects of the Grand Church, Night Demons, 3 Saints, Light, and Celestial Gods, dared to issue a mocking proclamation, which purportedly sent the leader into a fit of rage. Upon hearing these 4 familiar names, Feng Lingtianxia's gaze turned somber. These are all subordinate forces of our righteous sect, and one can scarcely fathom the multitude of such entities across the continent. The factions mentioned by Sun Yuan, alongside the One Heart sect, are among the most renowned and formidable subordinate sects of our righteous doctrine. Sun Yuan murmured, although these sects are all part of the Grand Church, they exist in a state of competition and mutual suppression. The rivalry among them is fierce and blood-soaked. Feng Lingtianxia silently nodded. Each faction strives to outdo the others. This time, notwithstanding the leader's fury regarding this contest of pride, our sect has just suffered a defeat, while those factions remain unscathed. Should one of their prodigious talents secure the top position, it would signify our loss of 2 crucial opportunities. Sun Yuan elucidated. 2 opportunities are not easily reclaimed. At the very least, our sect's contributions within the Grand Church will be overtaken by them. Sun Yuan continued. In the future, any accomplishments you achieve will inevitably evoke memories of your recent defeat of the 3 sects' talents, placing you at a competitive advantage within the sect. The more advantages you possess, the greater the impression you will leave within the Grand Church, thereby drawing more attention to our sect through your endeavors. Do you comprehend? Feng Lingtianxia silently nodded. I understand. Chapter 22. To the cloudy heights, you are currently merely a 7th grade warrior. However, the master is unaware, for he only knows that during your baptism, you were but a 4th grade warrior. Yet, the master still asserts that you can prevail. Do you comprehend why? Sun Yuan Dao. Feng Lingtianxia furrowed his brow, as this was a matter he found most perplexing. The disparity between a 4th grade warrior and a 1st grade martial master is immense. What basis does the Divine Seal Palace have to claim my victory? Why is there such confidence? While it is true that I possess exceptional aptitude and progress swiftly, it has only been less than 20 days. How much can one achieve in 20 days under normal circumstances? Furthermore, my advancement does not impede theirs, does it? I have only taken you as my disciple for just under 20 days. The master is aware that when I accepted you, you had only just broken through to 1st grade warrior. When the master encountered you, it had merely been half a month, and you had already ascended to 4th grade warrior. Sun Yuan Dao, your rate of cultivation is exceedingly rare in the world, and that is one reason. The second reason is that those few geniuses have been nurtured for over a year. For us, the higher echelons of several sects, it is nearly no secret, whereas you, until now, are known only to me, the master, and 3 other esteemed patrons. In other words, you operate from the shadows while they remain in the light. Even if you vanquish them, they will merely attribute the victory to the prowess of the guardians. The enemy lies in ambush, while we operate in the shadows. Hence, the odds are not in our favor. There is merit in this reasoning. Furthermore, during our last encounter, the master was quite taken aback by your exceptional aptitude, which prompted him and the 3 revered ones to impart their teachings upon you. In fact, when the master announced the current mission, he lamented that during the previous impartation, he had never considered the prospect of nurturing a genius capable of confronting the 3 sects, yet fate led us serendipitously to this juncture. A fortunate misstep, indeed. The teachings bestowed by the master and his esteemed companions are invaluable treasures, the quintessence of their expertise. Once you master them, engaging in battles beyond your level will become a trivial endeavor. This constitutes the 3rd aspect of our chances. Understood. Ahem. Feng Lingtianxia coughed lightly, reflecting on the fact that this master of the imprint Divine Palace, a notorious tyrant ravaging the world, harbors such superstitions, which struck him as somewhat ludicrous. It was nearly beyond his control to suppress a chuckle, yet upon further reflection, it is not entirely surprising. The imprint Divine Palace had no need to personally conduct his baptism into the faith. However, due to the circumstances here, they fortuitously arrived and presided over the ceremony. A master and 4 revered ones officiating such a high-profile initiation for a disciple of such lowly status and meager cultivation is inherently anomalous, as if it were tinged with an air of fate. Moreover, upon their arrival, the imprint Divine Palace, initially reluctant to attend, unexpectedly imparted to him the swordsmanship upon which his renown is founded. Thus, a bond was formed between them, fostering a connection of goodwill. As the actions faltered, met with derision and the impending threat of falling behind the four great teachings, a serendipitous opportunity arose to strike back. And it was none other than oneself who was destined to execute this chance. Indeed, it had to be oneself. Prior to this moment, the Divine Seal Palace had not even contemplated how to contend with the prodigious disciples of their adversaries. Yet, here I stood, unexpectedly emerging. The Divine Seal Palace's sense of fate and fortune seemed rather fitting, wouldn't you agree? Reflecting on this, Feng Che was struck by an epiphany. This was destiny. Here are 3 spirit-enhancing elixirs bestowed upon you by the Master, each capable of augmenting your cultivation by a decade upon consumption. I shall instruct you on how to refine them shortly. Additionally, these 10 spirit grass will aid in your training, and these 3 spirit blossoms, when ingested, will enhance your spiritual awareness. Lastly, this sword, a personal gift from the Master, is a meticulously crafted wind steel blade, untouched by bloodshed. This sword possesses the essence of the wind, enhancing both speed and sharpness. Such a rarity in the world, you must cherish it deeply. Feng Che felt a stirring within his heart, his gaze growing fervent. The wind steel sword, a weapon he had once possessed in a previous life, had been lost when his burgeoning power could no longer withstand the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy during battles with formidable foes. Yet, for warriors below the royal level, it was a coveted treasure. It promised to enhance striking speed, increase sharpness, and impart a sensation of commanding the wind with each swing. The grip was exquisite. These resources should be more than sufficient for you to break through to the martial master level, Sun Yuan remarked tentatively. While the elixirs and herbs are indeed remarkable, you still face the challenge of advancing through 3 tiers, 8th grade, 9th grade, and perfection. Moreover, one must also cultivate insights, emotional states, and combat experiences at each level. While the potency of the elixir is indeed substantial, it ultimately depends on individual aptitude and capacity for absorption. Generally speaking, being able to harness 6 or 7/10 of its power is quite commendable. The remainder will dissipate into the atmosphere. That suffices. Feng Che harbored no such elaborate thoughts. He lacked nothing in terms of insights and experiences, and his emotional state was exceedingly transcendent. Below the level of a monarch, there are virtually no bottlenecks to speak of. That girl possesses commendable talent. I intend to nurture her. Feng Che began to employ cunning. Master, you need not concern yourself. I wish for her to be entirely mine. Sun Yuan, understanding the implication, chuckled with a mischievous expression, replying, You seem quite knowledgeable. Feng Che cleared his throat, realizing that the old man had completely misconstrued his intentions. From physical prowess to spiritual awareness, every step of improvement must leave an imprint. After all, Sun Yuan squinted and smiled. This plan is quite astute. In the future, you will find it easier to utilize, and moreover, more pleasurable. Feng Che was wholly exasperated. What a lecherous old man. I am a paragon of virtue. Looking down upon you, my master shall refrain from intervening, allowing you to guide her from a young age. Master, I also require you to provide a note within the sect regarding a personal attendant. Feng Che articulated this request with great finesse. By securing a note for oneself and having a personal attendant, he could bypass the initiation rites of the night dream, allowing her to exist as his subordinate. Furthermore, in the future, he could come and go at his leisure, dictated solely by his whims. This was indeed a clever tactic. Sun Yuan agreed almost without hesitation. For him, as a devotee, such a trivial matter required no consultation with anyone. He could manage it himself with just a few additional words. Very well. I shall take care of this. You can focus on preparing for battle. That day, Feng Che consumed a Bailing Dan and a Bailing flower, commencing the process of absorbing their medicinal powers. Sun Yuan stood guard at the entrance. Suddenly, a vortex materialized beside Feng Che, drawing in an immense torrent of natural spiritual energy, which surged endlessly into his body. Initially, Sun Yuan was taken aback. What? Is this the cultivation of a 7th-tier warrior? What an eye-opener. As the Bailing Dan slid down his throat, an infinite stream of spiritual energy flooded his organs, radiating throughout his meridians until it reached his stomach, continuing to diffuse. Every part of his body brimmed with spiritual energy. With each cycle of the Wuliang Jinjing, this energy was drawn back into his dantian, circulating through his body, transforming into his own strength. The bottleneck of the 7th layer of a warrior was nearly filled in an instant. Then, like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground, he surged forward, ascending to the 8th layer of a warrior, whereupon the spiritual energy coalesced once more, revitalizing his dantian. With a resounding boom, a new acupoint was breached, propelling him into the 9th layer of a warrior. By the time Feng Che finished absorbing the Bailing Dan, he had attained the consummation of the 9th layer of a warrior. Furthermore, his spiritual consciousness had doubled, a gift from the Bailing flower's power. Feng Che felt an immense sense of ease, his mind extraordinarily clear. Rising to his feet, his bones cracked and popped. As he stepped outside, he was met with the astonished expression of Sun Yuan. 9th layer consummation? Indeed. Sun Yuan trembled slightly, forcing a grin to mask his unease, and remarked, "It's acceptable." "It hasn't caught me off guard." He hastily turned his head and said, "I shall engage in some sparring with you to disperse the medicinal energy." As night fell and the early hours approached, Sun Yuan, having completed the sparring session, concocted an excuse and hurriedly departed. He was at a loss. Suppressing his cultivation to match that of his disciple, he found himself unable to prevail. To add insult to injury, after secretly enhancing his cultivation to the 1st level of martial master, he was unexpectedly bested. Where could he seek justification for this? Thus, he discreetly elevated his prowess to the 3rd level of martial master, managing to subdue his disciple. Sun Yuan felt utterly humiliated. Although engaging in combat with his disciple occasionally inspired a sense of enlightenment during the exchange of techniques, this realization only deepened his discomfort. Who, after all, was the master and who the disciple? Therefore, he resolved, from now on, you shall cultivate on your own. I have faith in your abilities. With that, he added, I shall continue my quest for cultivation resources, striving to uphold his final semblance of dignity and the authority of a master. Sun Yuan made a hasty exit. Initially, he had intended to offer guidance to Yi Ming to assert his presence, but now, that thought had completely evaporated. Feng Che's instruction would undoubtedly be more beneficial than his own, having spent 5 days absorbing 3 Bailing pills and 3 Bailing flowers. Feng Che planted the Baijin grass in the courtyard, a means to gather spiritual energy. Beneath each blade of verdant grass, Feng Che had placed 2 cores of mystical beasts. The spiritual energy enveloping the courtyard grew increasingly potent. Yiming, Feng Qianyi, and the 2 maidservants felt invigorated each day, their spirits lifted by the refreshing air. After 5 days, Feng Che had propelled his cultivation directly to the pinnacle of the 3rd realm of martial masters. Feng Qianyi could hardly contain her delight, especially after sparring with her son and realizing that despite matching his level, she had been thoroughly outclassed. A prodigy indeed. It was no wonder he was my offspring. His mastery of blades and swords was exquisite. Currently, Yiming was in a state of bewilderment, as Feng Che's criticisms held merit. Following his guidance, she had indeed witnessed a rapid enhancement in her combat prowess. This led her to spiral into self-doubt once more. Since Feng Che had not taken any action, there was little information for her to relay. Everything felt rather mundane. Regarding the adversaries he had been instructed to confront, Feng Che had no intention of revealing them to the Guardians just yet. Having recently obtained the intelligence, exposing them now would render him an unmistakable target. There was ample time yet. Patience was key. Days passed, one after another, until July arrived, marking the annual enrollment period for the Martial Academy. Warriors from various regions began to converge upon Baiyun Prefecture, the Baiyun Martial Academy in the southeast. As the saying goes, with the spirit of a hero, one gazes proudly at the clouds. Among the elite 8 martial academies across the realm, Baiyun Martial Academy ranks 5th, renowned for its excellence. The entire southeastern region, encompassing 7 states and 56 cities, lies within its recruitment sphere. Once you arrive, do not forget to contact your cousin, who is an outstanding student at Baiyun Martial Academy. His presence will surely provide reassurance to your mother. Feng Qianyi busily packed her belongings while incessantly chattering. I understand, mother, Feng Che repeatedly assured her. I have left you 500 beast cores and a small pouch of spirit crystals. You need not undertake any more missions. Focus solely on your cultivation at home. I worry about you venturing out to face life and death, which unsettles my mind. Well, I must contribute in some way, Feng Che cautioned. Feng Qianyi shuddered, tapping her finger lightly on her son's head, producing 2 crisp sounds. Then I shall endeavor to remain within, she replied. Yes, I can cultivate in my courtyard, where I have planted the Baijin grass given by my master, which gathers spiritual energy. Feng Che felt somewhat reassured. As long as Feng Qianyi refrained from venturing into the deep mountains and dense forests within the confines of Baipa City, her status as a grandmaster rendered her virtually invincible. However, if she were to step outside, to be frank, her innate grandmaster level was hardly formidable. Countless experts lurked beyond, and a mere king or emperor rank could easily extinguish her life with a single blow. Having frightened Feng Qianyi, Feng Che began to make preparations. He possessed ample funds, as the entirety of the Su family's wealth was entrusted to him for safekeeping. This financial prowess was likely unparalleled among both new and returning students at the Baiyun Martial Academy. The academy mandated that new students could not be escorted. From this day forward, they would no longer be children under their parents' care, but rather martial artists in their own right. Such was the rule of the academy. The journey would encompass various evaluations, each contributing to a point system. Accumulating over 100 points exempted a student from entrance examinations, while exceeding 200 points granted free admission without examination. Arriving safely at the Martial Arts Academy, the top 100, ranked by points, engaged in a martial contest to vie for the title of Baiyun Zhuangyuan. The following dawn, Feng Che donned a flowing black robe, his tall figure standing upright, exuding an air of elegance. Beside him, his maid, Yi Ming, clad in a delicate pink gown, stood with her hands gently at her sides. A carriage approached, and with a thud, 4 boxes were placed atop it. Yi Ming lifted the curtain of the carriage, and Feng Che, his black attire billowing, stepped inside. Yi Ming followed suit, bowing her head as she entered. The driver cracked the whip, urging the spirited horses to begin their gradual departure. As Feng Qianyi and Feng Jinghang watched with reluctant gazes and heartfelt admonitions, the carriage slowly left the courtyard. A sudden gust of wind stirred up a swirl of fine dust. Feng Che furrowed his brows slightly, sitting upright, his gaze fixed ahead where a wide road stretched into the distance. His expression was serene, eyes deep and contemplative, his heart as tranquil as a still lake. He understood that this moment marked the true beginning of his journey. Indeed, it was, with aspirations soaring to the skies. I wield my sword to test the winds of the southeast. As I venture forth into the tempest, I raise my head to the heights of the white clouds. End of Volume 1. The second volume will commence at 5:30 p.m. in the Grand Hall of Bibo City, within the study. Chen Rehai and Fan Tiantiao sat opposite each other. Chen Rehai had removed his shoes and was rubbing his feet together beneath the table, a look of contentment on his face. Particularly, when he caught sight of the helplessness in Fan Tiantiao's eyes, his satisfaction grew even more pronounced. Thus, he rubbed his feet more vigorously, leaving a pile on the ground. Fan Tiantiao wore a pained expression, feeling as if his parents had endowed him with a perpetually troubled visage, perhaps foreseeing that he would one day work alongside Chen Rehai. Being in his presence was an incessant torment, yet there was no escape. Each day brought a new headache. Did I truly transgress the heavenly laws to warrant such punishment? With a heavy heart, Fan Tiantiao sighed. Feng Che had already departed from Bibo City with Shadow, seemingly treating her as a trusted confidant. Chen Rehai pondered, isn't that fortuitous? It is indeed a rare opportunity to ensure Shadow successfully infiltrates, and Feng Che is undoubtedly a remarkable talent. He will surely yield more intelligence in the future. Thus, it is imperative that Feng Che's safety remains uncompromised on this journey. Chen Rehai contemplated further. The two had abandoned their initial plan of utilizing Feng Che as a means for their own ends. Moreover, they had withstood the pressure from the Dark Department's influential figures. This matter is of utmost importance. We cannot falter. Yes, Feng Che's safety must not be jeopardized. I shall personally follow him in secret. Fan Tiantiao immediately rose to his feet. In this grand hall, his daily encounters with Chen Rehai had nearly driven him to the brink of despair. He hastily sought an excuse to depart. You intend to go yourself? Chen Rehai was taken aback. Surely, that is unnecessary? Not at all. Feng Che is entangled with the substantial wealth of the Su family. While he remains in Bibo City, he will undoubtedly be safe. However, once he ventures out alone, he will undoubtedly face tumult, as the stakes have become significant enough to provoke risk-taking by others. That is indeed the case. Feng Che's solitary journey to Baiyunzhu will certainly be accompanied by considerable riches. It is only natural that others would covet such wealth, but must you, the vice master guarding this grand hall, personally intervene? Chuckling, Chen Rehai raised his foot, emanating an unpleasant odor. Is that what you mean? Ugh. Caught off guard, Fan Tiantiao gasped, his expression dramatically changing as he rushed out the door. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. Chen Rohai burst into laughter, only for the mirth to abruptly cease as he gazed down at his own feet, letting out a sigh. Meanwhile, within the confines of the One Heart sect, the night demon, accompanied by a handmaiden, had embarked on the journey to Baijun Island, having departed from the city of Baipu. The distance was not particularly great, less than 2,000 miles, yet the route was fraught with mountainous terrains and perilous landscapes. The safety of the night demon was paramount. The divine palace acted decisively. If he perished, where would I find someone to thwart those prodigies? Perhaps I should offer a monetary tribute for your assistance? Very well. Qian Sanjiang readily acquiesced, eager to undertake this mission. Since his initiation into the sect, he had come to realize that Feng Che, the night demon, had already been registered with the sect leader. Once his cultivation advanced, his future prospects would undoubtedly extend beyond the One Heart sect. Establishing a good rapport now would yield benefits later. I shall set forth immediately. 2 days had elapsed. Feng Che sauntered a leisurely 300 miles. Under Feng Che's tutelage, Yi Ming had successfully evolved from an ordinary person into a martial disciple, now boasting the cultivation of martial disciple level 3. His progress was remarkable, reaching a pace that could be deemed genius. This advancement was primarily due to consuming 2 celestial pulls per million fruits. Progress was imperative. Furthermore, it was essential to accelerate this growth to avoid arousing Feng Che's suspicions. Thus, Chen Rohai and Fan Tiantiao resolved to elevate their cultivation as swiftly as possible. Since Feng Che sought to cultivate and aid, only those with higher cultivation would prove useful in greater capacities. Thus, Yiming demonstrated considerable diligence and progress. However, Feng Che remained unsatisfied. Why is your advancement so sluggish? How can you be so dim-witted? You are utterly useless. Get off the carriage and walk. Practice while you walk. If your cultivation shows no improvement, how can you expect to ride in luxury? All you do is indulge yourself. When will you prove your worth? As a young girl, how can you expect to grow into a capable ornament without enduring hardship? In the future, you must not only warm the bed but also serve as a guardian. Fight on my behalf, attend to all daily necessities, and possess beauty. In short, my expectations for you are exceedingly high. If you do not strive harder, I shall sell you into a brothel. Down you go. With that, Feng Che unceremoniously thrust Yi Ming from the carriage. This action even drew the ire of the coachman, who could not help but feel indignant. Indeed, few from affluent families possess admirable qualities. How could such a delicate beauty be forced to walk? Is there no semblance of humanity remaining? Little did they know, being cast from the carriage was precisely what Yi Ming desired. Within the confines of the carriage, she felt uncomfortable in Feng Che's presence, fearing the discovery of her internal spiritual energy. Once on the ground, she was free. Pouting, with her large, innocent eyes fixed ahead, she began to display an expression of discontent, walking with a huff. Meanwhile, she diligently practiced to refine her abilities. Inside the carriage, Feng Che wore a slight smile. Indeed, this girl possesses remarkable talent. If I continue to guide her, she is bound to become a formidable expert in the future. Through the lens of my comprehension gained from studying the Infinite Sutra and various weaponry, I perceive my past self as fraught with flaws in movements such as standing, sitting, wielding a sword, and executing martial techniques. The disparity is indeed vast. Although Night Dream has only absorbed a mere fraction of knowledge, less than 1/10, merely the surface, this is sufficient for enhancing her combat prowess. Unlike myself, who can cultivate multiple martial arts due to the Infinite Sutra's ability to swiftly absorb spiritual energy, Night Dream is destined to master only one weapon in her lifetime to maximize her fighting potential. Observing her habitual movements, it is evident that her innate talent lies in swordsmanship. It is imperative to introduce her to the sword early on to facilitate her training and prevent future discovery of her abilities. The wealth of the Su family rests in my hands, and many in the city harbor ulterior motives. While they may find little opportunity in the confines of Baibo City, now that we are outside, they are likely to emerge. As Feng Che swayed within the carriage amidst its jolts, his thoughts surged like the tumultuous sea, with one wave of contemplation following another. He felt no urgency in his journey. The distance to Baiyun continent was not considerable. However, the treacherous terrain was abundant. Feng Che was not anxious about the trials of the martial academy. Presently, martial students from all directions were fervently striving to accumulate points for the academy. The process for earning points is straightforward. A prestigious nameplate of the Academy is bound to its owner through blood, and upon slaying magical beasts to obtain their cores, the fresh blood of the beasts is dripped onto the nameplate, automatically revealing points. The more beasts one slays, the greater the points accumulated. Along the way, countless Academy instructors shadow their movements, for should any engage in deceit, even a prodigy would find themselves disqualified. A score below 30 points renders one ineligible for admission to the Martial Academy. For those who score above 30 but below 100, a fee is required to participate in a simple assessment of their martial prowess in order to enroll in the Martial Academy. Those who achieve a score above 100 are exempt from this assessment. In other words, if one wishes to transcend the rule that only warriors may enroll, the ability to earn a score exceeding 100 allows even martial apprentices to pay the fee for admission, owing to their innate combat talent and heightened instincts. A score exceeding 200 grants free admission without examination, enabling participation in martial contests. There are corresponding rewards for those who rank from martial champion to the top 100, which serve as a shared aspiration among all newcomers. These rewards embody not only benefits, but also honor and credentials. As a premier martial institution, graduating from the Baiyun Martial Academy sets one apart from those who attend lesser academies. However, the scope of post-graduation employment is determined by the credits and honors earned during their time at the academy, making these credentials of utmost importance. Generally, graduates of the academy have three primary avenues to pursue. The first is to join various levels of government, becoming part of the national official roster to uphold justice and maintain order, such as serving as constables or heads of law enforcement or in criminal justice departments, with roles assigned based on merit. The second option is to enlist in the military, joining the national armed forces or regional armies, with the potential for advancement based on military achievements. However, pursuing either of these paths often leads to a life constrained within their respective frameworks. The third pathway involves entering the garrison forces, starting from entry-level positions and seeking promotion. This entails joining the ranks of defenders, such as various regional garrison halls. This differs from standard governmental or military positions, as it belongs to a specialized echelon. For further clarification, one may refer to the National Security Bureau or the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, among others. From this point onward, an unceasing battle against various demonic sects ensued. Within the ranks of the Guardians, those who made significant contributions and attained a certain level of cultivation, provided they possessed the desire, could petition to join the Guardians. Once one became a Guardian, the responsibilities and pressures, as well as the adversaries and dangers faced, would reach an entirely new height. The title of Guardian generally signifies the strongest combat force on the continent. In his previous life, Feng Che was a Guardian, albeit a low-tier combatant within that esteemed order. The choice of path is indifferent to notions of right or wrong. However, the road of the Guardians allows for relentless advancement towards the pinnacle of martial arts. Despite the dangers being magnitudes greater than those of alternative paths, Feng Che's aspiration in this lifetime is to become a Guardian capable of utterly eradicating the so-called righteous sect from existence. The initial choices one makes are profoundly influenced by the glory and qualifications obtained from the Martial Academy. Every individual must exert their utmost effort to seize any opportunity that arises. Consequently, many newcomers embark on their journey by fervently searching for various magical beasts. Their eyes turned red with determination, conducting exhaustive searches. Feng Che, however, harbored his own plans. To commence hunting magical beasts at this juncture would be ill-advised, as he had only just departed from home and was still in a densely populated area. Despite the presence of mountains and forests, how many magical beasts could truly inhabit such a locale? It would be a classic case of laboring without reward, achieving little with great effort. With a journey of 1,500 miles ahead, the vast Wailing Mountain range stretched across 30,000 miles. Traversing it would only require 700 or 800 miles. The opportunities to earn points would likely be found within this expanse. Feng Che retrieved his Martial Academy badge and, with a small knife, carefully sliced his fingertip to anoint it. The badge began to emit a faint glow. A line of text appeared: Emerald Wave City, Feng Che. The originally complete nameplate now bore a small hole, beneath which lay a blank frame. The blood of the demon beasts and the crystal cores were placed here, revealing the score. Feng Che was somewhat awestruck. 600 years had indeed seen significant advancements. Such a form would have been nearly unimaginable 6 centuries ago. He could hardly fathom how it was crafted. Outside, The sound of Yi Ming's soft murmurs reached his ears. Clearly, the young girl was deliberately feigning fatigue while practicing. Using her actions to convey to Feng Che, "My cultivation is truly meager." Feng Che leaned out of the carriage window and asked, "What are you mumbling about? What level have you reached in your martial apprenticeship?" Still at the third level, Yi Ming stammered, taken aback. "Useless. You might as well be a dung producer." Feng Che exclaimed vehemently. "If you don't reach the 5th level of martial apprenticeship before we arrive at Baiyan Continent, I shall sell you to a brothel." Yi Ming whimpered, "Young master, spare me. I shall do my utmost." Feng Che snorted, "Efforts are insufficient. You must achieve it." The coachman could no longer remain silent. "Young master, you are rather harsh on your servant, aren't you?" "What do you know?" Feng Che retorted. "This is my bodyguard. Have you ever seen a bodyguard weaker than their employer?" The coachman was left speechless. "I have never seen such a thing. Bodyguard? This delicate, enchanting beauty is a bodyguard? It certainly doesn't look like it." The young master's demeanor revealed his true nature. He spoke not a single word of honesty. "Did you hear that? The 5th level. Martial disciple of the 5th rank. Otherwise, you shall be sold into a brothel." Night Dream felt tears welling up in her eyes. Overwhelmed with joy. "The more you urge me, the quicker my strength returns, in greater abundance. Yet, I lament the fact that Feng Che, such a prodigy, has unfortunately fallen into the one-heart sect. It is truly a pity. As we journey onward, we frequently encounter martial students, some in groups of 3 or 5, others in pairs, and a few solitary figures who swiftly pass by. Most are taken aback by Night Dream's beauty, casting a lingering glance before hastily moving on. Remarkably, no one approaches to flirt or engage in conversation, leaving Feng Che rather perplexed. Has the moral fabric of society improved so significantly? Reflecting on the past, he leaned forward and remarked, "Given your lack of attractiveness, it is surprising that no one has dared to tease you along this road. I suspect you would fetch a meager price if sold into a brothel. Shouldn't you seize this time to cultivate your skills and strive for progress? What other hopes do you have?" Night Dream, infuriated, puffed out her cheeks and sulked in silence, hastening her steps in irritation. "Is it my fault that no one flirts with me?" Just then, 2 figures abruptly emerged from the forest ahead. The foremost one rolled his eyes and commanded, "Halt." He brandished a gleaming knife, its tip aimed at the carriage, a smirk playing on his lips. "Young Master Feng, renowned for your righteousness, please disembark. Moreover, it is essential to note that the conflict between the Guardian's Continental faction and the sole Just Church transcends the mere dichotomy of good versus evil. It embodies a struggle for survival, or, one might say, a cosmic rivalry. Ultimately, it is a question of whether the celestial Wugo will supplant and devour the flying bear, or whether the denizens of the flying bear galaxy will achieve salvation through their own endeavors. The inexorable outcome is a brutal annihilation of one by the other. In this existential battle, the victors endure while the vanquished face total obliteration. There exists no possibility of mercy. Each side merely utilizes the hands of the indigenous populace to facilitate this grim process, with the distinction being that one deity remains alive, able to bestow divine power, while the other has perished, leaving the indigenous people to fend for themselves. Thus, the situation is patently clear. I find it difficult to comprehend. Is my writing not sufficiently lucid? It resembles a modern individual aligning with the faction of the Japanese during the War of Resistance. Can one truly change allegiance simply because the enemy shows kindness? If such elements are interspersed throughout the narrative, it would dilute its substance. It would be prudent to clarify these points at the outset, thereby alleviating any future confusion. The scorching sunlight of mid-July beat down mercilessly upon the earth, casting tree shadows into a mere circle. The mountains stood silent, devoid of even the faintest breeze. The land, a verdant sea of forests, shimmered as the leaves absorbed the nutrients of the soil. Yet, one could still sense the lethargy of the foliage. They persisted, clinging on until the winds arrived. The clouds gathered, or the sun shifted, offering them a respite. However, the 2 individuals before the woods exuded vigor and enthusiasm, appearing far more resilient than the leaves themselves. Observing the countenances and gazes of these 2 individuals, they resemble a mountain of gold, laid bare before them, awaiting their eager grasp. An increasing number of martial artists, unable to resist, watch from a distance. It appears they have encountered an ambush. Curiosity abounds regarding how the person within the carriage will respond. It is said to be the chivalrous young Master Feng. Feng Che cleared his throat. Night Dream hurriedly stepped forward. bowing gracefully as her delicate hands lifted the curtain of the carriage door. A foot emerged first, clad in exquisitely crafted black leather boots, adorned with subtle golden patterns. Firmly, it pressed down upon the ground, stirring the dust and revealing the elegant, slender shape of a well-proportioned calf. Soon after, a cascade of black hair emerged from the carriage. Thick and lustrous, secured by a dark golden headband that refracted a mesmerizing light under the sun. The headband was of considerable thickness, indicative of the abundant volume of hair. A purple jade hairpin was artfully inserted, securing the headband, with violet light softly emanating from either side. The other foot gracefully followed suit, touching the ground simultaneously. Draped in a black cloak embellished with dark golden motifs, the figure slowly straightened, revealing a handsome visage. His brows, thick as swords, naturally exuded a sharpness that seemed to pierce the heavens. Beneath those brows, his eyes resembled a vast ocean of stars, deep and contemplative. His face, akin to exquisite jade, bore no blemish. With a straight nose and thinly pressed lips, he formed an elegant arc, his lips of vivid red against pearly teeth, and his gaze clear and steady. His meticulously arranged black hair was held up, save for a single strand that gracefully hung by his ear, swaying gently. He possessed broad shoulders and a straight back. Appearing slightly slender, with his cloak casually open, revealing strong arms, a narrow waist, and long, powerful legs that exuded an undeniable grace and refinement. In a mere moment, he stood as if a graceful tree swaying in the wind, exuding an air of elegance yet possessing a profound and majestic demeanor. Feng Che took a step forward, moving gracefully as if he were gliding through the clouds. With each step, the dark golden patterns on his cloak rippled like waves, reflecting shafts of light in the sunlight that flickered and vanished, only to reappear in myriad places, shimmering anew. His movement seemed to carry the essence of countless stars. In that singular moment, it appeared as though a radiant light ignited in the eyes of all present, prompting an involuntary cheer from their hearts. What remarkable poise! Truly, he embodied the essence of the phrase, a jade-like figure amidst the throng, a gentleman unmatched in the world. It must be said, even in dreams, upon catching sight of him, one could not help but feel a momentary daze. In that fleeting instant, being scolded by such a person seemed almost inconsequential, especially when one acknowledged the validity of their reproach. The two individuals opposite him, momentarily awestruck by his charisma, found themselves at a loss for words. Feng Che spoke with nonchalance. "Are you two searching for me? What counsel might you offer?" Suddenly, one of them erupted in anger. "Feng Che, do you know who I am?" Feng Che extended his hand, and Yimeng obediently presented a pristine white handkerchief. He elegantly wiped his hands and, with an air of indifference, replied, "And who might you be?" "I am Su Yu's maternal uncle." The man, with a face marred by unappealing features, revealed a glimmer of malice and greed. "I have heard that young Master Feng manages my nephew's finances. Upon learning this news, I hastened my journey to arrive before your departure." "Oh," Feng Che smiled, showcasing his pearly whites. "Pray tell, what is it that this uncle desires? Is it necessary to elaborate on what I seek? My unfortunate nephew's family has perished entirely, and as his uncle, it is only natural for me to safeguard his inheritance. Today, I have come to meet Master Feng for this very reason." Feng Che chuckled with amusement. "So your visit is merely to request funds?" The bald man replied with unabashed confidence. "Indeed." Feng Che stood with a smile, hands clasped behind his back, his cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, radiating brilliance. "How much do you seek?" "A minimum of 1,000,000 taels." The bald man's eyes gleamed with avarice. Feng Che smiled faintly. "The assets of the Su family are worth billions, accompanied by countless gold notes and various rare treasures. 1,000,000 taels? This man appears to be attempting to take advantage of the situation but dares not act, given the proximity to Bibbo City. Thus, he has only followed me here, avoiding the Wanling Forest, which indicates his lowly prowess. Realizing his inadequacy and lack of experience, I deemed him merely a pawn for another's reconnaissance." I felt a sense of relief wash over me and replied calmly, "It is true that Brother Su's estate is in my possession. However, to obtain it, you must present either a decree from Brother Su himself or proof of your bloodline as a descendant of the Su family. If any random individual could simply take money from me, how could I possibly honor Brother Su's legacy?" Feng Che smiled once more, his gaze turning icy. "Do not utter familial titles. Let your abilities speak for themselves." Just as the bald man began to respond, a flash of light enveloped the scene. Feng Che advanced with a swift stride, and in an instant, the sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed. Yet, the blade was nowhere to be seen. The light had already reached the bald man's throat, and his expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Feng Che had sheathed his sword and retreated. The first form of the blood spirit seven swords, a single point of red. The soul-searching sword, unseen as it strikes, astonishes gods and spirits alike. It kills without shedding blood, leaving merely a solitary point of red. The two adversaries before him fell backward, their bodies stirring up a cloud of dust. A crimson hue slowly spread around their throats, yet no blood flowed forth. As the sword tip pressed against their throats, it shattered their Adam's apple and severed their windpipe. One surge of sword energy violently disrupted their consciousness, while another penetrated their internal organs, obliterating their dantians. This was the aftermath of that singular strike. Their souls were extinguished. In other words, as Feng Che withdrew his sword, the two waves of sword energy continued to wreak havoc within his foes' bodies. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The onlookers, whether near or far, wore expressions of astonishment. Feng Che stood beneath the shade of a tree, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed upward, squinting against the searing sunlight, which appeared to him as beams of sword light descending from the heavens. Thus, I express my understanding of today's events. However, I offer a word of caution to the individual behind the scenes. Feng Che remarked coolly, some money must be earned with one's life, or rather, one must possess life to claim it. His words were laden with implication. By now, 7 or 8 spectators had gathered, some being martial artists from Baibo City, while a few were not. Each bore a look of shock in their eyes, taken aback by Feng Che's ruthlessness and decisiveness. He acted without hesitation, delivering lethal blows without granting any mercy. They were equally astounded by the sharpness of Feng Che's martial prowess. What sort of sword technique was that? They exchanged glances, yet remained silent, their faces devoid of expression. At least on the surface, it is not apparent who the mastermind behind those two foolish individuals is. However, I am quite aware that their reckless audacity must be fueled by someone else. And among you, one of you must be that very person. I harbor no interest in investigating further. Feng Che remarked nonchalantly. A person who resorts to such antics for a mere pittance does not deserve my attention or concern, especially one who dares not make a move in Baibo City. With a smirk, he elegantly waved his sleeve, revealing a charming smile, just a bunch of insignificant rodents. Across from him, a youth clad in white smiled and said, Brother Feng is absolutely right. Such individuals are beneath my notice as well. He smiled, clasped his hands respectfully, and with genuine warmth, introduced himself. I am Kong Zijian, and I hope to encounter Brother Feng in the future at the Martial Institute. Feng Che replied with a faint smile, returning the gesture, Brother Kong. Beside Kong Zijian stood another young man, his eyes flickering slightly as he stepped forward. I am Wei Zihao from Baibo City. It is an honor to meet you, Brother Feng. Please do not take offense. There are countless clowns in this world. Should similar incidents arise in the future, I, Wei, am willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with Brother Feng. Wei Zihao, the prodigious martial artist from the Wei family of Baibo City, is also among the cohort of candidates for the martial examination. The Wei family, alongside the Feng family, is one of the 4 prestigious 9th-level families in Baibo City. Feng Che studied Wei Zihao intently for a moment before smiling. Brother Wei speaks wisely. Such buffoons are indeed not worth our concern. Several youths then approached, eager to establish camaraderie. Their impressions of Feng Che were overwhelmingly positive, decisive in action, swift as lightning, impeccable in demeanor, and gracious in etiquette. Such individuals, akin to a refreshing spring breeze, are universally cherished and sought after as companions. Consequently, Feng Che amassed a plethora of friends. Together, they united in purpose, excavating a grave to inter the remains of the 2 bandits before parting ways. The Martial Academy imposed a strict regulation forbidding students from traveling in pairs. Each must independently traverse to the school for it to be deemed valid. Night Dream felt a sense of bewilderment. In her perspective, among this group, there must exist a hidden mastermind. Yet, why did Feng Che seem so indifferent to this affair? Could it be that he merely regarded the demise of those 2 as sufficient? He was not typically one to exhibit such magnanimity. In the dense thicket to the left of the path, an individual melded seamlessly with the lush foliage, rendering him nearly invisible even at close range. It was Fan Tiantiao, who now bore an expression of confusion. Was this person truly allowed to depart so easily? Based on his experience, He found Wei Zihao among them to be particularly suspect, likely the orchestrator behind the scenes. Although the two assailants were swiftly dispatched, their cultivation level was presumably considerable. Even if they were not masters, they were likely high-ranking warriors. To Fan Tiantiao, such prowess appeared negligible, yet it would suffice in dealing with Feng Che. At the very least, the mastermind must have believed so. He was astonished by how easily Feng Che had eliminated them. Why not deploy a more formidable expert? Was it merely a test of strength? Feng Tiantiao's mind raced with questions. Meanwhile, on the right side of the path, another figure concealed himself among the distant trees. Observing the scene, it was Qian Sanjiang, who, too, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. The act of murder felt surprisingly exhilarating. However, why was it that after uttering a few inconsequential words, the matter was swiftly dismissed? Clearly, Wei Zihao posed a significant threat, yet why was there no further investigation? What purpose is served by eliminating just these two individuals? The mastermind remains at large, which will undoubtedly lead to continuous troubles in the future. Moreover, revealing one's own capabilities only provides the adversary with greater insight, which is indeed unwise. Is this a result of youthful impulsiveness, or perhaps a deeper ulterior motive? Qian Sanjiang pondered how to report to the leader. The leader's blood spirit 7 swords indicated that this young man had evidently grasped the fundamentals. Exhibiting sufficient lethality in such a brief period, should the leader become aware, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of gratification. Qian Sanjiang contemplated how to leverage Feng Che's prowess to earn some well-deserved accolades. In the workplace, one must seize opportunities without hesitation, especially considering the considerable offerings made. Meanwhile, Feng Che sat in the carriage, eyes closed in contemplation, yet his thoughts were occupied with the few coincidental martial artists lingering nearby, observing the conflict. Wei Zihao is the prime suspect. However, he cannot be the sole culprit. Additionally, the frail-looking Qing Ziyue, who stands at a distance, also raises some suspicion. Yet, engaging them now would be futile. Firstly, it would serve no purpose, and secondly, their proximity to their family could invite unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, keeping them around allows for potential leverage at the martial academy. Especially when one wishes to create disturbances or convey messages, they could serve as a natural shield. All of these considerations can be retained for future contingencies. To expend resources on them at this juncture would be a waste. Such resources, which can be exploited at will, must be cherished. Feng Che sat in the car with his eyes closed, his face serene, yet his mind was in contemplation. As I embark on this journey, I am soon to enter the martial academy, and once inside, I cannot fathom when I shall emerge. Alas, I have never attended such an institution in my previous life. I remain oblivious to its rules. There is a night dream accompanying me, and in the shadows, others are surely observing my every move. Whether it be the guardians of the Grand Hall or the devoted disciples, they will not allow me to slip from their sight. However, this undertaking presents certain inconveniences. I wonder how the golden horned serpent is faring in its cultivation. I had intended to bring it along, yet I am uncertain if the opportunity will arise. Feng Che's gaze drifted thoughtfully toward the horizon, the direction of the 100 Miasma Peak, which lies on the periphery of the Forest of All Spirits. It is not far from his current location, merely over 500 miles. Yet, if the golden horned serpent has not achieved an incorporeal state, its presence would be of little utility. There is even a risk of it dissipating upon leaving the extreme territory. Ultimately, Feng Che relinquished this plan. It would be preferable to allow it to wait a few more months, or even a year or two, rather than risk exposure or dissolution if it were to accompany him prematurely. Feng Che exhaled softly, dismissing the matter from his thoughts. The golden horned serpent was a contingency he had prepared for himself well in advance. Even before the night dream had manifested, Feng Che had been contemplating this strategic move. As a sole entity, it was remarkably convenient for relaying messages. The last time he orchestrated a scheme against the Su family, though it was an unforeseen circumstance. There was also the intention of sending those individuals to the golden horned serpent for rejuvenation. He had been waiting, hoping that the transformation of the golden horned serpent from tangible to intangible would advance his soul and body cultivation, bringing it closer to him. Even with the presence of Night Dream, he did not abandon this ambition. Yet, until now, this ever-impulsive plan remained temporarily shelved. Steady progress can influence long-term strategies. One must never act prematurely simply for the sake of convenience. At last, he arrived at the Forest of All Spirits. Feng Che offered double the price. and the coachman readily agreed, though perplexed. If you wish to purchase, why not do so earlier? Why now? Naturally, Feng Che had refrained from an early purchase. He comfortably sat in the carriage, contemplating his thoughts. Although his ideas were already clear, he relished the moment a little longer. After the coachman departed, he would have to drive the carriage himself, while Night Dream could only ride. The subsequent tasks had to be accomplished independently to count as achievements. However, the notion of the young master driving while the maid sat was somewhat unsettling for Feng Che, prompting him to insist on driving for half the journey. Feng Che, with a sullen expression, declared, "This young master will personally drive." Night Dream, bewildered, gazed at him with her round, wide eyes. Had the sun risen from the west? Was he suddenly showing concern? Could it be that he had finally recognized her unparalleled beauty? "If you do not improve after leaving the forest of all spirits, I shall sell you into a brothel," Feng Che threatened, then seized the whip, commanding, "Giddy up." Night Dream sat cross-legged in the carriage, her large eyes rolling in exasperation, her pretty face adorned with a look of disbelief. Because Feng Che had abandoned her and the carriage in the forest, he ventured forth to hunt the beast. He showed not a shred of compassion. His audacity was astonishing. Though she harbored grievances, her visage was compelled to adopt an expression of terror and unease. Curled up within the carriage, paralyzed with fear. In her heart, she fervently prayed that no ferocious creature would approach, for that would surely spell her doom. Feng Che moved through the dense woodland like a phantom, leaving no rustle of leaves in his wake. His quarry was the beasts of the forest. Under level 6, the beasts were categorized as follows. First level beasts required 100 cores for a single academy point. Second level, 50 cores for 1 point. Third level, 10 cores for 1 point. Fourth level, 2 cores for 1 point. Fifth level, 1 core for 2 points. And sixth level, 1 core for 20 points. However, a 6th level beast exhibited combat prowess akin to that of a 5th grade martial artist. As for 7th level, well, it was best not to dwell on such thoughts. One must be prepared to become mere fodder upon their appearance. Feng Che's ambitions were not aimed at the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd levels. Such pursuits were far too slow. Thus, he plunged directly into the heart of the jungle, disdainful of the 1st and 2nd level beasts that stirred in his wake. Yet, as he delved deeper, an unsettling sensation began to envelop him. He could not quite articulate what was amiss. Before a thicket of dense underbrush, Feng Che suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He surveyed the bushes, the tall grass, and the surrounding trees, and the feeling of something being off intensified. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. He fell into contemplation. Where there is feeling, there must be circumstance. But where does this situation lie? He focused intently, scrutinizing each blade of grass, each shrub, and each tree. Something felt amiss in the environment, yet he pondered where the discrepancy lay. After a prolonged contemplation, a spark of realization flickered in his mind. He suddenly recalled the 2 bandits. It was due to their presence that Feng Che had paid particular attention to his surroundings. At that moment, the 2 individuals stood beneath robust trees, their leaves shimmering, their foliage lush. Now, looking ahead, although the shrubs thrived with vigor, the trees and grasses bore thin leaves, surely not a sign of malnutrition, yet they could hardly be described as abundant. The shrubs appeared slender, while the bark was mottled, indicating considerable age. All the surrounding trees mirrored the disparity from when he first entered the thicket, where trees were thick enough to require several people to encircle them. Here, almost no tree exceeded that girth. However, the condition of the bark suggested that these trees were, in fact, much older than those outside. Amidst the underbrush, he discovered some decaying animal corpses. Feng Che examined them. They had decomposed thoroughly, yet the color of their fur remained somewhat vivid. Contemplating for an extended period, he surveyed the environment around him, sunlight filtering through, casting dappled spots of light. This forest is peculiar. Logically, in the depths of a dense thicket, where human presence is scarce, the trees should be exceptionally robust. Yet this vast expanse is quite the opposite. Could it be a geological issue? A sense of crisis did not manifest. Instead, there prevailed an inexplicable tranquility. Standing there, he could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, a vague sense of unease. Not overtly pronounced. Beyond that, there were no other anomalies to detect. Feng Che exhaled deeply. Let us first focus on accumulating points. These anomalies warrant careful consideration. However, we must never overlook the past, in the shadows. A singular, serpent-like creature, indistinguishable from its surroundings, silently emerged. Its elongated tongue flickered, ensnaring two secondary little fox demons nearby, drawing them into its maw as it savored its feast. Suddenly, a flash of sword light descended, piercing the creature at its vital point. The serpent convulsed violently, thrashing against the nearby trees, which swayed perilously. Yet, the sword remained embedded in the serpent's body. Moments later, the sword was withdrawn, transforming into a fleeting arc of brilliance. With a resounding thud, the serpent's head was severed, blood splattering forth. Feng Lingtianxia let the serpent's blood drip onto his nameplate, subsequently inserting the extracted core of the creature. A luminous circle appeared on the nameplate, and both the core and the blood vanished, revealing several lines of text. By Bo City, Feng Lingtianxia, points, 0, 5. This creature was undoubtedly a level 4 demon beast, albeit only a level 4. Feng Lingtianxia felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and promptly rose, weaving through the thicket. Within a quarter of an hour, his points had increased to 3. Perched on the branch of a grand tree, consuming his rations, Feng Lingtianxia's demeanor grew serious. Indeed, points are not easily acquired. 6 level 4 demon beasts yielded merely 3 points. This was despite Feng Lingtianxia's considerable experience in the martial world, which allowed him to swiftly assess the habits of demon beasts and deduce their hiding places based on the environment. It is evident that amassing 100 points will not be a simple endeavor. I must seek out a demon beast horde. In this vast expanse of several hundred miles, the trees and underbrush exhibit signs of malnutrition, and the cause of this phenomenon remains a mystery. Feng Lingtianxia leapt down from the tree. After several hours, he remarked on the lack of courage displayed. With a scoff, he shed his soiled garments, replacing them with fresh attire, tossing the dirty clothes into the embrace of night dream, promising to wash them when the opportunity arose. Indeed, after a grueling 3-hour battle, Feng Lingtianxia had accumulated a mere 21 points, leaving the elusive goal of 100 points far out of reach. He urged his horse-drawn carriage forward for several more miles before halting once again. Armed with his sword, he disembarked, and under the watchful gaze of Night Dream, he stealthily ventured into the dense forest, vanishing in an instant. Night Dream noticed that Feng Lingtianxia paused momentarily before entering the thicket, seemingly intent on observing the trees by the roadside, which piqued her curiosity. What could be so fascinating about the trees? Within the jungle, young warriors clad in battle gear were visible, darting to and fro, some still engaged in fierce combat. Feng Lingtianxia swiftly maneuvered past them, his form akin to an arrow, reaching the fringes of the forbidden zone. Here, he was certain that more formidable beasts awaited. Indeed, in a secluded gorge, he stumbled upon a delightful surprise: a pack of 5th-level Bloodfang demon wolves. The horde consisted of over 100 wolves, and this was merely what he could see. A surge of excitement coursed through him. This could yield nearly 200 points. The next challenge was how to eliminate them, as the demon wolves would not simply stand idly by, allowing him to strike. Moreover, a pack of 5th-level wolves possessed considerable combat prowess, and it was certain that a wolf king lurked among them. Observing the pack, he noted that their fur lacked luster, indicative of poor nutrition. Perhaps they were quite famished. The surrounding trees and grasslands remain unchanged, alive yet malnourished, as if this land merely sustains the most rudimentary existence of these plants. Beyond that, it offers little else. Beneath some trees lie the carcasses of animals, and the leaves lack the lushness and brilliance typically associated with vitality. It seems that the deceased beasts have imparted no additional nourishment to these flora. After observing for a while, Feng Lingtianxia quietly retreated. In a grand hall of the Baiyun Martial Academy, a group of faculty members fixated on an ethereal large screen before them. Beside them stood 2 columns brimming with colorful spirit crystals, radiating resplendent light and pure energy that sustained the luminous display. On the screen were countless names, each accompanied by a score. The number of applicants this year is rather high. One professor expressed his curiosity as he scrutinized the extensive list, with 10,000 positions available. It is remarkable that there are still those who have not made the cut. Another sighed, saying, "Let us hope that the last of the 10,000 does not exceed 30 points. The others wore expressions of bitter amusement. Since the names beyond the 10,000 are not displayed, it remains impossible to ascertain who will be admitted. This year marks the highest number of applicants, with only 8,200 being accepted, leaving a significant gap to reach the full 10,000. Rest assured, it will not exceed that," one reassured. Indeed, the current last place still holds a score of 0. A whole day has passed. It is true, from the 9,200 mark downwards, every score is 0. Moreover, Many above that threshold have yet to accumulate even a single point. An elderly gentleman with a grizzled beard gazed upwards at the scrolling list and inquired, "Is there a fixed number for the top 100? Not yet," came the response, "but the top 10 have already achieved scores in the 50s. "Oh, let us see," the crowd remarked, focusing on the 10 names displayed at the far left and top. Xiao Yun, 62, Ding Zhirun, 49, Xie Gongping, 48, Hua Charan, 47, Imo Ganyun, 43, Feng Che, 39, Shimen Shuri, 38. As they were observing, Feng Che's score suddenly flickered twice, instantaneously ascending to 43, tying with Imo Ganyun. And then it surged again to 45, 47, and finally to 91, claiming the top position. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone in a state of stunned disbelief. What on earth is happening? Someone muttered, furrowing their brow. Among the preceding names were a few renowned prodigies. But who was this Feng Che, emerging seemingly from nowhere? The elderly gentleman frowned. This score is rather peculiar. Moving from 39 to 91 in mere increments of 2 suggests he has vanquished solely 5th-tier demonic beasts. To eliminate 26 5th-tier beasts in succession? Setting aside the presence of a horde of beasts, what level of cultivation could possibly facilitate such effortless slaughter of 5th-tier foes? A mere martial student, who has yet to enter the martial academy, could only aspire to reach the level of a martial master. Could such a feat truly be accomplished? The crowd shook their heads in disbelief, pondering the possibility of foul play. Cheating seems implausible. If it were to occur, it would have been reported by now. Yet, those individuals have yet to raise an alarm. In the depths of the jungle, 2 figures clad in black stand at a distant elevation. Their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and contemplation as they gaze into the distance. Before them lies a canyon, teeming with countless blood-fang demon wolves, eagerly surging into its depths. Some of the wolves, even from considerable distances, unleash their innate abilities, riding the winds with fervor as they hasten into the chasm. Within the canyon, a fragrant offering ignites beneath a cliff, casting its alluring aroma. To access the canyon and ascend the cliff, several massive boulders obstruct the path, leaving only a serpentine trail. This narrow pathway accommodates but a single demon wolf at a time, requiring utmost caution to avoid collisions with the stones. There, at the final fork, awaits the cunning young man, poised at the cliff's edge, wielding a wind-forged longsword. Below him, the incense emanates a captivating scent, enticing the blood-fang wolves, guiding them into the winding path. One eager wolf approaches, its head barely emerging before it is swiftly dispatched with a single strike. The creature's blood does not spill, yet its life essence is severed in that very moment. A deft incision follows, extracting a core and a few drops of blood, both simultaneously entering a prestigious vessel. With a swift kick, the lifeless body of the wolf is sent tumbling over the cliff. Another wolf arrives, and the process repeats: a strike, an incision, a drop, and a kick. The execution is so fluid and practiced that it resembles the work of a veteran craftsman, honed by decades of experience. One after another, blood-fang wolves, of the 5th rank and beyond, fall prey to his swift and precise maneuvers, showcasing an industrious diligence in his task. However, the 2 instructors from the martial arts academy gazed in increasing silence, their mouths agape, unable to articulate their thoughts, neither able to express nor swallow their astonishment. Is this considered cheating? One of them transmitted in disbelief. The other felt as though he had a mouthful of bitter gall. It truly does not constitute cheating. Because, from beginning to end, he was indeed engaged in combat. Although the battles were somewhat easier, they were undeniably confrontations of life and death. The other felt a slight pain in his throat as he uttered this. Both fell into a contemplative silence. Was Feng Che fighting? Yes. Yet, compared to other prodigies, his combat was remarkably effortless. Those of similar cultivation encountering such bloodthirsty demon wolves would find themselves exhausted, perhaps even wounded, after a fierce struggle. Yet for him, with a single sword stroke, a deft maneuver, a drop, and a toss, it was all over. It was as effortless as dipping a bun in garlic sauce during a meal. However, it could not be labeled as cheating. This was truly. Meanwhile, Feng Lingtianxia stared wide-eyed, his jaw nearly hitting the ground, muttering to himself, "What the hell? This is truly remarkable. I have gained a new perspective today." Qian Sanjiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Incredible! Incredible! What a talent! The cliff was not particularly high, measuring only 200 to 300 meters, yet from above, It appeared shrouded in mist, obscuring the depths. At the base of the cliff lay countless skeletal remains, piled high. The bodies of the fallen demon wolves lay motionless upon impact, yet from beneath these carcasses, blood began to seep quietly. As the blood touched the ground, it vanished without a trace. With each drop that flowed away, the corpse of the demon wolf gradually lost its luster. Once the blood had completely drained, the energy within the wolf's flesh and bones continued to seep out, permeating the earth beneath. Eventually, even the wolf's hide became slack and devoid of vigor. Resembling a tattered rag that had decayed for countless years, its surface seemingly intact, yet a mere breath could disperse it. Only the wolf's fur remained, vibrant and glossy. Even if someone were to descend into the abyss and discover these corpses, they would remain oblivious to the fact that the demon wolves had thoroughly rotted. They appeared unchanged on the surface. This scene unfolded throughout the entire forest. Wherever life had been extinguished, a similar transformation occurred. All energy seeped into the ground, directed towards an unknown destination, yet no one took notice. After vanquishing the demon wolves, Feng Che continually surveyed his surroundings, sensing an inexplicable disturbance. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not discern its source. Beneath the earth, hundreds of feet deep, lay a broken body, quietly resting. It seemed to have been dead for countless years, yet it had not succumbed to decay. Countless threads of blood energy, seeping from various directions, steadily concentrated towards this body, akin to a gentle stream converging towards the vast ocean. Over the years, it had amassed an unfathomable amount, without any visible change, save for the slightly intensified aura of malevolent energy surrounding it. At the Baiyun Martial Academy, all gazes were transfixed in bewilderment as the score associated with Feng Che's name surged upward like a rocket. Starting from 91 points, he surged all the way to 201, paused briefly, and then began to rise fervently once more, ultimately reaching 299. At last, he came to a standstill, perched confidently at the pinnacle. As of now, the second contender, Qiuyan, languished at a mere 77 points. The disparity was akin to that between heaven and earth. Subsequently, Feng Che's score remained unchanged. Soon, the core materials were entirely transmitted, piling high around him, an impressive mound, all comprised of blood-fang demonic wolves. The instructors of Baiyun Martial Academy were left astounded. After a prolonged silence, the elder with a white beard stomped his foot, exclaiming, "This time, that lad surely secured a stroke of fortune. The bloodfang demonic wolf possesses a fatal weakness, Anshan grass." The others exchanged glances, bewildered. Is it truly possible? They pondered. What shall we do now? The elder stomped again. Regardless, he hasn't cheated, so we must accept it as is. Alas, once this lad enters the academy, I shall see what he is truly made of. With that, he turned away, muttering in irritation. Outside, a report came in. Headmaster, there's a confidential message. The headmaster responded, bring it forth. Moments later, in his study, he gazed at a piece of paper before him. The 4 characters inscribed on it were fading rapidly. Pay attention to Feng Che. The headmaster's gaze deepened, just as the academy had anticipated. After reaching 299 points, Feng Che ceased his slaughter. Although the supply of Anshan incense was dwindling, the bloodfang demonic wolves continued to swarm relentlessly. Yet, Feng Che had lost the desire to continue the carnage. His score was sufficient, exceeding 200 granted him exemption from the examination. Continuing to slay held little significance. Moreover, he had an unshakable sense of unease, an inexplicable discomfort that made him wish to leave immediately. Here, even the sound of his own heartbeat sent shivers down his spine. This feeling was profoundly unsettling, suggesting an imminent and grave danger. Thus, with his points secured, he decided to depart at once. Wei Zihao felt fortunate to have discovered a spiritual ginseng while slaying demon beasts. However, this precious ginseng was guarded by a formidable 6th-level pinnacle demon beast. Unable to confront the beast alone, he offered substantial rewards and formed an alliance with a group of martial students to vanquish it. While others remained oblivious to the ginseng's location, Wei Zihao secretly rejoiced, anticipating the imminent defeat of the beast. Once it was slain, he would fulfill his monetary promise and allow them to compete for the points while he quietly amassed wealth. Amidst the splattering of blood, the demon beast let out a harrowing cry, its flesh torn apart, causing the martial students to rejoice at the prospect of success. They exerted their utmost efforts. At that moment, a shadow swept through the air above them. Perched atop a tree, eyes gleaming, it observed the scene below and mused. Ah, This is quite intriguing. It was Feng Che. Wei Zihao, elated, called out, Brother Feng, I implore you to lend a hand in slaying this demon beast. I shall reward you handsomely. Feng Che chuckled heartily. Very well. I shall claim that spiritual ginseng for enlightenment. Spiritual ginseng for enlightenment? At once, Kang Zijian, who had been fiercely battling, leaped out of the fray, bewilderment etched across his face. What spiritual ginseng for enlightenment? The others also paused, equally perplexed. Isn't this a 6th-level pinnacle demon beast? Wei Zihao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. It took him a moment to regain his composure, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration. How could he have anticipated that a mere casual invitation to Feng Che would unleash such a monumental calamity? This audacious individual had brazenly revealed the existence of the Qiji blood spirit ginseng. Such a rare treasure of heaven and earth was truly astonishing. His fiery gaze was fixed on Feng Che, as though he wished to tear the man's mouth to shreds. How can you speak so recklessly? Feng Che feigned innocence. Turning to Kang Zijian and the others, what is the matter? Were you not after the Qiji blood spirit ginseng? With all this fervor, I assumed you sought to acquire that remarkable ginseng that enhances one's aptitude. He clicked his tongue thoughtfully, adding, Indeed, it's a splendid item, already turning red. Consuming it would undoubtedly elevate one's aptitude by a level. This is a certainty. The Qiji blood spirit ginseng was undeniably a treasure, yet for Feng Che, it held little value, as he had already reached his peak. Moreover, it was merely of medium quality, hardly worthy of his attention. However, just because he dismissed it did not mean others would do the same. The thought of enhancing their aptitude ignited a fervor within the young warriors. Among so many martial students, how many had achieved A grade or higher? Where's the spirit ginseng? Kang Zijian inquired. Feng Che casually pointed, indicating that just 13 feet behind the beast's rear, beneath 2 large stones that were rather difficult to discern, there lay something red. If one were to lean down and take a closer look, they might also detect a fragrant aroma, albeit with a hint of a fishy scent. Why are you all so dull? Upon hearing this, the group immediately turned their gaze and, indeed, made a discovery. They exchanged glances, growing wary of one another. Kang Zijian and his companions recalled the earlier employment of Wei Zihao, and their expressions darkened in an instant. They swiftly turned to Wei Zihao, demanding in harsh tones, Wei Zihao, what do you mean by this? Wei Zihao, already cursing Feng Che's ancestors in his heart, wore a troubled expression as he replied, Brother Kong, I truly do not know. You do not know? Kang Zijian and the others sneered coldly. Feng Che, feeling somewhat apologetic, remarked, this situation has become quite awkward. Gentlemen, please continue with your business. I shall take my leave. With that, he slipped away. Having already instigated conflict, there was no reason to linger any longer. Kang Zijian offered a formal farewell, saying, Thank you, Brother Feng, for your noble reminder. Should we meet again at the Martial Academy, we shall surely repay your kindness. Feng Che scoffed inwardly, recognizing that Kang Zijian was not a person of good character. Though the words of gratitude appeared sincere, they concealed a sinister intent. Kang Zijian and his companions then turned their attention back to Wei Zihao. Their gazes sharp as daggers. Wei Zihao, do explain. Do you think you can exploit us so easily for your own gain? Another youth, filled with righteous indignation, felt his eyes redden with fury. Wei Zihao, how dare you speak of offering us each 2,000 taels of silver and a medicinal pill, while you shamelessly disregard the points we have earned? You claim that the bile of this beast is essential for your concoction, but how insidious. You not only wish to monopolize the benefits for yourself, but also to incite discord among the rest of us. Kang Zijian, with piercing clarity, gritted his teeth and declared, Wei Zihao, you despicable wretch. Instantly, the crowd erupted in a chorus of condemnation. It seemed a brawl was imminent. In a desperate tone, Wei Zihao pleaded, I am willing to pay any price. I only desire this spiritual ginseng. Esteemed friends, listening to the cacophony of disputes rising behind him, Feng Che revealed a contented smile, drifting away like a wisp of cloud. This Wei Zihao dares to covet the legacy of my brother Su. I have merely created a bit of trouble for him, which is already exceedingly magnanimous of me. The only aspect that puzzled him was how, in such a desolate place where even the trees and shrubs appeared malnourished, such a precious entity as blood ginseng could still thrive. Nevertheless, creating trouble for Wei Zihao brought Feng Che great satisfaction, and through a single remark, he discerned Kang Zijian's true nature, which further pleased him. Since you are not a virtuous individual, I shall harbor no qualms about dealing with you in the future. If one wishes to use others as pawns, one must be prepared for the consequences. Although I am indifferent to the matter, and it is Wei Zihao who has unwittingly exposed himself, your attempts to undermine me, coupled with that insincere reminder, reveal a fundamentally flawed mindset. Perhaps your actions were unintentional, yet I must remain vigilant in the future. Upon returning to the side of the carriage, I was taken aback to discover several low-tier demonic beast carcasses nearby. Furthermore, Yi Ming's cultivation level had unexpectedly ascended from the 3rd tier of martial apprentice to the 4th. Feng Che casually remarked, a breakthrough? Quite impressive. Let us proceed. You take the reins up front. What do you mean by He continued. We have already completed our merit. We can head straight to Baiyun Continent. Feng Che replied with a grim expression. Before reaching Baiyun Continent, you must attain the 5th tier of martial apprentice. Otherwise, I shall sell you to a brothel. Feng Che tossed her half a vial of qi gathering pills, urging, hurry and cultivate. Quickly take the reins. Let us set off. Feng Che spurred the horse onward, propelling himself forward as if pursued by wolves, recklessly galloping away from the trial grounds. The jarring journey caused Yi Ming to roll her eyes repeatedly, her pert posterior bouncing up and down, producing peculiar sounds. As the carriage jolted, she exclaimed, ugh. The uneven road continued to jolt her, and she uttered, ugh, ugh, When encountering steep inclines, the carriage would leap and then descend, prompting her to cry out, Her body was tossed up and down, creating a series of thudding sounds, while her head repeatedly struck the ceiling, producing a rhythmic thump. Ahead, Feng Che wielded the whip vigorously, the sound echoing like applause. By the time he brought the speeding carriage to a halt, Yi Ming felt as if she had lost 2 pounds from the relentless jostling. Meanwhile, Fan Tiantiao and Qian Sanjiang had begun to harbor doubts regarding Feng Che's behavior. What is this young man doing? Occasionally pausing with a heavy heart to survey his surroundings. Now that Feng Che has departed, both individuals wish to investigate further. Is this dilapidated mountain forest truly worthy of such scrutiny? It must be said that curiosity, often deemed the cat's demise, exists at all times. Take, for instance, Fan Tiantiao and Qian Sanjiang in the present moment. Qian Sanjiang descends first, examining the very spot where Feng Che once lingered, yet he uncovers nothing of significance. Similarly, Fan Tiantiao, at another location where Feng Che had previously stayed, discovers not of value. Thus, the two proceed to yet another area where they ultimately cross paths. Who are you? Fan Tiantiao instinctively senses something amiss. This individual is neither part of the Martial Academy faculty responsible for the safety of students from various directions, nor is he the sole guardian of the main hall. Who could this person be? Qian Sanjiang's reaction is more straightforward. In this place, everyone but myself is an enemy. Having been cautious and stealthy to avoid all, the unexpected encounter sends a jolt of fear through him. Suddenly, with a clash, the two engage in a fierce battle, exchanging various universal insults aimed at each other's family elders and all females. The ground trembles and shakes with their intensity. Meanwhile, Feng Che sails smoothly to Baiyunzhu. At this moment, not a single martial student from any direction has emerged from the Wuling forest. They remained ensconced within, fiercely competing for points. However, as Feng Che travels, he hears the distant echoes of a violent clash behind him, reverberating through the air, yet he pays it little heed. Such a battle was beyond his current capabilities, and he chose to feign ignorance. Regardless of who was fighting whom, Qian Sanjiang and Fan Tiantiao both bore ashen expressions. In the clash, both sides suffered grievously. Aside from hurling insults while engaged in combat, neither spoke a single coherent word for 2 full hours. Fan Tiantiao thought, if I speak, what if he discovers our recognition of Feng Che's identity? As long as I remain silent, this fool will naturally assume I am from Baiyun Martial Academy. Qian Sanjiang contemplated. If I utter a word, what if he uncovers my disguised identity and reveals that Feng Che is one of our own? That would be disastrous. If I keep silent, perhaps this fool will believe I belong to the Night Demon sect or some other faction. Both men were clad in black and masked. They exchanged greetings while engaged in fierce combat. After 2 hours, they both realized the undeniable truth. The other was quite similar in strength. Acknowledging the futility of defeating one another, they retreated to tend to their wounds. Their shared sentiment was, goodness, this adversary is truly formidable. In the aftermath, Feng Lingtianxia sent a message to the hall's garrison, encountered a formidable opponent from Ascent sect, a master of imperial-level cultivation, likely here to protect Feng Che. With such a powerful escort, Feng Che's significance has risen. Furthermore, please dispatch another individual. I am injured and require assistance. Additionally, this person spoke in foul language. Clearly a member of the demon sect. Qian Sanjiang communicated with the main headquarters, engaged in a skirmish with an instructor from Baiyun Martial Academy of high cultivation. At the imperial level, there are indeed many such masters here. With such elite protection, the Night Demon sect is safe from harm. Additionally, this individual possesses a sharp tongue and an unpleasant demeanor, which is truly off-putting. Baiyun Zhou, Feng Che, accompanied by Yi Meng, first took a leisurely stroll around the vicinity of Baiyun Martial Academy. Subsequently, he purchased a grand residence with an expansive courtyard not far from the academy. At present, since the martial students had yet to arrive, there was virtually no competition. Naturally, the expenditure was covered by the generous Su Yu. Feng Che's substantial financial resources were finally on display. He then began to take Yi Meng on shopping excursions, spending without a hint of remorse. He acquired a plethora of essential goods to fill the courtyard and aptly named the residence Xianchu. Those who dwell here must be sages. 3 days passed in tranquil succession, and Yi Meng finally achieved a genuine breakthrough to the 5th rank of martial disciples. The pursuit of further cultivation continued. Hurry and reach the rank of warrior. Otherwise, I shall sell you to a brothel. Yi Meng could no longer endure the eye-rolling. Brothel? Have you ever been to one, young master? Feng Che was left speechless. Eventually, Feng Che reported to the Martial Academy, astonishingly being the first to do so. Feng Qingyun had been waiting for so long that even the flowers had wilted, his neck stretched in anticipation. The family had mentioned that his cousin would arrive this year. Yet there was still no word. Although he was well aware that the time had not yet come and that not a single person had reported in, he still made daily visits to the Academy's entrance. The primary concern was, should he fail to receive his cousin, he would undoubtedly face a scolding from his father. To his dismay, he had begun to feel the sting of parental disappointment. The letter contained some rather sarcastic remarks, such as, martial studies require diligence, languishing at the bottom of the ranks. Even if you are indifferent, it brings no honor to your father. This left Feng Qingyun rather disheartened. Was it not agreed that his progress in cultivation would not be a cause for concern? Feng Qingyun, I have heard that your cousin will be coming this year. Nearby, a classmate inquired, how is our cousin? Several girls chimed in, asking, is our cousin handsome? Feng Qingyun sighed. As for his cousin, he was indeed quite handsome, hardworking, and understanding, though his manner of speaking could be somewhat abrasive. However, it was not a grave flaw. The classmates responded, he sounds like a decent lad. When he arrives, we shall extend our care in your honor. Feng Qingyun replied, I am truly grateful. He is the only child of my aunt's family, and we all cherish him dearly. He has been somewhat spoiled at home, lacking in awareness and decorum. If he inadvertently offends anyone in his naivete, I hope you will overlook it for my sake. Instantly, the enthusiasm of the classmates waned. It appeared he was yet another child indulged by his family. Yet, the girls brightened at the mention of his handsomeness. Over the past year, despite his limited aptitude, Feng Qingyun's standing at the Martial Arts Academy was not particularly high, yet he was undeniably well-liked, possessing a wide circle of friends with whom he could easily converse. Known for his upright and honest nature, he was universally admired for his character. Although his martial prowess did not command much respect regarding his future, there was no need for enmity. After all, he was a good person, recognized for his reliability. Moreover, as they were all practitioners of martial arts, physical prowess was not of utmost value. Thus, whenever Feng Qingyun visited the academy's entrance to catch a glimpse, a sizable group, both male and female, would accompany him to take a look as well. A few young ladies inquired, how handsome is he? Does he surpass Dong Yunyue and Wu Zhibing, as well as Hua Keixi? Who is this gentleman? This refers to the 4 prodigies of the Baiyun Martial Academy, renowned not only for their exceptional beauty but also for their stature, demeanor, lineage, talent, and cultivation, all of which are of the highest caliber. Each of them has already achieved remarkable success, gaining fame far and wide. Among them, Dong Yunyue is said to be poised for a position in the Guardian Legion immediately upon graduation next year, promising a bright future ahead. These 4 are the objects of admiration for countless female martial students. Although they are all martial artists, the enchanting sentiments of young girls are not so different from those of ordinary women. He did not continue, yet everyone understood. There are indeed many handsome individuals. But how many possess a harmonious blend of appearance, physique, confidence, demeanor, cultivation, and innate talent? Thus, it becomes evident that Feng Qingyun's cousin is merely a somewhat appealing, ordinary young man. Everyone had come to this realization. While they were engaged in conversation, they noticed a young man in black approaching slowly from a distance at the entrance of the martial academy. It was the southern gate of the academy. The sun had just risen, casting radiant beams of light across the morning sky. The youth emerged from this brilliance, clad in a black cloak adorned with subtle golden patterns, moving gracefully as the cloak billowed with each step, reflecting a mesmerizing glow. His face was as exquisite as jade, with brows like swords and eyes resembling deep pools, sparkling like stars. His straight nose and slightly thin lips hinted at a refined elegance. Tall and poised, his hair danced lightly in the breeze. His arms were strong yet slender, and his long legs seemed to reach toward the heavens. With his legs straight and a long sword hanging at his waist, he exuded an air of nobility and composure. There exists a serene demeanor akin to the mountain crumbles, yet the countenance remains unchanged. Life and death pass without a flicker of emotion. There is also a piercing sharpness reminiscent of navigating myriad tribulations with poise, cleaving through countless obstacles with a single stroke. Approaching with great strides, he appears as if emerging from a resplendent dreamscape. The women present suddenly found their gazes ignited with astonishment. Wow! This. A collective realization dawned upon them. This was the embodiment of the perfect man from their dreams, stepping forth into reality. Who is this? Is he a newcomer? Here to report? The excitement was palpable. I am utterly captivated. Is he truly a fresh entrant? Is there such an outstanding figure among the new students? At that moment, Feng Qingyun stirred beside them. Cousin, Feng Qingyun exclaimed with fervor, I've awaited this moment. I have fulfilled the task set by my father. No more punishment awaits me. He rushed forward, waving his hand and calling out. Behind him, a collective expression of confusion lingered among the onlookers. Students exchanged bewildered glances. Is this truly the cousin about whom Feng Qingyun often sighs and speaks with frustration? Lamenting, when he matures and understands, I shall give him a proper thrashing? All eyes were drawn to Feng Qingyun's retreating figure, enveloped in puzzlement. Brother Feng, do you possess a misunderstanding regarding the meaning of ordinary? Upon closer inspection, aside from the evident qualifications and profound heritage, it is nearly impossible to discern any shortcomings. Every aspect, be it appearance or demeanor, is undeniably of the highest caliber. Indeed, when compared to the elite of the institution, such as Jun Hafeng and Wu Zhizbinghuakai, although they exude a palpable noble air of the aristocratic lineage, they are, in terms of poise, eclipsed by the calm composure of this cousin. This is a tranquility forged through the trials of life, an ease cultivated by witnessing the ebb and flow of fate. Observing Feng Che's serenity, his classmates felt as though they were in the presence of the principal and vice principal, figures of utmost distinction. Unfazed by praise or blame, he observes the blossoms of the garden as they flourish and wither. Indifferent to matters of departure or arrival, he gazes at the clouds as they swirl and drift. With a detached view of life and death, he meets the tumult of existence with a smile. Such a person, each one of them, stands out as exceptional, unmatched in their uniqueness. Meanwhile, Feng Che had joined Feng Qingyun, his expression warm and welcoming. Cousin, have you been waiting long? Feng Qingyun nodded vigorously. Not too long, thankfully. Wait, what did you call me? His surprise was palpable, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this truly my cousin? Known for his sharp tongue that could provoke the most violent of reactions? How has he become so courteous? Feng Che, taken aback, responded, I called you cousin. What else would I call you? Would you prefer I address you as uncle? He's coming. He is here. The familiar urgency in that statement brought a smile of relief to Feng Qingyun. Indeed, you are my cousin. Just a moment ago, I thought you had transformed into someone else. Feng Che was left speechless. In the midst of their conversation, a throng of dozens encircled them, eyes brimming with curiosity. Among the girls, though only 4 or 5 in number, the intensity of their gazes nearly melted Feng Che. He felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, as if he would be consumed if he did not flee. Is this our cousin, Feng Che? One of the girls with a delicate oval face blushed and inquired, Hello, cousin. My name is Lu Shuyun, a classmate of your elder brother. Feng Che, with a bewildered expression on his handsome face, replied, Hello, Senior Lu. Lu Shuyun smiled gracefully. her eyes glistening as they met Feng Chie's, and said, "No need to call me Senior Lu. That feels distant. You may call me Sister Yun or Sister Shuyu." Another girl, standing tall, timidly introduced herself. "Hello, cousin. My surname is Wang, Wang Bingbing. You can call me Sister Bingbing." Feng Che was overwhelmed, his mind swirling as he met 3 or 4 dozen individuals after Feng Qingyun's introductions. Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor, greeting each with politeness and poise. Throughout the encounter, one girl merely smiled at him, refraining from making an active introduction. Initially, he paid her little mind, politely nodding in her direction, only to suddenly realize that while her smile was present, her eyes conveyed a stark indifference. How peculiar, he thought, to be welcomed by a group yet encounter such a stark contrast. Having honed his perceptive skills in intricate social situations, he could not overlook this anomaly. Feng Che's heart suddenly sank as he took notice of the girl's position. It seemed she stood apart from everyone else, maintaining a careful distance while simultaneously exuding an air of natural aloofness. It was evident that she yearned to integrate, but found herself unable to do so. However, this was not due to others' rejection, but rather her own self-imposed detachment from those around her. While an ordinary youth might perceive her as somewhat cold, Feng Che discerned something unusual about her. Amidst a circle of friends, she excluded herself from all companionship. Humans are inherently social beings, regardless of a girl's icy demeanor. Friends are always present. If one finds themselves out of sync with those they interact with daily, the issue lies not with the group, but with the individual themselves. It is akin to a wolf attempting to blend in with a pack of huskies. No matter how adeptly it disguises itself or strives to fit in, it will always perceive its surroundings as alien. Feng Che recognized her immediately, reflecting on the naivety of these martial academy individuals compared to the imposters he had encountered in his past life. After greeting everyone, he deliberately approached the girl, exclaiming in delight, "Cousin, are you all here to welcome me? How unexpected. Sister Shuyun, Sister Bingbing, and this. I've never received such an overwhelming reception from so many beautiful ladies before." His words were directed towards Wan Jimei, whose identity he was unaware of, prompting a chorus of laughter. Amidst the laughter, Feng Qingyun gently introduced, "This is your Wan Jia, Wan Jimei, my senior in class." Feng Che suddenly understood. "Greetings, Wan Jia." Wan Jimei could only smile and nod, exclaiming, "Cousin, how handsome you are." The male classmates burst into laughter, while the female classmates beamed with delight. Feng Qingyun stood in a state of utter bewilderment. "Cousin, where is your sharp tongue? Where is your biting sarcasm? Please, bring it forth. Your current demeanor casts all my previous words into doubt. Is your acerbic wit solely directed at me?" He noticed that his cousin seemed to have grown significantly taller, a pang of jealousy striking him as he realized Feng Che now stood at approximately 183 centimeters. Feng Che smiled softly, his gaze lowered to observe his cousin's head. Feng Qingyun felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, acutely aware of the condescending scrutiny upon him. With a huff, he stepped back a few paces, a sudden urge to lash out bubbling within him. After a while, amid laughter and chatter, the group accompanied Feng Che to the registration. "What is your name?" asked the registrar. "Feng Che. Feng Che." The registration staff fell silent, and the crowd outside erupted in surprise. It was the first time they had witnessed a name being reported and the process stalling. Then, they observed several figures soaring through the air from the Baiyun Martial Academy, led by the headmaster, accompanied by several stewards. Shortly thereafter, another figure, white-bearded and arriving swiftly, descended. It was the vice principal. Everyone was left speechless, frozen in place. They hurriedly bowed, not daring to lift their heads. What was the reason for the presence of such esteemed figures in the academy today? What calamity had transpired? Then, the headmaster inquired, "Who is Feng Che?" Feng Che, somewhat astonished, stepped forward and said, "I am Feng Che." "Indeed, record his name," came the response. The vice principal then instructed, "Feng Che, follow me." With that, a group of distinguished individuals whisked Feng Che away, leaving him no time to exchange even a brief greeting with Feng Qingyun. Behind him, Feng Qingyun and all his classmates stood in collective bewilderment. Not only was his cousin strikingly handsome, possessing both poise and charm, but did he also command such influence? Yet, something felt amiss. The entourage surrounding Feng Che resembled that of a prisoner being escorted. Had his cousin committed some transgression? In the teaching hall, the leader remarked, "The night demon has reported to Baiyun Martial Academy." The great offering, Mu Lin Yuan, gently reminded him. The Ink God Palace merely acknowledged this with indifference. Mu Linyuan continued, Master. It occurs to me that the night demon's identity may have already raised suspicions with the Guardians. Should they inform Baiyun Martial Academy, this could lead to complications. He sighed. Initially, our actions against the Su family in Baibo City were somewhat reckless. Reckless? The Ink God Palace gazed at Mu Linyuan, an expression of incredulity mixed with sarcasm flickering in his eyes. Great offering, you deem it reckless? It is only now that this realization dawns upon you? The emphasis on now was unmistakable. Mu Linyuan found himself at a loss for words. The Ink God Palace closed his eyes and spoke with a calm demeanor. This is precisely where the true value of the night demon lies. What? Mu Linyuan was taken aback. He struggled to comprehend. The incident in Baibo City bore the unmistakable marks of their sect, which should have drawn attention to the night demon before his initiation. How could this possibly translate into value? In the realm of the Divine Seal Palace, with eyes closed, the voice floated ethereally. The trial of the White Cloud Martial Academy, including the grand competition, is a hurdle that the night demon must surmount, and the adversary will not be overly difficult on him. Should the night demon fail even this challenge, then death would merely be death. After all, he is merely a newly initiated disciple, and at present, his life holds no significant value. Only upon overcoming this trial can he gradually unveil his worth. This is a long-term endeavor. First, he must possess the qualifications to become part of that long-term vision. As for Elder Mu, it seems that you are more suited for combat. The Divine Seal Palace fell silent. It appeared to grasp the situation, yet it also seemed to remain in confusion. Am I truly only fit for battle? Meanwhile, Yiming diligently tidied their new home. Currently, this expansive residence, boasting 3 courtyards and a large garden, was inhabited solely by her and Feng Che. Cleaning without employing her cultivation proved to be quite a taxing endeavor, yet she remained invigorated by the task. Orphaned at merely 2 years of age, this grand estate represented her very first home throughout her life. Although the property was registered under Feng Che's name, Yiming felt an undeniable thrill of being the lady of the house. She busied herself with arranging various pieces of furniture, cleaning the courtyard, and organizing the rooms, sweating profusely, yet finding joy in her labors. Once the delivery personnel had departed, Yiming completed her tasks and stood in awe before the rejuvenated courtyard, lost in contemplation. In her eyes shone an indescribable affection. A home, perhaps? A hint of wistfulness flickered in Yiming's gaze. Unable to resist, a thought blossomed within her heart. How wonderful it would be if this truly were her home. How wonderful it would be if she were truly the mistress of this household. The visage of Feng Che suddenly emerged before her, causing her to pout in disdain. That scoundrel. She then sighed deeply. There was no competition, no pressure, no conflict. Although Feng Che often spoke harshly to her, Yiming understood in her heart that this young master was, in truth, not unkind to her. One could even venture to say he was exceedingly generous. Despite bearing the title of a villainous figure, he had treated her with remarkable kindness. The heavenly pulse vermilion fruit, which had enhanced her innate abilities, was a profound favor that was immeasurable. Such precious gifts are typically reserved for one's parents or a master's chosen disciple. Who else would bestow such blessings upon an outsider? Yet, Feng Che had freely offered it to her. Furthermore, the most orthodox methods of cultivation and the myriad refined martial arts postures he imparted had rectified all her previous shortcomings. Her battle prowess had not merely doubled. She now possessed a significant advantage in combat against opponents of a higher tier. Additionally, the various elixirs she utilized during her training were treasures that even the grand sects and esteemed martial academies coveted, often requiring one to seize them by force. Yet, Feng Che had provided her with these as well. Though he often spoke with a cold demeanor and rarely wore a pleasant expression, his concern for her was genuine. Despite his daily proclamations of selling her to a brothel, it seemed he was utterly ignorant of what such a place entailed. Perhaps he merely sought to frighten her with empty threats. Sigh. Yiming sighed softly to herself, pondering whether, if a day came when she received an order to slay Feng Che, she could truly bring herself to do it. Upon contemplating this, she bit her lip firmly. Who compelled you to be a cultist? Who relegated me to the role of an undercover agent? Who decreed that our beliefs must diverge? Yet, Night Dream's moment of vulnerability was fleeting, as she soon regained her composure and began to arrange her new abode. Meanwhile, Feng Che was led away in a state of utter bewilderment. What has transpired? What have I done? How is it that I was taken away upon my arrival? The office building loomed majestically, prominently displaying the inscription Baiyun Martial Academy in bold characters. Flanking it was a pair of couplets, resplendent in gold. Astonishingly, these were crafted from molten gold, with each character measuring 2 zhang in size, exuding an imposing aura that illuminated the heavens and the earth. The first line read, "With a heart to benefit the world," and the second, "Only then does one comprehend the plight of all beings." Signed, Yao Guang. These were seemingly ordinary phrases, yet Feng Che abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on them, as if a profound resonance echoed within his mind, causing a sudden disorientation. Instinctively, he felt a personal connection to these words, yet no matter how hard he tried, the memory eluded him. He stared at the signature Yao Guang, unable to move, as a surge of energy coursed through him, leaving him dizzy. Observing Feng Che's dazed fixation on the couplets, those accompanying him also paused in unison. An elderly man with a white beard sighed gently, his voice imbued with deep reverence. This couplet was inscribed by our 9th headmaster of Baiyun Martial Academy, Lord Yao Guang, 520 years ago, replacing the original exhortation for learning and leaving behind these words of admonition, "With a heart to benefit the world. Only then does one comprehend the plight of all beings." Such profound wisdom indeed. Only with a heart that embraces the world and a desire to save it can one truly comprehend the hardships faced by the myriad beings in this mortal realm when confronted with the singular truth of righteousness. It is precisely because of this understanding of hardship that one strives tirelessly to devise every possible means of salvation. The esteemed Master Meng, with his far-sighted vision and compassionate heart, served as the head of the Baiyun Martial Academy for 450 years before finally relinquishing his position. Before departing, he pointed to the couplet above and advised the newly appointed head, Lord Meng He, to always remember those 2 lines. With a beard as white as snow, he spoke with deep reverence. Master Meng Chuxing presided over Baiyun Martial Academy, dedicating himself wholeheartedly, pouring out his very essence. He could even recall each and every student during his tenure. From that moment on, Baiyun Martial Academy began to truly ascend among the 8 great martial academies, gradually climbing to the 5th position over the years of instruction. The successor, Lord Meng He, is the cherished only daughter of Master Meng Chuxing, who has steadfastly upheld her father's teachings for over a century without deviation. Even after stepping down, she continues to serve as the honorary head of Baiyun Martial Academy. Our institution now flourishes, brimming with talent, a testament to the contributions of both Masters Meng. As the elderly gentleman spoke, a profound respect filled the faces of those present, and they bowed deeply toward the couplet and its inscription. Feng Che felt a thunderous resonance in his mind, as if something were poised to break free from its cocoon. In that moment, a piercing headache ensued. Whether it was the couplet, the name Meng Chuxing, or the characters Yao Guang, all stirred a profound tremor within his very soul. As admiration enveloped the crowd, the sound of a delicate bell chimed melodiously as a figure emerged from the building. It was a woman, adorned in a resplendent purple gown that exuded an innate grace, embodying the dignified aura of one accustomed to high status. Upon her wrist, she wore a delicate string of bells, their material unknown, emitting a soft, radiant glow. With each step she took, the gentle tinkling of the bells harmonized in the air, akin to the whisper of the wind through a bamboo grove, a natural symphony reminiscent of the serene waves upon a sandy shore. Upon her arrival, she greeted the gathered crowd with a warm smile, addressing them. "Huang Yifan, why do you all suddenly bow in reverence here?" The elder with the gray beard, Huang Yifan, and the others responded in unison, their faces brimming with respect. "May the esteemed dream, Lord, be well." The purple-clad woman smiled gently. "I am no longer the headmaster of the Baiyun Martial Academy, merely an honorary headmaster now. There is no need for such formalities. The Dream Lord will forever remain the spiritual pillar of the Baiyun Martial Academy," Huang Yifan declared earnestly. "Such flattery is excessive," she replied. Clearly the beloved daughter of the illustrious Yao Guang, the Dream Lord, and the 10th headmaster of the Baiyun Martial Academy, Meng He. As she gracefully descended the steps, she added with a smile, "Do carry on with your affairs. The elders have summoned me, and I must attend to them promptly. Safe travels, Dream Lord," they wished her. Meng He nodded appreciatively and continued on her way. As she passed by Feng Che, she casually remarked, "Is this the new student of this year? Has one already arrived?" Huang Yifan quickly responded with a smile, "Indeed, that is why we wish to take a moment to admire." The woman in purple evidently realized something. Furrowing her brows and advising, "Take it easy. Your temper is explosive, Do not act impulsively. Discuss matters with Gao Shan more often. Yes, yes, Huang Yifan responded repeatedly. Meng Hejuan chuckled softly, reassuring, little one, do not be anxious. Focus on your martial training henceforth. Feng Che felt a slight haze in his consciousness and replied, understood. Meng Hejuan nodded, approaching him and gesturing towards the 10 characters, saying, young one, take heed of these 10 characters. As a martial artist, you must always remember, the essence of martial arts is to safeguard the goodness of this world and to alleviate the suffering of humanity. She patted Feng Che's shoulder, imparting earnestly, harbor a heart for the welfare of the world, and you will understand the hardships of all beings. I hope that one day, you will genuinely recite these 10 characters from the depths of your heart and dedicate your life to them. This world cannot withstand upheaval. Her voice was gentle and kind, imbued with boundless spiritual energy, like a gentle stream soothing the tumult within Feng Che's mind. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming tranquility. Strive hard. Walk the righteous path. Meng Hejuan patted Feng Che's shoulder once more, and he felt an intangible sense of mission being conveyed to him, as if his soul had been purified, leaving him with an indescribable sense of comfort. The purple fabric billowed gracefully as Meng Hejuan soared into the sky. Her lithe figure flickered, and in a heartbeat, a glimmer of purple light appeared hundreds of feet away on the horizon, only to vanish in the next moment. Huang Yifan shook his head with a wry smile. Lady Meng remains as gentle and kind as ever, even bestowing a soul-cleansing blessing upon this little one before her departure. He was acutely aware that his pursuit of Feng Che was prompted by a letter he had received, revealing Feng Che to be a covert agent of the demonic sect, strategically planned to infiltrate the inner sanctum. It was evident that Lady Ming had surmised this as well. She understood that their group would not mobilize for the sake of an ordinary newcomer. Yet, she acted nonetheless, driven by her compassion and sense of pedagogical duty, unable to bear witness to any student straying onto a misguided path. Thus, she bestowed upon Feng Che a purifying soul technique. It is no wonder that countless students who have departed from Baiyun Martial Academy proclaim that Lady Ming possesses the power to redeem souls. Huang Yifan, filled with admiration, declared, in my lifetime, I have seldom bowed to others, but I hold both Lady Ming's in profound esteem. The others chuckled and replied, only you are in awe? The sound of bells chimed. The crowd buzzed with discussion, some expressing their admiration while others felt a pang of shame. Each encounter with Lady Ming left them with the sense that their own efforts fell short. This sentiment resonated deeply, leading to a lengthy exchange before they eventually dispersed. Feng Che had already followed Huang Yifan into a secluded office. As they arrived, the tumult within Feng Che began to settle, though the names of Meng He, Meng Chuxing, and the enigmatic phrase one knows life is difficult flitted through his mind. Additionally, the sound of the bell on Lady Ming's wrist was hauntingly familiar. He could not help but question whether his past life held connections to these figures. Is it possible they were acquaintances? A wife? A sister? Yet, why do I have no recollection of this dream lord? The phrase dream upon awakening feels exceedingly familiar and endearing. And then there is Yao Guang. Yao Guang. Feng Che pondered for an extended moment. These two characters are undeniably familiar. This is the final star of the Big Dipper, Yao Guang, also known as Pajun. Dauntless in responsibility, discerning between good and evil, unafraid of tyranny, and resolute in moving forward. Suddenly, a multitude of thoughts cascaded through Feng Che's mind. Yet, he remained unable to unravel the enigma that shrouded his heart. However, he was not inclined to seek an answer. Rather, he wished to evade it. Such a powerful reaction, triggered by mere contact, left him pondering how much more intense his response would be upon regaining his memories and encountering old acquaintances. Moreover, this profound stirring of the soul was nearly uncontrollable. The risk of exposure was far too great. He was unafraid of death. If he were, he would not scheme as a mere insect, plotting as an undercover agent. He had resigned himself to the inevitability of death from the very beginning. Yet, if all his painstaking efforts and intricate plans failed to eradicate the demonic sect, how could he rest in peace? He closed his eyes, striving to calm his heart and banish the incessant tinkling sound from the depths of his being. He even invoked the ice-clear spirit platform meditative technique of Mu Lin Yuan. Indeed, his thoughts gradually settled, enveloping him in tranquility. In the office, before entering, Feng Che had taken a moment to observe the doorway. Deputy Mountain Master Office. It appears that Huang Yifan is the Deputy Mountain Master. The two individuals across from him were scrutinizing Feng Che's reaction. The Dream Lord had cast a cleansing soul spell. It ought to yield some effect, no? This child must be absorbing the benefits of the cleansing soul spell, hence their deliberate wait. At this moment, upon seeing Feng Che open his eyes, they began to inquire, "Are you Feng Che?" Feng Che is indeed a student. I am L, the head of Baiyun Martial Academy. And the individual you just heard is Deputy Mountain Master Huang Yifan. In the office of the Deputy Mountain Master, Feng Che finds himself alone, facing both the Deputy Mountain Master and the esteemed head of the Academy, two masters of the Cloud Realm. It must be said that since the establishment of Baiyun Martial Academy, Feng Che is the first to confront such senior leaders in solitude as a new student, and on his very first day, no less. Such an unprecedented achievement is likely unmatched in history. Feng Che, at the tender age of 17, hails from the 9th-tier Feng family of Baibo City. With an unknown father, he has been apprenticed to the Wandering Master, the renowned Flying Blade King, Sun Yuan. Headmaster L, reviewing Feng Che's records, inquires, "Is it you?" "Indeed, it is I," Feng Che replies, quite at ease. "During this assessment, you single-handedly dispatched over 100 Bloodfang demonic wolves along your journey?" "Yes," he affirms. The headmaster sets aside the documents and remarks coolly, "I am aware of your methods of slaughter. They hardly showcase true strength, and this is precisely why I summoned you." Feng Che reflects. Indeed, the method of slaughter merely reflects one's intelligence. Although it is somewhat correlated with strength, it does not encompass the entirety of one's capabilities. He smiles and adds, "However, it is only now that I realize wisdom does not inherently belong to strength." The headmaster's expression darkens considerably, as if forged from iron. Feng Che continues, "Moreover, I believe this is not the sole reason why my esteemed mentors have called me here." The headmaster's voice is as unyielding as iron. "Then what do you believe is the true reason for your summons?" Feng Che remarked, "The students are unaware. I humbly request both esteemed teachers to enlighten me." The head of the academy and the deputy principal simultaneously donned expressions as stern as iron, devoid of any emotion. The true reason for this was unknown to the head. Despite it being within his purview, he remained oblivious as to why Feng Che had been summoned. Beside him, the deputy principal, an elderly man with a white beard and a gaunt figure, possessed a pair of profound eyes. Should one gaze into those eyes, they would discover a depth akin to an infinite starry sea, an embodiment of formidable spiritual power. At this moment, as he regarded Feng Che, there lay an unfathomable sense of regret concealed beneath the surface, imperceptible to outsiders. In the entirety of Baiyun Martial Academy, he was the sole individual privy to the true news regarding Feng Che. Huang Yifan, the legendary killing god who had once shaken the northwestern war zone 2 centuries ago, now stood as the foremost master of Baiyun Martial Academy, excluding the honorary position of Meng Hejuan, who had been appointed to a different role. "Feng Che, there is no need for anxiety. Your presence today is merely to facilitate a brief understanding," Huang Yifan said softly. "The students are not anxious," Feng Che replied. "Indeed. This is a customary procedure of our academy. However, you arrived significantly earlier than your peers, which warrants your being the first to be called," he continued. Since the authentic reason could not be disclosed, a pretext was necessary. It would be illogical to state that he had received word of Feng Che being an undercover agent. As he spoke, Huang Yifan subtly exerted a hint of pressure, for when reason fails, alternative methods must be employed. Feng Che felt as though a colossal mountain loomed before him, poised to descend upon him. Unlike the gentle and nurturing breeze that Dream Hejun had just experienced at the entrance, Huang Yifan's approach was akin to a tempest of thunder and lightning. Feng Che, drenched in sweat, struggled to maintain his composure and had no choice but to yield. The headmaster's words hold truth. A student must be both willing and devoted. After a brief pause, he continued, "As a student of our esteemed institution and as a member of the next generation of the mainland, it is imperative to uphold purity and prevent the infiltration of traitors masquerading as true believers." Feng Che stood steadfast, sweat cascading down his brow, and implored, "Please, enlighten me, esteemed teacher. What is the purpose of your martial studies?" Huang Yifan felt a sense of satisfaction. Under the weight of his spiritual pressure, this young lad could not possibly utter falsehoods. Surely, he would not inadvertently empower the enemy? If it were known that this individual was a disciple of an insidious cult, would he truly reward him with the treasures of his martial academy simply due to his formidable prowess? Such a notion would be utterly confounding. In the midst of this mental strain, he pondered, who shall be protected? Parents, family, wife and children, friends, brothers, and homeland. And beyond that, the mainland, the pursuit of peace, the advocacy of justice, the championing of kindness. Huang Yifan could not help but feel a slight tremor in his spiritual pressure. How audacious! His response was even more exemplary than the standard answer. Yet, were these the words he ought to utter? Should he not instead speak of annihilating justice and extinguishing kindness? How could this young scion of darkness be so resolute? The soul purification technique merely offers a modicum of cleansing. It certainly could not affect such a radical transformation. If he truly were a child of darkness, a mere application of the soul purification technique would be but a drop in the ocean, perhaps even exacerbating the flames. This defiance was rather obstinate. Huang Yifan slightly intensified his spiritual pressure. Feng Che, at present, is utterly incapable of withstanding the mental pressure exerted by Huang Yifan. He collapses onto the ground, his complexion paling significantly. In an instant, his mind becomes a void, devoid of any cognitive faculties. Huang Yifan gestures for the supervisor to leave. The supervisor, bewildered, remarks, "Headmaster, this child shows promise. Please do not harm his foundation." "I understand," Huang Yifan replies, and the supervisor exits. Immediately, Feng Che notices that a soundproof barrier has been established within the room. He cannot help but widen his eyes in astonishment, murmuring to himself, "Such exceptional treatment. Could this be the illegitimate child of the vice-headmaster?" Inside, Huang Yifan poses a question. "What do you believe our righteous sect should do? Eliminate them all without mercy?" Feng Che grits his teeth in response. A sharp intake of breath escapes Huang Yifan. Isn't that rather resolute? He muses, subconsciously tugging at his own beard, pulling it firmly, which elicits a twinge of pain. I am not dreaming. This is a tenfold increase in mental pressure. If the pressure intensifies further, this lad may very well become a fool. Under such duress, even he finds it impossible to fabricate any lies, let alone entertain the possibility of rational thought. Do you consider yourself a member of our righteous sect? Huang Yifan maintains the pressure, ultimately posing this critical inquiry. I can hardly believe it. This boy is merely 17 years old. How can he endure this? Even a 170-year-old would falter. No, Feng Che asserts firmly. Are you a disciple of the Heart sect? No. Are you affiliated with the Night Demon sect? No. Are you a part of the Celestial sect? No. Are you a member of our righteous sect? Not at all. What are your intentions upon arriving at the Baiyun Martial Arts Academy? To cultivate martial skills and one day eliminate the righteous sects? Who are you? I am the guardian. Feng Che could no longer bear the weight of the moment and fainted, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. His expression one of utter despair. Across from him, Huang Yifan sat in a daze, his eyes reflecting a profound existential doubt. He absent-mindedly touched his head, tugging at his beard, which came loose with a sudden flick. Ouch, that hurts. Huang Yifan raised his hand, staring incredulously at the strand of gray beard he held, gritting his teeth in disbelief. This was clearly the mark of a good child. What nonsensical message did that fool convey to me? This was the first time Huang Yifan encountered such a situation, leaving him utterly disoriented in the wind. Where had it all gone awry? When Feng Che awoke, he felt an unparalleled comfort, akin to being immersed in a warm spring on a frigid day. Every muscle in his body rejoicing in the soothing embrace. It was an indescribable pleasure. Astonishingly, his consciousness expanded to twice its previous breadth. Even his cultivation level had surged from the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of a martial master to the mid-level of the 4th stage. A remarkable leap. Feng Che found himself at a loss for words. He had deliberately suppressed his cultivation, remaining at the 3rd stage without breaking through. After all, a breakthrough was merely a matter of time. This was not an act of concealing his true abilities, nor was it a ploy to appear weaker than he truly was. He intended to achieve a sudden breakthrough in the arena during the disciples' competition, particularly when faced with formidable adversaries. Such an event would undoubtedly attract attention and create a sensational narrative, an account of a once seemingly defeated genius who, in a moment of desperation, transcended his limitations and turned the tide, thus earning his place in legends. What does this signify? It is likely that many will remember this occurrence throughout their lives. This notoriety would greatly enhance his prospects of acquiring superior cultivation resources. The momentum generated could even reach beyond the confines of the academy. At that juncture, even if the higher echelons of the Martial Academy were aware of the news from the Bibo City stronghold and recognized his identity as a disciple of the One Heart sect, they would still be compelled to provide him with resources. How could they deny such a talented disciple the finest opportunities? Is the Baiyun Martial Academy truly blind to fairness and justice? Moreover, as long as his identity remains advantageous, the Baiyun Martial Academy would be unable to openly declare, "This individual is solely ours." Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he would secure the benefits for himself. Feng Che's considerations were tinged with helplessness. He understood that he was not a villain. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that others perceived him as one. Conversely, they were all too aware of his negative reputation, which would undoubtedly result in the withholding of his resources. This could potentially jeopardize his cultivation progress, a dilemma he felt compelled to contemplate. However, his original plans were unexpectedly disrupted, leading him to achieve a mid-stage breakthrough at the 4th level. Feng Che found himself somewhat disheartened. The most significant concern now was that, given this development, he did not believe there were any candidates in this examination period who could surpass him. If an opponent clearly does not apply pressure, yet one insists on making a desperate breakthrough, it becomes nothing more than an ostentatious display, one that lacks finesse and appears rather forced, rendering the individual a laughingstock. With a sense of resentment, Feng Che gazed at the vice principal, Huang Yifan, only to find that Huang Yifan was returning the sentiment with equal disdain. Huang Yifan, at a loss for words, realized he had exerted excessive force, resulting in Feng Che suffering a spiritual injury. The assessment results clearly indicated that Feng Che was an exemplary youth, noble in spirit, honest and sincere, with a heart full of benevolence and integrity. Under Huang Yifan's lofty, monarch-like mental pressure, it was inconceivable that even a martial artist, let alone one of royal caliber, could withstand such force. Huang Yifan was even confident he could visualize what Feng Che was thinking at that moment. Such a child was as rare as finding a lantern in the dark. Yet he had been left unconscious due to the spiritual injury inflicted upon him. Huang Yifan could not help but curse his former subordinate, Chen Ruhai, in his heart. However, there was no choice but to clean up the mess he had created. Thus, he proceeded to burn a significant portion of his spiritual energy to administer the lowest grade spirit pill to Feng Che. The issue was that even this lowest grade spirit pill was of royal quality. After burning a substantial amount of energy, it still proved too potent. Consequently, he utilized his own spiritual power to help Feng Che stabilize. As a result, Feng Che's consciousness realm expanded dramatically. Noticing the child bleeding from the 7 orifices and suffering damage to his meridians, Huang Yifan employed his spiritual energy to facilitate a healing process. However, his monarch-level prowess was exceedingly formidable, and Feng Che's physique was remarkably resilient, allowing him to autonomously assimilate a portion of the spiritual energy that surged within him. Consequently, after some reflection, Feng Che advanced a level in martial arts, ascending from the 3rd to the mid-4th stage. Huang Yifan was utterly bemused by this outcome. He had previously extolled the miraculous properties of the divine soul pill, and while he had personally guided Feng Che through the process, the expansion of his consciousness was somewhat unexpected, yet still somewhat justifiable. However, I merely assisted you in untangling your meridians and alleviating your injuries. How did you manage to break through? This is utterly absurd. Does this not imply that, as a headmaster, I have personally intervened to facilitate cheating before the students' competition? Huang Yifan was deeply conflicted. As Feng Che awakened, Huang Yifan spoke first. You are awake? Feng Che blinked. His eyes now open, and replied, So, am I awake, or not? I am awake. You have passed your assessment, Huang Yifan informed him. Thank you, headmaster. You are welcome. Huang Yifan, lost in thought, pondered what to do next. How much do you remember about the assessment? It seems rather hazy. I cannot recall. Feng Che confessed, displaying a look of trepidation. Did the students say anything inappropriate? Huang Yifan felt a sense of relief. This was how it ought to be. With a smile, he assured, they did not utter anything improper. Had they, you would not have passed. Indeed. Huang Yifan cleared his throat, contemplating. How could this not be enigmatic? Only you could achieve such a measurement. Others would not require my personal intervention as the deputy headmaster for their assessments. Huang Yifan suddenly recalled and said, There is one more matter, which is to test your qualifications. He unconsciously coughed again and added, Fortunately, I am here. One guest does not trouble 2 hosts. With that, he opened the soundproof barrier and called out loudly, Supervisor, Lu Jiaoyan, come forth. It is time to begin the qualification test. The supervisor, with a grim expression, entered and retorted indignantly, I am L. Jiaoshan, not Lu Jiaoyan. Huang Fushan. Could you refrain from calling me by such an absurd name in front of the students? I am, after all, the supervisor. Where shall I place my dignity? Very well. Lu Jiaoyan, let us commence, Huang Yifan replied. L. Jiaoshan's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom, yet he dared not voice his displeasure. This old rogue had been parachuted in as a guardian. He usually did not partake in the management of the martial academy, but possessed exceptional martial prowess. Solely responsible for martial regulation. Undoubtedly, he was the academy's foremost expert, a treasure of the institution. He had no interest in the intrigues of formal management, but his formidable strength was unquestionable. As long as he was not directly affected, all was well. However, should he be wrong, it would not merely be a matter of a beating. The last time he had not provoked him, yet had still been subjected to a drink and a beating, leaving him with a simmering resentment he could not express. With a flick of his hand, he produced a small tower made of purple jade, which appeared far more exquisite than the one Feng Yuan had previously presented. Have you been tested before? He inquired. Yes, I have. My master said I was above grade A, Feng Che responded. Indeed, the outside world is rife with counterfeit fish dragon towers, those of our martial academy. Such as this 12-tiered fish dragon tower, are far more refined and perceptive, L. Jiaoshan remarked nonchalantly. After all, being above grade A was nothing remarkable in Baiyun Martial Academy. As he channeled his spiritual energy, he was advised to input it vigorously. Understanding the directive, Feng Che activated his spiritual force and directed it into the Ziyu Fish Dragon Tower, noticing that the flow was significantly smoother than with Sun Yuan. As he commenced, the 7 layers beneath the tower illuminated instantaneously. The ethereal purple light bathed the entire room in a dreamlike glow. L. Jiaoshan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed the rapid ascent of the purple radiance. In an instant, the 8th and 9th layers ignited almost simultaneously. The ascent had begun, yet it was far from its limit. Huang Yifan leaned closer, intrigued by the spectacle. The 10th layer erupted in a brilliant display of purple light, indicative of heavenly grade aptitude. However, the purple light soon dimmed, appearing to falter momentarily. Nevertheless, neither L. Jiaoshan nor Huang Yifan felt disheartened. A heavenly grade talent was already a legendary qualification in the eyes of many. Although the Baiyun Martial Academy had a few disciples with such aptitude, they were scarce and deemed super geniuses. Both of them exhaled in relief. Yet, just as they began to relax, the 11th layer suddenly illuminated. Following closely, the 12th layer shone brightly as well. Finally, from the pinnacle of the tower, a dense plume of purple mist emerged, soaring directly towards Huang Yifan's face. It cast an eerie purple glow upon him, rendering his visage akin to that of a malevolent spirit. At that moment, Huang Yifan's mouth gaped wide, revealing his internal organs, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, his appearance resembling that of a fiend. Opposite him, L. Jiaoshan was not much better off, mouth agape and eyes widened in astonishment, the veins on his temples bulging. He wore an expression of bewilderment, grappling with existential doubts, as the purple light continued to swirl around them. The 2 men exchanged glances, feeling a parched dryness in their mouths. Huang Yifan stammered, "Is the fish dragon tower broken?" L. Jiaoshan abruptly snatched the fish dragon tower from Feng Che's hands, intending to channel his spiritual energy for detection. However, he halted and handed it to Huang Yifan, saying, "It shouldn't be broken, right? Why don't you give it a try?" Huang Yifan, momentarily taken aback, grasped it and was about to channel his energy when he suddenly realized what was happening. He retaliated with a swift slap, sending L. Jiaoshan stumbling back 5 paces, cursing vehemently. "You lot, who have been cooped up in the school for so long, are truly insidious. You're trying to deceive me." L. Jiaoshan, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I was just trying it out. It's not a big deal." "Then why don't you try it yourself?" Huang Yifan nearly exploded with rage. L. Jiaoshan rolled his eyes. "Try? How on earth do you expect me to do that? The purple energy that bursts forth from the fish dragon tower, how many have emerged in tens of thousands of years? What qualifications do we possess to compare ourselves to such prodigies? To ask me to try is nothing short of inviting humiliation, especially before a mere martial artist who has just entered the school. I, a master of the Cloud Summit, would be proving that I am vastly inferior to this little shrimp. Do I still have any pride left? Go find someone. You heartless scoundrel." Huang Yifan bellowed. L. Jiaoshan took off like lightning. Soon after, Huang Yifan followed suit, leaving Feng Che alone. The 2 older men had dashed off to another room to test others. Moments later, they returned, their gazes fixed on Feng Che as if they had seen a ghost. Your master claims you are of the highest caliber? Huang Yifan asked, his tone laced with incredulity. Indeed, it may be somewhat higher, yet my master cannot ascertain. Feng Che remarked, after all, my master does not possess the conditions akin to those of our martial arts academy. Huang Yifan blurted out, your master is simply a colossal fool. Only then did he realize that insulting someone's master in person might provoke resentment. However, upon observing Feng Che's demeanor, he noticed that Feng Che remained unfazed, showing no signs of being bothered. Huang Yifan let out a hearty laugh, exchanged some pleasantries, and then allowed Feng Che to depart. After Feng Che left, Lu Jiaoshan could no longer contain himself and inquired, why did you just block me? Huang Yifan retorted angrily, isn't that a redundant question? If I didn't need to block you, why would I have done so? Since I have blocked you, it indicates my desire for you to remain uninformed. Asking such a question is akin to letting one's pants down only to pass gas, utterly unnecessary. Lu Jiaoshan stared in astonishment. You make an excellent point. I find myself at a loss for words. Immediately, Huang Yifan rose, somewhat flustered. I must step out for a while. There are urgent matters to attend to. If someone seeks me, tell them to wait. With that, Huang Yifan leaped through the window, a sense of urgency propelling him forward. He murmured to himself, what could be so pressing that this old fellow is in such a rush? Huang Yifan now felt a tinge of anxiety. Had Feng Che's talents been merely average, he would not have been so concerned. However, such extraordinary potential was a matter of great significance. Feng Che's intention to teach stemmed from information provided by Chen Ruhai, who was once his trusted subordinate. Though this individual possesses a notoriously foul temper and an unkempt appearance, he exhibits an unwavering diligence in matters of great significance. Having never once erred in his judgments, his investigations have consistently revealed information that aligns with intelligence reports. Remarkably, he stands out as an extraordinary talent capable of shaking the world. This warrants serious attention. Regardless of whether the news is true or false, it constitutes a momentous revelation. Unable to fathom the implications of this situation, Huang Yifan felt restless, unable to find solace in sleep. Consequently, he hastened at breakneck speed to the city of Bibo. Inside, Chen Ruhai was preoccupied with closing the door and attending to his feet. The atmosphere in the room was thick with an unpleasant odor. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Huang Yifan burst through the window. In the next instant, accompanied by an exclamation of anger, another crash reverberated as Chen Ruhai was forcefully propelled against the wall. Without delay, Huang Yifan darted back outside, unleashing a tirade of invective. Can you not maintain some semblance of decorum? All you do is tend to your foul feet. Enraged, Huang Yifan had nearly suffocated upon entering, the acrid stench of decay overwhelming him. The invigorating fresh air of flight was swiftly replaced by the nauseating aroma of spoiled fish. The stark contrast nearly rendered him breathless. A wave of revulsion surged within him, causing his stomach to churn violently, almost leading to retching. Chen Ruhai, on the verge of exclaiming that there was an assassin, quickly swallowed his words, slid down the wall, and hurriedly waved to open all doors and windows, expelling the stale air along with the remnants of his foot care. In an instant, he composed himself, donning a fawning expression. Boss, what an unexpected visit. Please, have a seat. Find another place. Huang Yifan thundered. And wash your hands immediately. Hurry. Chen Ruhai hurriedly rushed out, exclaiming, quickly, find a clean room. Moments later, he sat in an immaculate reception area, appearing refreshed and radiant. He even carried a few fragrant sachets, filling the air with a delightful aroma. You stay there, Huang Yifan insisted, positioning Chen Ruhai at the farthest distance from himself. He then utilized his spiritual energy to cleanse the chair beneath him and to purify the entire room. After closing the door, he established a soundproof barrier. To be fair, Huang Yifan was not typically a fastidious person. He could be described as rather untidy. Yet, in the presence of Chen Ruhai, he felt compelled to maintain an exemplary standard of cleanliness. It was simply intolerable otherwise. Do you know why I am here? Chen Ruhai asked, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Has Feng Che arrived at the martial academy? Indeed. Does the boss have intentions regarding him? Precisely. What does the boss think? Chen Ruhai inquired. Under my immense psychological pressure, he has been suppressing himself to the brink of collapse. He is entirely upright and virtuous, harboring a deep-seated aversion to evil, a heart of chivalry, and a sense of justice. Huang Yifan's gaze intensified as he articulated, Have you misunderstood? This is of utmost importance. Chen Rahai abruptly looked up. Is it? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, if that is the case, I shall refrain from making hasty judgments. The materials are my personal collection, untouched by any other hands. Boss, you may assess them at your discretion. He then rose and proceeded to his private chamber, returning shortly with a plethora of documents. The text delves into an analysis of Feng Che's every action and utterance, with annotations accompanying each statement, even touching upon the existence of night dreams. Huang Yifan read slowly, savoring and contemplating each word meticulously. Throughout this time, he uttered not a single word. He had arrived in the morning, yet by the time he finished reviewing the documents, it was already dawn. Not a word was spoken, not a drop of water was consumed, and he remained utterly still. Each recorded word was pondered over multiple times. The crowing of a rooster coincided with the first light of dawn, prompting Huang Yifan to finally set down the scrolls, close his eyes, recline in his chair, and engage in quiet reflection. Chen Rahai remained by his side, equally cautious not to make a sound. After a considerable pause, Huang Yifan opened his eyes and remarked, according to the information, this Feng Che is undoubtedly a person devoted to teaching. However, I still trust my own judgment. I believe Feng Che is essentially a good child. Chen Rahai's expression remained unchanged as he replied, on this matter, I dare not voice any opinion. The reason for informing you, boss, is merely a precautionary measure. Just in case. Huang Yifan acknowledged, I understand. I will keep a close watch. He then sighed softly, saying, today, do not accompany me. I wish to wander around by Bo City. Since the boss has come such a long way, why not have a meal before departing? Let me play the gracious host. Get lost. Dining with you would make even the gods lose their appetite. Huang Yifan rolled his eyes and casually tossed 2 bottles of pills, saying, 1 pill every 7 days. There are 100 pills in here. Once you finish them, come find me. Understood, Chen Rahai replied, his expression one of gratitude. The layers of deathly poison seem insurmountable. However, one cannot simply resign to despair, can they? With the situation pressing down upon one's very feet. It is absurd to think even a single foot can be concealed. After all, one is a master of the domain. What manner of appearance is this? Huang Yifan reprimanded. Indeed, the leader speaks wisely. With a mere flick of his hand, he vanished without a trace. Subsequently, he opened the side of his bed, placing the scroll within, securely locking it once more, camouflaging it, and then laying a pillow atop it. Huang Yifan remained in Bibo City for a full 3 days. Oh, Feng Che's eyes glimmered. When he acquired the property, the adjacent unit was still vacant, unoccupied. Just after his purchase, occupants appeared next door. It must either be the Eason sect or the guardians of the main hall, Feng Che contemplated. Pondering, should you concern yourself with others' real estate transactions? You certainly meddle quite a bit. Throughout these days, he had done nothing but indulge in food without any advancement. When would he break through? It was time to focus on cultivation. Once again, he chastised Yimeng. Yimeng pouted. This fellow truly found it difficult to utter a kind word. Feng Che had already commenced his training, indifferent to which faction occupied the neighboring unit. If it were individuals from the Eason sect, they would naturally reach out to him. If they were guardians of the main hall, he would leave it to Yimeng. That night, Feng Che was jolted awake from his slumber. He felt the ground beneath him trembling slightly. This was no mere localized quaking. It resembled a monumental disturbance on a grand scale. As a seasoned individual, Feng Che immediately recognized that somewhere far away, a formidable battle was unfolding. The aftermath of the battle reverberated through a certain ley line, resulting in a subtle tremor in this vicinity. Such vibrations suggested that the source of the conflict lay far beyond. The sheer magnitude of the power capable of causing such disturbances was almost unfathomable. As Feng Che lay in bed, he felt the tremors and was filled with dread. This formidable presence, even in his past life, would have reduced him to mere ashes. Wouldn't it? Who could it be? The following day, Feng Qingyun welcomed Feng Che with hospitality. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Che offered the last remaining Tianmai Zhu fruit to Feng Qingyun, who, oblivious to the moment, engaged in lively discussions with several classmates, ultimately indulging to the point of intoxication. Upon returning, he succumbed to slumber. By morning, the members of Feng Qingyun's dormitory were awakened by an unpleasant odor. Goodness! Feng Qingyun, did you do this? They covered their noses and fled the room, while a brick was hurled through the door. Landing on the snoring Feng Qingyun's bed, you can't just resolve such matters in your bed after drinking. Feng Qingyun awoke languidly, overwhelmed by a fragrant aroma in the room, and could not help but exclaim, "Who made this mess?" An hour later, a cleansed Feng Qingyun found himself surrounded by his dorm mates, who proceeded to beat him mercilessly. The sheets and bedding were deemed utterly unsalvageable and were incinerated. Left utterly perplexed, Feng Qingyun humbly pleaded, ultimately accruing a month's worth of meals owed to silence the complaints of his peers. They reluctantly consented to keep the incident of his unfortunate mishap under wraps. With matters settled, Feng Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief, though he was acutely aware that he was certainly not the culprit. After sharing a meal with my cousin, it was not until 3 days later that news of the midnight earthquake finally emerged. The clash of blades and guns reverberated through the air, signaling a significant defeat. Upon the announcement, a hush fell over the world, as those who heard the news were rendered speechless, their minds grappling with the gravity of the revelation. The conflict between blades and guns holds profound significance in this realm. It represents the ultimate confrontation between two of the most formidable figures. One wields the blade, the other the gun. One is the foremost champion, while the other ranks second in the esteemed cloud weapon ranking. Their duel is not merely a contest of skill, but a battle for supremacy. Yet, beneath this surface rivalry lies a deeper conflict. The blade belongs to the Guardian's alliance, while the gun represents the unyielding faith. For countless years, the blade has dominated the gun, serving as the foundation of confidence for all righteous warriors across the continent. However, the tide has turned, and the blade has faltered. The weight of this news is akin to the sky collapsing upon us. In the cloud weapon ranking, the foremost blade is the heart-cutting blade. It embodies the essence of love and detachment, a weapon that severs ties with sorrow and pain. Meanwhile, the second-ranked weapon is the bone-shattering dream gun, Snow Fu Xiao. The wielder of the latter has resolutely declined to engage in combat. "As long as you refrain from striking," I declared, "I shall lay waste to a city each day." Enraged by this provocation, Snow Fu Xiao has no choice but to accept the challenge. Should Snow Fu Xiao emerge victorious, the unyielding faith must remain in hiding for 5 centuries, during which time they are prohibited from conducting sacrifices, slaughtering innocents, or instigating terror across the continent. This agreement leaves Snow Fu Xiao with no avenue for retreat. The sect of true orthodoxy has long harbored ambitions to establish a nation, having infiltrated various realms across the continent countless times, and has even established its military forces in advance. Yet, each attempt has been thwarted by the Guardian Alliance. The blade of emotional severance, wielded by Shui Fu Xiao, stands majestically at the zenith of the clouds, overseeing the world and suppressing all dissent. For centuries ago, the sect of true orthodoxy endeavored to form a nation, toppling the great Yong dynasty. However, the Guardian Alliance had anticipated this, assembling numerous masters to dismantle the sect's nation-building plans and subsequently establishing the Great Zhao dynasty, thereby extending the fortunes that rightfully belonged to the Great Yong. The 3 great empires and 9 dynasties of the continent all belong to the Guardian Alliance. Although the sect of true orthodoxy possesses formidable strength, it remains unrecognized as the legitimate authority by the world. Lacking the backing of national fortune, it remains a mere collection of disparate elements. Only another sovereign entity can contend for power and dominion. Without a sovereign status, regardless of its strength, it is but a band of marauders. This is the crux of the matter. Thus, what the sect of true orthodoxy lacks is this: legitimacy. For years, they have been engaged in a desperate struggle for this very cause. At long last, they found an opportunity in this confrontation. A fierce battle raged for a day and a night. With each encounter, they made progress, until the last clash, 80 years prior, where fortune favored them unexpectedly. This was also the reason for their reluctance to engage in battle. By avoiding confrontation, they could still claim to be the foremost in the realm. In this manner, the towering monument in the hearts of countless warriors would not crumble. Their faith would remain unshaken. Yet, this battle unfolded as anticipated. In the end, despite Shui Fu Xiao exerting all his strength, he still fell to a single strike. The bone-shattering dream spear pierced through his shoulder. Snow Fu Xiao sighed in melancholy, feeling the agony of the bone spear piercing through his body, yet the torment within his heart surpassed it. For he understood that from this day forth, the heavens had crumbled. A bitter smile played upon Snow Fu Xiao's lips. It was not that he had refrained from killing you before. Rather, he had held reservations, thus showing you mercy. You owe me nothing. A debt acknowledged is a debt incurred. Snow Fu Xiao pondered. If I were to conduct myself as you do, would I not become one of your ilk? What then is the point of struggle or conflict? Snow Fuxiao faced defeat. The world trembled. The foremost entry on the cloud weapon ranking was renamed. From this moment onward, the cloud weapon ranking would feature the bone-shattering Dream Spear, now occupying the top position. It would suppress the entire realm. On the fourth day, the 36 sects under the banner of my righteous faith, along with countless other organizations, simultaneously conducted rituals to the heavens and to the deities across the continent. On this day, the 27th of July, was designated as the day of bloodshed on the continent. For on this day, 19 large cities experienced horrific tragedies, each with a population exceeding 10 million. They belonged to different nations and various dynasties. 1,000 elderly couples, 1,000 middle-aged couples, 1,000 young couples, and 1,000 pairs of young boys and girls met their demise in each city. In total, 8,000 souls knelt before a hidden statue of the heavenly Wugong god, their throats severed, allowing blood to flow freely. A river of blood spread for dozens of miles, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. On that day, the heavens lamented and the earth mourned, as the fierce winds howled. In the super cities alone, a staggering total of 152,000 lives were extinguished. Countless other locales, though on a smaller scale, also engaged in similar sacrificial rites simultaneously. On this day, the number of lives lost reached into the hundreds of thousands. This was the righteous faith conducting its offerings to the deities. The entire continent quaked in fear. On July 29th, the Grand Empire, once belonging to the Guardians Alliance, suddenly erupted into chaos, with bloodshed spanning 1,000 miles in a single day. Beneath the sovereign's command, all were beheaded. Chancellor Wang Zichen led over 1,000 officials, kneeling at the city gates to welcome the new emperor's ascension. Within the city, over 10,000 civil and military officials, along with scholars, took their own lives in loyalty to their nation. White banners filled the city, and the cries of mourning echoed to the heavens. Generals at the borders were successively assassinated, while the old Marshal Yang Tiexiong fought valiantly with his remaining troops, ultimately besieged at the imperial mausoleum. In a final stand, the old marshal knelt before the tomb of the ancient emperors, taking his own life with his sword. The iron cavalry of the righteous sect established its presence in the capital, Xuanwu City. The new emperor, Chu Wuji, ascended to the throne, proclaiming to the world the renaming of the nation to New Chu. He favored the surrendered officials and granted an amnesty to all. Thus began an era of recuperation and revitalization. However, unrest erupted along the borders of New Chu. Yet the masters of the righteous sect mobilized swiftly and quelled the disturbances in a remarkably short time. The flames of conflict gradually subsided, and New Chu extended peace treaties to several neighboring nations, seemingly ushering in an era of tranquility. Yet, the entire world was aware that it had irrevocably changed. Undercurrents of tension swirled, hinting at the looming specter of national warfare. Once ignited, the flames of conflict would engulf the entire continent in a matter of moments, leaving no place untouched, no soul unscathed. For the righteous sect had meticulously planned for millennia, achieving their ambitions. They had established their own nation. Though merely the first nation, the inaugural dynasty, they had, from henceforth, secured their national fortune and identity. All disciples of the righteous sect rejoiced in unison, while the nations under the Guardians Alliance trembled in shock and awe. Prior to this moment, it was universally acknowledged that the true sect aspired to establish a nation. However, many presumed that even if such a nation were founded, it would merely be a remote and inconsequential state. No one anticipated that one of the three great empires, the Dacian Empire, would so readily shift allegiances. Such a swift transition of power was unimaginable. Presently, the newly formed Chu, one of its neighboring nations, is Dezhou. The flames of war are on the verge of igniting. On August 2nd, at Baiyun Continent, Baiyun Martial Academy, the highly anticipated freshman grand competition is set to commence. In the expansive schoolyard, tens of thousands of students and faculty stand in unison. Upon the platform, the esteemed headmaster Gao Qingyu stands tall, his voice reverberating like thunder across the schoolyard. He gazes upon the solemn faces of the students below, his tone calm yet distinctly resonant in each ear. I am aware of the weight upon your hearts. I fully comprehend the looming crises ahead. The expressions of the students grow increasingly grave. Suddenly, Gao Qingyu raises his voice, erupting like a clap of thunder. Yet, these matters are irrelevant to us. They hold no bearing on you. Even if you succumb to despair, the events have already transpired. Currently, 600,000 troops along the borders lie in wait. Guardians suppressing the chaos across the realm, and local officials shepherding the populace, with station forces safeguarding peace. It is these very circumstances that have allowed you to stand here today. Your current sorrow is of no benefit. Only through deepening your cultivation and enhancing your martial prowess can you equip yourselves to confront whatever challenges the future may hold. Even your present distractions betray the guardianship of your predecessors. As the headmaster of this esteemed institution, I convey a profound message to you all. The voice of Gao Jieyu resonated like a thunderclap on a clear day, reverberating with an enlightening intensity. He poured forth his utmost dedication, strength, and spirit. His yearning was palpable as he sought to engrave this message into the hearts of countless children before him. Let not the sacrifices of our predecessors be in vain. Let not the vigor of youth dissolve into mere sighs. Let not the world of mortals transform into a realm of despair. In unison, all the students raised their arms and shouted fervently, "Let not the sacrifices of our predecessors be in vain. Let not the vigor of youth dissolve into mere sighs. Let not the world of mortals transform into a realm of despair." The collective roar of thousands echoed mightily, akin to the thunder of the heavens, shaking the very essence of Baiyanzu. The roar of the young tigers reverberated through the valleys, instilling trepidation in all beasts. The fervent cries of the students reached far and wide, resonating with an undeniable force. Moments later, the competition for the top 100 new students commenced. As I call out your names, step forward to the front stage, Gao Jieyu announced with conviction. First place, with a score of 299, is Feng Che. A group of second-year students erupted in astonishment. Among them were both boys and girls, friends of Feng Qingyun. They had never anticipated that their cousin would achieve the highest score. Their eyes sparkled with disbelief. Feng Qingyun stood in a daze, suddenly recalling his own ranking. Among 7,500 students in his grade, he was positioned at a disheartening 7,476. A wave of bitterness washed over him, coupled with an uncomfortable ache, as a sudden impulse to confront his cousin surged within him. How could you be first? How am I to endure this? All eyes were upon him. Feng Che, clad in black, stood tall and elegant, adorned with a golden crown and a jade hairpin, his flowing locks cascading gracefully. He approached with a composed demeanor, each step reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the ethereal realms, exuding an aura of resplendent grace. As he ascended the platform, he captured the gaze of the multitude, inching not only into their sight, but also into their hearts. Amidst his nonchalant elegance, his visage bore soft lines yet distinct contours, with piercing eyes that conveyed a hint of detached aloofness. A sudden murmur of admiration erupted from the crowd below, accompanied by laughter. Feng Che stood alone upon the stage, undaunted by the collective scrutiny of thousands. He exhibited no signs of the youthful trepidation one might expect when confronted with such a vast audience. His expression was serene, embodying tranquility and confidence. Standing tall with his garments billowing in the breeze, he radiated an otherworldly charm, even in the absence of his signature dark cloak adorned with intricate gold patterns. At the podium, Vice Principal Huang Yifan regarded Feng Che with a gaze fraught with confusion, regret, and an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. Who exactly was this Feng Che, and which side did he truly belong to? The voice of Principal Gao Qingyu continued to resonate in the air, announcing names one after another. Every student in the assembly listened intently, aware that the future luminaries of their cohort would likely emerge from this select group of 100 individuals. The second place was awarded to Huachuren with a score of 285. The third place went to Ding Jiran, scoring 281. The fourth place was claimed by Qiu Yunshang, with a score of 280. Fifth place, Xie Gongping, with 279 points. Sixth place, Mo Ganyun, with 269 points. Seventh place, Shimen Shiri, with 251 points. 10th place, Jing Shuanggao, with 242 points. 100th place, Kang Zijian, with 201 points. Feng Che was somewhat astonished to discover the presence of Kang Zijian, who fortuitously found himself at the tail end of the rankings. As Huachuren and others ascended the stage, standing beside Feng Che, the expressions directed at him were laden with complexity. The gazes of Ding Jiran and Huachuren, who ranked higher, were particularly rife with animosity. While one might resort to deceit to accumulate points, how could one cheat in a genuine contest on the arena? I am determined to humiliate you publicly, especially Huachuren, whose face bore numerous scars, rendering it exceedingly coarse, and whose appearance was decidedly below average, placing him at the lower end of the spectrum of unattractiveness. He clenched his teeth, vowing, "When I battle him, I shall not strike elsewhere, but focus solely on that face." Some onlookers seemed to ponder, murmuring. This cohort of students shared a notable commonality with their predecessors. What was it? The individuals ranked at the forefront, while perhaps not possessing melodious names, exuded a distinctive charm, setting them apart from the ordinary. Feng Che, Zhou Yinshang, Ding Jiran, Huachuran, Xie Gongping, Mo Ganyan. In contrast to the illustrious names of previous generations, such as Jun Hafeng, Hua Keixi, Dong Yuni, and Wu Zhibing, one couldn't help but inhale deeply, reflecting on the differences. This perspective appears to hold some merit. However, it seems to delve into the realm of metaphysics. Does it not? Could it be that a favorable name alone could yield significant outcomes? Perhaps not. Now, let us discuss the rules of the upcoming competition among the new students. The esteemed speaker, Dean Liu Jiaoshan, has delineated the structure. There will be 5 arenas, where participants will compete in turn to determine the top 3 and top 10 contenders. The remaining participants will collectively be regarded as the top 100. The rewards for the top 100 include a superior grade soul pill and 10 superior grade chi gathering pills, along with 10 credit points. For those ranking 4th to 10th, the rewards consist of a premium grade soul pill, 10 premium grade chi gathering pills, 1 superior grade meridian expansion pill, 1 superior grade true essence pill, and 30 credit points. The second and third place winners will receive 1 soul pill, 10 chi gathering pills, 1 meridian expansion pill, and 1 true essence pill, all of which are of exceptional quality, along with 50 credit points. The champion shall be awarded 2 premium grade soul pills, 20 chi gathering pills, 2 meridian expansion pills, 2 true essence pills, and a remarkable 100 credit points, along with a champion gold medal. From the moment the champion is declared, any student from the same cohort may challenge the champion, provided they possess the determination to do so. Should they prevail, they will take possession of the gold medal. The bearer of the medal becomes the target for all challengers. Sustaining an undefeated record for 1 month will yield additional rewards, with incentives offered monthly. Maintaining this undefeated status for 6 months will double the rewards, and a year will result in a further doubling. Should one remain unbeaten until graduation, they shall gain entry into the Hall of Historical Records. The new students erupted in astonishment. The magnitude of these rewards is undeniable, yet they carry their own burdens as well. Indeed, there are those who perceive the championship medal as a burden. However, there are equally many who ardently desire to attain this accolade. Perspectives vary among individuals. Ultimately, the overseeing institution presented a rather perplexing statement. While gambling is prohibited within the academy, betting on such tournaments is not forbidden. Yet, the stipulation is that wagers may only be placed using academic credits. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the 8,000 new students. Is this truly the case? Academic credits hold immense significance. 1 academic credit can be exchanged for a high-grade vitality elixir of the current tier. In the outside world, such a high-grade vitality elixir, suitable for martial practitioners, can fetch nearly 50,000 taels of silver, and even then, it is not guaranteed to be available for purchase. Betting with academic credits is nothing short of a gamble of epic proportions. Each student is granted 10 academic credits upon enrollment. Thereafter, within the martial academy, no currency or spiritual crystals are acknowledged. Only academic credits are recognized, encompassing all expenditures, including meals and cultivation. If one cannot earn enough, loans are an option. Borrowing 1 academic credit entails repaying 2 credits worth of resources upon graduation, equivalent to 100,000 taels of silver. Naturally, one can also seek loans from willing lenders. Certain upperclassmen, notorious for their debts, gleamed with excitement at the prospect of reversing their fortunes. In a fleeting moment, the details of the top 100 contenders had already formed a small mountain before them. The arena battles are set to commence tomorrow morning. At that time, venues for betting and personnel from organizations will emerge, and a word of caution is advised: wager prudently. When the overseer, Liu Jiaoshan, uttered this statement, it carried a certain weight. Yet, the gamblers have already succumbed to their fervor. As the meeting concluded, even before the 100 individuals on stage had departed, the pamphlets below were snatched away in a frenzy. "Give me a copy, and another for me. By heavens, I am destined to strike it rich." L. Jiaoshan observed the chaos with an impassive expression, internally rolling his eyes in exasperation. The headmaster, who appeared to be a paragon of elegance, harbored such a hidden malevolence. On the very first day of enrollment, he had ensnared all the new students in such a formidable trap. This wager, after all, would be documented in their records. In other words, all those who participated in this gamble would bear a stain upon their reputation. Minor indiscretions would eventually be forgotten, but those who placed substantial bets and suffered significant losses would be recorded after further evaluation by the academy. Even if these individuals excelled in their capabilities upon graduation, they would never secure lucrative positions, for their fates had already been sealed. Their propensity for gambling was too pronounced. Thus, the process of elimination had effectively commenced from the very first day at the academy. Subsequently, countless students would find themselves depleted of credits, necessitating their relentless pursuit of sustenance and training, all requiring credits, compelling them to strive fervently from that moment onward. This, in turn, would benefit their martial arts advancement. Regardless of the circumstances, the measures taken had both advantages and disadvantages. Yet, even the potential benefits could not obscure the headmaster's cunning disposition. This was unequivocal. When Feng Qingyun's classmates sought to engage Feng Che in conversation, they discovered he had already vanished without a trace, leaving them somewhat disheartened. However, their spirits quickly revived. Qingyun, whom do you think we should bet on? They eagerly inquired of Feng Qingyun. Feng Qingyun's honest and upright face displayed a hint of distress. You all know that I have never indulged in gambling. Not even last year when I refrained from placing any bets. Thus, you have undoubtedly enjoyed a far more comfortable year than I. The crowd sighed in unison, lamenting. Did you not experience hardship last year? Are you truly considering gambling again this year? Feng Qingyun replied, Old Du, Old Wu, Old Lu. You have only just repaid an entire year's worth of debts a few days ago. The three shook their heads vigorously, like bobbing dolls, insisting, it's all right. As long as we win this year, we can recuperate all our losses. Feng Qingyun countered, I shall not offer you any counsel. The decision lies with you. With that, he hastened away. In recent days, he had noticed a remarkable improvement in his memory and a significant acceleration in his training. Techniques that had previously eluded him, intricate and obscure moves, now came to him with effortless ease. His enthusiasm for cultivation soared, leaving little room for concerns about other matters. As Feng Qingyun departed, the remaining individuals huddled together in discussion. Whom should we bet on? They pondered. Of course, our cousin. The 6 girls responded in unison. As ardent admirers of beauty, they were refreshingly candid. However, the boys harbored reservations. Yet their cousin, that first-place position was practically attained through trickery. We have yet to witness his true capabilities. What trickery? Without strength, how could one cheat? They argued. But that is simply a clever maneuver. The girls retorted vehemently. We can only call it cleverness, not cheating. Do you not know how to articulate your thoughts? The boys promptly surrendered, conceding, yes, it is indeed cleverness, not cheating. Several individuals exchanged glances, silently agreeing to discuss matters privately, away from the presence of the females. There was no reasoning in this. Indeed. Let us depart. Sun Yuan had already arrived. Within a radius of several thousand miles, Sun had continuously engaged in acts of robbery, theft, and extortion against numerous noble families. His disciple possessed no deficiencies in aptitude, nor in various offensive techniques, nor in cultivation methods, nor in the resources for training. So what remained lacking? The elixirs to aid in the cultivation of the spirit. The elixirs to assist in the refinement of the physical body. As a master of the royal level, Sun Yuan was acutely aware of these necessities. His greatest regret throughout his life was the years spent laying his foundation without any resources, which ultimately confined his achievements to the royal level. Having placed all his hopes upon his disciple, Sun Yuan was determined to spare no effort in providing the necessary supplements. To this end, he had nearly plundered every minor family affiliated with the One Heart sect. After all, these were compliant, convenient, and easy to seize. The families he targeted were likely to incite reprisals. This was a personal endeavor, and given the recent upheavals within the sect, he could not afford to err. Thus, this time, Sun Yuan had exclusively targeted his own kind. While he was in the act of raiding the 14th family, he received word from the sect. The Martial Academy's grand competition was about to commence. What are you doing? Sun Yuan hurriedly made his way there. Master, you have arrived. Please, come in and take a seat. Yi Ming, prepare some tea. As Yi Ming complied, the master and disciple entered the study. Sun Yuan felt a deep sense of comfort. You have now reached the 4th level of martial mastery, and I am truly delighted. The purpose of my visit this time is to impart. Master. Feng Che interrupted him and addressed Yi Meng, who was entering with tea. You may leave. I shall attend to Master. Please close the door. Yes, Yi Meng replied, her head bowed submissively as she exited. It is better for her to remain somewhat ignorant. It poses a danger to her, and to us as well. Caution is advisable, Feng Che remarked, to be so vigilant regarding his disciple. Not even permitting his close maid to be informed, brought immense comfort to Sun Yuan. He patted Feng Che on the shoulder and said, Your prudence reassures me. Once reported, I trust the master will feel at ease regarding the next task assigned to you. Feng Che replied with composure. Our teachings are in their nascent stages and cannot afford any carelessness. The fewer outsiders who are aware, the better. Exercising caution will also benefit our future endeavors. I aspire to secure a position within the sect and, in due course, be able to honor my master properly. Sun Yuan's face lit up with joy, blooming with delight. He felt that all his sacrifices and efforts were worthwhile. After contemplating for a moment, he advised, in the future, you will undoubtedly catch the eye of the higher-ups. I do not know where my master will be at that time, but I wish to forewarn you about those who practice malevolent arts. Although progress may be swift, it is best to avoid provoking them. Should any issues arise, seek the master. After all, you are considered half a disciple of the master. Having learned his blood spirit 7 swords, Feng Che pondered for a moment and then said, There is something I am uncertain whether to ask or not. Is it not evident that you have already broached the subject? Sun Yuan rolled his eyes and replied, Go ahead and ask. It is rumored that many masters in our One Heart sect exploit their disciples. Ahem. Feng Che revealed a youthful embarrassment. But master, why are you so kind to me? Sun Yuan chuckled softly, then fell silent for a moment before replying. Indeed, our One Heart sect is selfish, driven solely by self-interest. After all, there is a saying that it is better for one to survive even if the entire world perishes. In certain life and death situations, it is quite normal to betray and utilize one another to escape. After all, one must prioritize their own survival. However, when it comes to the true heirs, aside from those sinister individuals with ulterior motives, such as those seeking to siphon longevity, concoct elixirs, or seize souls, most genuinely hope for their disciples to achieve greatness. This sentiment is particularly strong among those who have reached a dead end in their martial journey but see potential in their young disciples. In our world, there are precious few individuals who deserve sincere regard and trust. The life of a wanderer is fraught with peril. Everyone bears the burden of their own family, never knowing when fate might strike. A person worthy of trust is precisely what we need most, for should one misjudge character and meet their demise, their family and children could be devoured by those they thought they could rely upon. Chair, if anything were to befall me one day, I would entrust my entire family to you. Sun Yuan felt a pang of melancholy, holding his teacup, his expression tinged with desolation. The distinction between good and evil, as perceived by the world, holds little significance for us. We exist solely for ourselves and for our families. Yet, Chair, Sun Yuan articulated with precision, the more self-serving we are, the more we must invariably preserve an escape route for ourselves. Otherwise, our fate will be more lamentable than that of a wild dog. You are my escape route. Sun Yuan exhaled deeply and continued, You are still young. It is premature to discuss contingency plans. However, when you ascend to a position of authority, you must remember to arrange a safety net for yourself. Feng Che nodded silently, understanding the gravity of his words. Sun Yuan then shifted the conversation. This time, your mission comes with explicit directives from the leader. Please proceed. The establishment of the general sect has been a resounding success, reverberating throughout the world, and with the transfer of the foremost expert, the sect's fortunes have significantly surged. Henceforth, the sect will devote itself to national development and military expeditions, while matters of the martial world will be temporarily managed by subordinate sections. In the name of the sect, there are 18 factions whose strength has reached the first tier. These 18 sects are divided into 5 main routes, each requiring a leading sect to take the helm. In other words, one sect must spearhead the others. Our One Heart sect, along with the Night Demon sect, the Celestial God sect, and the Three Saints sect, belongs to the southern route. Thus, we must either lead them or allow one of them to lead the other 3. This qualification must be exchanged for contribution points. Ding Jiran belongs to the Night Demon sect, Huacharan to the Three Saints sect, and Shimen Shuri to the Celestial God sect. The master instructed you to At all costs, incapacitate them. Feng Che immediately furrowed his brow. Incapacitate? Render them disabled? Yes, or perhaps even kill them. Sun Yuan took a deep breath. For if they remain capable, even if they do not secure first place this time, they will certainly engage in further actions. And their actions directly impact our standing. This is crucial in terms of contribution points within the Guardians' ranks. Should they manage to acquire points, we would be left crawling beneath one of their factions. Our previous mission ended in failure, leaving us already at a disadvantage in points. Therefore, this time, your task is of utmost importance and must not falter. Feng Che fell silent for a moment and asked, Master, may I inquire if we have someone in a high position within the Martial Academy? Sun Yuan frowned. Why do you ask such a thing? Inquiring into such matters recklessly is a grave taboo. Master, you misunderstand. Feng Che replied, I do not wish to know their identity. But this individual must be made aware of mine. Sun Yuan, I am concerned that if our people are unaware of who I am, they might deliberately target me or conspire against me due to the identities of these individuals. In such a case, I would be powerless to resist. Feng Che continued, even after I incapacitate or kill them, there may be those who use my brutal methods as a pretext to target me, leaving me defenseless. Master, you understand. If our people regard me as a genius among the Guardians, they would show no mercy in suppressing me. Sun Yuan shuddered. That is indeed a valid point. In a moment of contemplation, Feng Che lowered his head, his gaze flickering with realization. Indeed, within the upper echelons of the Baiyun Martial Academy, there lay a mole from the righteous sect. The individual must possess a significant status. A major catch. Sun Yuan departed, leaving behind all his cultivation materials. Feng Che had initially assumed that Sun Yuan would take residence in his grand courtyard, yet Sun Yuan declined the offer. My outward identity may seem ambiguous, straddling the line between good and evil, yet it does not absolve me of suspicion. Remaining here would only heighten the risk of exposure, which is counterproductive. Although our master-disciple relationship is firmly established, your independence is paramount. I shall find a place to reside in the city at my leisure. Should any matter arise, I can come at any moment. Your identity, too, has undoubtedly drawn attention, but you must learn to leverage this very scrutiny, Sun Yuan subtly conveyed. The disciple understood. After Sun Yuan departed, he wandered the bustling streets, observing the throng of passers-by, yet he was suddenly engulfed in a sense of bewilderment. How comforting it would be to reside in his disciple's courtyard, so serene and free from worry. However, he dared not indulge in such thoughts. He could not afford to invite even the slightest trouble upon his path. With his current level of cultivation, any exposure would spell certain doom, even if he remained undiscovered. An encounter with a displeased, powerful adversary could lead to his demise. Feng Che represented his only contingency plan, and he was the sole heir to his legacy. There could be no margin for risk. Though Feng Che had already attracted attention, paradoxically, that very scrutiny rendered him safer. Yet, as a cunning old fox, Sun Yuan knew that others would not tolerate too much from him. Amidst the bustling crowd, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Memories of Feng Che's earlier inquiries surfaced in his mind, unbidden. We have taught many apprentices the ways of deception, yet I ponder, why does my master treat me with such kindness? In dire circumstances, it is common to betray and exploit one another to escape with one's life. After all, self-preservation is paramount. He let out a soft sigh. Throughout his life, how many times had he used his companions as shields against calamity? How many comrades, tasked alongside him, had he ruthlessly exploited, leaving them to battle and perish while he fled alone? The count was truly incalculable. This admission was heartfelt. In moments of life and death, safeguarding oneself at the expense of friends had become instinctual. Yet now, he wondered if one day, in such perilous conditions, Feng Che were by his side, would he, like before, cast him aside to absorb the danger? Perhaps he would, for he was inherently cold-hearted and ungrateful. Sun Yuan remained silent for a long while, ultimately managing a self-deprecating smile as he melted into the crowd. Feng Che furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He did not even bother to inspect the 14 types of rare materials for cultivating spirit and body that Sun Yuan had procured for him. Instead, his mind lingered on Sun Yuan's earlier words. The teachings of the One Heart sect, Night Demon sect, Celestial sect, and Three Saints sect all belonged to the southern route. A leader must be chosen. Although they were typically scattered, they needed to unite under a common banner when necessary. The ambitions of the Seal God Palace were vast. Feng Che recalled his yet-to-be-activated code name, Night Demon. It was evident that the Seal God Palace harbored ulterior motives, for he wouldn't have forgotten how the term Night Demon clashed with the Night Demon sect. The task at hand to either kill or maim, while feeling the ruthless nature of the Seal God Palace, Feng Che hesitated, for this contradicted his original intentions. He had no intention of killing or maiming them. In Feng Che's eyes, these three individuals were merely pawns. His original plan was simply to defeat them and then keep them around, perhaps even feigning friendship to facilitate the acquisition of intelligence regarding the three sections. Moreover, the initial command from the Divine Seal Palace was merely to defeat. However, the current directive from the palace disrupted his carefully laid plans. Not acting was not an option either. Feng Che felt a momentary turmoil within. I need to reassess the situation. To truly kill or cripple them would be a pity. These three individuals are connected to three sects, and at the very least, to three families. They represent three significant catches. Feng Che furrowed his brow. Furthermore, this was not the opportune moment to expose them. Revealing them now would be premature, preventing the capture of more significant prey, and it would also be too advantageous for them, not to mention that I would risk exposing myself. Thus, a strategy must be devised. He pondered deeply as he opened the package sent by Sun Yuan. He could not help but be momentarily stunned. Soul Resting Ginseng, Ice Crystal Spirit Fruit, Snowstorm Thunder Fruit, Diamond Grass, Body Quenching Stone Milk, Meridian Opening Orchid. These items may offer little in the way of enhancing cultivation, yet they are treasures for laying a solid foundation. He gazed at them for a long while before letting out a sigh. Sun Yuan, though a staunch follower of the righteous path, had committed numerous heinous acts devoid of humanity. Yet, he had genuinely treated Feng Che well. Unfortunately, their positions and beliefs diverged. I would willingly die for my brothers, and there are brothers who would gladly die for me, at any time and in any place. Yet I would never act as you do, casting aside a brother at the last moment to shield oneself from danger. Alas, only a sigh remains. Should you meet your demise in the future, and if your family is not utterly depraved, I shall repay this debt of gratitude. Feng Che pondered deeply, taking the Soul Requiem ginseng and placing it in his mouth. As dawn broke, the ethereal dreams meticulously prepared Feng Che for the day ahead. He then set forth to the Martial Academy, for today marked the inaugural day of the grand competition among the 100 gifted newcomers. Yet, even as he walked along the path, Feng Che found himself ruminating on the fate of those three individuals. Must he truly follow the edict of the Divine Seal Palace, inflicting grave harm or even death upon them? How could he satisfy the demands of the Divine Seal Palace while simultaneously securing the utmost advantage for himself and his guardians? Or rather, how might he maximize the potential of these individuals to undermine the respective sects they represent? A contemplative glimmer sparkled in Feng Che's eyes. Are these the only three seeds among the numerous subordinate sects of our righteous teachings at the Baiyun Martial Academy? In the grand practice field, a platform rose majestically from the ground. Already thrumming with the fervent voices of the crowd, an ocean of spectators spanning from fifth-year students to first-year newcomers. The stakes were high. Academic credits were of paramount importance and exceedingly difficult to attain. Channels for obtaining credits are as follows. First, contribute to the Martial Arts Institute. Second, complete the tasks assigned by the Institute. Third, innovate and deposit personal techniques into the school's arsenal. Fourth, personally hunt down bountied criminals from various levels of government. Fifth, personally slay those with bounties guarding the main hall. Sixth, personally eliminate any malevolent individuals from righteous sects. Seventh, personally acquire and submit rare materials from the heavens and earth. Eighth, personally hunt and submit the cores of various level demon beasts, starting from level 5. Ninth, secure a position within the top 100 of the seasonal grand competition, with no credit rewards for finishing in the top 10 for 4 consecutive seasons. Lastly, improve ranking in each assessment. Essentially, this serves as a clarion call to the students. Strive with all your might. Each method of earning credits demands relentless effort. Conversely, the expenditure of credits is remarkably simple. Sustenance, attire, and cultivation all require them. Moreover, any misstep or damage to the Institute's facilities results in a deduction of credits. Thus, the credits of Baiyun Martial Arts Institute have long been a source of anguish for past students. It is not merely difficult, it is truly arduous. Now, with the emergence of such an opportunity for unearned gains, how could one not seize the chance? Especially those who faced defeat in recent years are eagerly preparing to engage. Amidst the astonished gazes of newcomers and the accustomed stares of senior students, several instructors from the institute quickly set up a betting area. Additionally, there are concise introductions of the top 100 newcomers, richly illustrated and informative, aiding students in contemplating their bets. However, the details are rather brief, including names, ages, backgrounds, rankings upon entry, and the current points. Notably absent are introductions regarding cultivation level, weaponry, or martial skills, implying that one must rely solely on luck. Yet, countless analysts have begun to dissect the situation, with the majority of eyes fixated on the top 10 or even the top 3. However, there are those whose ambitions linger within the top 20, pondering the possibility of an upset. Betting on the top 3 yields a 3-to-1 return, while wagering on those beyond the 10th place offers a 10-to-1 reward. Can they truly be compared? Should one happen to select an unexpected champion, the accumulated points throughout their tenure at the Martial Arts Academy would be secured, leading to instant wealth. The academy itself presides over the betting, orchestrating the event. Feng Che finds his horizons broadened. Observing his name prominently displayed, encircled in red, he appears to be a favorite. Surprisingly, not many have placed bets on him. This strikes him as amusing. It seems his reputation for playing tricks and cheating has spread. As he contemplates this, he senses the presence of another nearby. Turning to his side, he sees it is the vice principal, Huang Yifan. "Greetings, vice principal," he acknowledges. Huang Yifan, with a knowing pat on his shoulder, advises, "Take it easy," before vanishing into the crowd. Feng Che is left puzzled. Take it easy? What does that mean? Recalling Huang Yifan's significant expression, he begins to grasp the implications. These leaders of the academy are rather cunning. The seasoned officials are all too aware of their intentions, and yet, he finds it intriguing that such a prominent figure as Huang Yifan frequents his vicinity. In an instant, Feng Che realizes that the vice principal must possess some knowledge of the circumstances. Initially, he had been skeptical, but today, Huang Yifan's presence has solidified his suspicions entirely. At the arena, as Feng Che arrives, a multitude of gazes converge upon him, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. With the resounding clang of a gong, the grand competition officially commences. The drawing of lots begins, with all odd-numbered participants simultaneously selecting their opponents. Feng Che faced his opponent, lifting his gaze to behold the number 75. He then announced the rules. There would be no resurrection matches. This meant that everything hinged on luck. For instance, if one possessed the capability to vie for second place but encountered the champion in the first round, they would be eliminated without a chance for redemption. A single round. Straightforward, crude, and rather perfunctory. As the first-ranked contestant, Feng Che was undeniably the leader of the initial round. The first match would feature Feng Che against Lin Ziqing. "Champion, Feng Che, please step onto the stage." The referee's voice resonated throughout the grand arena. Indeed, Feng Che said little. With a flash of shadow, his gaze illuminated, as dark golden rays sparkled like a sudden burst of stars in the night sky. Feng Che moved with an ethereal grace, having already ascended to the arena. The sun rose, casting its radiant glow. The youth stood tall and proud, as if enveloped by the brilliance of 1,000 dawns, appearing to emerge from the very light itself. His eyebrows were sharp as swords, his gaze piercing, with chiseled features exuding an air of aloof elegance, akin to a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. All the students looked on with bated breath. The moment Feng Che stepped onto the stage was one of collective anticipation. As he stood there, draped in the flowing black robe, an unexpected silence enveloped the arena. Even the instructors serving as judges could not help but silently commend. What poise! What charisma! Countless girls, upon catching sight of Feng Che, felt their hearts surge as if struck by a sudden jolt, as if his presence had leapt from their eyes to their very souls. In that fleeting moment, their hearts raced uncontrollably. The moon in the sky mirrored the moon in their eyes, and the figure before them was akin to the one of their dreams. It seems that all fantasies have suddenly materialized into reality. Feng Che first surveyed the arena, searching for acquaintances. He was surprised to find that Kang Zijian had managed to enter the top 100. Yet, as he scanned the surroundings, he did not spot Kang Zijian, but instead caught sight of Wei Zihao. He was momentarily taken aback. Wei Zihao appeared significantly more spirited, albeit somewhat leaner. However, Feng Che vaguely sensed that he seemed to have darkened a shade, his face shrouded in a pallor of gloom. Feng Che held a vivid memory of Wei Zihao, as he was intended to be a long-term target for his playful bullying at the Martial Academy. and he immediately recognized the changes, darker, thinner. But there was no time for further contemplation, as he was about to introduce himself. Esteemed teachers, respected senior brothers and sisters, fellow students, Feng Che stated confidently, cupping his fists in a respectful gesture, his posture upright. I am Feng Che. The Feng is square and proper, and Che is thorough and complete. My family chose this name in hopes that I would embody the virtues of a gentleman in a steadfast manner. He seemed a bit embarrassed as he smiled, adding, unfortunately, I may not be quite the gentleman. As we interact, please do not be deceived by my name. Instantly, a wave of good-natured laughter erupted from the audience, predominantly from the female contingent. One voice even called out, I would willingly be deceived by you. The laughter only grew louder. On stage, Feng Che smiled shyly, admitting, I possess many flaws, my temper is far from pleasant, and I have certain character deficiencies. I tend to take advantage without accepting losses. After enumerating his shortcomings, he earnestly added, moreover, I am typically taciturn, valuing my words highly, and somewhat reclusive. I hope that my fellow seniors and classmates will refrain from engaging in disputes with me. Taciturn? Valuing words? Reclusive? A chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd. They found it amusing that someone so handsome, graceful, and possessing such charm could be so humorous. Indeed, a rarity. But that is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Lin Ziqing had also taken the stage, clad in a blue robe, a tall and striking young man. Yet, standing beside Feng Che, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. As if a mere brick were placed next to a brilliant pearl, the contrast was too stark. He discreetly stepped back 3 paces, still feeling it was too close, and moved out a couple more steps, ultimately finding himself at the edge of the ring. Esteemed mentors, everyone. Before he could finish his sentence, an uproar of laughter erupted below. Some laughed so hard that tears streamed down their faces, primarily due to Lin Ziqing's evident reaction. Everyone understood the reason behind it. Caught off guard by the laughter, Lin Ziqing stood on stage, his face flushed and speechless, his jaw clenched. It's all because of you. Feng Che was momentarily taken aback, realizing how quickly the anger had shifted. Lin Ziqing, visibly furious, opened his mouth to speak, but Feng Che smoothly sidestepped and gestured, Please, Lin classmate. Lin Ziqing took a deep breath, once again stifling his rage within. His eyes widened with fury as he drew his sword and shouted vehemently, Feng Che, you despicable and shameless cheat, winning first place through deceit. Today, I shall reveal your true colors. Feng Che wore a look of resignation and responded with a measured tone. There is no need to raise your voice, Lin. Reason does not reside in volume. Moreover, there is no need to be so flustered, even without me. You would merely rank 75th. Your anger seems rather unwarranted, as though without my presence, you would surely seize the championship. These words pierced Lin Ziqing's heart like a sharp needle, igniting a fierce blaze within him. In an instant, his vision darkened, and he swung his sword in a fit of rage. Feng Che deftly evaded the blow and replied earnestly, If you feel dissatisfied, I sincerely apologize. I regret that I have obstructed your path by securing the first position. Without me, you would be 74th. My deepest apologies. I shall kill you. Lin Ziqing bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, expending all his strength. Ah, Lin, you are being overly impulsive. As classmates, we should foster camaraderie rather than utter threats of violence. Perhaps it would be best for you to take a moment to calm down. Your youth is too precious to jeopardize over such trivial matters. With a swift turn of his body, Feng Che unexpectedly found himself behind Lin Ziqing, gently pushing him. Lin Ziqing, already teetering at the edge of the ring, lost his footing from the push, and before he could regain his balance, he inadvertently hurtled off the stage, his sword still poised, aimed at a 5th-grade senior below. The senior student appeared to be the leader of a group of seniors, surrounded by many admirers, standing out like a crane among chickens. Upon noticing Lin Ziqing flying towards him, he furrowed his brows but made no move. With a resounding slap, a person beside him emerged eagerly, striking Lin Ziqing aside with a single blow, dusting off his hands in indignation, exclaiming, Dare to attempt to assassinate my boss. Lin Ziqing had already lost consciousness. The audience erupted into chaos. The announcer declared, Victory for number 1. Feng Che bowed meticulously, expressing gratitude to all sides, and gracefully descended the stage, vanishing from sight in an instant. His battle was complete. He awaited the next challenge, the Battle of 50. A sense of calm enveloped both stage and audience. Though Lin Ziqing was somewhat weak, Feng Che did not appear excessively strong. Many spectators sensed that the disparity in martial prowess was not significant. The greatest harm had not stemmed from Feng Che's strike, but rather the impact of his words, which surpassed the physical damage by tenfold. Regardless of whether they were freshmen or seniors, male or female, everyone simultaneously pondered one thought. This individual, while yet to fully showcase his strength, possessed a truly venomous tongue. In the audience, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his mid-30s, crossed his arms, watching Feng Che depart. He chuckled softly to himself. This young man is rather intriguing. Feng Che made his way to the administrative office, submitting an application for housing outside the academy. Inside sat a bald elder, who looked up in surprise. You purchased a residence near the martial arts academy. After glancing down at the application again, he exclaimed, Feng Che, the young master from Baipo City? The young master renowned for his righteousness? In the end, it is no wonder that he is so wealthy. It is indeed remarkable that approval has been granted. Duong. Upon receiving the approval document, Feng Che experienced a peculiar blend of amusement and exasperation. The bald old man's sardonic remarks had escalated to an impressive level. Nevertheless, Feng Che found himself unperturbed. This elder possessed a sound moral compass. One should not regard a person as an adversary merely due to their mockery. Since the matter had been resolved, let the old man speak his mind. After all, he was currently cast as the antagonist. After 2 hours of cultivation and a brief afternoon nap, he planned to return after chastising his night dreams. Feng Che departed. While the arena remained abuzz with excitement, cheers erupted intermittently from the crowd, celebrating the victories of those on whom they had placed their bets. Notably, in this initial match, most spectators had wagered on the top 3 or 6 contenders, which typically resulted in safe bets. Yet, a cry of despair cut through the air. A rather scrawny individual, with a tuft of hair adorning his face, had been crushed by the weight of past losses. Betting on the 9th place, his lucky birthday number, he hoped for an upset. However, fortune was not on his side. The 9th contender, despite possessing considerable skill, faced an ill fate when matched against Ding Jiran in the first round. With a single strike, he was sent tumbling off the stage, bloodied and defeated. Consequently, a figure with a woeful expression began to wander the area, bowing and scraping in search of borrowed credits, only to find himself evaded as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. In stark contrast, Feng Che's performance sparked considerable discussion. Many who had been tentatively holding on to their points began to abandon him in favor of other contenders, as Feng Che had achieved a swift victory in his first match, facing off barehanded against a blade. However, it is evident to all that while Feng Che's strength appears to surpass that of Lin Ziqing, it still falls short when compared to the competitors on the stage who achieve victories with finesse and clarity. Moreover, many of Feng Che's triumphs can be attributed to psychological factors, as his sharp tongue has bewildered his opponents. Consequently, his popularity has noticeably waned. Of course, there exists a faction of admirers, primarily composed of those enchanted by appearances, who, indifferent to the score, steadfastly place their faith in Feng Che. Victory or defeat holds little significance. For the sake of his captivating visage, a loss is still worthwhile. It must be said that such infatuated individuals are far from rare. Their primary focus is merely to revel in the experience. It is simply for amusement. What are scores to them? There are plenty of sycophants around. On the arena, the matches continued vigorously, and Feng Che's predictions were on point. When he leisurely strolled in that afternoon, he discovered that only the 45th pair had fought, with 5 more pairs yet to conclude. Feng Qingyun awaited him with an imposing entourage, which had noticeably expanded since their last encounter, now including several beautiful women. Cousin, why did you run off? I searched the arena for you 8 times. Feng Qingyun exclaimed, somewhat irked. This match is of utmost importance to you. How could you be so careless as to not observe the strength of the others? Isn't your presence enough? Feng Che replied with a smile. You surely recorded all the relevant information for me. Feng Qingyun huffed and produced a sheet of paper from his sleeve. Here are all the victors from the previous battles. We analyzed it together. Feng Che took the paper and marveled at its thoroughness. Names, ages, weapons, estimated cultivation levels, combat characteristics, fighting styles, and the timing of victories were all meticulously noted. Then there were parentheses, suspicions of concealed strength, and so forth, too detailed. Feng Che glanced and discovered that there were a total of 6 individuals, each capable of achieving victory with a single strike, exhibiting unparalleled ease. Among these 6, they were also the most popular, namely, Huachuran, Ding Jiran, Qiu Yunzhan, Xie Gongping, Imo Ganyun, and Shimin Shiri. This aligned closely with my expectations. Feng Che contemplated these 6 names, noting that they were the least exposed and held the highest support rates, particularly Hua Chuan and Qiu Yunjian, whose stakes had surprisingly exceeded 20,000. How many people are betting on me to win the championship? Feng Che inquired. The exact number is unknown, but the points wagered on you total 7,300, placing you in 7th position. Feng Qingyan sighed. Why so many? One girl with large, bright eyes cheerfully replied. I bet 18 points on you. After all, our cousin is quite handsome. Feng Che was rendered speechless. He had thought his support rate had diminished, only to discover it remained remarkably robust. It is evident that this superficial world is beyond redemption. It seems I must adopt a more low-key approach and prioritize completing Huang Yifun's task, focusing on ensnaring others. Feng Che resolved firmly, winning is paramount. As for the rest, that can be addressed later. After 4 rounds, 50 individuals advanced. A draw ensued, and Feng Che remained the first to draw. Upon revealing the result, he was momentarily taken aback. The target was drawn so early, Shimin Shiri. Feng Che immediately recalled the keywords, concealed weapons, blood-red serpent. However, Sun Yuan's personal information indicated that he was an 8th-rank warrior, a claim I find utterly implausible. It would be inconceivable for someone of that rank to achieve such a remarkable 7th place amidst so many competitors by slaying ferocious beasts and accumulating points. This fellow is undoubtedly a cunning trickster. On the stage, 2 figures stood facing each other. Feng and Shimin Suri, clad in pristine white attire, appeared strikingly handsome. His fair complexion and tall, slender frame were neither too corpulent nor too lean, exuding an admirable grace. Although his face was somewhat elongated, it could hardly be deemed horse-like, more akin to that of a donkey. He clearly understood the art of concealing his vulnerabilities, slightly retracting his chin and nodding with poise. I must admit, it is quite unexpected to encounter you in this round. I apologize, but in genuine combat, there are no tricks to be employed, he remarked, subtly insinuating that Feng Che had resorted to underhanded tactics to secure first place. Feng Che responded with a warm smile. What you say, Shimin, is indeed true. No wonder you have achieved such an impressive 7th place. Your prowess is undoubtedly extraordinary. Shimin Suri's expression gradually darkened as he coolly replied, Feng Che, does your name imply a complete defeat? Feng Che merely smiled lightly, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at Shimin Suri with an air of superiority. Shimin, my studies are quite eclectic, and I have a modest understanding of language and characters. Your name, however, carries an ominous connotation. Shimin Suri raised an eyebrow. Oh, since ancient times, the sun rises in the east. How could the west harbor the morning sun? Your name distorts the natural order of the elements and will surely incur divine retribution. Feng Che, with genuine goodwill, suggested, perhaps you might consider changing your name? Shimin Suri's demeanor remained icy as he declared, wherever I am, there shall the sun rise anew. Feng Che smiled faintly, expressing his concern that the radiant western sun might be completely vanquished upon encountering him. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, both sensed an undeniable truth. They were not kindred spirits. The palpable hostility between them was thick and suffocating. Their verbal exchanges yielded no advantage to either party, both maintaining a composed demeanor. With a flick of his sleeve, Shimin Suri revealed his fair hand, gliding effortlessly across the stage as if traversing a frozen surface, covering 7 meters in a heartbeat before delivering a powerful strike. In an instant, as starlight flickered, he had closed the distance of 2 zhang, his right palm emerging to counter. A resounding thud echoed as their palms met. Clad in black and white, both figures were momentarily lifted, retreating 3 steps simultaneously. The 2 judges on the platform exchanged glances, both filled with admiration. This strike was intentionally executed to gauge one another's strength, yet crucially, neither had exerted their full capacity. Feng Che summoned the peak of a warrior's 9th realm, while Shimin Suri operated at the 1st realm of a martial artist. To the onlooker, it seemed evenly matched. However, Shimin Suri's expression darkened as he spun, conjuring a small whirlwind that transformed him into an ephemeral shadow, launching a torrential assault upon Feng Che. Feng Che remained steadfast, eschewing reckless ambition. He elevated his prowess to the 1st realm of a martial artist, countering each attack with precision, employing 3 parts offense to 7 parts defense. In an ephemeral moment, the arena became a swirling dance of black and white. entwined as if a half-black, half-white taiji diagram had suddenly emerged. Although Shimin Suri unleashed 7 successive attacks, ostensibly gaining the upper hand, an increasing weight of despair settled upon him. He could not breach his opponent's defenses. Feng Che's defense was utterly flawless. Each collision reverberated through him, intensifying Shimin Suri's sense of foreboding. The opponent's cultivation was undoubtedly superior to his own, although he appeared to have the upper hand on the surface. Continuing in this manner would surely lead to his downfall. The moment the adversary launched a counterattack, defeat would be inevitable. While onlookers perceived Shimin Suri as the dominant force, only he understood that he was, in fact, the one at a disadvantage. I must prevail. I cannot allow this brat to masquerade as an underdog. Resolute in his determination, a flash of white passed as he executed an aerial somersault, his white garments billowing like a crane soaring through the sky. With a deft maneuver, 3 streaks of icy light shot forth, revealing his hidden arsenal of concealed weaponry. As the hidden projectiles were unleashed, he let out a loud shout to signal his intent. The 2 judges exchanged disapproving glances, having already dismissed Shimin Suri's character, but they were prepared to intervene on Feng Che's behalf. Clearly caught off guard, Feng Che panicked and barely evaded the attack. Yet, 7 more streaks of cold light flashed through the air, followed by 3 almost imperceptible shadows. These shadows targeted his forehead, dantian, and heart, a lethal combination known as the mother-child soul seizure. The judge's eyes were filled with fury. This was a lethal move. In a mere friendly competition, devoid of enmity, such a deadly strike had emerged. Feng Che executed a swift roll, drawing his blade with a fierce determination that seemed uncontrollable. With 2 resounding clangs, he deflected 2 triangular spikes, his body swaying as he surged through the openings left by the concealed weaponry. The brilliance of his blade surged forth, illuminating the arena like a radiant sun, dazzling to behold. Despicable. With a thunderous roar, Feng Che unleashed a surge of blood light upon the stage. Shimin Suri let out a piercing scream as his arm, along with half of his shoulder, fell to the ground, landing in the dust. Feng Che, wielding his sword with one hand, pressed it against Shimin Suri's throat, his arm trembling uncontrollably from the intensity of his fury. He bellowed in rage. This is merely a friendly competition among classmates, yet you dare to attempt to kill me. Feng Che stepped on the severed arm, crushing the wound, causing flesh to rend and blood to spill. The pale hand opened, revealing a steel needle that had been clutched tightly within his palm. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Feng Che stood there, his body slightly quaking, his face a mask of indignation and fury, as though he had been the victim of an egregious injustice. In a shocking turn of events, bloodshed erupted on what had been a perfectly normal stage. Shimin Suri, consumed by madness, felt a shroud of despair settle over him. After years of honing his lethal skills, all of his prowess had been concentrated in the hidden weapons of his right hand. Now severed by Feng Che's blade, his entire life lay in ruins. His eyes were filled with vengeful malice, and all reason had fled. He was fixated solely on vengeance. The head judge leaped forward, commanding, "Stop." The 2 referees exhaled in relief, remarking, "It's." Just then, a chorus of shouts erupted from the audience. "Be careful." A thunderous roar echoed. From the sleeve of Shimin Suri's left arm, a flash of crimson light erupted. It was the blood serpent. This unexpected turn left everyone astounded. No one had anticipated that Shimin Suri had not yet surrendered. No, it was not surrender. He was intent on killing Feng Che for revenge. He had completely lost his sanity. This time, there is truly no time left. On the distant high platform, 2 figures soared upward, racing like lightning, yet it was already too late. At this critical moment, damn it, the blade flashed fiercely. Feng Che spun around and roared. His weapon, infused with unbridled fury, descended with a vengeful arc. The crimson blood serpent was cleaved in 2, its foul blood yet to spatter when the blade struck down upon Shimin Suri, cleaving from crown to groin. The bifurcated body collapsed sideways, each half contorted with a lingering malice. Feng Che, gripping his knife, maintained the stance of his strike, his whole body trembling violently, his face ashen, seemingly petrified with terror. With a swish, 2 senior instructors landed on the platform, and the referees had also intervened. However, it was all in vain. The deed was done. Shimin Suri lay in 3 pieces, not merely 2. And what of that severed arm? Alas, the instructors on the platform stomped their feet and sighed deeply. At a loss for words, the incident unfolded before the thousands of watching eyes, and amidst the unfolding chaos, while Feng Che was indeed the perpetrator. It was abundantly clear to all that he bore no true blame. Shimin Suri had initially seized the advantage. Not only did he wield a weapon, but he also resorted to hidden darts, announcing his intent only after launching his attack, clearly aiming to cause fatal harm while shirking responsibility. When unexpectedly countered, suffering an injured arm and a blade poised at his throat, he had already lost. In his fury, Feng Che restrained himself and spared his life. Yet the moment he released him, Shimin Suri attempted a treacherous strike. This led to a sudden and fatal blow, leaving little room for discussion. It could even be deemed a gratifying outcome. Such a person is hardly worthy of lamentation. Observing Feng Che, pale and standing on stage, the youthful visage of Zhongling Luxiu bore a trace of fear after the shock. It seems this child has experienced the act of taking a life for the first time. Although it was a reaction born out of fury and self-defense, he must have been profoundly shaken. Countless girls felt a pang of sympathy in their hearts. Shimin Suri was truly a bully. Feng Qingyun and his companions nearly rushed onto the stage, filled with anxiety. Cousin, are you all right? Feng Che, with a ghostly complexion, murmured, I should be fine. I have killed someone? His expression vividly conveyed the terror of taking a life for the first time. After all, it was a matter of human life. Turning to gaze at the lifeless body of Shimin Suri, Feng Che instinctively covered his mouth with one hand, seemingly on the verge of retching. On the stage, 2 instructors and 2 judges exchanged dubious glances at Feng Che. There was something amiss about this incident. Yet it was not the time for investigation. They first tidied up the arena and promptly arranged the next pair to take the stage. The competition must continue. They then escorted Feng Che away. Below the stage, discussions erupted, with little concern for the battle that had just transpired. Almost everyone unanimously believed Feng Che was in the right. Shimin Suri deserved his fate. Feng Che, you initially seemed to be at a disadvantage, didn't you? We find it hard to believe that you could have countered his concealed weapon attacks and turned the tide. Pray, enlighten us. I concealed my true strength. Feng Che replied with candor. My cultivation level was inherently superior to his. Excuse me? What level of martial artist are you? 4th level. Feng Che replied. Originally at the 3rd level, I advanced to the 4th after coming to the martial academy, thanks to the assistance of Vice Mountain Master Huang Yifan. The 2 senior instructors exchanged bewildered glances. How did this involve Vice Mountain Master Huang? This was rather perplexing. Indeed, Feng Che continued, unabashedly shifting the blame onto Huang Yifan. The Mountain Master informed me that the purpose of this wager was to impart a lesson to the newcomers, advising me not to reveal my full strength. If everyone bets on me, it would be counterproductive. The 2 instructors looked at each other in disbelief. This is utterly outrageous. Is such manipulation even permissible? Their intended questions faltered in their throats. After all, Feng Che was merely acting according to the directives of his superior. What could they possibly say? Could it be that the leadership anticipated that Shimin Suri would resort to such underhanded tactics and deliberately arranged for Feng Che to retaliate? That seemed highly improbable. Given your capabilities, it should have been possible to maintain control and avoid lethal force. The instructors sighed, their earlier air of interrogation dissipating. Feng Che explained, that strike was a reflexive act of desperation. Under such circumstances, I could not possibly restrain myself. Perhaps, with more experience in similar situations, I would learn to hold back. But for now, my strength is insufficient. This statement was devoid of falsehood. The 2 instructors exchanged glances, finding his reasoning sound. Not only Feng Che, but even they themselves would have instinctively resorted to a counterattack in such a perilous situation, ensuring the eradication of future threats. One should never hold back. One of the instructors inquired as he entered the martial arts academy. Remember, you came here wielding a sword. Why, then, in today's battle, do you resort to a knife? My master is, after all, the king of blades. What is peculiar about my use of a dagger? Feng Che replied. That statement is indeed quite reasonable. But what of the sword? After being reminded by Headmaster Huang Shan, I purchased a sword as a mere facade. Feng Che earnestly confessed, in truth, I do not know how to wield a sword. Once again, it was Headmaster Huang. The 2 instructors, in unison, covered their foreheads, at a loss for words. This was truly something they had never encountered in their lives. At that moment, the door swung open. A man with 3 long strands of beard stepped inside. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, exuding an air of righteousness, with an ethereal presence about him. A serene essence radiated from his brow, and he carried the imposing aura of one who has long held a high position, commanding respect without raising his voice. Upon entering, he calmly asked, "Have you finished your inquiries?" The two instructors stood simultaneously and replied, "Master Meng." Master Meng furrowed his brow. "Is it necessary to take so long for something so evident?" "Yes, we have concluded our questions." "Then let him depart swiftly." "Yes, thank you, Master Meng." Feng Che bowed in gratitude, displaying utmost obedience. "Indeed," Master Meng smiled lightly. "You are quite the obedient child." He then produced a small vial from his robe, containing 2 pills that could help soothe your spirit. "I presume you lack many fine possessions, so allow me to assist you." "Thank you, Master Meng." Feng Che answered the call and departed. The 2 senior instructors felt an overwhelming frustration that they could not express. Once this matter was linked to Huangshan Chong, an indescribable sensation enveloped them. To their astonishment, the usually indifferent Meng Jianzhong also arrived. Could it be that Feng Che has influential backing? Yet, that seemed implausible. The students' records were meticulously detailed, and any significant connections could not possibly remain concealed. Moreover, there had been no indications of such matters prior to the start of the term. The old man also left, resuming his observation of the grand competition. Meng Jianzhong sauntered away. "So, was your visit solely to advocate for Feng Che? Are you concerned that we might unjustly accuse this student?" Such a notion left the 2 instructors questioning their own reality. Meng Jianzhong, known as Meng Qizheng, was typically low-key within the martial academy, neither competing nor clamoring for attention, exuding a sense of integrity and fairness that earned him the respect of his peers. No one expected him to stand up for Feng Che. Although everyone was aware of the unfolding events, it hardly warranted a personal intervention from someone of his stature. This afternoon, the competition for the 50 participants concluded. Tomorrow, the contest would narrow to 25. Sun Yuan was already in the courtyard, sipping tea while observing Yi Ming practicing. Occasionally, he would offer guidance. Yi Ming was drenched in sweat from her exertion. Feng Che, being young and impressionable, could easily be misled. Yet Sun Yuan was a seasoned veteran of the demonic sect, an adept of the old ways. Yi Ming had to summon all her energy to meet the challenge. Fortunately, Sun Yuan's attention was elsewhere, rendering him somewhat distracted, which allowed the young girl to breathe a sigh of relief, even as her body trembled slightly. Sun Yuan was instantly drawn in, standing up with concern etched on his face. "What happened? Are you injured?" A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Had he been defeated? How could the mission be accomplished then? "I'm not injured," Feng Che replied, a hint of lingering fear evident in his voice as it trembled slightly. "Today, I killed someone." "Killed someone?" Sun Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Who did you kill?" "I killed Shimin Shuri of the Heavenly God sect," Feng Che said, his face pale, as if still haunted by the experience. "It was so nauseating, I felt like vomiting." Understanding dawned on Sun Yuan, and he relaxed, a flicker of delight rising within him. "Isn't it only right to have killed Shimin Shuri? Why would that frighten you?" "My child, you still need to undergo more training." Yi Ming rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking to himself how absurd this conversation was. Indeed, Sun Yuan's words became increasingly outrageous. What's the big deal about killing a few people? If you want, Master could find a place for you to massacre an entire village for practice. Don't take it to heart. Just consider it akin to slaughtering dogs. You'll gradually become accustomed to it. Yi Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes again in his mind. The words of these demonic cultists were truly. Each phrase exuded an inhumane quality. Feng Che quickly declined. Perhaps that's best left alone. "Master, I must mention, Shimin Shuri was a genius of the Shimin family and a rising star within the Heavenly God sect. This, in the future, it might be easy to dodge a direct attack, but a hidden one could be perilous." Sun Yuan nodded in agreement. "That is certainly true. Neither the Heavenly God sect nor the Shimin family will let this go lightly. However, we have our One Heart sect to shield us from the Heavenly God sect. As for the Shimin family, let them try to make a move." In Sun Yuan's eyes flickered a fierce glint. Feng Che nodded, reassured. He had long contemplated this matter. Since Shimin Shuri had been slain, it was of little consequence. As for the retaliation from the Celestial Church, he felt no apprehension. For the One Heart sect would stand as a bulwark against the soldiers, and the earth would shield him from the waters. Regarding the Shimin family, with Shimin Shuri's demise, this family that had aligned itself with the Celestial Church had become superfluous. It would be best to leave them to Sun Yuan. "Master, I feel somewhat unsettled," Feng Che confessed, furrowing his brow. "I can't shake the image of those 2 corpses from my mind. It is quite distressing." Startled, Sun Yuan quickly advised, take the tranquil pill and rest. A good night's sleep will do wonders. He patted Feng Chie's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, adding, although Shimanshuri is no longer with us, do not dwell on it. After all, the sun will rise anew each day. Imagine he is still living amongst the celestial bodies. Master's words hold wisdom. Feng Chie sincerely concurred. Indeed, Shimanshuri was dead, but the West should never have harbored a rising sun. This was only logical. After taking the medicine, Feng Chie retired to his room for rest. Meanwhile, Sun Yuan in the courtyard was brimming with joy. A third of the mission had been accomplished. The seed of the celestial church, Shimanshuri, had been decisively eliminated by Feng Chie's hand. If the sect leader were to learn of this, how elated he would be. Surely, he would laugh heartily at the heavens. Sun Yuan could already sense the relief that came with this accomplishment. No, this news must be reported without delay. Ultimately, the master could not shake off his concerns for his disciple. He entered to check on the sleeping Feng Chie and sensed that his spirit was stable, which finally put his mind at ease. He then emerged to remind Yi Meng to attend to him well before hastily departing. In the deep of night, at the headquarters of the One Heart sect, the Hall of Divine Imprint echoed with laughter, reflecting a mood of utter delight. Master, what brings you such joy? Mu Lin asked from the side. The night demon has eradicated the seed of the celestial sect. The features of the Hall of Divine Imprint blossomed with glee, the previously grim countenance now radiating happiness. He had even forgotten the name of Shi Min Su Ri, only aware that the seed of the celestial sect was no more. It was utterly exhilarating. With hands clasped behind his back, the Hall of Divine Imprint scoffed, initially, when the celestial sect faced an unexpected setback in our teachings. They had the audacity to publish statements claiming that only when the celestial beings descended could they achieve greatness, accompanied by various jibes. Now, at long last, this master has regained his breath of relief. Should we not compose a letter to the celestial sect, master? Mu Lin inquired, playing along. No need for that. Such an act would expose the identity of the night demon, the Hall of Divine Imprint pondered. The identity of the night demon must remain concealed. Those from the celestial sect operate without principles, despicable and shameless. They cannot be permitted to discover the truth. Mu Lin nodded in agreement. Master, your foresight is commendable. Yet, internally he mused, it is rather ironic for you to speak of principles when you yourself engage in the assassination of their seeds. As dawn broke, when Feng Chie arrived at the Martial Academy, he was met with a wave of consolation. It was an unavoidable circumstance. In such a situation, no one could hold back. The demise of Shimanshuri is a consequence of his own actions and cannot be attributed to you. Indeed, for such a despicable individual, his death is inconsequential. The audacity to employ underhanded tactics was insufficient. He even resorted to a sneak attack upon his defeat. What a disgraceful display of character. Do not take it to heart. It must be said that Feng Qingyun's commendable reputation among peers has played a significant role in this situation. With a genuine smile adorning his face, Feng Qingyun expressed his delight. Cousin, you have now become the belle of the Martial Arts Academy. The belle of the Martial Arts Academy? Feng Chie responded, perplexed. Indeed, at Baiyun Martial Arts Academy, the four most handsome men are all upperclassmen. Since your arrival as a freshman, distinguished above all predecessors, we have unanimously decided to crown you as the sole belle of the school. One girl chimed in enthusiastically. Feng Chie was left speechless. Over the years, some rather tedious individuals from other martial arts academies have taken it upon themselves to elect a belle among the female martial artists. Inciting the ire of the female warriors, do we need your judgment to determine our beauty? On what grounds do you decide? Another girl remarked. As for us at Baiyun Martial Arts Academy, from the very beginning, all the girls have stood in solidarity against such trivial pursuits. Therefore, such nonsense has never occurred here. However, we may consider evaluating handsome men, taking various aspects into account. Feng Chie looked utterly bewildered. It appears that Baiyun Martial Arts Academy is indeed a matriarchal society. Boys are not permitted to evaluate the female belle, yet girls are allowed to assess the male beauty? Quite an inventive concept. Nevertheless, among this year's freshmen, none can compare to you. Hence, it is the consensus that you are the one and only belle. Feng Chie was nearly rendered speechless. Wasn't it about the four most handsome men, the school's charming lads? How did it come to be that he was dubbed the sole belle? Me? As he walked down the street, the mention of campus flower Feng sent a chill down Feng Chie's spine, leaving him mortified at the thought. He hurriedly protested, "This is unacceptable. I refuse to be labeled as such. However, his objections fell on deaf ears. Senior Liu, brimming with triumph, proclaimed, "This is a title many girls have conferred upon you since yesterday. Your descent is futile." Feng Che felt as though the world around him had turned bleak. It was true that just the day prior, he had been ambushed by Shimin Su-ri, facing both hidden weapons and surprise attacks. And the sheer terror he experienced after defeating him was pitifully endearing. This had stirred the concern of several senior girls, who incessantly clamored to cradle him in their arms and console him. One boy, harboring a tinge of jealousy, remarked, "Cradle you? Console you?" Feng Che found the world becoming increasingly surreal. How could it be so? The very notion conjured an intense image of a tiny kitten or puppy or child being held and gently rocked. In embarrassment, Feng Che fled, only to be met by the laughter of girls trailing behind him. It must be said, there is a delightful thrill in teasing boys, especially when the boy is charming, handsome, and possesses an air of cleanliness and straightforwardness. It only amplifies the sense of achievement for the girls. This light-hearted amusement is one of the few joys left amidst their monotonous martial arts training. Feng Qingyan caught up to him, offering a dossier. "This contains the information of the 23 other victors aside from yourself. I must admit, many are likely to face financial ruin this time. The competition was exceptionally fierce." He sighed. "Who did you place your bets on? How much did you wager?" "I never gamble. Since last year, I have participated not at all." A gentle smile graced Feng Qingyan's face, suggesting the depth of his words. "Thus, my social connections flourish." This statement carried profound significance. Although Feng Qingyan did not articulate it explicitly, Feng Che immediately grasped the implication. When all those around you have faltered, yet you alone possess an abundance of points, it is of no consequence if your social standing is poor. Moreover, Feng Qingyan's inherently refined and gentlemanly nature undoubtedly enhances his popularity. "How has your training been lately? Still at 7,476? Feng Che inquired with concern. That was indeed an untimely topic. The once dignified countenance of Feng Qingyan visibly darkened, and he glared at Feng Che, exclaiming, "I could strike you without hesitation." Noting this, Feng Che realized they had yet to commence their competition. Otherwise, the day's energies should have already manifested. He nodded in encouragement, saying, "Cousin, give it your all." "I believe in you," Feng Qingyan replied. "I believe in myself as well." Before he could finish, his younger cousin interjected, "You still have a drop of 24 places. Strive harder. If you fall to 7,005, that wouldn't be too bad. At least it's a whole number." "A whole number? What nonsense is that?" Feng Qingyan's expression turned sour in an instant. Gritting his teeth in fury, he shouted, "Feng Che, I'll..." But Feng Che had already fled. A group of girls approached, their gazes sharp. "Feng Qingyan, whom do you intend to harm?" Feng Qingyan replied, "My friend, have you so swiftly betrayed me to my cousin? He has only been here a few days." 24-12. Feng Che drew the 9th position, and the outcome of this battle seemed almost predetermined. Nevertheless, he delayed for quite some time before laboriously advancing into the top 12. In stark contrast, the other 11 contenders concluded their matches within 5 moves, with 5 of them astonishingly achieving victory in a single strike. Feng Che's performance appeared exceedingly lackluster. Among all the students present, comparisons were inevitably made, and Feng Che's showing was undoubtedly the least impressive, clearly placing him at the bottom of the rankings, akin to the weakest among the top 12. In an instant, the betting odds shifted dramatically. Among the 5 individuals, Qiu Yun, Ding Jiran, Xie Gongping, Hu Charan, and Mo Ganyan each had wagered over 30,000 points, having decisively bested all their opponents with a single move from start to finish. Within a single hour, the top 12 were determined, and the time had not yet approached noon. Thus, the competition to narrow down from 12 to 6 commenced immediately. When Feng Che drew his lot, a twitch of his lips betrayed his surprise. He had fortuitously drawn the 6th position, Mo Ganyan, one of the 5 favorites to win the championship. How could he remain low-key in such a situation? As Feng Che pondered this, he noticed a formidable youth opposite him, nearly 2 meters tall, raising his gaze. His eyes gleamed like blades. Mo Ganyan, at just 18 years of age. This young man possessed a physique surpassing that of men in their late 20s or early 30s. He stood there like an unyielding mountain, imposing and steadfast. Despite his towering stature and robust build, he exhibited remarkable coordination, embodying a perfect proportioned physique, albeit in a larger frame. His thick hair and prominent brows framed a strong face, characterized by a straight nose and wide mouth. Though only 18, The faint stubble on his cheeks hinted at a maturity beyond his years. A pair of eyes, sharp as blades, with long legs and a towering stature. The mere sight of him conjured a flurry of words in the minds of all who beheld him. Majestic, formidable, imposing. Feng Che had successfully drawn away Mo Ganyan, much to the relief of Qiu Yun and the others. In their individual judgments, they found Feng Che acceptable, but Mo Ganyan was undeniably a formidable obstacle on the path to victory. With deliberate steps, the two ascended the stage, one from the left and the other from the right. Feng Che glided gracefully from the left, his cloak billowing as if he were walking upon clouds. In contrast, Mo Ganyan approached from the opposite side, his gait powerful and commanding, his cloak undulating like a mountain in motion. One exuded an ethereal elegance, while the other emanated a weighty presence, an embodiment of two starkly contrasting temperaments. Feng Che focused his gaze, sighing inwardly. Mo Ganyan possessed a gaze that was strikingly sincere. After encountering many people, one comes to understand that those with such earnest eyes, even if flawed, are unlikely to harbor malevolence. Feng Che instinctively concluded that Mo Ganyan was likely a kindred spirit, a guardian of the same ilk. Likewise, Mo Ganyan felt a peculiar sense of kinship towards Feng Che, fostering an unspoken sentiment of reluctance to become adversaries. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands, the two locked gazes for 3 seconds, then simultaneously exhaled a sigh. The onlookers were bewildered. What on earth is happening? Are you two not going to fight, but instead share sighs? Are you here to perform a play? Mr. Mo. Feng Che greeted with a gentle smile. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. A hint of a smile broke the sharply defined features of Mo Ganyan's face as he replied, the pleasure is mine. Brother Mo, your name is quite intriguing. Feng Che remarked. Mo Ganyan chuckled heartily and remarked, when my father bestowed upon me my name, he expressed his utmost hope that one day, regardless of the circumstances, I would refrain from speaking first, and that no hero under heaven would dare to utter a word before me. Feng Che let out a laugh. I suppose that is indeed the sentiment. It surely cannot imply that one is too timid to speak. Ha. Mo Ganyan replied with a smile. Yet, I must confess, I feel somewhat unworthy of such a name at present. In the company of others, I still find myself speaking openly. Feng Che spoke earnestly. There will come a day when you shall embody that name. At that time, wherever you may be, as long as you choose to remain silent, no hero in the world will dare to speak. Mo Ganyan laughed boisterously. Thank you, Feng. How shall we engage in combat? Feng Che answered with nonchalance. Upon seeing you, I have formed certain calculations in my mind. I am curious to know how you wish to proceed. Do share your thoughts, and I shall see if they align with my own. Mo Ganyan laughed sincerely and suggested, in that case, shall we compare our skills in martial arts? Feng Che clapped his hands in delight, laughing heartily. That suits me perfectly. Mo Ganyan joined in the laughter, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. The interaction between individuals can be quite peculiar. Some people, upon first glance, resonate instantly, while others, who seem amiss at first sight, often validate one's initial judgment over time. Indeed, I was correct in my assessment. This person remains as disagreeable as ever, and their detestability only seems to grow. Both donned black cloaks. With a shared smile, they simultaneously cast aside their garments. On the stage, two vigorous young men emerged, both tall and slender, with broad shoulders and straight backs, possessing long arms and legs that seemed to epitomize perfection in proportion. Merely a slight increase in stature separated them, one exuding an elegant charm akin to a jade tree swaying in the breeze, while the other radiated a robust vigor, as formidable as towering mountains. In an instant, the two transformed into cheetahs hunting within the forest. With a swift motion, a thunderous sound erupted. Moments later, Mo Ganyan staggered back 7 paces, while Feng Che, arms outstretched like a great bird, soared back 2 zhang. As his toes grazed the ground, Feng Che spun, rolling into a whirlwind, his erect form spinning towards Mo Ganyan with fervor. Both fists launched forth. Mo Ganyan took a step back, his body slightly bent, resembling a fierce tiger poised for the hunt. At the very moment Feng Che approached, he sidestepped and unleashed his fists in unison, an embodiment of the most fundamental, yet powerful technique in boxing. The tiger emerges from the mountain. A resounding clash echoed as their fists collided, forcing them apart once more. Impressive. Feng Che advanced 3 steps, lowering his stance, his right fist surging forth like a tempest. Exhilarating. Opposite him, Mo Ganyan mirrored the stance, his fist the size of a bowl, striking with the force of thunder. Once again, their fists met with a resounding impact. Both staggered momentarily, retracting their fists only to launch another assault. The pace quickened dramatically, and the arena reverberated with a series of explosive sounds. The focus was solely on their fists, an unyielding exchange of blows. The spectators, transfixed, could scarcely believe their eyes. While the audience may not have regarded the prowess of legwork as significant, this display was nothing short of exhilarating. It was no surprise that Mo Ganyan, with his iron-like tenacity, chose to engage in such a direct confrontation. However, no one anticipated that the seemingly delicate and refined Feng Che would choose such a brazenly confrontational style of combat, refusing to yield an inch. This stark contrast evoked a sense of dissonance, yet was imbued with fervor. The four fists collided on the stage with the force of iron, relentlessly striking against one another. For an astonishing 500 blows, neither combatant retreated. Then, with a simultaneous roar, they both sprang back and executed almost identical movements. One leg planted firmly on the ground, while the other swung out fiercely. No longer exchanging punches, they engaged in a battle of legs. Their elongated limbs thundered against each other on the arena floor. The impact of their calves colliding resonated like two steel pipes clashing, inducing a wince of discomfort in every observer. Although merely two individuals, and comparatively low-tier martial artists at that, the intensity of their clash evoked a visceral sense of brutality among the crowd, akin to the collision of two celestial bodies. Sparks flew. Did it not hurt? Below, both boys and girls felt an irresistible urge to massage their own legs. For no other reason, merely witnessing the spectacle made their limbs ache. How bold was my cousin? Several girls gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock, their hearts racing in exhilaration. How manly! How manly! A few boys gasped, their teeth gritting. Surely those legs must be on the verge of breaking? On stage, it appeared as though two colossal dinosaurs were engaged in a furious clash. Meanwhile, Ding Zhiran, Xiao Yunshang, Hua Charan, and Xie Gongping observed the brutal combat unfolding before them, their lips twitching in disbelief. A profound sensation of relief surged within me, accompanied by the thought, thank goodness it is not I who is battling on that stage at this moment. Truly, such adversaries are ones to be avoided at all costs. Each one is fearlessly relentless, devoid of any cunning tactics, simply engaging in a direct confrontation. And yet, they possess the strength to withstand it. As the flames ignited, I could not help but feel a tremor in my calves, as if my legs were on the verge of breaking. Xiaoyan appeared dazed, her lips twitching, unable to suppress the urge to move her legs, feeling parched and dry. Even the two judges on stage wore expressions of astonishment, baring their teeth in disbelief. I envisioned myself in a similar clash with an opponent of equal caliber, and a pang of discomfort surged through my teeth as I discreetly shifted my legs, swallowing hard. Such a thunderous spectacle, where the heavens and earth resonate, is a rarity in any combat, be it in the martial academy or elsewhere. The ground shook with the thunderous sounds of their collision, as they exchanged over 300 strikes, culminating in a resounding roar. They instinctively flipped backward, only to swiftly advance once more, raising their left legs for another fierce encounter, their limbs colliding with a forceful impact. Beneath the arena, a group of onlookers counted fervently, 378, 379. Gradually, a chorus of thousands echoed in unison, 451, 457. The earth trembled in response. While many were merely spectators, admiration gleamed in their eyes as they shouted in unison. These two warriors, in this battle, had nearly won the respect of the entire academy. Setting aside their cultivation levels, the sheer masculinity of their combat style was indeed a rarity. There was no hint of pretense in their clashes. As practitioners of martial arts, how could they not appreciate the essence of such encounters? It is generally acknowledged that after enduring over 300 strikes and numerous collisions, one must inevitably alter their tactics. The strain becomes unbearable, and an undeniable thought emerges. If I were to share the battlefield with these two individuals, I would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of security. This is the instinct of a warrior. Those capable of such combat are certainly not the weaklings. The arena reverberates with thunderous sounds, while the crowd's chants grow increasingly fervent, culminating at 763. Simultaneously, the two contenders unleash a fierce roar, propelling themselves backward with exceptional force. They retreat to the very edges of the platform. Feng Che stumbles momentarily, yet manages to regain his balance. Meanwhile, Mo Ganyan also falters slightly, his right leg buckles, causing him to kneel briefly before promptly rising to stand firm. The two face each other, gritting their teeth yet smiling. Feng Che's smile is particularly gentle and warm. Was that exhilarating? Witnessing this tender smile elicits a strong sense of dissonance among the onlookers. Could this mild-mannered and gentle man truly be the same individual who had just exhibited such ferocity? Exhilarating, Mo Ganyan exclaims with hearty laughter, embodying a youthful spirit brimming with audacity. As his laughter fades, he decisively turns to the referee and states, "I concede." "You concede?" Feng Che replies in astonishment, mirroring the confusion of the crowd. "How could you have lost? It was clearly a draw." Mo Ganyan retorts, "A loss is a loss. There is nothing to deny. I am fully aware of the effort I have invested in my martial skills, but you are undoubtedly on a different level." Moreover, Mo Ganyan laughed heartily, saying, "If we continue to fight, neither of us will claim the championship. If we cannot win, we certainly shall not allow anyone else to benefit. Thus, I shall reserve some strength for you." Feng Che chuckled sincerely. "I never expected you to be so considerate." "Indeed," Mo Ganyan replied with a smile. "Besides, I plan to learn from you in the future. I cannot afford to offend you now." His words carried a deeper meaning. Feng Che's gaze flickered, and in a moment of understanding, he silently admired Mo Ganyan's keen insight, replying, "Very well." He surprisingly refrained from offering false modesty. Mo Ganyan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, completely unperturbed, and he eagerly declared, "It's a pact then." "A pact." With a hearty laugh, Mo Ganyan leaped off the stage, nearly losing his balance. With a muffled grunt, he proceeded to roll up his pant leg, revealing a leg marred with dark bruises, some areas swollen to the point of splitting and bleeding. Grimacing in pain, he exclaimed, "It hurts so much. Damn. So hard, too hard. Feng Che, you truly are a beast. I have never encountered such a tough opponent in all my years." Feng Che smiled on the arena, clasped his hands in genuine gratitude, and said, "Thank you, Brother Mo, for your graciousness." He then descended the stage with a steady gait, his expression remaining composed and cool. The infinite sutra quietly circulated within him, repeatedly cleansing the meridians in his legs, gradually healing his injuries. He donned the great cloak handed to him by Feng Qingyun, draping it over himself as he positioned himself at the forefront of the crowd, keenly observing the battles unfolding on the stage. He stood tall and upright, exuding an aura of composure and strength, seemingly indifferent to the legs that had just collided over 700 times, or perhaps untouched by their impact. In that moment, it became evident to all who had witnessed the recent clash who had triumphed and who had faltered. It was unmistakably clear that Mo Ganyan had suffered defeat. Yet, despite his loss, no one dared to underestimate him. Rather, an undeniable sense of respect permeated the crowd, resonating with the sentiment, "Truly, he is a formidable man." In the battle of the 13 advancing to 7, aside from Jing Shuanggao, who had a bye, the others showcased their true prowess. Ding Jieran and his companions found it impossible to secure victory in a single move, each ensnared in protracted combat. Ultimately, the 7 strongest emerged: Feng Che, Ding Jieran, Xiao Yunshang, Huachu Ran, Xie Gongping, Jing Shuanggao with a bye, and unexpectedly, Yu Zhongge. This individual, originally ranked 11th, had risen to the occasion, gaining strength against formidable opponents, and had not faltered thus far. Next came the transition to the 7 advancing to 4, where evidently another would receive a bye. The competition was nearing its climax, with the finals and the battle for 3rd place imminent. The betting area was alive with fervent voices, a cacophony of excitement. Through this battle, Feng Che's potential had become apparent to all, establishing him as a leading contender for the championship. Who would not wish to seize such an opportunity? Yet now, the betting area was closed, rejecting further wagers. According to the instructors, placing bets at this juncture was less prudent than waiting until the champion was declared. That way, one could ensure a profit without loss. Consequently, the grand arena echoed with lamentations. Although suspense lingered, many had already forfeited their chances of recouping losses, as their chosen competitors had been eliminated. A referee approached Feng Che, inquiring, "How are you faring?" Feng Che shifted his legs slightly and smiled, saying, "It's nothing. Don't overexert yourself." "I didn't overexert," came the reply. "Then that's good." The referee promptly announced, 7 into 4, after lunch this afternoon. Feng Che continued to move his legs, savoring the restorative effects of the infinite sutra on his limbs, and couldn't help but glance at the opposite side where Mo Ganyan stood. It felt as though he had been swinging his leg against a steel beam for quite some time. The pain was genuine, yet Feng Che bore it silently. In truth, even if the injury were more severe, and his leg bone had cracked, as long as it had not completely severed, the outcome remained undecided. And Feng Che could continue to swing away without flinching. Such was the tenacity of an experienced fighter. Better to lose a leg than a life. As he moved, a smile crept onto his face. Mo Ganyun's legs were indeed quite sturdy. Unfortunately, they lacked the authenticity of Feng Che's cultivation, and his martial prowess was slightly inferior. Being at the third rank of martial master. With his own third rank of martial master, Feng Che had no cause for concern when engaging in a spar with Mo Ganyun. Nevertheless, one leg still ached considerably. Thankfully, he had nearly recovered. Upon catching Feng Che's gaze, Mo Ganyun burst into laughter and strode over, his pant legs still rolled up, revealing a strikingly swollen calf marked by bruises. It was quite the peculiar sight. Mo Ganyun approached without reservation, casually draping an arm over Feng Che's shoulder, and asked, "Hey, doesn't it hurt?" Feng Che maintained a stoic expression, replying, "Who told me to win? Even if it hurts, I must pretend it doesn't." Haraha. Mo Ganyun laughed again. Those familiar with him cast sideways glances, wondering when this hulking figure had become so jovial. In a moment, strike with fervor. Mo Ganyun, unreservedly pointing at the initial flames, remarked, "These individuals do not seem to be accustomed to direct confrontation. If we can compel them to engage forcefully, they will inevitably grimace in discomfort." His words struck at the core of these individuals' vulnerabilities. After all, few across the continent possessed the tenacity of Feng Che and Mo Ganyun. Ding Jiran stood apart, his expression indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding commotion, exuding an aura of solitude amidst the throngs of people, as if he were an isolated figure in a vast desert. Regardless of the multitude around him, he remained profoundly alone. The others, including Huachuran, exchanged glances and rolled their eyes. The four great competitions of the Seven Jin were set to commence in the afternoon. These individuals must have lost their senses to confront a formidable opponent like Mo Ganyun at this moment. Victory would yield little benefit. They turned away in disinterest. However, Xiao Yun gazed intently at Mo Ganyun, stating, "Once this matter is resolved, we must seize the opportunity to engage in a match." Mo Ganyun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Excellent. He promptly initiated the drawing of lots. Feng Che was the first to draw. Upon receiving his token, he noticed an opponent across from him, whose expression was filled with battle intent, Ding Jiran. In the upcoming battles of the four great competitions of the Seven Jin, Feng Che had encountered his second target. The others drew their lots in succession, and Yu Zhongge received a bye, which relieved him. The preceding contenders were akin to beasts. Avoiding an additional match would conserve considerable energy. He genuinely feared sustaining a serious injury, as that would render him incapable of further combat. Feng Che smiled kindly at Ding Jiran and warmly remarked, "Brother Ding, I have long admired your reputation. Do take a good rest at noon, and in the afternoon, let us enjoy each other's company." Ding Jiran, taken aback by Feng Che's unexpected cordiality, paused momentarily before stiffly replying, "You too." With those three words, he turned and walked away. Feng Che was momentarily stunned. Known for his economy of words, he had encountered someone equally sparing in expression today. Soon, the crowd dispersed, accompanied by four beaming and exuberant young ladies, alongside 8 despondent young men who appeared as if they had lost their way. Feng Qingyun, filled with sympathy, inquired, "Did you lose again?" "Indeed." The 8 lamented, nearly wishing for oblivion. "We all placed our bets on Mo Ganyun, only to be thwarted by you." Feng Che pondered for a moment, realizing the logic in their despair. These fellows spent their days together. If one analytical mind surmised that Mo Ganyun had a significant chance, it was certain that all would wager on him. After all, brothers share both triumphs and setbacks, such is the nature of camaraderie. This phenomenon can be aptly termed as either a resounding victory or a complete rout. It was evident now that victory was not in their grasp. Had it been a group of young ladies at play, the bets would have undoubtedly differed. Perhaps, while they publicly aligned, they secretly placed their stakes on 8 distinct targets. "Cousin, you have concealed your intentions too well. If only you had given us a hint." The 8 lamented with exaggerated despair. Feng Che, with a resigned expression, remarked, "What sort of individuals are they on the opposing side? To put it plainly, even until now, should you have bet on me, the possibility of losing remains. As newcomers, who among us can guarantee victory in this matter?" Upon hearing this, everyone found it quite reasonable. Just then, the dishes were served. And the 8 of them transformed their sorrow into appetite, devouring the food with remarkable speed. Each one patted Feng Qingyun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother, for the next 6 months, I shall stick with you." Feng Qingyun widened his eyes in astonishment. "It seems you have wagered even your meal money." The 8 of them wore a pained expression. One individual turned his pocket inside out, displaying its emptiness, with a pallid complexion, not a single cent left. At this, several girls erupted in laughter, shaking with mirth. Feng Che, intrigued, inquired, "Sister Lu, what about the 4 of you? We are different." Sister Lu replied with pride. "From the very beginning, even before the first match, we placed our bets on you." Feng Che was immediately impressed. What discernment! At that time, I hadn't shown any promise. Sister Lu chuckled awkwardly, saying, "It's not so much that we expect you to win, but rather that we wish to see your face more often. After all, there will be many opportunities to eat and play together in the future. If we don't bet on you, how can we face eating together later?" The other girls nodded in agreement. "Cousin, your face is quite appetizing. Just looking at it makes me able to eat an extra half bowl of rice. I could manage an additional bowl." Feng Che stared in disbelief. "Is it truly like this?" Another sister remarked, "Moreover, we didn't bet much. Consider it merely a fee for the enjoyment of your charms. Winning or losing, it hardly matters." Feng Che felt a wave of confusion. A fee for the enjoyment of my charms? When did this term ever apply to me? Surely, you have mistaken something. The meal was indeed quite sumptuous. Feng Qingyun hosted a banquet, featuring the exquisite meat of demon beasts, alongside a nourishing porridge that replenished one's vitality. Upon calculating the expenses, Feng Che was astonished. This sumptuous feast cost merely 2 points? "Indeed," Feng Qingyun replied. "Do you think these points are easily obtained? Were it not for the intention to rejuvenate you, those 2 points could sustain me and my companions for a week." Feng Che, bewildered, mused, "Such currency is truly remarkably resilient." As afternoon arrived, the spotlight turned to Feng Che. Clad in a flowing black cloak adorned with dark golden patterns, he stood against the wind. His hair cascading elegantly, and his garments billowing gracefully, the intricate patterns undulating softly. Unbeknownst to him, he exuded an aura of fragile vulnerability. Yet, his opponent, Ding Jiran, perceived a formidable challenge ahead. Having witnessed Feng Che's earlier display of power, akin to a tempest clashing with the earth's fire, he was not deceived by Feng Che's seemingly delicate demeanor. The two stood opposite each other, their gazes locked. Feng Che broke the silence first. "Brother Ding, your journey thus far has not been easy. I empathize deeply." Before the duel commenced, he continued earnestly, "I have a word to share, and I hope you will listen attentively." Ding Jiran's austere expression softened slightly in surprise as he replied, "Speak on." Nodding, Ding Jiran affirmed, "Of course." Feng Che then articulated with utmost sincerity, "Regardless of the outcome of this battle, I hope to forge a friendship through martial arts with you, Brother Ding. May we inspire one another towards progress, and I aspire that one day, in the midst of conflict or crisis, we may stand together as guardians for each other." Feng Che's words resonated with profound sincerity, prompting a similar acknowledgement from Ding Jiran, who nodded in agreement. "I feel the same." His face bore an expression of rigidity, suggesting that he was typically a person of few words. As he spoke now, each word seemed to emerge with great effort, and his pace was notably slow, revealing a distinct lack of ease in communication. At this moment, when he attempted a smile, the long stiffened muscles of his face moved, creating an impression of awkwardness. Yet, this was the most amicable expression he could muster. Feng Che nodded repeatedly and said, "Thank you, Brother Ding, for your appreciation and understanding." He sighed deeply and continued, "Regarding the incident with Shi Men Su Ri, I do not wish to argue over it. Distinguishing right from wrong holds no significance at this point. However, I sincerely hope such bloody events do not recur." He solemnly turned to face the two instructors, his voice grave. "Teachers, I possess a sword technique that, when forced to the extreme, can instantaneously drain all my vitality, amplifying my combat strength several-fold. Yet, once unleashed, I cannot control the outcome." Feng Che gazed earnestly and hopefully at the two instructors. They exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and reassured him, "Rest assured. If at that time Ding Jiran is at a disadvantage, we will intervene immediately to prevent any tragic outcome." Feng Che gratefully nodded and bowed, saying, "Thank you, teachers." He then turned to Ding Jiran, apologetically stating, "Brother Ding, please do not take offense. I harbor no disdain towards you. It is simply that this technique is indeed quite formidable, and my current cultivation is rather insufficient." Upon his utterance, Ding Jiran felt an even stronger sense of sincerity emanating from him. He nodded slowly, his expression rigid, and said, "I do not hold it against you." After contemplating, he realized that Feng Che had consistently been amiable, while he himself had remained cold and aloof. Such behavior was indeed inappropriate. Thus, he spoke again. "If the moment truly arrives, I shall concede. However, I may not be so easily defeated." This statement was rather lengthy. Feng Che estimated that this must be the longest sentence Ding Jiran had articulated in the past year. He nodded with a smile, exclaiming, "Brother Ding, remember, regardless of victory or defeat." Ding Jiran's previously stoic visage cracked into a faint smile as he interjected, "We are still friends." At that moment, his usually subdued eyes sparkled with unexpected brightness. "Ha ha!" Feng Che laughed heartily, his arms sweeping wide. His dark cloak adorned with golden patterns billowed like a gathering storm cloud as he propelled himself forward. A flash of steel glimmered as the long sword found its place in his grasp. With a sharp clang, the sword energy erupted from the opposing side. Feng Che's gaze flickered as he recalled the information provided by Sun Yuan. Ding Jiran, born with a natural sword bone, possessed a cold demeanor, was difficult to approach, and rarely smiled, often spending an entire day without uttering a word. Ding Jiran's sword was exceedingly sharp. Yet, after observing Ding Jiran in battle several times, Feng Che sensed something amiss. In his previous life, he had faced countless battles, and it was evident to him that Ding Jiran was concealing something. Having encountered numerous individuals with innate sword bones, he knew that someone with such a gift could not merely possess this level of skill. If one were not born with a natural sword bone, it would not be an easy feat for an ordinary scion to reach such heights in cultivation. Therefore, when things appear unusual, there must be something extraordinary at play. Feng Che gathered his spirits, unleashing Sun Yuan's sweeping knife technique, impervious to the tempest around him. Below, the expressions of all present were peculiar, each wearing a look that seemed to question, "Have I witnessed this episode before?" The unfolding battle bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous confrontation between Feng Che and Shimin Shuri, almost indistinguishable. Once again, Feng Che found himself at a disadvantage. Once more suppressed, the strategy remained the same. 3 parts offense to 7 parts defense, struggling to hold his ground. Many upperclassmen, masters of their craft, some even at the pinnacle of their realms, whispered among themselves, "Surely, this lad Ascent about to replay the last episode?" The clash of blades filled the air, sharp and chilling. The two fighters rolled and tumbled, exchanging hundreds of strikes in mere moments. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as blades met, sparks flying like stars. Feng Che, indeed relying on sheer force, executed a powerful move that created distance between them. With a mighty shout, he leaped into the air. The blade's brilliance erupted suddenly, cascading like mercury across the ground. It was none other than the flying heaven blade technique, the very style that had garnered Sun Yuan his fame. Though the technique was exquisite, its potential was average and hardly classified as a high-tier combat strategy. Yet Feng Che had mastered it to an extraordinary degree, achieving a level of skill that was nearly unparalleled. The two judges observed intently, silently appraising the spectacle. The relentless clamor of clashing weapons resounded, an uncountable number of encounters. A flurry of sparks erupted. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Feng Che seized the initiative with ninefold aggression, while Ding Jiran struggled desperately on the ground. With a resounding clash, the blades met once more, and Feng Che soared into the air, executing a graceful spiral. The gleaming edge of his sword descended like a majestic dragon from the heavens. "Excellent!" Ding Jiran bellowed, a flash of fervent combat spirit illuminating his typically stern visage. With a flick of his long sword, a magnificent burst of sword flowers erupted. Another clash resounded as Feng Che ascended again, diving down once more. He seemed to transform into a bird in flight, perpetually descending and soaring, for a full 15 minutes, his feet scarcely touching the ground. The mere touch of the sword's tip provided him with ample force to launch himself into the air for another strike. Like a nimble eagle relentlessly pouncing on a ground-bound rabbit, the chilling blade unleashed a continuous wave of impending doom. He firmly suppressed Ding Jiran, countering any surge in his sword's brilliance with even greater ferocity. Once more, Feng Che dove down, again and again. He had to compel Ding Jiran to reveal his hidden trump card, otherwise, it would remain a lingering concern. With a thunderous boom, Ding Jiran staggered backward, his long sword now bearing a noticeable crack. After all, the sword was a weapon of finesse, not one meant for such brutal confrontations. Feng Che's ferocious insistence on brute force stemmed from the advantage of wielding a blade. In a direct clash, the sword was at a disadvantage. With this retreat, Ding Jiran found himself 15 zhang away, perilously close to the edge of the arena. Then, in a sudden movement, he switched the sword to his left hand. With a powerful push from his legs, the sword's brilliance surged skyward. In the air, a hissing sound echoed, as a wave of sword energy sliced through the atmosphere. As Ding Jiran surged forth, he resembled a gleaming sword, soaring as if intent on piercing through the very clouds. Feng Che circled in the sky, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. Indeed, my conjectures were correct. The trump card lay right here. I had asserted that this lad possessed an innate sword spirit, and it was evident that his current prowess could not merely be attributed to talent alone. It turned out that he wielded a sword with his left hand. He was a southpaw? With the opponent's hidden strength now unveiled, Feng Che held nothing back. As the sword light ascended, he let out a resounding shout. Blade of the pagoda. Harnessing the brilliance of his blade, he soared into the heavens, leaping to a height of 7 zhang. He then twirled mid-air, leaving a magnificent arc of blade light that traced a grand circle in the sky. In an inverted manner, a multitude of blade peaks materialized before him, resembling a resplendent pagoda. The pinnacle continually formed below, while the body of the tower grew thicker and more robust. A fierce aura of slaughter emanated, descending with the force of divine retribution. The might of this strike had even reached the realm of a martial sovereign. This blow was derived from a set of blade techniques known as the 3 blades of the pagoda, which Feng Che had acquired in his previous life. Having always wielded a sword in the past, he had never utilized it until now, executing the first move. Despite Ding Jiran's natural sword spirit, how could he possibly contend with Feng Che, whose power had multiplied several times over? Furthermore, this blade unleashed a chilling intent that enveloped Ding Jiran entirely. As the sword light clashed with the blade light, there were merely 2 sharp sounds before the longsword shattered with a resounding crack. The blade peaks of the pagoda crashed down. Ding Jiran, clutching the broken sword, stumbled backward, yet his lifeless eyes ignited with combat fervor. He swung the shattered sword desperately to fend off the oncoming blade energy, but it was evident that he was outmatched. A thin line of blood appeared upon his skin, a testament to the blade energy that had already grazed him. Suddenly, the broken sword was completely engulfed in the glimmer of blades. It seemed that Ding Jiran was on the verge of being mercilessly sliced by Feng Che. Abruptly, a figure flashed, and an instructor appeared behind Ding Jiran. With one hand, he grasped Ding Jiran by the collar and hurled him aside, while the other hand reached forward, daringly plunging into the torrent of blades. 2 delicate fingers, akin to a young girl playfully capturing the wings of a butterfly, deftly pinched the blade's tip. Clang! The long knife twisted in midair, as if a serpent caught by the throat. The blinding light of the blade suddenly vanished. Feng Che, with one hand gripping the knife, found himself suspended upside down in the air, the blade's tip firmly held in the instructor's hand. After a brief moment of stalemate, Feng Che flipped and landed, drenched in sweat, exhaling deeply to dissipate the lingering intent of the blade, gratefully expressing, "Thank you, teacher." The instructor released his grip on the knife's tip and smiled. "The move you deemed uncontrollable is precisely this one, isn't it?" "Indeed," Feng Che acknowledged with fervor in his gaze. "Teacher, you are remarkable. You captured it with just 2 fingers. Remembering my words before the battle, I feel immensely embarrassed." The instructor chuckled. "You have only been practicing martial arts for a few days, yet you possess such skill, such lethal technique, and so adeptly. It is evident that you have devoted yourself earnestly. At your age, I certainly was not as formidable. Teacher is too humble. I have much to improve upon." Feng Che replied, then turned to Ding Jiran, striding towards him with concern. "Brother Ding, are you all right?" Ding Jiran, still shaken, nodded. "I could not withstand that blow." Feng Che reassured him. "It is good that you are unharmed." With a cheerful laugh, he reminded, "Let us not forget our agreement. Regardless of victory or defeat." A flicker of struggle and hesitation passed through Ding Jiran's eyes, before he replied with a smile, "Of course, I shall not forget, no matter the outcome. We are friends. In times of peril, we stand guard and support one another, serving as shields for each other." Unlike Feng Che's sincere enthusiasm when he spoke these words, Ding Jiran articulated, No matter the outcome, we are friends. In times of peril, we stand guard and support one another. With a measured cadence, his expression serious and voice stiff with solemnity. As he uttered the final phrase, serving as shields for each other, his tone grew weighty, akin to a solemn vow. His previously lifeless gaze ignited with fervor, transforming his typically rigid countenance with a hint of color. Amid Feng Che's hearty laughter, a sharp clap echoed as their palms met in the air. Feng Che's demeanor radiated sincerity and warmth, while Ding Jiran's face remained stoic, adorned with a somewhat forced smile that bore an oddly comforting warmth. Below the stage, Imo Ganyan leaped up, exclaiming, "Count me in," followed by peals of laughter. Feng Che glanced at Ding Jiran with a subtle smile. 3 seeds had vanquished Shimanshiri, 1 down, 2 remaining. This Ding Jiran could not be eliminated. Hence, Feng Che chose another path, to befriend him. With the unpretentious fervor of a warrior, he sought to awaken the warrior spirit within Ding Jiran, open and transparent, like a clear sky after the storm. Yet, Ding Jiran's demeanor unmistakably revealed a reclusive and solitary nature, and such individuals are often in greater need of companionship. Furthermore, considering the aspect of age, a youth of 17 or 18, regardless of their flaws, invariably possesses a fervent heart, often referred to as the Chinibu face. Hence, Feng Che's scheme proved effective. Of course, had this approach faltered, Feng Che would readily adapt, for it is imperative to employ diverse strategies when confronting different individuals. Indeed, initiating friendships poses no dilemma. As for the future developments, only time will tell. Feng Che felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Among his 3 targets, he had successfully navigated 2. The demise of Shimin Shuri, at his own hands, could certainly be counted as a conquest as well. 7 out of 4. Feng Che emerged as the frontrunner. In that instant, all bore witness to Feng Che's undeniable prowess, solidifying his status as a formidable contender for victory. It could even be asserted that he was a veritable champion in the making, especially given his unparalleled technique, the blade of the pagoda, which left no rival unscathed. Countless students lamented their misfortune, but alas, it was too late. Among the multitude of contenders, Feng Che had the least amount of betting odds, with merely around 7,000 points wagered on him. Moreover, the majority of these bets came from those who were captivated by the allure of handsome young men, demonstrating the significant advantage of the aesthetically inclined in this superficial society. A momentous triumph for the beauty enthusiasts. The male populace faced near total defeat, leaving a landscape of desolation. In stark contrast, the female martial students who had placed their bets on Feng Che erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices harmonious and delicate, even managing to drown out the lamentations of the boys. "Cousin, cousin, he is mine," cried a round-faced girl with a cherubic visage, her expression brimming with astonishment. This exclamation, far from being a mere display of arrogance, pierced the hearts of many a gambler like a dagger. They never intended to win, while others, including myself, engaged in endless analysis, permutations, and various deliberations. We ultimately found ourselves ensnared in a pit from which there seemed no escape. Countless young men felt a wave of darkness wash over them, sensing that their future at the Martial Arts Academy appeared bleak and devoid of hope. I cannot go on. I too shall not endure. The thought of future living expenses, meal costs, and cultivation fees overwhelms me with despair. Ah, you wagered everything? Not even a penny left for food? Wasn't that a gamble for a chance at fortune? I have left not even a fraction of my points, all squandered on that unpromising Ding Jiran. Wait, my brother, do you mean you still possess some? Get lost. I have nothing. No, brother, dear brother, father. From tomorrow onward, I shall follow you devotedly. Father, please don't leave me. The entire Baiyun Martial Arts Academy was shrouded in gloom and despair. The next match pits Huachuran against Xie Gongping. Before the battle commenced, nearly everyone sensed that the outcome of this grand competition had already become apparent. Feng Che was virtually assured of victory. The remaining contests merely served to determine the second and third places, rendering the spectacle rather unremarkable. For Feng Che's signature move, the blade of floating pagoda, was an undeniable guarantee of triumph. Even if the remaining competitors boasted greater overall strength than Feng Che, the moment that blade was unleashed, defeat was all but inevitable. If that is the case, what is there left to contest? After all, none of us will claim the title of champion. The brilliance and intensity of this battle, as well as the tenacity displayed, astonishingly surpassed everyone's expectations. Since taking to the stage, Huachuan and Xie Gongping have engaged in a relentless duel. Their fists and feet struck with a rhythm akin to drums, and as both bore the bruises of combat, they simultaneously drew their blades, clashing with a fierce resonance. Eventually, their swords shattered, and they resorted to close-quarters combat. Remarkably, the duel continued for an entire hour, with neither side emerging victorious. In the end, both warriors, completely drained of their vital essence, refused to succumb, continuing to pummel each other with sheer physical strength. The spectators exchanged incredulous glances, their skin crawling in response to the sheer spectacle, deeply shaken by the display. What profound enmity could drive them to such extremes? Mo Ganyan, standing beside Feng Che, chuckled. These two families are sworn enemies. They've been at odds since they were 3 years old. Oh, pray tell, he added, a hint of amusement flickering across his coarse features. Huachuan is the scion of the esteemed Hua clan, a prominent 8th-tier family in Fubo City, while Xie Gongping hails from the equally esteemed Xie clan, also an 8th-tier family. Both are prodigies in their own right. The Hua and Xie families have been embroiled in conflict for 2 millennia, having fallen from the 7th tier due to their mutual hostilities, which deepened their animosity. Hence, whenever these two families encounter each other, a fierce confrontation ensues. In the martial academy, lethal force is prohibited. Had this occurred outside, their fates would have been irrevocably sealed. As Mo Ganyan spoke of the prohibition against killing within the academy, he cast a meaningful glance at Feng Che. Feng Che suddenly realized and remarked, "So that is the case." He then inquired, "Why are you observing me so intently?" "To my knowledge, Brother Feng, you are the first in the past 3 centuries of Baiyun Martial Academy to have taken a life during the freshman competition." Mo Ganyan sighed. "What a talent." Although you have slain Shimanshiri, and it appears that the storm has calmed, the Academy has a considerable amount of work ahead, regardless of the circumstances. Shimanshiri was a legitimate student of the Academy, ranking among the top. To have been killed on the arena before tens of thousands is a grave incident for the institution. No matter how despicable or unscrupulous Shimanshiri was, or how he attempted a sneak attack only to meet his demise, those are merely justifications and cannot obscure the fact that a martial arts student was publicly murdered upon entering the academy. For you personally, perhaps you only need to be wary of retaliation from the Shiman family, as it is evident to all that the blame does not rest upon you. However, absence of blame for you does not imply that others will not suffer misfortune. Mo Ganyan gestured towards the platform. Did you not notice? The judges on the stage have changed? Those 2 judges who officiated your battle with Shimanshiri have likely fallen into misfortune, as they are the prime candidates to bear the brunt of the blame. Feng Che paused in silence before softly responding. In such circumstances, how can one blame those 2 instructors? No one had the time to react appropriately. Though he said this, the fact remained that only those 2 were present on the stage, and their inability to intervene was indeed a failing. After all, they were the judges and responsible for safety. With the prowess of the Martial Institute, it is unnecessary to concern itself with a mere 9th-level family, such as the Shiman clan. However, it is imperative to provide an explanation to the various sectors of society. Thus, even though it is evident that circumstances are at play and that the 2 instructors are blameless, this stain upon their reputations is inescapable. Mo Ganyan could not help but sigh. If there is no one to safeguard those 2 instructors, alas. He shook his head, choosing to remain silent. A loud thud echoed through the arena as Huachuan and Xie Gongping simultaneously struck each other's eye sockets with their fists, leaving them both with swollen bruises. Exhausted, the 2 fighters staggered, their battered faces resembling that of a pig, before crashing down to the ground. Legs in the air, they lay motionless. Remarkably, the match ended in a draw, leaving the audience in astonishment. No one had anticipated that after such a fierce contest, this would be the outcome. Yet, it was clear to all that these 2 had not only exerted their utmost efforts, but had also summoned every ounce of strength within them, ultimately unable to best one another. Reluctantly, the announcement of a stalemate was made. Feng Che, however, paid little attention to the proceedings on stage, his thoughts consumed by Mo Ganyan's earlier remarks, which weighed heavily on his mind. The battle between Huachuan and Xie Gongping had occupied the entire afternoon. As dusk settled, the upcoming match between Xiao Yunshang and Jing Xuanggao, along with the final championship and the battle for the 3rd place, would have to be postponed until the following day. Moreover, the Martial Institute faced a dilemma: how to resolve the tie between these 2 fighters. Would it necessitate a shift from 7 to 5 contenders? This matter required further deliberation. Feng Che declined Feng Qingyun's invitation, choosing to depart alone. As the two instructors, Gao Yunxi and Zhou Yi, who officiated the battle between Feng Che and Shimin Shiri, emerged from the martial arts academy, their expressions were heavy with gravity. They sought refuge in a quaint tavern, where they ordered a modest selection of appetizers, yet were presented with 4 large jars of liquor. The dishes remained untouched, as one jar was swiftly consumed, and silence enveloped them. At last, Gao Yunxi broke the stillness with a bemused chuckle, remarking on the peculiarity of their predicament. Zhou Yi responded with a wry smile. Reflecting on his own misfortunes, following his injury, he had intended to perish on the battlefield, only to receive an unexpected transfer that led him to the Baiyun Martial Arts Academy. Initially resistant to the idea, he eventually acquiesced and found solace in a life devoid of peril, marrying and raising children, with the intention of nurturing talent and ensuring his existence held meaning. However, he lamented the irony that just as he began to savor domestic bliss, anxiety now loomed. Gao Yunxi nodded in agreement, echoing Zhou Yi's sentiments about his own family at home, sharing a light-hearted moment over their shared plight. Zhou Yi queried about the academy's potential response to their situation. He confidently asserted that the institution would undoubtedly protect them, and with a hearty laugh, he raised his cup and drank it down, mused that if they possessed thicker skin, their circumstances might have been more favorable. With a shared chuckle, Gao Yunxi lifted his cup in camaraderie, acknowledging the unfortunate reality that the esteemed reputation of the Baiyun Martial Arts Academy could not be tarnished by their missteps. As long as the Martial Academy safeguards its own instructors, it inevitably shields them from accountability, regardless of right or wrong. Indeed, such actions give rise to perceptions of collusion and petty corruption, oppressing the vulnerable populace. Both individuals are seasoned veterans of the martial world. How could they not foresee the repercussions of this incident? Reputation is not easily mended. Once the academy reaches a resolution, let us voluntarily journey to the borders of the New Chu, and perhaps engage in a few skirmishes with that band of so-called righteous disciples. With that, the two raised their cups, exchanging knowing smiles. Once comrades in arms, now colleagues, tomorrow they would once again become brothers in arms. Cheers. Let us remember to secure our families. Understood. They laughed heartily, as Gao Yunxi and Zhou Yi drank heartily, tacitly choosing not to mention the incident again. They bore no resentment towards anyone for this unforeseen event. The only one at fault was Shimin Shiri, who is now deceased. Can we truly blame Feng Che for a hasty counterattack in the face of ambush? Should he have simply offered his neck to be slain for the sake of being blameless? In such circumstances, even the headmaster himself might not have been able to intervene. Naturally, it is unfair to hold Gao Yunxi and Zhou Yi accountable. Who could have anticipated that Shimin Shiri harbored hidden weapons and living beasts, no less? Yet, a life lost demands accountability. The reputation of a martial academy is of utmost importance. Regardless of the outcome, a stance must be taken. Thus, they resolved to shoulder the burden themselves, sparing the academy from scrutiny, preserving its dignity. At the moment when the two individuals made up their minds, a clear and melodious voice interjected, "You two teachers truly possess exquisite taste." They lifted their gazes and beheld a young man standing at the entrance, clad in a dark garment adorned with golden patterns, holding 2 jars of wine, his countenance radiant with a charming smile. "May I enter, esteemed teachers?" Feng Che. Both were momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here?" "I happen to have 2 fine jars of wine and sought a place to indulge in them." Feng Che replied with a grin, placing the wine upon the table. "Tai Shua Tai? 50-year-old Tai Shua Tai?" Their eyes sparkled with delight. Tai Shua Tai held the esteemed title of the finest wine in the realm, and a 50-year vintage was a rarity indeed. However, their expressions soon turned solemn as they remarked, "Indeed, the noble Feng Gongzi effortlessly procures exceptional wine." Feng Che merely offered a faint smile. He had never intended for his actions to be concealed from the world. Yet, these thoughts held little significance. In the grand tapestry of life, how much does reputation truly matter? While others may care, Feng Che's chosen path diverged from the norm. The opinions of the world were, to him, mere trifles. The entanglement of his teachers due to his affairs weighed on him. Yet, to voice such sentiments now seemed futile. Feng Che spoke softly. "As for the matter of my character, I am well aware of it, and I leave it to the judgment of the world." He gradually seated himself opposite his 2 mentors and continued, "I have come today to share a few heartfelt words with you both, and once I have spoken, I shall take my leave. I kindly implore the two esteemed instructors to grant the courtesy of allowing the student to finish speaking. The two exchanged a glance, sensing an odd yet warm feeling in their hearts. The acknowledgement that they had been drawn into the student's plight brought them some solace. Although the situation arose from his actions, he could not be solely blamed. His presence here and the expression of these thoughts exemplified a commendable attitude. The martial academy differs vastly from the battlefield. In the latter, the loss of life is commonplace. Yet within the academy, the death of a student is a grave matter, for it concerns the recruitment of talent from across the realm. Regardless of fault, a tragedy remains a tragedy, an incident that must be recognized. As such, accountability must be assigned, and the two instructors are the most suitable candidates for this role. It is evident that both instructors have contemplated their positions, and the student refrains from meddling in their deliberations. However, he wishes to convey several sentiments. The battlefield is not lacking in soldiers whose prowess has yet to reach its zenith, yet it sorely lacks educators endowed with rich teaching experience, integrity, and a sense of responsibility. Two soldiers may venture to the front lines, at best slaying a few minor foes or defeating adversaries of equal or lesser rank, ultimately perishing in battle, leaving behind a noble legacy. In contrast, these diligent instructors within the academy have the capacity to continuously nurture future generations of talent, year after year, generation after generation. Even among the students who may lack martial aptitude, there are those who can be inspired with fervor, and among the talented, proper guidance can elevate them to monumental heights. It takes a decade to cultivate a tree and a century to nurture a person. The struggle against the forces of misguided doctrine is a task that cannot be accomplished by a single generation, only with the continuous emergence of subsequent talents. And with each individual's thoughts steadfastly aligned on the right path, can there be even a glimmer of hope for the future? The Martial Arts Academy has stood tall for a millennium. The pressures faced are but a fleeting moment within the storms of 1,000 years. Yet, the Academy's renowned reputation across the world is the result of the countless talents it has nurtured over millennia, each shining brilliantly in various locales. It is through the accumulation of small efforts, the gathering of resources, and the convergence of rivers that such achievements come to fruition. Perhaps the two instructors might assert that the Academy is teeming with talent, that their absence would be filled by even more formidable educators. However, students wish to inquire, are all the faculty members truly guardians of the Alliance? Is there truly no infiltrator among them who espouses a contrary doctrine? Is the Academy so uniformly united? If you depart, will your successors unequivocally be aligned with our ideals? Could this opportunity be seized by others to place their own people in positions of influence? For this reason, can one simply forsake the students currently being taught and those awaiting instruction in the future? Can the two instructors truly reconcile this with their conscience? To bear the weight of errors and face exile from the battlefield, spilling blood upon the land, is indeed the mark of a hero. Yet, for the foundation of countless generations to come, what harm would it be for the two instructors to endure a little longer? Feng Che concluded his remarks, clapping his hands to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. As the fragrance of wine wafted through the air, he rose with a smile and declared, "I have said all that I needed to say, and I shall take my leave." He cast a glance at the two individuals who remained, stunned into silence. Feng Che bowed respectfully, turned, and stepped outside, gently closing the door behind him. The sound of his footsteps faded away, vanishing into silence. After a considerable pause, Gao Yunxi exhaled deeply, astonished that the seemingly noble young Master Feng was, in reality, such a person. Zhou Yi wore a wry smile, sighing as well. After dedicating half his life to teaching, today he had received a lesson from his own student. This sensation was truly unique. The two exchanged knowing glances, sensing that each other's spirits had shifted from just moments before. "Are you not leaving?" Gao inquired. "A few trivial remarks. I, Gao, can certainly endure a bit of criticism. I shall stay. What about you? My resilience surpasses yours." They both chuckled heartily. After sharing their reflections, their eyes fell upon the two jars of wine on the table. "This lad truly is cautious," one remarked, "afraid we might refuse to drink, so he opened them directly. Shall we indulge? Since our pride is already engaged, it seems there is no harm in savoring our students' offerings. Then let us partake." "Indeed. And we should inform him that we are not departing. This matter is now his responsibility." Laughter erupted between them. It appeared that the situation with Shimen Shuri still required resolution. Otherwise, this affair would remain entangled. If they were to sever it now, would it not be a pity? After a moment of contemplation, one resolved. Pity it may be, yet it is merely a triviality. Sun Yuan was, as usual, waiting. What news? I defeated Ding Jiran, but did not kill or maim him. After all, having just eliminated Shimanshiri yesterday, should I eliminate another today, I might very well face expulsion. Feng Che remarked. Therefore, I did not resort to lethal force. Indeed, had I slain all three, how would you navigate this martial academy? Defeating them constitutes the greatest victory. Sun Yuan had naturally aligned himself with his own disciple. It is imperative to remember that self-preservation is of utmost importance at all times. What is your perspective on the last one? Feng Che responded with a faint smile. It is within my grasp. There are no issues at all. Sun Yuan's spirits lifted. That is splendid. I shall report to the leader tonight. Surely, the leader will be quite pleased. Feng Che inquired, Master. There is a question I am uncertain whether to pose. Sun Yuan replied, Speak freely, even if it seems somewhat inappropriate before me. Do you think I would sell you out? A reprimand would suffice as if I had not heard it. Feng Che chuckled bashfully before asking, Master, how do you maintain communication with the leader? It appears your correspondence is remarkably efficient. This had been Feng Che's greatest curiosity from his previous life. The members of the righteous sect communicated with astonishing swiftness. Long before the Guardians Alliance devised the Soul Jade for messaging, the righteous sect had already perfected this for countless years. Moreover, it had never altered, proving to be swifter and more convenient than the Soul Jade. The Soul Jade requires one to possess at least the lowest royal level cultivation to activate its messaging capabilities, yet the righteous sect evidently imposes no such restrictions. There must be some intricacy involved. It is quite simple, Sun Yuan remarked. I merely thought it was a matter of the messaging jade. I humbly seek your guidance, Master. The communication jade is distributed from the headquarters, and as long as there is a need, one need not worry about a shortage. Sun Yuan remarked. We do not know how it is produced. However, its usage is remarkably simple. Each of us, once we become a member of the sect, possesses within us a certain substance known as the five-spirit goo. As Sun Yuan uttered these words, there was a profound implication. It exists within you as well, contained in the elixir bestowed upon you by your esteemed elder brother, Su Yu. Feng Che's heart stirred. The five-spirit goo indeed. He had long been aware of the significant issues surrounding the five-spirit goo, laden with numerous secrets. Yet he could hardly fathom that such a miraculous insect could be utilized for communication. How could it work? His mouth expressed sheer astonishment. Brother Su is truly a good man to have given me such a precious thing. Sun Yuan's eyes momentarily stiffened. How? Could it be understood in this manner? Considering that Su Yu was likely already dead, reduced to mere bones, he chose not to elaborate further. Think what you will. In any case, your dear elder brother is now nothing more than a ghost. Similarly, Feng Che harbored the same sentiment. Think what you will. After all, my elder brother is no longer even a ghost. Chapter 23. Feng Che, my deep dismay, revised. Sun Yuan, feeling somewhat constrained in spirit, let out a huff and rolled his eyes, saying, Once you hold a position within the sect, you will naturally be bestowed a communication jade. At that time, once the essence of the five spirits goo permeates the jade, you will be able to manipulate the five spirits goo and communicate at will. The individuals responsible for communication vary according to their duties, and the number of communicators is determined by rank. In summary, those you can connect with correspond to your position. To reach someone, simply convey your thoughts to the five spirits goo, and it will seek out that individual for you, unless that person has perished, in which case the five spirits goo will inform you of the failed communication. Otherwise, regardless of distance, as long as you send a message, a response will be received immediately. Moreover, the five spirits goo on the other end will promptly notify the owner of the incoming message. Sun Yuan continued. To put it plainly, this is the power of the five spirits goo. This is also why the five spirits goo is deemed exceedingly perilous, as the human body generally cannot withstand its presence, leading to the tragic demise of many during the disciple selection process. Ah, I see, Feng Che replied, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Of course, there are a select few, favored by the higher-ups, who possess direct communication privileges with the sect leader even at lower ranks. A proud smile illuminated Sun Yuan's face as he remarked, Chair, the sect leader holds you in high regard. This statement carried significant weight. Feng Che's eyes sparkled with determination as he declared, I will undoubtedly fulfill my tasks with utmost excellence. striving to attain the privilege of reporting directly to the sect leader at any time. Indeed, in this regard, you must strive, and I too shall endeavor to advocate for you. Sun Yuan chuckled, feeling somewhat perplexed. Surprisingly, Feng Che exhibited little reaction to the notion that the five spirits goo could lead to death. Could it be that this child is so naive as to not suspect whether his brother Su might be the source of harm? Feng Che had initially intended to respond, yet fearing he might interrupt Sun Yuan's narration, he opted for silence. After all, Su Yu is deceased. Whether to react or not, he was still my good brother. His name will be invoked in the future. After Sun Yuan departed, Feng Che began his inquiry into the five spirits goo. Was everything truly the result of this entity? No wonder. Feng Che was aware that the five spirits goo could ensure loyalty. If a person harbored treachery within, the goo would retaliate instantly, leading to a swift demise. It was indeed remarkably sensitive. Unfortunately, the five spirits goo within Feng Che lacked such a function. He harbored dual intentions daily, and these intentions were profoundly rebellious in the eyes of the goo, yet it failed to take his life. Not only that, but he also had it firmly under his control, subjecting it to relentless practice that left it yearning for transcendence. However, Feng Che had been unaware until now that the five spirits goo possessed the capability to transmit messages. It appears this little entity has an extraordinary origin. The method of its creation remains a mystery. Channeling the infinite true scripture, he gradually entered the threshold of profound understanding. The five spirits goo was most averse to such spiritual energy, immediately curling up into a tight ball. With a flicker of thought, Feng Che began to emanate gentle, soothing intent, nourishing it with the spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. The five spirits goo paused momentarily before commencing to devour eagerly, tears of joy brimming in its eyes. At last, it had found sustenance. Since entering this fellow's body, I have hardly enjoyed a satisfying meal. I have been perpetually engulfed in a haze of hunger. At last, a flicker of conscience has emerged. Thank the heavens. This time, Feng Che has directly satiated the five spirits goo, and an overwhelming sense of joy began to rise within me. Clearly, the five spirits goo is quite pleased. After once more soothing it with gentle emotions, the five spirits goo was taken aback, unaccustomed to such extraordinary treatment. Feng Che felt a deep satisfaction and continued the interaction. Yi Ming entered with tea and, upon seeing the smile on Feng Che's face, inquired, "Why are you so cheerful today, young master?" At that moment, Feng Che felt a stir in his heart. He promptly sealed the five spirits goo. Snap! The five spirits goo. Feng Che then gestured mysteriously and said, "This is a secret. Lean in closer." Yi Ming, suppressing her excitement, feigned hesitation and replied, "Young master, may I massage your legs?" Indeed, Feng Che took the opportunity to stretch out his long legs, relishing Yi Ming's attentive service, and softly murmured, "This matter must not be disclosed." Of course, Yi Ming's lips curled into a smile as she eagerly complied, her hands busily massaging and easing his muscles. "Inside my body, there exists a five spirits goo. It is a remarkable treasure. Once I ascend in the sect, I can utilize this to communicate with others within the sect, sending messages instantaneously, even across vast distances. Wouldn't you agree that this is even more convenient than the legendary 1,000-mile voice transmission? Is it not a divine artifact?" Feng Che boasted with a grin. Night Dream opened her eyes wide and said, "Do not deceive me, young master. How could a mere insect accomplish such feats? TCH, what do you understand? Do you know why the sect has thrived for so many years?" He chuckled. "Even if we ascertain the enemy's whereabouts, by the time we arrive, it will be too late. They will have already vanished. It is precisely for this reason. The moment a thought arises, the news spreads. With even the slightest stir, they can retreat 1,000 miles away. Who could possibly capture them?" Feng Che declared with pride. "This will be my tool for survival in the future. Whenever anything occurs, haha, I will receive the news immediately." Night Dream gazed at him, her mouth agape in innocent astonishment. This was indeed a grand secret. Feng Che promptly adopted a bored expression, waving his hand dismissively. "Discussing this with you is pointless. It would be better to share something amusing yet vexing." Amusing yet vexing? Night Dream felt even more perplexed. Her mind had yet to recover from the shock of the earlier revelation, and now there was more. Alas, she had truly stirred up trouble. Feng Che sighed. "Just now, my master came and scolded me. Sigh, I feel quite troubled." Night Dream kindly reassured him, "Young master, it is normal for a master to rebuke their disciple. There is nothing to feel disheartened about. Feng Che sighed again. What do you know? This time is different. Night Dream's curiosity was piqued. How is it different? Feng Che adopted a mournful expression. I killed the wrong person. I have caused trouble. Ah? You killed someone? Night Dream's face contorted in horror. Her expression convincingly realistic. Feng Che suddenly felt as if two esteemed actors were engaged in a dramatic performance. The leader of the sect was conversing? Night Dream's heart raced with alarm, and he instantly perked up, displaying a look of astonishment. What? The leader of the Heavenly God sect lamented that after painstakingly developing a family and nurturing a promising talent during the new student competition at Baiyun Martial Academy, he was slain by another new student. Feng Che sighed deeply. So, do you comprehend the situation? The only one who perished in that grand competition was Shimin Su Ri, whom I killed. Night Dream was taken aback. What a coincidence. Feng Che spoke with resignation. Night Dream continued. Isn't this incredibly unfortunate? How was I to know that Fellow and his family were part of the Heavenly God sect? I thought I had eradicated a seed of the Guardians, only to find myself inadvertently striking down one of my own. Where can I seek justice? I am also wronged. No one informed me in advance that Shimin Su Ri was one of us. Feng Che sighed, feeling both helpless and tormented. Moreover, my identity is classified and must remain concealed, which means I could potentially face assassination from my own people. Doesn't that sound frustrating? Night Dream pondered for a moment and couldn't help but remark. Indeed, that is somewhat vexing, but is there truly no way to explain this? To explain would mean revealing my identity, which would be far more perilous. Feng Che sighed deeply, filled with despair. Night Dream lowered his head, his eyes darting about, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude. Suddenly, Feng Che erupted. I told you, and yet you remained silent? You are utterly useless. Startled from a dream, Yimeng was about to raise his head to speak when Feng Che ominously inquired, what is the extent of your cultivation? Yimeng's spirits lifted as he proudly replied, I have reached the second level of a warrior, my lord. There was an unmistakable hint of seeking praise in his tone. How foolish. Only at the second level. And yet he felt so triumphant. Feng Che tossed a handful of pills towards him, commanding, hurry and cultivate. If you fail to break through to the next level within a month, I shall sell you to a brothel. Yimeng immediately pouted in frustration. This fellow truly. Was his face akin to that of a dog, so easily manipulated? More convenient than a door curtain. Just moments ago, he had been smiling, and now. I wish you never find a wife. Yimeng cursed vehemently. Today he had learned of the news regarding the Wuliang Gu of the only true sect, as well as the secrets of their communication, which turned out to be. Additionally, there was another piece of information that the Shimin family surprisingly. In the early hours, Fan Tiantiao, disguised and lodging next door, received the news. The secrets of the only true sect were indeed astonishing. Fan Tiantiao dared not delay and promptly disseminated the information. This news was of utmost importance. The Guardians only possessed a general understanding of the Wuliang Gu's functions and were aware of its communication capabilities, yet they lacked the specifics. The Wuliang Gu resided within the body, and any notion of betrayal would trigger an immediate backlash. Even if captured, they could extract no concrete information. The only true sect had thrived unchecked for so many years. This time, Feng Che's explanation was particularly thorough, and the details that Yimeng provided were equally comprehensive. As for the Shimin family, though a minor clan, they should not be underestimated. For the first time, Fan Tiantiao received such comprehensive information, which he regarded as a treasure. After sharing it, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Feng Che was a remarkable asset. Arranging for Night Dream to be by his side was an exceedingly wise decision. Thus, he resumed riding to the Dark Palace, emphasizing the importance of keeping Feng Che exclusively for their own use. This was crucial, of utmost significance, and he suggested elevating its priority. Chapter 24. The Old Silver Coin. In the early morning, Feng Che entered the Martial Academy, greeted by countless gazes. Regardless of whether they were upperclassmen or peers, he had become a figure known to all within the academy. Particularly, his signature black cloak adorned with dark golden patterns was unmistakable. From a distance, the sight of his leisurely, elegant attire flowing in the breeze, with sunlight reflecting off the fleeting sparkles, unmistakably signaled the arrival of the esteemed young master Feng. As Feng Che moved forward, everyone followed suit, his demeanor warm and polite as they all headed toward the arena. Suddenly, someone inquired, Feng Che, do you feel satisfied after killing Shimin Shiri? This individual spoke with a smile, as if jesting. Feng Che halted, turning to face him, his gaze instantly turning frosty. The chill in his eyes made the man feel uncomfortable, prompting him to force a laugh. I was merely joking. The awkwardness quickly shifted to anger. Just a joke. Is it necessary to take it so seriously? Feng Che lifted his chin, looking down at the man. His voice calm, yet imbued with a palpable pressure. I apologize, but I do not engage in jest. Kindly refrain from joking with me in the future. I cannot afford such frivolities. The man's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, and suddenly he scoffed. What is so remarkable about it? With that, he turned to leave. Feng Qingyun urged, Cousin, why must you? It was merely a jest. It is preferable to be gentle in disposition. Such overt displays of brilliance may lead to misfortune. As Feng Che walked away, he earnestly replied, Cousin, this precisely echoes the sentiment I wish to convey to you. While it is indeed commendable to maintain a gentle demeanor, one must also possess a certain edge and temperament. If one remains perpetually mild, others may act without restraint in your presence. They may even dare to indulge in crude jesting. Conversely, if you exhibit a pronounced edge, others will acknowledge your fiery temperament. They will speak ill of you only in hushed tones behind your back, but they will refrain from excess in your presence, for they understand that you will not tolerate their folly. Feng Che spoke with solemnity. Cousin, your excessive gentleness and amiable nature may lead to your detriment. Feng Qingyun was taken aback, reflecting on the teachings he had received since childhood, to conduct oneself diligently, to be a good person, to avoid creating trouble, to refrain from wrongdoing, to treat others kindly, and to trust that good deeds would be rewarded. Indeed, he had adhered to these principles, thereby amassing a considerable circle of friends. Yet, upon introspection, he questioned whether most of these individuals held any genuine respect for him, apart from seeking favors. Rather, they seemed to bestow their offerings upon the elite of the class, individuals who regarded them with disdain. These elites accepted such gestures with nonchalance, as if it were their due, even looking down upon them. Ironically, he, who had made the most sacrifices and formed the closest bonds, found himself with nothing in return. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Qingyun sighed, suddenly struck by a profound realization. Being excessively honest, overly gentle, and possessing a temper that is too amiable could lead to misfortune. Could it be true? Feng Qingyun felt a sense of bewilderment. As they continued their journey, it became evident that the expressions of those around him began to shift. They perceived that Feng Che was rather impressive, yet the gentle facade he presented was merely a mirage. In truth, his temper was quite fierce. That countenance served merely as a veil. It could be drawn aside at any moment. Consequently, Feng Che found himself branded with labels such as not easily provoked and quick to anger, ready to sever ties. All of this, of course, was a deliberate act on Feng Che's part. He had no need for a gentle persona. In recent days, he had sensed that he had become too approachable. The notion of having too many friends was untenable and detrimental to his identity. He was actively seeking an opportunity to unleash his frustration when this individual, oblivious to the situation, brazenly posed a rather sensitive question. In an instant, Feng Che erupted. The atmosphere around him became noticeably quieter. His outburst, although aimed at those who made light of the situation, inadvertently deterred some genuine individuals seeking friendship. In his heart, Feng Che silently mused, "It is far too perilous to be in my company. The cost of being my friend is exorbitant." Below the arena, the crowd had diminished significantly, with at least a quarter of the spectators having departed. These, are individuals nursing their sorrows. Among those remaining, many had placed their bets on Xiao Yun, Xie Gongping, and Huachuan. As for those wagering on Jing Shuanggao and Yu Zhongga, there were hardly any. Conversely, the legion of supporters backing Feng Che grew ever more formidable. Many of these women were of the mindset that winning or losing matters not. Yet they were taken aback to find themselves victorious. This unexpected delight is sufficient to elate one's spirits. Thus, friends are summoned to witness the occasion and share in the joy. Meanwhile, the Baiyun Martial Arts Academy is urgently sifting through data. Who, from the very beginning, abstained from placing bets? Who not only refrained from wagering, but also remained absent throughout? Among those who did not attend, who was diligently immersed in their training? Who was distracted by frivolous pursuits? Who consistently engaged in betting, and who was an organizer, an analyst? Who triumphed, and who faced utter defeat? All of these must be meticulously recorded. As martial artists, while some festivities may be enjoyable to behold, others come with a price. This encapsulates the scholarly approach of Master Gao Qingyu. Some lessons cannot merely be spoken of, they must be indelibly impressed upon the mind. Hence, It is imperative that they comprehend the gravity of the situation. As students of the martial school, what concern do they have with the new student competition? Instead of striving for self-improvement, they merely indulge in the spectacle, driven by greed. Without a lesson learned, they shall remain oblivious to my prowess. Following the new student competition, an immediate assessment for the fourth-year seniors will be organized. The standard will be set from the very first day of the new student's enrollment. Anyone who has shown no progress shall incur a penalty of 2 points. Those whose cultivation and rankings have regressed will be penalized 5 points. I shall allow them to witness the spectacle. I shall permit them to engage in betting. Master Gao Qingyu's gaunt face was resolute. Huang Yifan, beside him, hung his head in defeat, exclaiming, "But the betting was organized by the school." "And so what if it was organized by the school?" Gao Qingyu replied. "The authority to explain rests with the institution. The school merely permitted participation but did not compel it. They merely mentioned the possibility of betting. Yet who was to blame when they lost everything?" Huang Yifan sighed deeply, lamenting the audacity of intellectuals behaving like rogues. It was utterly appalling. "What should be done about Gao Yunqi and Zhou Yi?" Huang Yifan inquired. Jiaoshan rose, asserting, "This matter has its origins. How can we hold Gao Yunqi and Zhou Yi accountable?" Meanwhile, Meng Qizheng, who had remained silent, lifted his head and spoke coolly. "Students have perished before our very eyes. And those two acted as if they were mere wooden posts, indifferent. Jiayuan, do you truly believe they bear no responsibility in this affair? There is indeed some responsibility, yet it does not necessitate severe punishment. Such a grave mistake could warrant expulsion. Are we to merely reprimand them lightly? That would be excessively lenient," Jiaoshan retorted. His face flushed with anger. Meng Qizheng remained unfazed, stating, "Jiayuan, when one errs, they must face the consequences. Otherwise, how can our Baiyun Martial Institute uphold its reputation before the world?" Headmaster Gao Qingyu, visibly troubled, waved his hand. "This matter shall be discussed later." Both Jiaoshan and Meng Qizheng attempted to speak, but Gao Qingyu had already risen, declaring, "The meeting is adjourned." "Headmaster!" Jiaoshan and Meng Qizheng exclaimed in unison. Gao Qingyu turned, his demeanor stern. "Would you prefer to assume the role of headmaster yourselves?" "Certainly not." "Not dare?" "I suspect you both have the audacity to do so. I even believed you two were already headmasters. Witnessing your unabashed arrogance, I must remind you that this is a meeting. Do you presume this is a turf war among ruffians? Do you possess even a modicum of decorum? Do you not embody the essence of a mentor?" As Gao Jingyu caught hold of two individuals, their apprehension was palpable, and he furiously exclaimed, "Disorganized, indisciplined, disrespectful. How dare you bellow in the court? Defy your superiors. Take matters into your own hands. You two have squandered your years." It was evident to all that the esteemed dean of the old Silver Coin Academy was once again indulging in his characteristic antics. Those with a sense of propriety chose to remain silent. It must be noted that throughout the years at Baiyun Martial Academy, many complex issues have been left unresolved due to the dean's mischievous behavior. Once he commenced his antics, it was inevitable that he would eventually storm off in a fit of rage, leaving all matters to be addressed at a later time. Thus, upon witnessing the dean's familiar demeanor, everyone felt a wave of relief. Indeed, after his tirade, Gao Jingyu bellowed, "I shall surely be driven to my grave by your antics. None of you grant me a moment's respite." Clutching his chest, he gasped, "My heart. Cough, cough, cough. Medicine, medicine, medicine." With a swift motion, Gao Jingyu vanished from sight. As anticipated, Huang Yifan muttered under his breath, feeling somewhat disgruntled. It is truly lamentable that one can possess both education and cunning, yet still engage in such mischief. Alas, I cannot learn such ways. On the arena, another fierce clash unfolded. Qiuyun and Jing Shuang exchanged blows, both bearing the marks of battle yet continuing to fight valiantly. Feng Che observed intently. Both warriors appeared to be at the pinnacle of the second rank of martial artists, slightly inferior to Imo Ganyan, and their combat prowess fell short in comparison to him as well. The champion is secured. Yet, a thought arises within. Did Jing Shuanggao previously conceal his true capabilities? What could be the reason for such a concealment? If he has indeed hidden his strength only to reveal it now, does that not render his earlier subterfuge utterly futile? Unless this young man shares the same ambition as myself, seeking to emerge as a dark horse in this grand competition for newcomers. I, driven by numerous objectives, am compelled to act thus. But what could motivate Jing Shuanggao? Whose side is he truly on? Feng Che quickly shifted his perspective, The Autumn Cloud sect is certainly not solely comprised of righteous individuals. Yet, Jing Shuanggao engages in such a fierce contest against them, striving to bring them down. Moreover, that rain song, growing stronger with every challenge faced, has now reached a point of standing idle, indicating his prowess is undoubtedly on par with the likes of Autumn Cloud. What is his origin? A chill flickered in Feng Che's gaze. Ultimately, the battle concluded with both Autumn Cloud and Jing Shuanggao wounded in equal measure. When Jing Shuanggao collapsed to the ground, Autumn Cloud, though swaying, stood firm, refusing to fall. Autumn Cloud emerged victorious, advancing to the top 4. The referee's decree marked the end of this encounter. Next came the clash between Huachuren and Xie Gongping. According to the rules, they were bound to face each other once more. The other two pairs had already triumphed. It was inconceivable that their indecisiveness would compel the others to engage in an additional bout. Thus, the two, still not fully recovered, ascended the stage again. After exhausting their strengths in a stalemate, their next contest would hinge upon endurance, mental fortitude, and foundational strength. The two fighters labored through more than half an hour in a grueling struggle. As the flames ignited, they erupted with an astonishing ferocity, utilizing a peculiarly intricate martial technique to vanquish Xie Gongping. However, the expression on the referee's face darkened with an ominous cloud. The essence of Huachuren's martial art carried an inexplicable, uncanny quality. The instructors, who had spent years battling the righteous sect, felt a subtle discomfort. Though they had never witnessed it firsthand and lacked concrete evidence, an instinctual unease washed over them. Their eyes betrayed a sense of aversion, which was precisely why Feng Che resolutely refrained from employing the Blood Spirit 7 techniques during combat. That was the secret skill of the demon sect leader, and the number of righteous individuals who had perished beneath its shadow was incalculable, should Feng Che reveal it. Chapter 25. Breakthrough in battle. The top 4 contenders had been determined: Feng Che, Huachuren, Qiu Yunxiang, and Yu Zhongga. To everyone's astonishment, despite having witnessed Feng Che's unparalleled prowess, these 3 were unwilling to concede. According to the rules, Feng Che was required to compete in 2 matches. When drawing lots, both Huachuren and Qiu Yunxiang craned their necks, their heads resembling that of a pig, watching intently. Yu Zhongga observed as well, though he remained unscathed, unlike the others. Feng Che delicately turned over the slip of paper with his fair fingers. 2. He had drawn Huachuren. A fierce combat spirit ignited in Huachuren's eyes as he inhaled deeply. Feng Che wore an exceedingly warm smile, cheerfully remarking, "Brother Hua, it's our turn in the next match." Young Master Feng, with unwavering resolve, intended to employ the same tactics he had used against Ding Jiran against Huachuren. However, to everyone's surprise, Huachuren remained unfazed, coldly declaring, "Feng Che, do not mistake me for a fool like Ding Jiran. I have no time for friendships." Upon hearing this, before Feng Che could respond, Ding Jiran erupted in fury, gripping the hilt of his sword and menacingly stating, "Huachuren, are you seeking death?" Huachuren retorted defiantly, "If you wish to fight me, you are not yet worthy. I will first deal with Feng Che, then I shall attend to you." Ding Jiran took a deep breath, an aura of sharp sword energy and overwhelming killing intent emanating from him, as he ominously remarked, "You said it. Do not fear death when the time comes." Feng Che burst into laughter, saying, "Brother Ding, calm your anger. Whether Huachuren possesses the strength to confront you after our bout remains uncertain." He pointed at Huachuren, casually adding, "We shall not be friends. That was your declaration. Do not blame me for being ruthless today. Not just today, but every time I encounter you in the future, I shall strike." Huachuren scoffed, "Is that so? Just based on you?" Feng Che, incensed, raised his hand and swore vehemently, "I swear by the heavens, every time I see Huachuren, I shall strike. I will even seek him out for a confrontation." The crowd was left speechless. Was it truly necessary to be this ruthless? Unbeknownst to them, Feng Che felt equally helpless. With no possibility of friendship and the inability to kill or maim in the arena under the watchful eyes of the judges, how could he contend with Huachuren, the prodigy of the Sansheng sect? He needed a pretext. Given Huachuren's fierce and rebellious temperament, Feng Che was inclined to seize this opportunity. Every encounter would be a battle. Even in absence, one must create opportunities to engage. "I have sworn, and you all have heard me. This is not my fault." Qiu Yun beside him remarked, "Feng Che, let him have a breath." "Very well, but just a breath," Feng Che replied with a smile, though his gaze remained icy. Thus commenced the battle between Feng Che and Huachuren. How shall I describe this clash? It was both unforeseen and astonishingly exceptional. From the very onset, Huachuran unleashed his full might. From a distance, the figure garbed in white appeared to be enveloped in a hue akin to fresh blood. A mist of crimson rose, swirling upon the arena, undeterred by the wind. This must be a secret technique to enhance one's cultivation through the fervor of blood. The expressions of the two judges were grave, as they harbored no desire for Huachuran to emerge victorious. Whomever won would undoubtedly surpass Huachuran, particularly due to the repugnant sensation evoked by his previous palm technique. Yet, in light of Huachuran wielding such a method, it seemed dire for Feng Che. The disparity in cultivation was stark. Even employing the technique of knife and floating tower would likely be futile. Behold, in the midst of their astonished gazes, Feng Che let out a soft shout, striking forth with fists and palms. In an instant, he too reached the fourth rank of martial master, clashing head-on with Huachuran. The resounding echoes filled the air. However, Feng Che's aura was solid, his breath steady, and his vital energy flowed smoothly, clearly indicating he was at the pinnacle of the fourth rank of martial master. Goodness, this lad has concealed so much until now. Such cunning. He is almost rivaling the headmaster. One of the judges exclaimed. Another quickly coughed. Cough, cough, cough. The referee turned to see, from a distance, two cold and piercing gazes from the mountain's heights, as sharp as arrows. He instantly felt as if struck in the knee by an arrow, nearly collapsing to the ground. On the other side, Qie Yunxiang and Yu Zhongge were engaged in a desperate battle. Their confrontation bizarrely mirrored the fierce clash between Feng Che and Mo Ganyan. It was Qie Yunxiang who initiated this fierce exchange, aware that he had sustained considerable injuries from continuous fighting. Prolonged combat against the well-rested Yu Zhongge might not yield favorable outcomes. Yet, Yu Zhongji's strength was slightly inferior to his own. Thus, Qie Yunxiang resorted to a relentless barrage, trading injury for injury, attacking without defense. Yu Zhongge felt an extreme sense of frustration, but his power was marginally less than that of Qie Yunxiang. Despite the small gap, the advantage was evident in such a life-or-death struggle. Eventually, he managed to draw his sword, but Qie Yunxiang unexpectedly wielded his longsword like a broadsword, unleashing a series of 9 strikes upon Yu Zhongge. After the clash of 9 blows, both swords shattered simultaneously. They cast aside their weapons and resumed their brutal hand-to-hand combat. Qie Yunxiang, once elegantly composed, now bore a visage so distorted it was unrecognizable. His eyes were swollen to mere slits, yet his assaults came like a tempest, unrelenting. Yu Zhongge desperately dodged, attempting to outlast his opponent and employ softness against rigidity. However, Qie Yunxiang's footwork was equally deft. Wherever Yu Zhongge tried to evade, he followed closely, denying him any chance to create distance. Moreover, he consistently positioned himself with his back to the arena, driving Yu Zhongge ever closer to the edge of the platform. After a violent clash, both Yu Zhongge and Qie Yunxiang were simultaneously struck in the right eye, right jaw, and lower abdomen, causing them to be thrown backward. However, while Qie Yunxiang fell onto the stage, Yu Zhongge, filled with frustration, let out a furious roar as he flew off the platform, landing with a thud on the ground. In a fit of rage, he howled towards the sky, pounding the earth with his hands in a display of fury. On the stage, Qie Yunxiang lay twitching, gasping for breath, with a face swollen to an extent surpassing that of a posterior, rendering his eyes invisible. His cheeks were level with his nose, leaving only a small opening for his mouth, while the rest of his face had ballooned out. To all appearances, it resembled the posterior quite closely. Nevertheless, he lay there, laughing heartily. "I have won." This elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. The intensity of the match between these two was indeed thrilling. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Feng Che withstand his assault, Huachuran's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Old silver coin. What utter nonsense, concealing one's true strength. Huachuran was filled with indignation. In this new student competition, as a seed contestant of the Church of Light, he bore the weighty task of ensuring success at all costs. He must secure first place in the competition to gain preferential access to the resources of Baiyun Martial Academy, ultimately aiming for a position within the Guardians after graduation. This would enable the sect to obtain timely intelligence from the Guardians for their operations. This was Huachuran's ultimate mission. However, all of it hinged on clinching the championship as a starting point. Thus, this title was something Huachuran was determined to seize. With a mighty shout, Huachuran suddenly retreated 3 steps before drawing his blade, which immediately became enveloped in a surge of blood energy. Emanating a fierce aura akin to a tempest, propelling him forward. At this moment, Feng Che let out a sharp cry, his body suddenly springing upward. In midair, he emitted a long howl that resonated deeply, causing everyone to pause and look up. This howl seemed unintentional, as if drawn forth by an irresistible force, bursting forth with an energy that was unmistakable. Indeed, a tremor coursed through Feng Che's body as an aura radiated from him. The crowd gasped in unison, elegantly uttering two universally recognized characters. He had broken through. At this critical juncture, Feng Che had achieved a breakthrough to the 5th level of martial arts. This was a monumental milestone. To break through amidst the chaos of battle, under the relentless assault of his enemies, he had withstood the pressure and tapped into his latent potential, achieving this remarkable feat, and in the midst of a championship duel no less. This would become a legendary tale for the Baiyun Martial Arts Academy. After his breakthrough, Feng Che continued to ascend. His tall figure seemed to glimmer under the sunlight. As he howled, he reached his zenith, only to then twist his body and plummet downward. From a height of several dozen feet, he descended with the speed of a shooting star. The blade flashed before him, striking down like a sudden lightning bolt. In an instant, he was upon Huachuran, a fierce strike connecting with a resounding clang against Huachuran's blade. Huachuran, having gathered all her strength, was forced back by the blow, stumbling and revealing a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. The strike had already inflicted internal injuries. Yet, Feng Che did not touch down. He pressed on with his momentum, charging forward for another strike. With another resounding clash, Huachuran's long knife was sent spinning into the air, as she coughed up blood and staggered backward. "You're asking for it," Feng Che bellowed, hurling his blade into the air. In a flash, his right fist struck the left eye socket of Huachuran, swiftly followed by a powerful blow to the right eye. A punch landed squarely on the bridge of his nose, the audible crack of bone sending a shiver through the onlookers. Blood erupted like a hammer smashing into a watermelon, splattering violently. Huachuran let out a muffled wail, his nose shattered. As his head snapped back, Feng Che seized his hair and yanked him forward. Strands of hair cascaded from his grip, and then his knee crashed into Huachuran's lower abdomen. He struck again and again, a relentless barrage of 7 blows. The sound of ribs fracturing echoed ominously. Huachuran's body curled up like a shrimp, his feet leaving the ground. In midair, Feng Che executed a spinning side kick, connecting with Huachuran's chest. The sickening sound of 5 or 6 ribs breaking resonated as Huachuran, now blissfully unaware, drifted off the stage, unconscious. "I will kill you," Feng Che roared in fury. "How dare you insult me?" He was indeed prepared to follow through. If left unchecked, he would not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow. After all the painstaking build-up, surely it wouldn't be an issue to end it here? Chapter 26. Champion Stop. Feng Che wins. The two referees hastily jumped into action, declaring his victory. One of them rushed forward to catch Huachuran, quickly administering a healing pill into his mouth. With a swift whoosh, 2 blades descended simultaneously from the air. The dagger wielded by Huachuran lay horizontally on the arena, while Feng Che's blade severed Huachuran's weapon with precision, standing upright on the stage. The crimson silk fluttered in the wind. A medical team rushed forward to carry Huachuran away. After a brief examination of his pulse, the medic broke into a smile. "He's fine, still breathing." Feng Che had displayed a commendable restraint in his assault, indicating a clear understanding of the situation. However, Huachuran was already unconscious, his body broken in 7 or 8 places, with only a few teeth remaining, and his nasal bone crushed and sunken. It was a scene of utter devastation. The students in the front row, closest to the action, twitched at the corners of their mouths. How could such injuries be described as exhibiting restraint? They pondered the meaning of restraint in this context. Little did they know. From the moment Huachuran unleashed his peculiar martial arts techniques, the instructors of the Martial Academy had already felt a sense of revulsion. In such circumstances, how could anyone still defend Huachuran? The brutal beating should have been halted midway, yet it continued unabated, seemingly to allow this individual to endure further punishment. Huachuran was under significant suspicion. If he were indeed a demonic spawn, then his demise would be justified. If not, well, a lesson was warranted. For he should not assume that any technique could be wielded in a public setting without consequence. This time it was a new student who took unfair advantage. Should he attempt such tactics during the interschool competition, facing death on the spot would leave him with no grounds for grievance. As Feng Che emerged victorious, he once again revealed the sunny, gentle, and bashful smile of youth, appearing both charming and endearing. graceful and composed. He clasped his hands towards the direction where the flames of the initial fire were carried away, saying, "Fire, I concede." Below the stage, everyone had just witnessed this individual assaulting the flames with the ferocity of a sandbag, and now, seeing his gentle and elegant demeanor, they felt a sense of contradiction yet unity, as if their perceptions had been profoundly reshaped. How charming! The girls, however, sparkled with admiration. He was both scholarly and martial, embodying the virtues of a gentleman as well as the cunning of a rogue, capable of both combat and tender grace. Truly, the school flower was astonishingly manly. A cloak flew up from the audience, and Feng Che donned it with poise, shaking out the sleeves, which shimmered with ethereal starlight. With a bow, he expressed, "Thank you for your hard work, esteemed teachers." The two judges nodded with smiles, replying, "You may retire to rest." Just then, a voice from the crowd called out, "Hold on." A figure in white soared onto the stage. It was Qiu Yunxiang. The audience was taken aback, wondering what was afoot. Qiu Yunxiang ascended the ring, saluted, and declared to the judges, "I concede." Concede? A bittersweet smile graced Qiu Yunxiang's lips. "I cannot defeat him. Brother Feng has already transcended the 5th level of martial mastery. I, Qiu Yunxiang, must recognize my own limitations. Passionate fervor ultimately cannot contend with absolute strength. To step back onto the stage would only invite further defeat. Rather, I choose to concede now and maintain some dignity." After a brief pause, he turned to Feng Che and remarked, "I must preserve some strength to contend with Huachuan." Laughter erupted from the audience, indicating that Qiu Yunxiang harbored considerable ire towards Huachuan. Huachuan retorted, "I have no time to befriend you." Feng Che added, "Do not blame me for being ruthless today. Feng Che, every encounter results in a clash." Now, upon witnessing the current outcome, one cannot help but feel an overwhelming sense of irony. You yearn to forge friendships, yet are you truly worthy? When given the opportunity to cherish, you squandered it. And now, having been beaten into a state of unconsciousness, who can you blame? Had you merely offered a smile back then, would you have suffered such a dire fate? Reflecting on Feng Che's declaration of every encounter results in a clash, one begins to sense that this esteemed Feng school beauty is not jesting. As for Qiu Yunxiang's concession, it elicited a mix of surprise and inevitability among the onlookers. After all, facing an insurmountable adversary is universally understood. Feng Che responded warmly with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Brother Qiu, for your graciousness, which has spared me from a beating. Haha, I suddenly find my heart considerably lighter." Qiu Yunxiang laughed heartily. "No need for modesty. If I could defeat you, I would undoubtedly do so. The issue lies in my inability to prevail. Striking leads only to being struck in return. Thus, Feng Che, this title of champion is truly yours." "Thank you." With that, Qiu Yunxiang descended from the stage. The 3rd place was effectively claimed by Yu Zhongge. Huachuan lay unconscious, utterly devoid of combat capability. Given the severity of the injury, recovery within a year and a half would be deemed fortunate, let alone contending with Yu Zhongge again. Consequently, the championship unequivocally belonged to Feng Che. Huachuan had been defeated, and with Qiu Yunxiang's concession, no contenders remained. The champion, Feng Che, the runner-up, Qiu Yunxiang, and the 3rd place, Yu Zhongge. Feng Che's victory and Qiu Yunxiang's 2nd place were met with unanimous acceptance. Yet the 3rd place of Yu Zhongge left the crowd in stunned silence. If memory serves me right, this fellow, Rain in the Rain, managed to bypass 2 crucial matches through a stroke of luck in the previous key competitions. Now, astonishingly, he has achieved victory without a fight, directly securing the 3rd place. What extraordinary fortune is this? However, the critical point is that Fire Beginning, regardless of circumstances, can no longer contend with Rain in the Rain. Other formidable competitors, such as Ding Jiran and Mo Ganyun, who are arguably stronger than Rain in the Rain, have been eliminated early on. This 3rd place finish for Rain in the Rain comes without a single rival in sight. What kind of divine luck is this? Tens of thousands are bewildered. Even Feng Che, Qiu Yunxiang, Mo Ganyun, and Ding Jiran cast lingering glances at Rain in the Rain, all feeling that there is something mystical about him. Mo Ganyun, with his mouth agape, exclaimed in disbelief, This kid must have some tricks up his sleeve. Such incredible luck, barely facing any adversity. And he strolls through this grand competition to claim 3rd place. I almost got beaten to death and couldn't even make it to the top 4. Feng Che's expression twisted slightly. In stark contrast to his own arduous battles, Rain in the Rain looked remarkably clean, with hardly any dust on his clothes. Yet he secured third place. How is it that this feels so unbalanced? Faced with the gazes of the crowd, Rain in the Rain wore an expression of helplessness. His forced smile nearly frozen. Luck, it truly is just luck. All the students who heard him speak wore the same expression. Even their sentiments aligned. It might be one thing for others to say so, but when you say it, I truly have no rebuttal. Soon after, the Martial Academy began to distribute awards. Alongside the top 10 and top 100, rewards were simultaneously distributed. Feng Che received 2 exquisite soul pills, 20 chi gathering pills, 2 meridian expansion pills, 2 true essence pills, and 100 credits. He was handed a champion medal directly. With a transformation, he became a wealthy patron of the Baiyun Martial Academy, including the 10 points awarded upon entering the academy. Feng Che now possessed a total of 110 credits. Given that fewer than 2 points could suffice for a lavish feast of sumptuous beast meat for a dozen individuals, this 110 points was ample enough for Feng Che to sustain himself for an entire year, and he could also procure medicinal pills and other materials to aid his cultivation. In an instant, he found himself in affluent circumstances, attracting a multitude of envious and resentful glances alongside some eager, yearning stares. Feng Che chose to ignore them all. He felt only one sentiment. I have accomplished the task. The crucial life-saving secret technique, blood ignition technique, was soon to be within his grasp. Subsequently, the Academy announced an important message. The formal class divisions for new students would commence the following day, prompting a chorus of cheers. The Academy then declared another announcement. On the morrow, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th-year students would undergo assessments, alongside the introduction of a punitive mechanism. The entire schoolyard erupted in wails that seemed to pierce the heavens. Just as they had become destitute, they were faced with examinations. Moreover, this upcoming assessment had an almost guaranteed punishment. Truly, it was as if the roof was leaking just as the rain began to pour, and a battered ship found itself confronting a headwind. Those older students, who had just lost their bets, wore expressions of deep sorrow, as if they were mourning a great loss. Countless senior students began to approach Feng Che, attempting to ingratiate themselves. Junior, from now on, I shall stick with you. See you at the dining hall tomorrow. Feng Che chuckled. Lost, did you? The older students, their faces flushed with embarrassment, confessed, indeed, lost. Quite thoroughly. Since you have lost, does that mean you are not betting on me? If you are unwilling to place a wager on me, why would you desire to dine with me? Feng Che looked astonished. Senior, what are you thinking? Whoever you bet on is whom you should accompany to a meal. Why would you come with me? Cough, cough. Junior, you are quite affluent now. Moreover, is it truly so difficult to treat your struggling seniors to a meal? Junior, think bigger. This statement could be considered a potent weapon when addressing successive generations of newcomers. It even serves as a tool against certain upperclassmen. Very few can withstand such a remark. Most would typically adopt the mindset of, it's just a meal, I can endure it for now. After all, a newcomer to the Martial Arts Academy shouldn't start with a bad reputation and subsequently concede. However, Feng Che was evidently not among them. With a naive expression, he responded, Senior, are you suggesting that my financial struggles are a result of your actions? The upperclassman's face showed signs of irritation. Feng Che, why must you be so calculative? Feng Che replied, if you are not being stingy, why then must you come here and nitpick over this meal? He added, Senior, one should not be overly meticulous. Are you actually trying to save on a single meal? Is that not akin to begging? A beggar? Feng Che continued, if you choose not to treat. Why must you speak so harshly? Another heavy accusation laid upon me. What does it mean to treat someone? Have I incurred any debts to you, Senior? Feng Che asked in surprise. Those who place bets on me cannot be counted as debts owed, for they have one alongside me, thus I owe no one anything. How is it that those who did not place their bets on me now expect me to treat them? Because those who wagered on others lost their points and are now seeking a meal, yet they come to demand hospitality from the victorious who abstained from betting? What audacity! I simply wish to inquire, is there any semblance of logic in this world? Feng Che, bewildered, exclaimed, can someone explain this to me? Chapter 27. The task is complete, the senior student exclaimed in anger. Feng Che, you possess such immense wealth, yet you stand idly by while so many of your fellow seniors cannot afford a meal. How can you bear this? If this neglect hinders your cultivation in the future, will your conscience allow you to rest easy? Once again, a heavy accusation was thrust upon him. Feng Che chuckled heartily. Dear seniors, even if I were to have a son in the future, whether I choose to support him is still uncertain. His success or failure is not solely my responsibility. So why must I be accountable to you? Instantly, the pride of the senior students was severely wounded, their eyes gleaming with wrath as they rolled up their sleeves and advanced menacingly. What is this? You can afford to lose points but lack the means to stave off hunger? What do you intend? To resort to violence? Feng Che shouted loudly. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Help! The desperate gamblers are about to resort to violence. His voice rang out, vibrant and clear. What is the meaning of this? Is there no order? Are you planning a rebellion? With an enraged roar, several figures descended swiftly. The frantic male students were escorted away by the disciplinary committee. The female students beside Feng Che, filled with indignation and ready to retaliate, paused as their peers were taken away. In an instant, joy spread among them. How delightful! That yellow crystal, typically appearing rather unremarkable, actually had the audacity to pursue me. Fortunately, I declined his advances. Indeed, that Hu Xiaoyo, who lost in the initial fiery contest, shamelessly approached the victor Feng Che to utter such brazen words, utterly shattering my perception of decency. Truly, those devoid of shame are invincible in this world. And then there is this de Qiangzi, whose name escapes me. He penned me a love letter last month, which I was still contemplating. However, it seems I need not ponder further, for individuals of such character deserve their solitary existence, utterly shameless. Furthermore, this Long Bai, whose unattractiveness is glaringly evident, displays an unparalleled lack of modesty, lowering the standards even further. It is imperative to inform my sisters of their true natures to prevent them from being deceived. Feng Che relished his meal in utmost satisfaction, surrounded by dozens of beautiful women, their laughter and chatter filling the air with a delightful ambience. These lovely ladies were celebrating their victory in points and had graciously invited Feng Che to dine, costing him not a single penny, which made the experience all the more enjoyable. Feng Che, while your words today were quite exhilarating, they have undoubtedly offended many. Do exercise caution at the Martial Arts Academy in the future, One Beauty earnestly advised. No worries. Feng Che dismissed her concern entirely. His intention had always been to provoke, and now that he had successfully done so, why should he harbor any reservations? Such thoughts were far from his mind. Adverse consequences were inevitable, but what is there to fear in facing a few setbacks? I have already risked my life for the ultimate mission. Why should I fear minor losses? Besides, the more I endure, the more solidified my standing within the Exian sect will become. Bring it on, let me bear the burdens. With a joyful pinch of Night Dream's delicate face, he burst into laughter, proclaiming, Little Night Dream, your master has emerged victorious in the grand tournament. Night Dream's face instantly lit up with surprise. Master, is it truly so? Indeed it is, he replied. You are truly remarkable. Night Dream hurriedly showered him with praise. However, upon hearing this, Feng Che's expression darkened. Your master has secured the championship, yet you cannot even claim the title of a martial artist. Do you not feel a tinge of shame? Night Dream looked utterly bewildered. Indeed, this fellow was as fickle as a dog. One moment he was celebrating, and the next he was scolding. What do you mean? Shouldn't you be training diligently? Feng Che admonished, if you do not put in the effort, I shall whip you, and after that, I will sell you to a brothel. I'm going now. Night Dream hastily turned and fled, grumbling under his breath. This devilish cultist was insufferable, far too annoying. Just as I was lavishing him with compliments, I was met with a scolding instead. Moreover, ever since I began following Feng Che, each reprimand came without warning. One moment he would be cheerful and amiable, and the next he would unleash his fury. How I yearned to strike him. However, I should be demonstrating the strength of a fifth-tier warrior by now. The time has nearly come. With a swift whoosh, Sun Yuan appeared in the courtyard like a wisp of smoke. I heard you won? These 4 words momentarily stunned Feng Che. His master had learned of the news quite early. Do share the details. Feng Che pondered for a moment before recounting the battle in detail. He explained, since I eliminated Shimanshuri on the first day, I must adopt a gentle approach with Ding Zhirun, fostering friendship. This way, there will be ample opportunities for future endeavors. Well done. This matter is exceedingly splendid. Sun Yuandao expresses his admiration. Initially, he intended to adopt a conciliatory approach and forge alliances, yet this individual proved utterly ungrateful, unable to appreciate the courtesy extended to him. In an unfortunate turn of events, he suffered a severe beating, resulting in the fracturing of several bones. Feng Che, adopting a sinister demeanor, remarked with a smile, in this manner, We possess both a friend and an adversary, each offering avenues for exploitation and leverage, contingent upon how we choose to employ them. Hatred and friendship both serve as formidable weapons. Sun Yuan clapped his hands in delight. How cunning. I can finally feel reassured. Master, my reward. Feng Che interjected. Rest assured, it shall not be forgotten. I suspect the sect leader is currently beside himself with joy. Indeed, the Temple of the Seal was reveling in euphoria. Ha ha ha! Standing atop the pinnacle of the supreme sect, the Temple of the Seal laughed heartily, feeling a weight lifted from his chest. The humiliation endured during the failed mission, when he was disparaged by the three sects, was now released in a cathartic outburst. Pointing at the clouds, he bellowed ferociously. Is this scum something you can meddle with? Is this prestigious position something you can covet? Can you truly yearn for the status of the supreme sect? Bah! You wretched fiends. Despicable and shameless scoundrels. Filthy and vile creatures. Pathetic and sordid beings. How do you like that? Are you not, after all, bowing your heads in submission to my arrangements? You boast of strength, yet where is it? I have given you a chance, and you have proven utterly inept. His voice reverberated, causing the clouds to churn and roil. Yet, apart from the Temple of the Seal, no one else bore witness to this tumult. He arrived here, rejecting everyone. This is the first layer. Even Mu Linyuan was left behind. Haraha. Another bout of maniacal laughter ensued, followed by a sinister expression. You wish to impose upon me? Dream on, like your ancestors. What a formidable night demon. I am exceedingly pleased. Kikakik. A reward. Simultaneously, news of the night dream had already spread. The last message signed by Shadow had stirred considerable upheaval within the upper echelons of the Guardians. Moreover, this Shadow had relayed several messages of significant value, even thwarting a major operation by the One Heart sect, thus preserving the vitality of the Iron Blood Fortress under the Guardians' alliance. The secrecy of our righteous communication has proven to be a monumental achievement, and the exposure of the Shimin family is also a substantial victory. Such a deeply entrenched family, once they commence their actions, would undoubtedly wreak havoc of immense and painful proportions upon the city. Now that their identities have been uncovered in advance, we can prepare accordingly, essentially saving the lives of tens of thousands of citizens. This is a remarkable contribution. Consequently, after careful consideration, the Dark Division is prepared to elevate Shadow's rank, nearly to the level. They are merely deliberating on the promotion and reward matters. However, there is no rush. She must continue her undercover work. Additionally, the identity of the Shimin family must be communicated to the Baiyun Martial Institute, as there are 2 instructors awaiting resolution. If our own are dealt with due to the machinations of the demonic sect, it would only serve to bring anguish to our kin and delight to our foes. A confidential letter will be sent to the headmaster of Baiyun Martial Institute, Gao Qingyu. Upon receiving the news that Feng Che had secured first place in the grand competition, Fan Tiantiao found himself in a state of profound perplexity. Indeed, Feng Che had triumphed in the prestigious Baiyun Martial Academy's grand competition. The victor not only garnered a substantial amount of high-tier elixirs and points, but it was also evident that the Baiyun Martial Academy would ardently nurture and allocate resources towards him. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that this Feng Che was affiliated with the Ascent sect. Was this not tantamount to cultivating a rival? If reported, would it not mean disclosing the existence of Shadow, who served as Feng Che's attendant? Otherwise, how could one gain the trust of the higher-ups? However, the crux of the matter was that the more individuals who learned about Shadow's identity, the greater the peril. What if, hypothetically, an internal traitor were to uncover this information? Then, the thread of opportunity that could have been exploited for an extended period would surely be severed. Indeed, the Ascent sect could swiftly make alternative arrangements. Thus, Shadow must remain concealed. How, then, could Feng Che be exposed without revealing too much? At the very least, it was imperative to ensure that the allocation of resources from Baiyun Martial Academy did not appear overly conspicuous. After much contemplation, Fan Tiantiao found himself at an impasse and sought counsel from Chun Rahai. Chun Rahai offered a suggestion. At Baiyun Martial Academy, I have a former superior, and if I were to trust but one individual in my lifetime, it would be him. His name is Huang Yifan. He serves as the Vice Mountain Master of Baiyun Martial Academy and is a senior guardian, a stalwart among the protectors, with direct access to the upper echelons. Consequently, Fan Tianqiu set off without delay, seeking the counsel of the legendary Vice Mountain Master Huang. Huang Yifan felt exasperated. for he had yet to reach a decision or possess any assurance regarding whether Feng Che was indeed a threat. What purpose does my involvement serve? He pondered. Huang Yifan clutched his hair in frustration. What exactly do you want from me? Fan Tiantiao replied, this tone. It suddenly feels as though Chan Rahai has donned a different guise and is sitting before me. Upon closer inspection of his feet, it appeared he had not removed his shoes, nor was there that distinct, potent aroma. Thus, he felt somewhat reassured and continued. This matter is to be pursued in the long term, as it is essential for the development of this initiative. Therefore, we must secure the cooperation of Baiyun Martial Academy. Among them, we only trust you, given the gravity of this situation. He paused, emphasizing his words. If Feng Che continues to exhibit such genius, then the Shadow may very well be the first and only successful undercover agent to penetrate the upper echelons of the Wei Wuzhengjiao in all these years of our guardianship. Huang Yifan rolled his eyes, retorting, on one hand, you wish for him to continue flourishing and rising higher to glean more intelligence. On the other, you seek to reduce resource allocation to avoid empowering the enemy. What exactly do you want? Fan Tiantiao was momentarily at a loss for words. Isn't it your esteemed self who is supposed to decide? I am merely adept at fighting, not in decision-making. Huang Yifan replied, unfazed. Fan Tiantiao nearly choked on his frustration. Are we even discussing the same matter? How can you not grasp my meaning? As for the code name of the Night Watcher, I casually chose Shadow. If anyone has a more melodious suggestion, I shall gladly adopt it. Those whose suggestions are accepted will be rewarded with a signed book, dispatched on the same day. Chapter 28. Eastern 3-3 Fan Tiantiao found himself at a loss and had no choice but to clarify. Huang Lao. This matter is of great significance and long-term consequence. The number of high-ranking officials we can approach is limited, and it is difficult to ascertain their reliability. Should any information leak, our grand plan, which has been in the works for centuries, could be utterly destroyed. Huang Yifan nodded in agreement. Indeed. We must proceed with caution. You are absolutely correct. Alas, we are aware that you lack the intellect for this task, and we never truly expected otherwise. We simply do not know whom to trust further, which is why we sought your assistance in recommending someone, or, ideally, having you report directly. However, we did not anticipate your utter lack of comprehension. Despite hinting several times, you remained oblivious. This time, Huang Yifan grasped the implication, furrowing his brow in contemplation, and suddenly slammed his hand upon the table. Are you insinuating that I am dim-witted? Fan Tiantiao was left speechless. How is it that you suddenly possess such insight? Just as I articulated my thoughts, you managed to catch on? Ironically, that was precisely the statement you should have found incomprehensible. Humph. Crack. Crack. Every bone in Fan Tiantiao's body resonated under Huang Yifan's relentless pressure, compelling him to grit his teeth and endure. Yet, he could no longer restrain himself. Exclaiming in desperation, Huang Lao da. I beg for mercy. I can't endure this. His cries were heart-wrenching. For Huang Yifan had unexpectedly halted his relentless pressure on the lower back and was now applying even greater force. Upon hearing the plea for mercy, Huang Yifan scoffed. It seems you are spineless. If ever captured, I fear you might turn traitor. Only then did he release Fan Tiantiao, who clutched his back, his expression filled with lament. You stand upon this perilous ground, and can I not plead for mercy? If my offense towards a superior leads to my direct downfall, rendering me powerless, how unjust that would be. What relation does this have to cowardice? Is it that you, Huang Yifan, remain steadfast in the presence of high-ranking officials? Such absurdity. Had I known that Chan Rahai's former superior would be just as unreliable as he, I would have exercised greater caution. Huang Yifan instructed Fan Tiantiao to await news the following day before making his swift exit. Despite his brusqueness, Huang Yifan is, after all, a person capable of holding the position of deputy mountain leader. He must possess some understanding of the situation. However, it is said that Fan Tiantiao frequently finds himself at odds with Chan Rahai, who was once my subordinate. This calls for some reprimand. Indeed, this fool has taken the bait. Huang Yifan braved the wind, racing through the vast expanse. As a seasoned veteran, he contemplated matters far beyond the grasp of Fan Tiantiao. If this were true, then the possibilities for manipulation would be abundant. Thus, he hastened to the headquarters, ascending several ranks to seek an audience with the strategist, Lord Jiao. Lord Jiao, the chief strategist of the Guardians, is formally known as Dongfang Sanson. This name may elicit a chuckle, yet he is a figure of unparalleled cunning, whose plans are invariably successful. Over the years, it has been Dongfang Sansan's strategies that have sustained the fight against the one true sect. One could assert that without Dongfang Sansan, the Guardians would have faltered long ago as they struggled against the one true sect's rapid ascent, facing challenges like the ebb and flow of water and earth. However, under the meticulous scheming of Dongfang Sansan, the vulnerabilities of the demonic sect are often exploited, leading to encounters where the few triumph over the many. Such strategies, employed frequently, have allowed the Guardians to maintain a significant advantage in the overt political landscape of the continent even to this day, a testament to their relentless efforts. The peculiar name of Dongfang Sansan stems from the fact that his father, lacking in education yet robust in health, married several wives and fathered 79 children. By the time he reached his 25th offspring, he had exhausted all conceivable names: ocean, mountains, white clouds, clear skies, black clouds, fierce winds, and torrential rains were all taken. Furthermore, Dongfang's father was quite formidable, not in intellect, but in martial prowess. He felt that bestowing names like Dog Egg or Girl Egg upon his children would be rather undignified. Seeking the assistance of others for naming was out of the question, as he could not afford to lose face. Entrusting his wife with the task was even less feasible, for he held a rather feudal perspective. How could a woman possess the right to name? If women were allowed to name, what would become of his family's honor? Henceforth, regardless of gender, from Dongfang Erliu to Dongfang Qiqiu, names followed this convention. The official explanation he provided to the world was grandiose. It was to prevent names from being repeated. Oh, and I nearly overlooked mentioning that Dongfang Sansan's father was none other than the renowned Dongfang Chongming, ranked 5th in the previous generation's cloud-top weapon list. Dongfang Sansan, as the name implies, was born with the 33rd rank. After gaining fame, he sought to obscure the origins of his name, hence the saying, "Heavenly schemes are tenfold. I only heed 9. Alternatively, it could be said, "The will of heaven is profound, and I scheme in 3s. After all, 3 3s yield 9, which is indisputable." Thus, aside from the elder generation who are aware of the true origins of Dongfang Sansan's name, the younger generations, regardless of their cultivation level or status, traditionally address him as Lord 9. Huang Yifan patiently waited for 2 hours until Dongfang Sansan finished his pressing matters and summoned him inside. Upon entering, Huang Yifan noticed that dozens of documents lay open on Dongfang Sansan's desk, awaiting his attention. Lord 9 remains as diligent as ever. In Dongfang Sansan's presence, Huang Yifan appeared as meek as a little rabbit, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, feeling akin to a pilgrim. The disparity in their identities and statuses was overwhelming. "You have but a quarter of an hour." Dongfang Sansan, appearing somewhat fatigued, lifted his teacup and reminded Huang Yifan not to waste time on pleasantries. "In 15 minutes, I have other matters to attend to." Huang Yifan dared not be negligent, fully aware of the preciousness of Dongfang Sansan's time. Thus, he promptly and directly conveyed the situation regarding Feng Che, the shadowy matters, along with his deductions, discoveries, and subsequent arrangements, as well as long-term plans, all expressed in swift succession. From the moment he began discussing specific issues, Dongfang Sansan's demeanor shifted to one of intense focus. He listened intently, silent, his eyes twinkling with a myriad of stars. Once Huang Yifan concluded, Dongfang Sansan first pressed a bell, and immediately someone entered. Dongfang Sansan instructed, "Postpone the upcoming matters by 1 hour." Understood. The door was closed, ensuring soundproofing. Absolute silence ensued. Indeed, after a moment of complete silence, Dongfang Sansan began to ponder. He then spoke softly, "We are aware that only our righteous sect utilizes the 5 spirits Gu for communication. Yet, despite our constant attempts to emulate and decipher it, we have been unable to do so. Hence, we have chosen to conceal this knowledge from all but the upper echelons of the Guardians. Thus, beneath the Guardians, including all the Sentinels, none are privy to the reasons. They merely understand that our sect's communication is swift and far more convenient than ours. Consequently, we have been striving to match or even surpass them through human effort." Huang Yifan stared in bewilderment. "Why is that?" A conflicted hesitation crossed Dongfang Sansan's face as he replied slowly, "Because the 5 spirits Gu are living entities. By harnessing these creatures, they can reside within the human body, enabling free communication. This is beyond the capabilities of mere human endeavor. Yet, our sect has achieved this while we remain impotent." At this juncture, he sighed deeply and continued, "If I am not mistaken, there may already be outcomes in places we are unaware of, yet these exist beyond our reach. Likewise, we can only seek self-preservation. Huang Yifan remained perplexed. While he grasped the notion that it was beyond human capability, he could not fathom the true meaning behind the strategist's words. You need only to understand that this matter must remain sealed, Dongfang Sanson lamented. The information is sound and accurate, yet if it were to fall into the wrong hands, it could incite great turmoil among the people. Huang Yifan was even more confused, but he finally remembered to heed the counsel, stating, "Yes, I shall not speak of this, and I will seal my lips immediately." As the matter was broached, Dongfang Sanson furrowed his brows even deeper, a hint of despondency flickering within the depths of his gaze. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, "Deputy Head Huang, do you not think that Feng Che appears not to be a villain?" Dongfang Sanson articulated each word with deliberate slowness, as though pondering the significance of every syllable. Huang Yifan, feeling the tension rise, meticulously reconsidered the situation and replied, I cannot see through him." He yearned to affirm that Feng Che truly did not seem like a bad person. However, in the presence of Dongfang Sanson, he hesitated to express such certainty, not being able to see through. "Perhaps that is a good thing," Dongfang Sanson murmured, his brow still knitted in concern. He then retrieved a handful of smooth, polished copper coins from his pocket, allowing them to clink melodiously in his palm before scattering them across the table. He focused intently, listening to their sound and observing their arrangement. After a brief moment, he exclaimed softly, his expression tightening, "The heavenly secrets are obscured. Divination is impossible." His gaze grew sharp and penetrating. Huang Yifan dared not breathe, his eyes wide with confusion as he watched. The obscured heavenly secrets. It seemed that only those of the righteous path could truly comprehend. Dongfang Sanson let out a long sigh. "This, Ninth Master, what does it mean?" Huang Yifan inquired, perplexed. "Because we must not disturb or influence the heavenly secrets, yet the righteous path can," Dongfang Sanson replied, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Huang Yifan, equally baffled by this statement, found no further explanation forthcoming from Dongfang Sanson, who remained lost in thought. The heavenly secrets were obscured, the outcomes uncertain. If the heavenly secrets were indeed muddled, why then was the outcome still undetermined? It should have been entirely ominous. From where could any good arise? Is there anything advantageous for us within this? Where might those advantages lie? Chapter 29. The four instructors after a prolonged period of contemplation. Dongfang Sanson finally grasped the essence of the matter. Nodding in understanding, he rose and began to pace slowly, stating, "Firstly, the informants from the dark faction, alongside other knowledgeable individuals, shall be reassigned to the underground base of the branch, ensuring all familial needs are met. Their access shall be restricted, with a timeline of 10 years, to be evaluated thereafter. Secondly, the Great Hall of Bayuns who shall be guarded, with the former Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master, along with other key personnel, all reassigned. I shall personally select individuals to maintain order there. Subsequently, Chun Rohai and Fan Tiantiao will be appointed as Deputy Hall Masters at the Great Hall of Bayunzu. 3 years hence, one of these individuals will be reassigned. The Great Hall of Bibisheng will also require the selection of personnel. Support shall be extended to the Feng family. Within the Baiyun Martial Academy, only you shall be privy to this matter, and no information should be disclosed. As for Feng Che, act according to your conscience. There is no need to suppress or redistribute resources. However, ensuring Feng Che's safety is imperative. Furthermore, I will delegate someone to oversee this channel. Henceforth, this matter will be directly under the jurisdiction of the headquarters. Chun Rohai and Fan Tiantiao may handle other affairs at their discretion, even neglect them if necessary. But regarding Feng Che, they must maintain direct communication with the headquarters. Inform them that not a whisper of this matter must escape. It is of utmost importance. The name Shadow shall henceforth be abandoned, completely severed from its past connotations. All records must be destroyed, and I shall personally oversee the reconstruction at headquarters. Under the new name Moon Shadow, at the Baiyun Martial Academy, I shall arrange for individuals to assist you, meticulously clarifying every detail." Observing Huang Yifan's bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation, Dongfang Sanson, anxious not to delay any significant matters, spontaneously crafted a jade slip and decisively pressed the information into Huang Yifan's mind. When Huang Yifan, still in a daze, exited the headquarters, he realized that precisely 1 hour had elapsed, not a minute more, nor a minute less. Truly remarkable. Huang Yifan was astounded. his excitement yet to subside. The feeling of having encountered a prominent figure was overwhelming. However, he then noticed a solitary figure standing on the observation platform at the headquarters, gazing into the heavens, exuding an indescribable sense of solitude. Huang Yifan felt a resounding thud in his mind, and in an instant, he became utterly oblivious. When he regained his senses, he discovered that he had unknowingly traversed over 1,000 miles. Who was this individual? How could they possess such formidable prowess? Meanwhile, Feng Che had already divided the classes. Unsurprisingly, Baiwu's first-year class 1 included Mo Ganyun alongside him. The remaining top 10 students were dispersed among various classes. This practice aligns with Baiyun Martial Academy's long-standing tradition. Competition exists between classes, and it is imperative not to confine all promising talents to a single class. Such overwhelming dominance over other classes would undoubtedly hinder collective progress. The despair of being unable to rise above would loom over every child's heart, impeding their future development. Originally, Mo Ganyun was also meant to be assigned to another class. However, it remains unclear what method he employed to remain in Class 1. The classroom of a single class is akin to a spacious hall capable of accommodating hundreds, yet it houses only 100 students, rendering it rather vacant. The chief instructor, Li Changkong, and the second instructor, Bao Feiyu, along with 2 other instructors, gathered to conduct self-introductions and roll call. Feng Che noticed that the eyes of the 4 instructors sparkled with intensity, akin to lightning, and bore the chill of ice and snow. They repeatedly scanned the faces and figures of every student, yet each individual appeared to be in a less than optimal state of mind, their gazes imbued with a scrutinizing quality. It seemed that they had recently bid farewell to students whom they had taught for 5 years, and their emotions had yet to settle. Feng Che empathized with the 4 instructors. Rather than feeling discomfort, he found a sense of reliability in their presence, stemming from the bonds of camaraderie. Regarding the names of the 4 instructors, Feng Che could only think of one word: extraordinary. Whispers of awe floated through his ears. The names of the 4 instructors are truly impressive. How were they conceived? Feng Che chuckled softly, a knowing expression gracing his face. Based on his experience, such names were perfectly suited for the realm of the martial world. They must have been adopted later. The original names were likely something akin to Big Cow, Second Egg, Dog Shun, or Dog Egg. However, such inquiries were undeniably perilous. To voice them would be tantamount to courting disaster. Should he leave a lasting impression on the instructors, he could very well find himself in for a challenging 5 years. Good day, teachers. All the students stood in unison, greeting them. You flatter us. Li Changkong coolly waved his hand, stating, We hope you will address us as instructors. The title of teacher is one you cannot yet use. The entire class was taken aback, as it stands. We have merely accepted employment from the Martial Arts Academy to transform you into warriors. You have paid your dues, and we have received our salaries from the academy. Thus, this is currently a transaction. Li Changkong spoke calmly, his hands clasped behind his back. Only when we acknowledge your efforts and you endorse our teachings can we truly establish a teacher-student relationship. However, it does not yet ascend to the level of master and apprentice. It is simply a relationship of teacher and student, not that of a master and disciple. I hope you comprehend this, Li Changkong asserted firmly. Now, line up and enter the 4 rooms in turn to begin your assessments. This is a preliminary evaluation. Regardless of your past glories, championships, or first-place titles, today marks a fresh start. Do you understand? Feng Che rolled his eyes, thinking. You might as well just ask for my ID. The 4 instructors commenced their tasks simultaneously. 100 students formed into 4 lines, taking turns to enter the temporary rooms of the instructors for qualification assessments and preliminary evaluations of their cultivation levels. Standing at the forefront was the towering Mo Ganyun, a remarkable 2 meters tall, followed by Feng Che at 1 meter 85. Indeed, Feng Che had grown taller, and at 1 meter 85, he stood out among his peers. However, it was undeniable that Feng Che was still a full head shorter than Mo Ganyun. As for the other classmates, to be candid, Mo Ganyun's stature alone rendered him a standout presence. If one were to strike horizontally at the height of Mo Ganyun's neck, aside from Mo Ganyun himself being beheaded, no one else would sustain even the slightest injury, including Feng Che. This is quite remarkable. Moreover, Mo Ganyun's physique is extraordinarily robust, essentially a perfect embodiment of Feng Che's ideal form, magnified to twice its perfect proportions. Standing at 2 meters tall and weighing 400 pounds, He exhibits no signs of bulkiness. Instead, he exudes an aura of strength, solidity, and harmony. Mo Ganyan positions himself exclusively beside Feng Che, causing Feng Che considerable discomfort. Could you move a bit further away? Are you afraid you might fall and crush me? Humph. Mo Ganyan rolled his eyes. It must be noted that an eye roll from anyone else would be inconsequential, and especially from a girl, it would appear quite charming. However, when Mo Ganyan rolled his eyes, the motion was so profound that it seemed as though his pupils had journeyed a great distance before revealing the whites of his eyes, which sent a chill down Feng Che's spine. Mo Ganyan was the first to undergo assessment, which pleasantly surprised Li Changkong. A legendary grade talent? Innate meridians unblocked? Quite impressive. After testing his cultivation level, Li Changkong was even more satisfied. Peak martial artist at the 3rd level, poised for a breakthrough, with an exceptionally solid foundation, flawless meridians, and no traces of any medicinal elixirs. His physique was remarkably coordinated, a rare talent seen once in a century. And what was particularly noteworthy was his impressive comprehension, truly a polymath. A hint of a smile appeared on Li Changkong's typically icy countenance. Your surname is Mo? Mo Ganyan. Are you a scion of the Mo family? What brings you to Baiyun Martial Academy? Why not practice within your family? Li Changkong inquired amiably, without any pressure. I find myself superior to my peers within the family, feeling no burden at all. Thus, I consider trying my luck at the Martial Arts Academy. If the Baiyun Martial Arts Academy does not welcome me, I shall seek opportunities at other institutions. Mo Ganyan candidly expressed his thoughts. Li Changkong furrowed his brow and nodded. Not at all displeased. Mo Ganyan spoke the truth. Indeed, with the Mo family's influence, achieving such endeavors would be effortless. He then inquired, You share a good rapport with Feng Che? Feng Che, Mo Ganyan replied, puzzled as to why Feng Che was suddenly brought into the conversation. Li Changkong nodded, saying, In my younger days, I had connections with your Mo family, hence I offer you this advice. Be wary of Feng Che. Mo Ganyan frowned, dismissing the warning internally, yet responded affirmatively, understood. By the way, why do you not join a hidden sect? The sects are too insular. Moreover, many of them withdraw completely during times of conflict. Thus, as per our ancestors' teachings, we are forbidden from entering such sections. Mo Ganyan asserted. A man of the Mo family would rather perish in battle than seek refuge in a sect. Excellent. Li Changkong clapped, expressing admiration. The Mo family truly lives up to its reputation. However, he did not finish his thought. As Mo Ganyan exited, he unexpectedly encountered Feng Che, who stood at the front of the line. He discreetly signaled with his eyes, indicating caution. Be careful, that individual inside seems to harbor no fondness for you. Feng Che understood the implication and confidently proceeded inside. Feng Che, yes, come here. Certainly. Feng Che distinctly sensed Li Changkong's indifference. By all rights, as the champion, he should be accorded special treatment. Yet, this man was behaving otherwise. Although he refrained from uttering the sarcastic remark, the benevolent son of the heavens, Feng Che could still sense the atmosphere laden with tension. Moments later, Li Changkong lost his composure, overwhelmed by the implications of surpassing all ranks and the upper limits of the Yulong Tower. His mouth hung agape, as if it could accommodate an ostrich egg. The Night Dream codename was changed to Moon Shadow, and he was reminded to collect his signed book within the student group. Chapter 30. A hot potato with a crisp snap. Li Changkong closed his mouth, having glimpsed an almost certain future where one could ascend to the cloud weapon ranking. Despite managing to silence himself, a flicker of dreamlike brilliance danced in his eyes. After assessing Feng Che's cultivation, he was left utterly astounded. Weren't you just at the 5th level on the arena that day? Indeed. Then why are you at the pinnacle of the 5th level now? I have no idea why. After completing the registration and converting Feng Che's original demon beast hunting points into academic credits for the Baiyun Martial Institute, Li Changkong let out a sigh, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. Feng Che activated his credit card and observed that it displayed his name along with a total of 110 credits. From this moment onward, at the Baiyun Martial Institute, he could make any purchase, be it food, clothing, shelter, elixirs, or manuals, using this card. This card was capable of fulfilling any need. Due to traces of elixirs consumed within his body, he was prohibited from taking any potent elixirs or rare materials until he broke through to the innate Grand Master level. Very well. I will find a way to rid your body of the traces of elixirs, rendering it completely pristine. When laying a foundation, one must not be hasty. Fortunately, your intake has been modest, Had it been more substantial, the accumulation of future burdens could indeed obstruct your path. Indeed, Feng Che is acutely aware of this drawback. Yet prior to this moment, he found himself bereft of alternatives. He had originally intended to recuperate at the Baiyun Martial Institute. And now that Li Changkong has discovered this, it is all the more fortuitous. Following a brief silence, Li Changkong inquired, Feng Che, why do you seek to usurp the assets of the Su family? Usurp? Feng Che chuckled softly and replied, instructorly, in the past. You have knocked on the doors of widows and disturbed the graves of the deceased. Over the years, you have accepted bribes from students and amassed quite a fortune. Have you not? Li Changkong was incensed. I have never committed such acts. Yet, he refrained from exploding in anger, understanding the intent behind Feng Che's words. After a moment of silence, he retorted, sharp-tongued. Feng Che smiled. My dear brother Su is still alive. Leave. Very well. Feng Che exited, acutely sensing a significant shift in Li Changkong's demeanor. Nevertheless, the expression of helplessness in his eyes grew more pronounced. The class assessment had concluded. The 4 instructors convened. On my end, there are 5 students in the top tier, 6 in the middle tier, 11 in the upper range, and 3 in the lower tier. 6 in the top tier, 6 in the middle tier, 9 in the upper range, and 4 in the lower tier. 8 in the top tier. 1 innate ice spirit body, 5 in the middle tier, 10 in the upper range, and 1 in the lower tier. After 3 of them had spoken, they turned to Li Changkong. This batch of students exhibits significantly superior aptitude compared to the previous one. This fact was met with universal nods of agreement. And you, leader? In my presence, 5 individuals are marked with the character A in the upper echelon, 7 bear the same in the middle tier, and 10 more showcase it. 1 lone individual is denoted by the character B. Li Changkong appeared somewhat lost in thought. The other 3 exchanged glances, tallying their numbers. This doesn't add up. We are still too short. Those missing individuals include Mo Ganyun, a prodigy rumored to be of heavenly caliber, possessing innate meridians that flow with remarkable clarity and unparalleled agility in combat. His intrinsic talents render any weapon easy to wield. Once he reaches a certain level of mastery, he becomes a force capable of vanquishing thousands on the battlefield. When discussing this, Li Changkong should have been filled with exuberance and delight. However, his demeanor reflected a lack of vigor, his spirit seemingly adrift. The others were taken aback, but soon their faces brightened with joy. Such a genius is a rarity. Throughout their many years of teaching, they had encountered only 5 similar talents. Yet, none of those could compare to Mo Ganyun, for he is backed by the formidable Mo family, endowed with limitless high-tier or exceptional cultivation resources. From every conceivable angle, the most favorable provisions are assured, facilitating the child's development in aspects such as consciousness, physicality, meridians, tendons, and even the coordination of limbs. This exemplifies the profound advantages held by aristocratic families, steeped in an undeniable inequity. For instance, the total expenditure and cultivation costs for an ordinary family's child from birth until they attain mastery pale in comparison to the value of a single bowl of porridge consumed by a child from a prominent family during their mother's pregnancy. The reason why Mo Ganyun currently appears to hold a modest position is precisely by design, a steadfast and methodical approach, establishing a solid foundation, meticulously crafting a base that will one day support a towering edifice. This exemplifies the distinction between brilliance and mere talent. In the initial stages of cultivation, some children indeed progress swiftly, often outpacing even those from distinguished families. However, many of these prodigies encounter a sudden bottleneck after reaching a certain height, abruptly halting their advancement. The sole reason for this stagnation is the depletion of their foundational depth. In contrast, the geniuses from noble lineages maintain a steady pace, advancing with an air of tranquility towards greater heights. To illustrate, during their academic years, countless children from ordinary families may excel remarkably. Yet, once they transition into society, their trajectories diverge dramatically from those of the offspring of the affluent and powerful. This is the essence of foundational depth. Is it unfair? Is it fair? Thus, the 3 instructors swiftly recognized the immense potential that Mo Ganyun possesses. He is poised to ascend the cloud weapon rankings. Bao Feiyu softly uttered these words, while the others nodded in silent agreement. Although the specifics remain uncertain, as long as Mo Ganyun does not falter, a place among the top 100 of the cloud weapon rankings seems assured. The trio stood in astonishment. When they turned to observe Li Changkong, however, They found the elder brother lost in thought, seemingly drifting beyond the realm of the tangible, devoid of any visible surprise or shock. What is the matter? Bing Shangxue furrowed her brow and inquired. Moreover, what about the other one? The group quickly responded. Indeed, there is still another. Thus far, only Mo Ganyan has been mentioned. How about the other one? The other one. Li Changkong's eyes were filled with astonishment as he said. It is Feng Che. Indeed, he secured the first place in this year's freshman competition. Bing Shangxue nodded. What about him? Li Changkong swallowed hard. I am unaware of the caliber of his innate talent. The three exchanged puzzled glances. His talent has shattered the limits of the 12-story fish dragon tower and surpassed it by a considerable margin. Li Changkong's lips felt parched. You should comprehend the implications of this. The trio stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, in the stillness of the space. The only sound was the frantic beating of their hearts. It was intense. However, the pressure was becoming unbearable for them all. For this was an opportunity to be immortalized in history, as the disciples soared to great heights. Their roles as instructors would undoubtedly secure their names in the annals of time. Yet, you tell me there exists someone even more formidable than Mo Ganyan. And this individual is none other than Feng Che. To put it simply, the fate of our quartet, whether we will be remembered fondly in history or cursed for eternity, rests upon these two students. Li Changkong forced a bitter smile. Regardless of whether we are celebrated or reviled, we are fated to enter the pages of history. The three shared a resigned smile, their expressions reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. No wonder the Martial Academy designated the four of us. Duan Zhonglu chuckled wryly. The four of them were esteemed instructors, unmatched in teaching prowess throughout the years at Baiyun Martial Academy. The students they nurtured would undoubtedly stand out among their peers in the future. It can be said that they undoubtedly belong to the foremost echelon, existing at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Li Changkong slowly remarked, You are all familiar with the past deeds of this student, Feng Che. You have all seen them and should retain some impression. Thus, you should comprehend the implications of my words. Indeed, Bing Shangxue, a woman of striking beauty, displayed a look of concern upon her delicate features. There was an unmistakable aura of malevolence surrounding these events. We even find ourselves questioning whether Feng Che has already succumbed to the dark path. Furthermore, the mysterious disappearance of the Su family's main forces raises suspicions regarding Feng Che's involvement, especially since intelligence indicates that during the days of their disappearance, Feng Che ventured out alone and remained absent for 3 days. Shortly after his return, news of the Su family's collective vanishing broke. Notably, the night the Su family departed coincided precisely with Feng Che's outing. Bing Shangxue furrowed her brows. Boss, this is indeed a thorny issue. The three of them simultaneously grimaced. Bing Shangxue's words held undeniable truth. The current situation was as she described. What is your perspective, boss? Duan Zhonglu inquired. Chapter 31. Worthy of consideration and action. Upon hearing the question, a peculiar expression crossed Li Changkong's face as he said. I couldn't restrain myself and asked him, why do you wish to monopolize the Su family's wealth? And what was his response? He retorted, isn't it true that many years ago, you knocked on the widow's door and desecrated the grave of the deceased? Over these years, you've accepted bribes from your students, amassing quite a fortune. Haven't you? Li Changkong's expression was indeed quite extraordinary. 3 individuals spoke in unison. These matters, the leader has never truly engaged in. There was a hint of amusement. Bao Feiyu stroked his chin, and the expression in Bing Shangxue's eyes was one of deep contemplation. What do you think, esteemed leader? Bing Shangxue inquired. Upon hearing this, the others darkened their expressions, unable to refute the statement. We have taught so many students. How many can we confidently say will ascend the weapon rankings, provided they do not meet an untimely end? Li Changkong sighed bitterly and asked, is there any? The 3 lowered their heads, exhaling in resignation. Mo Ganyan possessed sufficient talent, yet he merely had the potential to reach the Cloud Summit weapon rankings. He was on par with the most gifted individuals we had previously instructed. However, Feng Che was assuredly destined to ascend with diligence. He might even contend for the top position. Li Changkong inhaled deeply and declared, so, do you comprehend? We understand. The 3 nodded in unison. Their movements were slow, yet their gazes grew increasingly resolute. We are merely instructors, Li Changkong stated, not masters. The words were subtly articulated, yet all 3 grasped the leader's intention. Equality for all. Excellent. With the tone established, the matter became manageable, whether it leads to everlasting glory or infamy. How could we allow such promising talent to wither in our care? Li Changkong took a deep breath and remarked, even if they are disciples of the unorthodox sect, can we not, the four of us, cultivate them effectively? In 5 years, can we not transform a student's disposition? If he is not a disciple of the dark arts, we could bolster the continent with a stalwart pillar. If he is, our worst outcome, I believe, could still lead him to embrace both righteousness and wickedness. Li Changkong remarked, the grace of the master runs deep, binding us in friendship, should it come to pass. Should he truly be a disciple of the evil sect in the future, then it would be worth it for you and I to awaken a glimmer of conscience within him through our blood, even if it were but a flicker. In such a case, I deem that sufficient. So let it be. Feng Che, unaware of the instructor's contemplations, was currently extorting Mo Ganyun. You're inviting me to lunch at noon, right? Feng Che inquired. Yes, that's no problem. Wait, why are you suddenly asking me to treat you to a meal? Mo Ganyun responded, astonished. Because of me, you now occupy a single room. A spacious room all to yourself. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Feng Che questioned. This reasoning held some merit. Mo Ganyun scratched his head, vaguely sensing something amiss, yet he acquiesced. In the martial academy, 2 students shared a room. Feng Che and Mo Ganyun, both at the pinnacle among the new students, were naturally assigned the finest, largest, and most convenient quarters. Given that Feng Che was currently residing outside, it was only fitting that Mo Ganyun enjoyed this room alone. Then it settled, Feng Che mused to himself, smiling inwardly. This Mo Ganyun possesses a rather endearing disposition. As I expected, he is indeed quite simple-minded. Meanwhile, the instructors were formulating the teaching plan. With 100 students to carefully sift through, they needed to develop several tiers of educational strategies, tailored to each individual's capabilities, ensuring that a one-size-fits-all approach was out of the question. This is an exceedingly tedious task, and thus, the initial days following the commencement of the academic year are the most exhausting for the instructors. Meanwhile, these days are the epitome of comfort for the newcomers, as they are unencumbered by oversight. Typically, this process spans 3 days, referred to by the students of Baiyun Martial Academy as the last moments of relaxation and joy in life. Indeed, it marks the final reprieve before descending into the rigors of academia, a time of unadulterated revelry. Furthermore, it is a sentiment that is difficult to articulate once graduation occurs. Regardless of whether it pertains to life, combat, or cultivation, one must rely solely on oneself, with pressures mounting like an insurmountable mountain. Thus, the phrase "the last moments of relaxation and joy in life" holds no fallacy. As the new students bask in this fleeting moment, the returning students endure torment, assessments. The 4th-year students face evaluations, commencing from the very first day of the newcomer's enrollment. For those who exhibit no progress, 2 points are deducted. For those whose cultivation and rankings regress, 5 points are lost. A lamentation echoes throughout Baiyun Martial Academy. Apart from those who maintain rigorous discipline and are making remarkable strides, there exists one individual who eagerly anticipates this assessment, Feng Qingyun. He can distinctly perceive the magnitude of his advancement. To describe it as a complete transformation would not be an exaggeration. This metamorphosis stems from a meal his cousin treated him to. While Feng Qingyun possesses no concrete evidence to substantiate this belief, he diligently buries the thought deep within his heart. He is acutely aware that vocalizing his conjecture would only bring undue trouble to his cousin. He recalls a conversation he had with Feng Che after sensing his own changes. Cousin, I have been in exceptional form lately. It seems my comprehension and innate abilities have significantly improved. At that moment, Feng Che smiled and remarked, well, upon reassessment, it should no longer be 7,476, which is indeed a cause for celebration. Feng Qingyun feigned great anger, feeling a mix of shame and frustration as he departed. Yet, deep within, he was assured his cousin had exhibited no signs of surprise. Filled with anticipation and trepidation, Feng Qingyun endeavored with his utmost perfection to partake in this assessment. During the time when the freshmen were engaged in recreational activities and the seniors were undergoing evaluations, the Martial Academy convened a meeting. The sole agenda was the handling of the situation concerning Gao Yunqi and Zhou Yi. The incident had transpired, and the Academy could not feign ignorance. Moreover, the outside world was already stirred with unrest. Deputy Dean Huang Yifan staunchly supported Gao and Zhou, asserting their innocence, while Supervisor Meng Qijing firmly believed that these two had tarnished the Academy's reputation, rendering them unforgivable. Dean L. Jiaoshan resolutely maintained that the two instructors bore no responsibility whatsoever. Both factions, those backing Meng Qijing and those siding with Huang Yifan, had substantial numbers. However, the most numerous were the neutral parties, who deemed it acceptable to act if justified, yet equally indifferent if no action was taken, as they found rationale in both stances. Consequently, the ultimate pressure fell upon the shoulders of Dean Gao Qingyu. In his possession was a piece of intelligence he had just received. The Shiman family, associated with Shiman Shiri, was suspected of colluding with the Celestial sect, with a 90% likelihood that they were already members of the sect, and Shiman Shiri was a protege cultivated by them. The information was utterly reliable. Thus, from the very beginning, Gao Qingyu had resolved how to proceed. How could I possibly punish my own for the killing of members of the Celestial sect? Thus, from the onset of the meeting, Gao Qingyu appeared drowsy, remaining in such a state until Huang Yifan erupted, threatening to physically assault Meng Qijing. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Is this truly a meeting of the Baiyun Martial Academy? Are we certain this is not a gathering of ruffians dividing their territory?" The attendees were momentarily startled by the familiarity of his words. Bang! The esteemed principal slammed his hand against the table with fervor, repeatedly striking it. Bang, bang, bang. "Do you not regard me, your principal, with any respect? Ahem. Is there no regard for my position? You too. Are you conspiring to form factions and rebel?" Gao Qingyu's wrath surged as he pounded the table, his voice echoing with indignation. The senior members of the academy bowed their heads, pinching their temples in exasperation. Here we go again. The principal was once more resorting to his unruly antics. Indeed, while unleashing a torrent of invective, the principal began to exploit the situation. Such a lack of organization and discipline. If they show such disrespect to me, their principal, what can be expected of others? Gao Yunqi and Zhou, you were clearly at fault, but was it necessary to condemn them so harshly? They have been diligent colleagues for many years. Must you be so eager to drive them to ruin? Gao Qingyu bellowed. Huang Yifan, do you wish to kill them? To seize their possessions? To take other things? Are you using your superior martial prowess to coerce me, your principal? Speak. Is this so? Huang Yifan seethed internally, cursing vehemently. This old scoundrel. I am the one safeguarding this side, am I not? The old scoundrel, whenever he seizes an opportunity, always drags me out to berate me, seeking to assert his own existence, treating me like a mere fowl to be punished as an example. I have truly had enough of this. Even Meng Qijing on the opposing side dares not utter a word. The most formidable vice mountain leader, Huang, has been subdued. How can anyone else dare to resist? Furthermore, the mountain leader's words were laden with meaning. What does it mean to say, do you wish to kill them? Do you wish to seize their assets? Do you wish to take other things? Where did such accusations originate? Who wishes to kill them? Who desires to seize their possessions? Those two impoverished fools, what could they possibly have worth taking? Yet, I cannot refute these claims. To do so would cast me as one who wishes to kill them and seize their assets. I am left to stifle my indignation in silence. Thus, this matter was settled. Mountain leader Gao Qingyu pounded the table emphatically, declaring, anyone who wishes to rebel or contest this decision may directly report me. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Is this truly the resolution? To question this decision equates to rebellion? Such reasoning is utterly unfathomable. I must admit, the mountain leader has taken his intimidation to a new level. Just then, there was a knock at the conference room door. Upon opening it, Gao Yunqi and Zhou Yi appeared at the threshold. Gao Qingyu turned to look, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of anxiety crossing his eyes. What are these two simpletons doing here? There are many present who wish to deal with you. I have overestimated you. There are only 3,400 votes so far. The wager is void. We shall discuss this when there are more people. Chapter 32. The reward is secured. Gao Qingyu now felt quite vexed. At a critical moment, two foolish individuals emerged, engaging in their own antics and banging on the table. Their ultimate aim was nothing more than to preserve their positions. Now they come forth, seemingly intent on self-imposed punishment, ready to recklessly charge to the front lines. What a bunch of obstinate fools. As a seasoned leader, Gao Qingyu was acutely aware of the temperament of his subordinates. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "What brings you two rascals here?" With a sudden release of his imposing aura, he bore down upon them, his words already forming in his mind. What audacity! Attempting to rebel. How dare you? He turned to Huang Fushan, commanding, "Throw these unruly scoundrels out." He was confident that Huang Yifan would understand the unspoken order and promptly deliver a thorough beating, after which the two would spend a few days in bed. Claiming to have sustained broken bones as a form of severe punishment thus, the matter would be settled. However, the esteemed leader did not anticipate that Gao Yunxi and Zhou Yi, despite their pallid faces under the pressure, would stand their ground. They even dared to speak. "Mountain leader, we have two statements to make." Oh no, these two rascals had somehow managed to break through. Gao Qingyu narrowed his eyes, ready to intensify his pressure. "Speak not a word. We accept our punishment. We acknowledge our responsibilities. We are amenable to any form of retribution." Gao Yunxi struggled to articulate his words under the mounting pressure, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Whatever punishment you deem fit, we shall accept, but we implore you, Mountain Leader, do not relieve us of our positions as instructors at Baiyun. We wish to continue teaching, to teach indefinitely." Zhou Yi, eager to speak, found himself at a disadvantage, his cultivation not matching that of Gao Yunxi. With a face flushed crimson, he could only muster 4 words. "I feel the same." Gao Jiyu felt a weight lift from his heart. Had these two finally come to their senses? Instantly, he withdrew his imposing demeanor and, with a resounding bang on the table, furiously exclaimed, "Get out! Get out! This is outrageous. The Martial Academy has its own protocols for handling matters. How dare you take it upon yourselves to meddle? This is a high-level meeting. Such lawlessness. Is there no respect for the authority of your mountain master, Huang Yifan?" Reluctantly, Huang Yifan stood up, dragging his feet. "Present. Get out of here. Is there no decorum? What kind of conduct is this?" In a fit of rage, Gao Jiyu seemed unable to contain himself, striking the table. In light of such a serious situation, to remain unrepentant and audaciously speak at this assembly. "How dare you? Is there no regard for me as your mountain master? A severe punishment is warranted. Communicate my decree as mountain master, Gao Yunxi and Zhou Yi. Your punishment is suspension of salary, along with the cessation of overtime teaching, until you acknowledge your mistakes. Who dares to defy this? Who is discontent? Step forward." The assembly bowed their heads in silence. In truth, such a punishment was hardly a deterrent for two instructors of royal caliber within the Martial Academy. Their salaries were but trifles. Furthermore, the absence of a penalty on their benefits. Those were the real stakes. Moreover, he never specified the duration of the punishment, merely stating it would last until they recognized their errors. If they came to their senses by tomorrow, the punishment could be lifted then. Yet, despite this, a collective sense of relief washed over everyone present. Following such a protective headmaster, albeit a bit unruly, indeed instills a profound sense of security. The sound of fists and kicks reverberates at the entrance. It is none other than Huang Yifan, shouting as he strikes, "Get out! Get out! Damn it! Ever since I arrived in this wretched place, I've been treated like a mere thug. Damn it! Your reward has arrived." Sun Yuan, brimming with excitement, exclaims, "For your exceptional triumph over all martial arts prodigies, ascending to the pinnacle of Baiyun Martial Academy, the leader is exceedingly pleased. Especially regarding your direct thwarting of the 3-religion scheme, casting their chosen candidates into the depths of despair, the leader is overjoyed. He specifically sent a message for me to convey to you 4 words. I am very satisfied." The final 4 words. Sun Yuan mimicked the voice of the Divine Seal Palace, enunciating each syllable with care, a radiant smile blooming on his face. Whether the Divine Seal Palace was satisfied or not, Feng Che paid it no heed. His sole concern lay in one thing. "My reward is, the blood ignition technique you desired has been granted by the leader." Sun Yuan chuckled, retrieving a jade slip from his bosom. The blood ignition technique is contained within this, along with some of the leader's own insights into cultivation. This jade slip can only be used once before it automatically disintegrates. Understanding this, Feng Che felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. The life-saving technique he had yearned for was finally within his grasp. The blood ignition technique not only preserves one's foundation, but also bears no after-effects. It is the most relied upon technique for survival and escape among the disciples of our righteous sect. While the average person can enhance their speed tenfold, Feng Che believed that with the boundless true scripture to activate the blood ignition technique, his speed would be nothing short of extraordinary. Whether pursuing an adversary or fleeing from peril, this remains one's greatest trump card. Feng Che felt a sense of satisfaction. Regarding the practice of the blood ignition technique, it is imperative to reach the innate realm before it can be employed. Sun Yuan earnestly cautioned, before attaining the level of a master, one must not utilize the blood ignition technique more than 5 times in a year. Even after a breakthrough, while beneath the royal level. The usage must not exceed 10 times annually. Though it is said to have no aftereffects, excessive use ultimately depletes one's vital energy. I comprehend. Furthermore, your title of Night Demon may now be employed from this day forth. Additionally, concerning communication, the Master has graciously bestowed upon you a communication jade. Shortly, you will establish contact with the 5 spirits Gu, and I shall instruct you on its operation. Who may I reach out to? You may contact me, as well as the esteemed Qian Sanjiang. In urgent matters where I am unavailable, you may directly reach Lord Qian Sanjiang. Is it only the 2 of you? You may also communicate with the Master. However, while the Master holds you in high regard, I would advise against frequent communication. Excessive contact may lead to annoyance, and such an impression is not easily altered. Understood. Feng Chie's gaze flickered. Moreover, the Master has appointed you as the leader of the Baiyun Martial Academy. From this day forth, all disciples of the One Heart sect entering the Baiyun Martial Academy shall look to you for guidance. Feng Chie was taken aback. How shall I contact them? Within the confines of the sect, there exists a secretive lexicon that can guide one to find their counterparts in the designated meeting places. However, all participants will conceal their identities, either through masks or elaborate disguises. Revealing one's true self is strictly forbidden, and one must be prepared for this reality. Understanding this, Feng Chie's eyes glimmered with determination. Your next mission is to secure a favorable allocation of resources from the Baiyun Martial Academy, ideally earning the favor of the Guardians, thereby laying the groundwork for future integration into their ranks. Should you achieve success in this endeavor, you may report directly to the sect leader at any time. Sun Yuan remarked, with a tinge of envy for his disciple, that even he had to rely on connections and relentless effort. Alongside navigating the ambiguous line between righteousness and malevolence, to eventually attain the privilege of contacting the sect leader after decades of dedication to the One Heart sect. Yet now, Feng Chie, at such a tender age, was already afforded this opportunity. Master, is this not a test of my loyalty to the sect? Feng Chie furrowed his brow, expressing concern. As students of the Martial Academy, we too are tasked with missions that require substantial contributions to gain recognition and potential advancement within the ranks. Are you suggesting that I betray our sect? Sun Yuan chuckled softly. There are some disobedient elements within our sect that can be dealt with. Feng Chie paused, momentarily taken aback. For the greater good of the sect's enduring legacy, it is deemed reasonable for these insignificant minions to make sacrifices to create opportunities for you. Sun Yuan naturally remarked. Moreover, aside from our own teachings, there are numerous others, particularly the celestial deities, the night demons, and the 3 saints. Well, there are others too, all of which can contribute to your accomplishments. Feng Chie took a deep breath, acknowledging, Master, your insights are profound. For now, let us leave it at that. By the way, the leader has bestowed upon you a spirit pill, intended to stabilize your divine consciousness, to prevent any future soul-searching by others. Sun Yuan produced a jade vial. Feng Chie accepted it, and said, Master, there is something I am unsure how to convey. Speak candidly, Sun Yuan replied. A few days ago, did I not kill Shimen Suri? Feng Chie stated directly thus. I have disseminated the information that the Shimen family is a subordinate of the celestial deities. Sun Yuan responded. I cannot believe you appear so astonished. It seems you have already begun to sell out. Why did you not mention this last time? I feared you would object. Hence, I chose to act first and report later. This matter. Sun Yuan felt somewhat flustered. I believe it is inconsequential. Feng Chie, with a grim expression, replied coldly. Master, the most crucial factor is always ourselves. As you have said, what does it matter if a few individuals from the celestial deities perish for my achievements? Besides, they are not dead yet, are they? This matter must be reported to the leader, Sun Yuan insisted. I shall report it. Allow me to handle it. Feng Chie intercepted Sun Yuan, earnestly stating, Master, this is my doing. Do not bear the burden for me. Sun Yuan felt a warm surge in his heart. I fear the leader's wrath. I worry you may not withstand it. However, this matter is ultimately my doing, and in the future, for the sake of my own development, I shall sell off even more individuals. Feng Chie candidly expressed, I cannot always rely on my master to explain and bear the burden for me, can I? Sun Yuan pondered for a long while before replying. Very well. He then sighed. You, my child, are far more ruthless than I, who have muddled through for decades. Without a word of warning, you sold an entire family from the heavenly god sect. Yet, knowing you possess such resolve, I find myself reassured. I spoke incorrectly last night. I must have overestimated myself. Nevertheless, it matters not, as long as I write earnestly. And if it resonates with the readers, they may promote it for me. After all, flowers attract butterflies. The numbers will inevitably grow. Chapter 33, The Night Demon. Insidious and ruthless Feng Che remarked, "My master was right. For our own sake, whether it be the heavenly god sect or the night demon sect. I must speak rather irreverently, but I do not regard them as human. As long as it benefits us, we shall treat them as stepping stones for our ascent. What is there to be concerned about?" Subsequently, Sun Yuan, the protector, and Feng Che ingested the purifying spirit pill to stabilize their consciousness, and then summoned the 5 spirits goo, activating the communication jade. They attempted to send a message, and it was seamless. Your sect's points have been directly credited by the sect leader with 500, which you can check via your communication jade. Understood. Next, Sun Yuan retrieved a jade slip containing various secret codes and symbols from the One Heart sect, which he directly implanted into Feng Che's mind. You must remember these well. Each symbol represents a different meaning. Yes, the moon hung high in the sky, and the night was tranquil. At the moment of the day when spiritual energy is most abundant, Sun Yuan once again stood guard, observing Feng Che mastering the blood ignition technique. A profound sense of gratification welled within him, akin to witnessing a disciple finally mature into adulthood. Henceforth, Feng Che would possess the ability to advance or retreat at will, alleviating concerns regarding his safety. Moreover, the leader's esteem for him promised a future trajectory far superior to that of his own. It was imperative to remember various taboos. Even if it meant betraying others, one must never allow such knowledge to surface. Sun Yuan admonished earnestly. The disciple understood. While Feng Che acquiesced, he silently criticized the cult. Their educational methods and theoretical inclinations were starkly at odds with the righteous path. Although he disdained such approaches, it did not preclude his willingness to exploit them. From his perspective, betraying individuals from various sects bore no psychological burden. As for moral condemnation, that was merely an overestimation of his concerns. After all, he was an undercover agent. If he did not betray them, what purpose would he serve? From this point forward, he had, to some extent, acquired a semblance of influence. A group leader indeed, Feng Che was acutely aware that he had taken a crucial first step within the One Heart sect. The beginning is always the most challenging, yet this inaugural step had been taken. In the deep of night, after Sun Yuan's departure, Feng Che, after careful consideration, retrieved the communication jade he had recently acquired. He activated the 5 spirits goo and sent a message to the Imprint Divine Palace. "Leader, this is Feng Che, with an important matter to report." After a moment's thought, he altered the words "this is Feng Che" to "this is the night demon," before sending it forth. The reason why the temple of the printing god designated itself with the moniker Night Demon is likely a reflection of its desire for self-identification. I, the Night Demon. One cannot help but associate this with the Night Demon sect, and it is plausible that the temple of the printing god finds a certain delight in those 4 characters. Indeed, upon receiving the message and seeing the phrase "I, the Night Demon," the temple erupted into uproarious laughter, slapping the table in sheer joy. They sent a communication jade to Feng Che, allowing him to reach out, not only for various considerations, but primarily due to the thrill of those 4 words. It was exceedingly gratifying. In truth, the temple had awaited this message from Feng Che for an entire afternoon. Finally, it arrived. The temple of the printing god envisioned the leader of the Night Demon sect, Hai Wuyong, kneeling before him, obsequiously proclaiming, "I, the Night Demon, report to the master." The temple laughed heartily, feeling an overwhelming sense of delight that enveloped his entire being. "Ah, Night Demon, were you not so formidable? Why then do you kneel and refer to yourself as a subordinate?" The temple's laughter was unrestrained. The guards outside caught a faint echo of their leader's exuberant laughter, piquing their curiosity. When did our sect gain such an advantage over the Night Demon sect? Why is the master so elated? The temple of the printing god was indeed overjoyed, exuding an air of superiority and dominance. Even while sending this message, he sat upright, radiating authority, with a piercing gaze and an imposing presence, as if the leader of the Night Demon sect were kneeling before him. Gratitude to the master for bestowing the law. The Night Demon is immensely grateful. The Night Demon shall henceforth serve the master with unwavering loyalty. Feng Che sent the message. This communication, ostensibly superfluous and precious, is indeed an extravagant use of such words of gratitude. Had it been uttered by another, it would surely evoke disdain. Yet, the temple of the printing god remains unfazed. One can only surmise that the temple is currently reveling in delight. Thus, it is imperative to send another message of flattery to deepen the impression. Who could evoke such elation in the esteemed leader? Only I, the night demon. Feng Lingtianxia raised an eyebrow. The temple of the printing god was indeed pleased, and the choice of words was particularly astute. Loyalty and service. The crux being service. This is utterly amusing. One can imagine the night demon has been reduced to a state of eager subservience in the mind of the printing god. What a delightful old fool. Thus, Feng Lingtianxia commenced with the matter at hand. Leader, I have sold the Shiman family of the Celestial Church to the Baiyun Martial Academy. A sense of gravity settled within him. Meanwhile, upon receiving Feng Lingtianxia's message, the printing god's eyes glimmered with excitement, and he rose in enthusiasm. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Indeed. A person of great ambition, quite ruthless, quite cunning, and decisively shrewd. Truly, someone favored by the celestial divine. The printing god felt a stirring within. At this moment, a sense of assurance began to wash over him. This mindset of everyone paves the way for me, sell when necessary, kill when necessary is precisely what I, the One Heart sect, advocate. After calming his emotions, the printing god sent a succinct message. Reason? Just 2 brief words. I cannot allow him to perceive my current satisfaction. As one in a position of power, emotions must not be so readily discerned by subordinates. What is this called? The art of imperial psychology. How utterly brilliant. The printing god slammed his hand on the table. Indeed, it is ruthless enough, decisive enough. In a moment of ruthless pragmatism, one chooses to betray another to the enemy merely due to a potential threat to oneself. This is truly remarkable. Is this the sole justification? The Temple of the Seal has conveyed a message, subtly expressing discontent. Indeed, it is essential to exert pressure on subordinates. Additionally, I must alter the impression left by my dealings with the Su family in the city of Azure Waves, as the traces are rather conspicuous. Otherwise, the White Cloud Martial Academy will not regard me with the significance I desire. Therefore, my subordinate has positioned the Shiman family and Shiman Shuri as a stepping stone towards advancement. This reveals a hint of personal ambition, which I do not wish to conceal from the esteemed leader. Feng Lingtianxia, adopting an attitude of utmost candor, laid everything bare before the leader. As anticipated, the Temple of the Seal was pleased. The Night Demon has indeed shown me unreserved loyalty. What are your plans moving forward? Inquired the temple. Should any future matters arise that necessitate it, my subordinate would not hesitate to sacrifice the families of Ding Zhiran and Huochuan. My allegiance lies solely with the One Heart sect and you, my leader. Anything outside our sect does not concern me. Excellent. The Temple of the Seal expressed profound satisfaction. The Night Demon is correct. We are indeed a nefarious cult, so why concern ourselves with notions of righteousness or loyalty? Bah, such outdated customs. After completing the writing, I glanced at it and felt it lacked satisfaction. Thus, I added 2 more sentences. Henceforth, should similar situations arise, the sect shall impose severe punishments. After editing, I sent it out. Feng Lingtianxia received the news and chuckled upon reading it. The Temple of the Seal truly embodies the essence of a dark sect leader, an absolute master of manipulation. This message ostensibly prohibits such actions, yet one must grasp the nuances of language. First, let us consider the phrase in principle. It is widely understood that in principle implies a prohibition, yet it subtly conveys the opposite meaning, suggesting that such actions are indeed permissible for those who comprehend the nuances. Next, we encounter the term taboo in teaching, which deserves particular attention. A taboo signifies a restriction, yet akin to rules, it exists to be transgressed. The only question is whether one possesses the audacity to do so. Since this is the initial occurrence, the phrase "no further investigation will be pursued" carries profound implications. If there is no inquiry this time, what hindrance exists for a subsequent transgression? As for the closing remark, should such circumstances arise in the future, severe punishment will be administered within the teachings. This must be interpreted inversely. One may proceed boldly and without trepidation. We are wholeheartedly supportive of your endeavors. Feng Lingtianxia felt entirely justified in his interpretation, which undoubtedly aligned with the intentions of the Divine Seal Palace. Upon receiving this news, the Divine Seal Palace felt reassured, recognizing that this young individual fully grasped the underlying message. The sentiment expressed, "I hope for a day when I can truly alleviate the burdens of the leader," resonates deeply. Indeed, you are currently advocating on my behalf. However, The matter of the night demon having slain Shaman Shiri remains unresolved, while the Shaman family has effectively been dealt with. The Celestial Church will not easily relent. This situation presents a dilemma. The crux of the issue lies in ensuring that the identity of the night demon remains concealed, along with the fact that this directive originates from oneself. How to navigate this predicament? Contemplating the situation, the Divine Seal Palace furrowed its brow, tapping fingers against the table. Ultimately, a message was dispatched to Feng Che, seeking to gauge his perspective on the subsequent developments following his actions. Thus begins Chapter 34, Feng Che's Achievement, a Test of Resolve. The Divine Palace of Een had already formed a vague plan, yet it was necessary to assess the adaptability of this young man. With rapt attention, the palace observed, "What a talent! Indeed, a remarkable talent. We will eliminate your people, sell your kin, and then expect a monumental favor in return. This method proves far superior to my previous approach. However, it seems somewhat misaligned in terms of timing, does it not?" The palace quickly regained composure and inquired, "Has the incident of the Shaman family retaliating against you in connection with the celestial sect already transpired?" The Divine Palace fell into a prolonged state of astonishment. How ruthlessly cunning. You not only eliminated their chosen one and sold an entire family, but you also seek to strike against two members of the celestial sect? Yet, this proposition is undeniably enticing. For in doing so, the celestial sect will undoubtedly owe us a significant debt of gratitude. Moreover, it would be a considerable one. I have spared you from the loss of an entire network. Surely, that old fool must acknowledge the debt owed to me. The Divine Palace pondered deeply. A message was sent. Should you proceed in this manner, your circumstances will become increasingly perilous. The celestial sect will not let you off lightly. The palace lapsed into silence, gazing at the final four characters rise to prominence. A flicker of inspiration stirred within, and a plan began to take shape, seemingly coalescing. Their gaze gradually grew cold and fierce. The communication fell into a hushed stillness. In the dead of night, at the hour of the pig, Sun Yuan suddenly received a message from the Divine Palace. In contact with Qian Sanjiang, accompanied by the night demon, a mission was to be executed in a certain location on Baiyun Island. Suddenly, Sun Yuan awoke. And just as he was about to reach out to Qian Sanjiang, a message arrived. "Sun Yuan, there is a task." Without hesitation, Sun Yuan sprang into action, making his way directly to Feng Che's residence, leaping over the wall with agility. Feng Che was instantly roused. "Master? What is the matter?" "There is a mission. 10 internal points." "All right." Together, Sun Yuan and Feng Che silently exited the courtyard. Sun Yuan's cultivation far surpassed that of Night Dream, who remained oblivious to their presence. "Follow me." On a bustling street, the golden plaque of LG Bank glimmered in the night. This establishment served as one of the hidden strongholds of the Celestial Sect on Baiyun Island. 3 individuals associated with the Celestial Sect were present. One was a ranker, and the other 2 were grandmasters, with the remaining personnel being their disciples. "Is the information reliable?" Qian Sanjiang inquired. Sun Yuan responded, "Can we not trust our own investigations?" Qian Sanjiang beamed with delight. "Excellent." Feng Che stood by, utterly astonished. How could this be possible? He had merely suggested targeting 2 hidden locations. And yet the Divine Palace had directly revealed a stronghold of the Celestial Sect. Qian Sanjiang donned a mask and immediately employed the technique transforming bones into shapes, altering his appearance into that of a tall, thin man with a square face. Sun Yuan was clad in black, while Feng Che wore a distinctive black cloak adorned with dark golden patterns, opting not to cover his face. "Let us proceed." Qian Sanjiang leaped into the bank, followed closely by Sun Yuan, while Feng Che awaited in the branches of a large tree. With insufficient cultivation, one could only wait to seize the heads of others to earn merit. As for the remaining matters, Qian Sanjiang and Sun Yuan would adeptly handle them. Suddenly, the door of the L family bank exploded with a deafening roar, and Qian Sanjiang surged inside like a vengeful deity. Inside, shouts of panic and anger erupted. "Who goes there? An enemy attack?" Qian Sanjiang's chilling laughter followed, echoing ominously. "Keek keek." A scream pierced the air. Sun Yuan's sword had begun to draw blood. To maintain his disguise, Sun Yuan could not wield a blade. However, as a king-level warrior, he was far superior to the bank's mere general-level guards. The disparity was insurmountable, especially with Qian Sanjiang, the formidable high-ranking member of the Heavenly God sect, fighting alongside him. This conflict was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Thuds and cracks filled the air as 8 individuals within the bank fell almost simultaneously. Subsequently, Qian Sanjiang and Sun Yuan commenced their meticulous search for identification items, leaving no trace of anything bearing the mark of the heavenly god sect, nor any unique identifiers of the infiltrators. All 8 were accounted for, each one irrefutably linked to the nefarious sect. After matching each individual with their corresponding evidence, they gathered all items associated with the sect and, ultimately, opened the hidden chamber to hurl forth the idol worshipped by the sect's devotees. Then, Sun Yuan and Qian Sanjiang began to plunder the treasures. Mountains of wealth were swiftly collected by Qian Sanjiang, who stored everything in his spatial ring. Finally, Sun Yuan bid farewell to Feng Che, standing atop a tree, and, following Feng Che's instructions, shouted a single phrase into the night. "Brother Feng, I leave this matter in your capable hands. I must undertake a covert mission and cannot reveal my presence. I am grateful for your efforts in safeguarding the Su family's assets. Until we meet again, my brother." With that, the 2 men swiftly ascended to the treetops and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Feng Che descended from the tree, calmly emerging from the money house with 2 horse-drawn carriages, beginning to load the bodies, evidence, and deities. When the formidable guardians of the Great Hall arrived, they found only Feng Che, busily stained with blood. "Stop! Raise your hands. Don't move. Who are you?" An inexplicable aura suddenly permeated the air. It was Chen Rahai, the vice master of the Great Hall in Baiyun Prefecture, accompanied by the grim-faced vice master Fan Tiantiao. Fan Tiantiao felt somewhat uneasy. He had originally resided next to Feng Che, but was abruptly reassigned from Bibo City to Baiyun Prefecture. Although he had been demoted from master to vice master, Baiyun Prefecture's jurisdiction was considerably larger than that of Bibo City, making this a promotion in essence. Thus, with a sense of elation, Fan Tiantiao went to complete the necessary paperwork, eager to escape the clutches of the loathsome Chen Rahai, who had driven him to the brink of madness over the years. To his dismay, he discovered that he was still in the same department, with identical responsibilities, and that their superiors had intentionally arranged for them to continue their partnership. Fan Tianqiao felt utterly despondent. The joy of his promotion did nothing to alleviate his wretched mood. On the very first night of his arrival, before he could even unfurl his bedding, a massacre occurred. His already dismal spirits were further crushed by the realization that he had to face the scene alongside Chen Rahai. The impulse to despair was overwhelming. What concept could possibly encompass the notion of layering a dreadful mood with 3 additional stories? Upon closer inspection, is that not Feng Che? Chen Rahai was equally taken aback. How did this lad end up here? Feng Che, ever prepared, wore a somewhat bashful smile. "Good evening, esteemed gentlemen. It must be quite taxing to be out on a mission at this late hour." Both men simultaneously rolled their eyes. How dare he utter such a statement about hardship? If it weren't for his grandiose undertakings, would we be in this predicament? What on earth is going on? Chen Rahai's tone was far from pleasant. "This matter is rather intricate," Feng Che replied. "Might I request a private word?" Chen Rahai exchanged glances with Fan Tiantiao, both of whom followed Feng Che a few paces. "Speak." Fan Tiantiao then moved a few steps away from Chen Rahai, positioning himself on Feng Che's other side. Feng Che glanced at them in astonishment, bewildered as to why these 2 apparent dignitaries were flanking him like bodyguards. What is happening? Chen Rahai and Fan Tiantiao were somewhat bewildered. What is going on here? "This is precisely the situation," Feng Che gestured. "Fortunately, my elder brother Suyu." "What? Your elder brother Suyu?" Chen Rahai was utterly shocked. How could another deceased name surface? Suyu? Is he not supposed to have perished along with his entire family? "My elder brother Suyu, what of it?" Feng Che looked perplexed. "It's nothing, please continue," Chen Rahai said, massaging his temples with a hand that still bore a certain scent. He then brought it to his nose for a whiff. "You damn it." Fan Tiantiao suddenly erupted, exclaiming a profane outburst in utter frustration. Feng Che appeared utterly bewildered. Fan Tiantiao, striving to suppress his emotions, reassured him, "It's nothing. I wasn't referring to you. Please, continue." Feng Che responded. "You old rascal." "Yes. My elder brother Siyu timely uncovered the Shi-Min family's collusion with the heavenly god sect to assassinate me. My esteemed brother, ever loyal, traveled a great distance with his master and uncle to deliver a decisive blow, eliminating the looming threat by slaying all those members of the heavenly god sect who were poised to act. That is the crux of the matter. Everyone, refrain from disturbing the scene." Fan Tiantiao promptly issued commands. Then, alongside Chen Rahai, approached the carriage to examine various pieces of evidence. As a seasoned veteran in the battle against the demonic sect, he immediately discerned that these individuals were indeed authentic members of the dark cult. Most of their artifacts were so unique that they could not possibly be replicated. In other words, Feng Che had undeniably achieved a significant accomplishment. Chapter 35. Thank you. Contemplating the inevitable accolades Feng Che would receive for his success, Fan Tian felt a pang of headache. He glanced at Chen Ruhai, only to find him pinching his brow with his foot-picking hand. Under the influence of his thoughts, Fan Tian imagined he could almost perceive the noxious odor dissipating into the air. Ugh! He hastily turned away. Wasn't Suyu dead? No, he was alive. Feng Che, perplexed, thought to himself, my elder brother Su is perfectly well. How could he be dead? He is my beloved elder brother. Then where is he? Brother Su departed immediately, for he had a clandestine mission to undertake and could not linger here. What secret mission? What hidden identity? I cannot divulge that. Even if I were aware, I would remain silent. Feng Che, with an air of righteousness and profound loyalty, declared, how could I ever betray my brother Su? Yet this matter is perplexing. Feng Che pondered. Is confirming the identities of these individuals from the heavenly god sect not sufficient? Indeed, it is more than enough. Fan Tiantiao and Chun Rahai exchanged wry smiles. However, this situation is riddled with uncertainties. Moreover, you are affiliated with the Ascent sect and the heavenly god sect. Along with your Ascent sect, both fall under the banner of the true teachings. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt for slaughtering your own comrades? Truly, the fiends of the demonic sect are indeed different from us. Then what is your current intention? Chun Rahai gazed at the carriage. Feng Che, with a serious expression, responded, while it is everyone's duty to eradicate the demonic fiends, I would not refuse to see some benefits along the way, especially since we are also risking our lives. Chun Ruhai and Fan Tiantiao exchanged glances, their faces turning ashen. You certainly articulate a compelling argument. The situation is quite clear. The heavenly god sect's stronghold has been targeted. Feng Che is under threat. Members of the Shimin family have allied with the heavenly god sect to eliminate Feng Che. Subsequently, the information leaked, reaching Suyu. Concerned for his brother's safety, Suyu, accompanied by his master and elder, set out to eliminate those who threaten his brother. They left behind evidence and corpses, allowing his brother to claim the rewards. Thus, he could achieve success and withdraw. Who were Suyu's master and elder? Unfamiliar faces, one with a masked visage, the other equally tall and slender. Where have they gone? Uncertain. Have you spoken of anything? I feel somewhat embarrassed to mention it. It was my brother Su who expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Chun Ruhai and Fan Tiantiao simultaneously cursed inwardly. Damn it. How can you still feel embarrassed about something? Thus began the neighborhood inquiry, with the neighbors trembling in trepidation. Such a commotion made it impossible to sleep. Even those in deep slumber were roused by the noise. There was a particular phrase that resonated with everyone present. Upon investigation, many testified that they indeed heard this phrase. Brother Feng, I leave this matter in your capable hands. I must embark on a covert mission and cannot reveal myself. I appreciate your efforts in safeguarding the Su family's assets. Until we meet again, my brother. The sequence of events was flawlessly interconnected, as if woven together with the utmost precision. Behold, everything aligns perfectly. Feng Che, the unsung hero. By mere chance, he eliminated Shimin Shiri, effectively dismantling a significant conspiracy orchestrated by the celestial sect. Had it not been for Feng Che's actions, given Shimin Shiri's prodigious talent, the Baiyun Martial Academy would undoubtedly have fostered his development. The repercussions of this event could have marred the Academy's reputation. Thus, in the eyes of the Baiyun Martial Academy, Feng Che stands as a pivotal figure, aiding in averting a future scandal. Furthermore, he unearthed the stronghold of the celestial sect and eradicated its demonic agents. This achievement is monumental for both the guardians of the Grand Hall and the Baiyun Martial Academy. Additionally, he exposed the Shimin family, marking a significant triumph for the Shimin clan in the city of Shangyun. How many common folk, thanks to Feng Che's recent actions, have evaded the calamity of death? The merit is indeed monumental. Feng Che has undoubtedly achieved a great feat in this regard. However, the two informed parties, Chun Rahai and Fan Tiantiao, can only grimace in discomfort at this acknowledgement. Encountering this fellow Feng Che invariably sours their mood. With a dark expression, Chun Ruhai inquired of Feng Che, as for this matter, I shall assist in filing the report at the Great Hall and elucidate all pertinent details. However, The bodies and evidence must be handed over to the Martial Academy for further handling. Furthermore, regarding the matters of the Shiman family and this stronghold of the celestial sect, whether they should be disclosed remains unclear to me. I shall leave that decision to the two hall masters. Feng Che humbly replied. I am still young and lack understanding in such affairs. I am simply content to have contributed. Expose? How could that be possible? This is a vital thread, one that could lead to significant accomplishments. In an instant, they became busy. Meanwhile, Feng Che's side saw two individuals from the Great Hall dispatched to escort the bodies to the Baiyun Martial Academy, establishing communication with the Academy to facilitate future collaboration on this matter. After all, since the Great Hall has taken charge of this achievement, it cannot withdraw. A share of the credit must be secured. This is indeed a major case solved. Half an hour later, they arrived at the gates of the Martial Academy. It was the hour of the tiger, yet the Academy had already received word. Personnel from the Rewards and Penalties Department, as well as the Academic Records Office, awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Feng Che arrive with such a gruesome procession of bodies, everyone was taken aback. One might mistake this scene for a mass grave, evoking a chilling sense of horror. The personnel of the Martial Academy commenced the meticulous identification of each corpse, subsequently examining the evidence to ascertain the deceased's cultivation level and the identity of those affiliated with the demonic sect. Each finding was systematically recorded, the bodies removed for disposal, and the evidence preserved and categorized appropriately. In accordance with the Academy's regulations, points were calculated. As the first light of dawn began to illuminate the east, the credits were tallied, all attributed to one individual. Indeed, came the response from the disciplinary office, whose representative cast a scrutinizing glance at Feng Che. In total, 26 credits were awarded, 2 innate Grand Masters, accounting for 16 points, 2 ordinary Masters of the 7th tier, totaling 6 points, and 4 Martial Masters, equating to 4 points. Thus, the grand total stands at 26 points. Was there no general tier? Feng Che inquired, somewhat taken aback. I had heard whispers of a potential general tier, yet there appears to be none. None, the response was curt. But how can it be that those innate Grand Masters are so undervalued? Feng Che was astonished. Are Grand Masters worth merely 8 points? For any queries, direct them to the headmaster. The representative of the disciplinary office replied with a face as impassive as a coffin lid, his deadpan gaze fixed upon Feng Che. Must one seek the headmaster for such trivial matters? Very well, I shall refrain from doing so. You are dismissed. Await your classes, he continued. I have labored throughout the night. And that permits you to skip class? Feng Che retorted. I toiled all night for the benefit of the people. Invigorated and resolute to attend class and study diligently. With that, the personnel from the disciplinary office departed, eager to report their findings. For the affiliation of the Shiman family with the celestial sect was no trivial matter. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that the higher-ups at the Academy were already aware of this matter. They have been secretly implementing stringent measures in preparation for action, and a number of experts have already congregated there. As dawn breaks, countless individuals gather before the Elf family bank, wailing in despair. These are the people who either conduct business here or have funds stored within. Yet, in such a predicament, even Feng Che finds himself utterly at a loss. When Qian Sanjiang and Sun Yuan withdrew their funds, was Feng Che's intervention of any use? The collateral damage to the innocent is inevitable. Yet, there exists not a single solution to this issue. That afternoon, the ancient palace urgently communicated with the leader of the Heavenly God sect. Old Ko, I have received news pertaining to your Heavenly God sect. Koifang, the leader of the Heavenly God sect, was in no pleasant mood. What? Our seed infiltrating the Baiyun Martial Academy was inexplicably slaughtered during the grand competition. Ko Yifang felt quite disgruntled, a sense of pent-up frustration with no outlet. Now, the ancient palace had the audacity to approach him. The ancient palace, however, maintained an unusually amiable demeanor, cheerfully stating, I heard that the one known as Shiman Shuri is one of your seeds, the one who was slain. Such a sensitive topic only served to ignite Ko Yifang's fury further. Do you have an issue with that? No issue. But I heard that the Shiman family is also one of your vassal families? The ancient palace continued to smile amiably. Ancient palace, speak plainly if you have something to say. Ko Yifang's breath grew heavy. With every mention of I heard, his irritation swelled. It seemed as though the palace was mocking him with veiled insinuations. He. The temple of the printing deity came to life with an exuberant spirit. Old Ko, you ought to thank me. As soon as I received this news, I hastened to inform you. This matter is of considerable significance. The temple emitted a howl akin to a wolf's laughter. Old Ko, your diligence and work leaves much to be desired. How could you be unaware of such a monumental occurrence? Ho ho ho. Misfortune awaits you. At the very least, it will greatly deplete your vitality. Mark my words. Ko Yifeng quickly composed himself, smiling as he replied, Old Een, Should I refer to you as Old Een or Old Een? Ah, Brother Een. Ko Yifeng's demeanor transformed dramatically. Brother Een, being magnanimous, please do not hold it against your junior. Pray, what has transpired? I humbly request your guidance. Considering that you have been relatively obedient, the temple of the printing deity elongated his speech. Indeed, Ko Yifeng forced a smile, inwardly cursing. Once you finish speaking, if it proves unimportant, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. The affairs of your Shimin family have come to the attention of the Baiyun Martial Academy. As for the specific reasons, you may conduct your own investigation. I, however, possess my own connections within the Baiyun Martial Academy. This incident has only just transpired. Ko Yifeng was taken aback. Currently, the Baiyun Martial Academy, along with the guards stationed at the Great Hall, are preparing to encircle and apprehend significant figures in the vicinity of the Shimin family. Let it not be said that I failed to warn you. The temple of the printing deity declared triumphantly. At once, Ko Yifeng grew anxious. Thank you, Brother Een, for the warning. I owe you a favor. With that, he hastened to take action. The Yinshi Palace leisurely issued a message. In the future, let us support each other more. Ko Yifeng sighed in relief. It is only right. Thank you. Chapter 36. You are invited to dine. Revised, Ko Yifeng. In a state of urgency, severed communication and hastily set to work. This was indeed a matter of great significance. As for the debt of gratitude owed to the Yinshi Palace, it was genuine and heartfelt. After all, upon introspection, Ko Yifeng was acutely aware that had he known of the troubles faced by the Ascent sect, he would undoubtedly have refrained from offering any warnings. Yet, the Yinshi Palace had taken the initiative to provide a timely alert. Ko Yifeng was filled with mixed emotions. Although the Yinshi Palace was often referred to as the Old Een by the others, when it came to crucial matters, they were unwavering. Such kindness must be acknowledged. The esteemed Old Een indeed possessed a grand vision. While the usual interactions among peers may involve some deceit, it was essential to observe how the Yinshi Palace acted in critical times. It was a moment for self-reflection for Ko Yifeng. With a sigh, he immediately began to make arrangements. He dispatched several experts. Hurry, clean up the mess. In light of this incident, the first priority for the Guardians would naturally be to ensure the safety of the Shimin family by relocating them to a secure area. Following that, a prolonged standoff would ensue, seeking operational opportunities over time, striving for a harmonious resolution. However, should such an event occur within the Tianxin sect, the outcome would be dire. A viper bites its handler, and a brave man severs his own wrist. The Shimin family must not be allowed to divulge any information that would lead the Guardians to trace back their connections. Despite their importance, the Shimin family remained merely a subordinate clan, and at that, only a ninth-tier family, dispensable in essence. Ko Yifeng held them in little regard. Aside from their potential for profit, they served little other purpose. Given the circumstances, eliminating the threat seemed to be the most prudent course of action. Thus, the plan for extermination was set into motion. 3 days later, numerous skilled individuals stationed in Shanyun City were astonished to discover that the entire Shimin family had succumbed to poisoning. The entire household, from the eldest to the youngest, met an untimely demise. Yet, the means by which the poison was administered remained shrouded in mystery. Who could have committed such an act? The security was so stringent that even the most trivial of insects could be identified with precision. Thus, from where did this poison originate? Although evidence implicating the Shimin family in collusion with the celestial sect was indeed uncovered, confirming their status as traitors to the continent, there was no sense of triumph in having dismantled a significant operation of the celestial sect. Instead, a profound sense of dereliction of duty loomed over everyone. Such a promising lead, such an opportune moment, squandered merely on the annihilation of a vassal family? Chen Ruhai roared in frustration, while Gao Qingyu seethed with anger, chastising their subordinates vehemently. Upon hearing this news, Feng Che was equally bewildered. Was it truly just the Shimin family that was eliminated? Surely, this could not be a jest. What were you all doing? I had already warned you. Individuals from the celestial sect were coming to silence us. By merely monitoring the Shimin family, it was akin to laying siege to a city for reinforcements. Surely, We could have captured something of significance. How could we have come up empty-handed? That night, Sun Yuan arrived. Feng Che bellowed, "Night dream. My master has arrived. Why is there no tea served?" He stumbled slightly as he hurriedly assisted Sun Yuan into the study. With a sigh, Sun Yuan remarked, "I must say, young man, you ought to be more gentle with the ladies. Even if we are from the demon sect, we cannot behave in such a manner. Where is the decorum in arriving and immediately resorting to violence?" Feng Che lifted his eyelids and remarked, "I saved this girl's life. What is the harm in giving her a kick? Night dream, what do you think? Would you harbor resentment towards me?" The maid dared not respond. It was clear she wouldn't. "Quickly, fetch the finest tea and serve well here." Night dream hurried to retrieve the tea set. Attending by the writing desk, Feng Che and Sun Yuan sat on either side, the fragrant steam of tea rising delicately. Feng Che then broached the subject, "Master, I have heard that the Shiman clan has perished." "Indeed, they are utterly wiped out," replied Sun Yuan, taking the teacup from Night Dream and savoring a delightful sip. "It's no wonder our demonic sect is formidable. Even while the guardians maintained a vigilant watch, the deed was executed without a trace." Indeed, Night Dream lowered her gaze. Standing attentively by, Sun Yuan chuckled, "What is so surprising about that? The heavenly god sect dispatched the Poison King and the Serpent King. The Poison King poisoned the serpent, and the Serpent King commanded countless small snakes to traverse the secret pathways into the Shiman clan, infiltrating their water sources. The poison from the small snakes mingled with the air, erupting in conjunction with the tainted water. Thus, the Shiman clan was eradicated in a single night." Feng Che could only sigh, realizing the truth. It was not a matter of our troops' incompetence, but rather the cunning of the enemy. Night Dream stood silently, her head bowed, unmoving. Sun Yuan took another sip of tea and smiled. "However, it seems you are somewhat reassured regarding this girl now." Feng Che instantly understood. Previously, Sun Yuan had not permitted Night Dream to attend him. Now, it was evident that he was teasing him about the matter. "Master is no outsider. This girl is a bit foolish, yet manageable. It's certainly easier than bustling about by myself." Feng Che chuckled heartily and remarked, "It's akin to a newlywed bride. Initially, when guests arrive at the home, they tend to hide in the inner quarters. Yet, as familiarity grows with the relatives, they soon join the conversation, right?" As he spoke, he playfully pinched the delicate face of Yi Ming, adding with a teasing tone, "Ah, this little girl is quite charming." Yi Ming immediately blushed. Later that evening, after Sun Yuan had departed, Yi Ming busied herself tidying the tea table and wiping down the surfaces. Feng Che, brimming with self-satisfaction, mused, "Countless formidable experts